Chapter 1 Novice Apartment. Welcome to Doomsday Apartments. This complex is designated as the Novice Apartment. On game day 1, 80 new players will be placed here alongside 80 randomly distributed survival stones. On game day 8, 20 veteran players will be introduced along with 20 additional randomly placed survival stones. This apartment building will self-destruct on day 11 of game time. Players without survival stones in their possession will perish along with the apartment. Players holding survival stones will commence their official Doomsday Apartment journey. In the Doomsday Apartment, players may exchange survival stones for survival points. Survival points can be used to purchase all the supplies, abilities, items, everything a player desires. The rules for this rookie apartment are as follows. 1. All players are randomly assigned an initial apartment, and rent amounts vary based on the apartment's luxury level. 2. Rent is due at midnight in game time. Players who fail to pay on time may be eliminated by the apartment administrator. 3. Players can apply to the apartment manager for operations such as lease termination or subletting. 4. The apartment manager may establish additional rules, which residents are expected to comply with voluntarily. 5. Survival stones can be exchanged for large amounts of in-game currency, but the currency is only valid within this beginner's apartment. 6. Other methods of obtaining in-game currency require players to explore on their own. Now, the beginner assessment begins. Welcome new players to the arena. Randomly assigning new players to apartments. New players receive one free opportunity to awaken their talent. New players' talents are awakening. Ding. Talent awakening complete. Wishing all newcomers an enjoyable game. An enjoyable game? Is this really just a game? I pinched my own arm hard, hissing in pain. Apparently this is a very real game. Doesn't this so-called annihilation and eradication mean actual death? But I was just desperately writing my exam papers in the test hall moments ago. How could I suddenly appear here? What's more, the voice in my head announced my talent awakening is successful, yet when I summoned the player panel, it simply displayed Jiang Yi, level 0, stamina 0.6, energy 0.8, combat power 0.5, survival points 0, talent awakening failed. What kind of trash game is this? How can talent awakening fail, and why can't I try again? Why should I suffer because of this game's bugs? This is outright bullying honest players. I soon discovered an apartment chat group. The right third of the chat displayed the member list, 8080, while the left side continuously popped up with various messages. What shocked me was that all 80 members were my classmates from the same school. Half were from my own class who had taken the exam with me, while the other half were students from class 2. The group chat exploded with expressions of disbelief. Holy shit, Chen Yuchen, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chang, God Lu. The member list is full of classmates. What the hell? Did our entire class get kidnapped together? There's no way this is a kidnapping. These data panels and group chats literally appeared in our minds. Which kidnapper could possibly pull off something like this? So what? Our entire exam hall got transported together? No. 2 exam halls. Class 2 is here too. Holy shit. This is wild. I was kinda scared at first, but seeing all you familiar faces suddenly makes it way less terrifying. Holy shit. Insane. I just conjured a fireball barehanded. Holy shit. Lit. I just casually tossed a wind blade. Holy shit. Legendary. I just pissed 3 Zhang Hai against the wind. Damn. Only brother Lu could be this savage. Wait, has Lu already left the apartment to explore? Otherwise where'd the wind come from? Can't you boys behave more civilly? There are girls in this group chat. Oops, sorry little fairy. Next time if Road God dares to flirt publicly again, go take a piss to wake him up. Fuck off. From the classmates' comments, it seems they've all awakened special abilities, shooting fireballs, throwing wind blades, but no one mentioned failed awakenings. Looks like among these 80 people, I'm the only unlucky bastard whose awakening failed. Isn't this forcibly cranking up the difficulty to hell mode for me? Although there are 100 survival stones distributed among 100 players in the beginner apartment complex, these stones don't just prevent elimination, they're crucial for purchasing power in the Doomsday Apartments. What's worse, on the 8th day, 20 veteran players will be introduced. Who knows how strong or ruthless they are? They might very well loot our survival stones from us beginners, or even torture and kill us. Those first 8 days are supposed to be our chance to develop as newcomers, but I don't have any special talents. Am I really going to die right here in the beginner apartments? Anxious, I lost all interest in chatting in the group. I switched to the player panel and furiously tapped the talent section, cursing inwardly. Awakening failed. Awakening failed. If awakening failed then awaken again, damn it. What kind of trash bug is this? Do you believe I'll give you a 1-star review and report you right now? Unexpectedly, just as I was cursing wildly, a new prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Detected player's talent awakening failure. Arranging for talent reawakening now. Congratulations on awakening compensation talent, infinite doppelganger, X. It actually allowed a talent reawakening. Could giving a 1-star review and reporting really have worked? But what level is this X? Aren't talent levels supposed to be ABCD or SSS? I hurriedly summoned my player panel to check my talent. Infinite clones, X. Effect 1, generates 1 clone per day. Effect 2, generates 1 clone at a certain cost. Effect 3, at midnight game time each day, clones can be designated for fusion. The cost of Effect 2 is unclear, and the capabilities of the duplicate are also unknown. Feeling nervous, I quickly generated today's duplicate. Ding! Congratulations on generating a duplicate. With the prompt, a mysterious sensation arose in me. Suddenly, I had 2 fields of vision, each containing an image of myself. In other words, there were now 2 of me in the apartment. After adjusting, I shifted most of my consciousness to the duplicate and had it summon the duplicate's player panel. The moment the panel appeared, I froze in shock. Chapter 2. The first clone. Jiang Yi level, 0. Physical, 1.2. Combat power, 5.5. Survival points, 0. I stared at the information floating before my eyes. Talent, gold element affinity, C. Effect 1, chance to comprehend gold element skills. Effect 2, gold element skill consumption halved, power doubled. Skill, golden light technique, D, releases a beam of golden light, dealing, physique *1 plus energy *1.5, points of gold element damage to the target. What? I'm utterly shocked, my clone actually comes with innate talents. As for the golden light technique skill, it was automatically comprehended through the gold element affinity talent. I recalled those classmates in the group who could cast fireballs and wind blades. They had also awakened their respective elemental affinity talents and comprehended elemental skills. Of course, there were also a few fools who had the talent but failed to grasp the skill, now desperately seeking advice from others. I strongly suspect that every one of my clones comes with its own innate talent. If that's really the case, then this X-rank talent is truly a game-breaking existence. Even SSS-ranked talents probably can't compare to it, because theoretically, as long as I have enough clones, there's a chance an SSS-ranked talent could appear among them. In theory, under extreme circumstances when I have an absurd number of clones, I could possess all SSS-level talents. Holy shit, that's absolutely insane. But soon, I calmed down. I realized that while this infinite cloning ability is indeed powerful, my current strength isn't exceptional when I only have 1 clone. In fact, one could say that right now, I'm at my weakest point for the rest of my life. The main body goes without saying, a complete battle 0.5 weakling. Even the clone with a C-level talent has only mastered a D-level skill, which isn't particularly strong. With just this level of strength, if I were slightly unlucky, I could easily die unexpectedly on the very first day. So, I either need to play it safe and hide while I'm still weak, or find a way to grow stronger quickly. But the apartment's rent system clearly prevents me from just hiding inside and playing it safe. I have to find a way to earn rent. After all, according to the rules, if I fail to pay by midnight, the apartment manager will eliminate me. I gazed at this luxury apartment of mine, comparable to a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, feeling only dizziness in my eyes and a chill down my spine. Because the previous hint seemed to suggest that apartment rooms of different specifications have varying rent prices. I hurriedly checked the group chat to see the method shared by classmates for checking rent, then rushed to the doorway in one swift move, pressing my palm against the door. It then displayed my apartment's information: apartment area, 250.880 daily rent, 125440. This string of numbers completely blew my mind. Most of the rent prices shared by others in the group chat ranged from a few dozen to a few hundred per day, with occasional higher amounts hitting just a few thousand per day. And my rent is a whopping 125,000 a day. What the hell? This is straight up robbery. I'm canceling the lease. I have to get out of here. But would terminating the lease really go so smoothly? I glanced back at the group chat and noticed that through conversation, my classmates had gradually calmed their fears about being thrust into this unfamiliar environment. After all, high school seniors are no longer children. Some students even vented in the group chat. Damn it! If I'd known I'd get teleported to this hellhole, I would have spent my weekend partying like there's no tomorrow, instead of sitting at home like an idiot grinding through 7 damn test papers. Fuck my life. Waking up at 4 a.m. to copy homework was all for nothing. Curse you, Wanjie. If only you'd stood firm and hadn't let me copy your damn papers. Suyua Wan? Blame me? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Sister Wan. Actually, I kinda feel being transported here is pretty good. No more miserable all-nighters doing test papers or daily exam anxiety ever again. I genuinely don't want to go back to senior year at all. Right. No matter how hard it gets here, it couldn't be worse than 3rd year of high school. Wait, none of you are thinking about your parents? If we suddenly disappeared, imagine how worried they'd be. What's there to worry about? Maybe our parents are also undergoing the beginner's assessment in some other starter apartment complex? Perhaps once we clear this level and reach that so-called doomsday apartment, we'll be reunited with our parents. Exactly. Didn't Teacher Yang always say it? Don't over-worry about the distant future. Facing the present bravely is life's true answer. Right. This is the situation we're in, so we've got no choice but to face it. Alright, can you guys stop calling me teacher already? There are no teachers here. Our mission isn't studying anymore, it's clearing this novice apartment level. That's right, our long-term goal is to survive until day 11 with survival stones in our possession. But right now, the most urgent task is figuring out how to earn today's apartment rent. Making rent and finding survival stones can definitely be done at the same time. Has anyone stepped outside their apartment room yet? Is it dangerous out there? I cracked open my apartment door to peek outside. Was a hotel-style hallway, but dimly lit and eerily quiet. I quickly shut the door without daring to step out. This won't do. Eventually, we'll have to go out to earn rent money. If we can't pay, we'll be eliminated tonight. It's unfortunate we got separated into different apartments. If only we could all stay together. Many hands make light work, and exploring these apartments wouldn't feel so terrifying. Just as the students were chattering in lively discussion, someone suddenly stepped forward to take charge. Gao Chang, classmates, after much hesitation, I finally decided to share some good news with everyone. Gao Chang, during the talent awakening phase, unlocked an S-tier talent, lightning element affinity. And I should say my comprehension is quite good. I initially grasped the C-grade skill Thunderblast and B-grade skill Thunder Dash. Also, my physical and mental stats have both broken through 5 points, while my combat power reaches a staggering 48. The moment these words were spoken, all the classmates were stunned. The entire chat group fell silent briefly before exploding with a flood of messages. Holy crap, S-grade talent? 2 initial skills? Is this even for real? Gao Chang, no. Brother Chang, Lord Chang, are you seriously not bullshitting us? 48 combat power. That's literally 10 times my combat power. How is this even possible? With this S-rank talent and 48 combat power, you must be the strongest among all 80 of us, right? Lord Chang is insane. How could you keep such huge news to yourself until now? Brother Chang, take me with you. I only got a fucking E-rank talent and haven't even awakened any skills. There's no way I'm surviving on my own. Chang, Brother Chang, remember all those sleepless nights we spent grinding Honor of Kings together? You promised we'd stick together through thick and thin. Please for mentorship and attempts to latch onto the strong Cayman waves, stirring even my enthusiasm. Maybe I should try to latch onto someone too? But on second thought, perhaps not. Most of these students clamoring for protection were either naturally sociable or had previously established friendships with Gao Chang. In class, I'm the kind of person who barely has any presence. I'm introverted, don't play video games, my grades are slightly above average, I don't have any particular hobbies, and I dislike bothering others. You could say I don't really fit in, always going to and from school alone. If I tried clinging to Gao Chang now, he'd most likely ignore me. But that might not necessarily be true. After all, the situation has changed. Among classmates now, value might no longer be determined by who has better grades, family background, or social connections, but rather by who has higher combat ability. My clone possesses a C-rank talent and a D-rank skill, along with a combat power of 5.5. Perhaps slightly stronger than a few classmates with good social connections. Though the difference probably isn't substantial, there are definitely many with higher combat power than me. As I was pondering this, Gao Chang, the center of attention in the group chat, spoke up again. He said, "Everyone, don't panic. I suddenly revealed my talent and combat power because I want to organize everyone to overcome the challenges of this novice apartment together. To be honest, I've already left my apartment and found the building manager on the first floor without encountering any danger along the way. If everyone trusts me, we can meet up first at the building manager's office on the first floor. What does everyone think?" This statement stunned the other classmates. Soon came a reply, "That sounds perfect. My rent is 600 points. I was just thinking of asking the building manager to cancel my lease. I also agree we should gather. Staying together means we can watch each other's backs if danger comes, but I'm still a bit scared to leave the apartment." Just then, Gao Chang added, "Actually, the hallway outside is just poorly lit, there's really no danger. If we leave the apartment and walk toward the red light in the corridor, we'll find the elevator. Then we can take it straight down to the first floor and quickly locate the apartment manager's front desk office. Plus, there are some special facilities on the first floor we can all go explore." The moment the message was sent, the classmates instantly became eager to try. Someone asked, "Is this for real? What kind of facilities? Can they help improve our physical stamina and energy, or help us grasp new skills? Can we earn rent money? I really want to make money to pay rent ASAP, or I'll be freaking out with anxiety." However, Gao Chang didn't respond to these questions. After a while, a classmate spoke up, "It's real. Brother Chang didn't lie to us. There was no danger along the way. I've already reached the first floor and reunited with him. What's more, Brother Chang showed me his player stats, his S-tier talent and combat power of 48 are completely real." Soon after, another classmate reported, "I've successfully reunited too. Just took the elevator and arrived, zero danger whatsoever." 3 more classmates then confirmed they'd also joined Gao Chang. The remaining students grew frantic. "Damn, that fast? No way, I'm making my move too. Okay, I'm leaving the apartment right now. Chang, wait for me. Wait for me too. I'll be right there. I've left the apartment too. The hallway really isn't dangerous. Everyone be careful. There seems to be no signal in the elevator. We can't use the chat group function. But don't panic. The elevator goes down pretty fast with no danger. Almost all the classmates had started moving, planning to gather on the first floor by taking the elevator as Gao Chang had suggested. My clone stood at the door of my lavish apartment while my true self lounged comfortably on the sofa, hesitating internally. Should I go meet up with Gao Chang? Whether working as a group or alone, I had to leave the apartment, especially regarding terminating the lease, which couldn't wait. I absolutely needed to visit the apartment manager on the first floor. Judging from the group chat, if only 1 or 2 classmates had successfully gathered, it might have been a setup. But since those who acted later also managed to regroup without issue, it was probably safe. Besides, while the others were going in person, I could send a duplicate, effectively giving me an extra life. The more I thought about it, the stronger my urge grew to join the gathering on the first floor. After all, these were familiar classmates. Even if this new environment might bring out their worst traits, it was unlikely they'd turn outright sinister or unhinged from the start. Thinking this, my avatar took a kitchen knife from the apartment, holding it in one hand while cautiously opening the apartment door with the other. Outside was indeed a dimly lit hallway, quite long at that. I craned my neck to look around. Doors were spaced roughly every 3 meters, each presumably leading to a different apartment unit, with distinct numbers displayed on them. Glancing at the number on my door, it read 2025. This likely wasn't a year, but rather Unit 25 on the 20th floor, suggesting the apartment building was quite tall. Confirming there was no immediate danger, I carefully stepped out and scanned the hallway. To the right, as Gao Chang had mentioned, a red glow marked the direction of the elevator. My clone gripped the kitchen knife tightly, cautiously moving toward the red light. Meanwhile, my original body remained lying on the sofa, keeping an eye on the group chat while lost in thought. The apartment building must have at least 20 floors, and each floor appeared to have an unusually large number of rooms. Yet, there were only 80 beginner players like us. So, were those extra rooms empty, or were they occupied by other entities? Lost in thought, my clone had already spotted the elevator glowing red. Just as I was waiting for it, a sudden notification echoed in my mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Wang Lingling for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 1. Reward, Black Iron Treasure Chest *1. Level 1? Holy shit, how did they do it? I jerked upright from the couch like a carp leaping from water, immediately checking the group chat. Sure enough, the entire group had exploded with messages. Holy shit, Wang Lingling from class 2 just leveled up to 1. Yeah, I was getting off the elevator when the announcement blared. Scared the hell out of me. What the hell? How did Wang Lingling level up? By killing monsters? Does that mean the apartment is dangerous? Am I the only one curious about what's inside the Black Iron Treasure Chest Wang Lingling got as a reward? Hey Wang Lingling, hurry up and tell us, how did you level up so fast? Wang Lingling. We're all classmates, you should share important information with everyone. I bet she definitely won't share. There was an announcement and reward for being the first to reach level 1, so surely being first to reach level 2 must have them too. If Wang Lingling keeps this secret, she might be drowning in rewards later. Wang Lingling, don't be so naive. With so many classmates around, someone's bound to discover the leveling secret eventually. When that happens, Brother Chang with his S-tier talent will definitely level up faster than you. If you're hiding the leveling secret now, don't blame Brother Chang for not including you later. Exactly. Brother Chang, say something already. I suggest Brother Chang make Wang Lingling share the upgrade secret, see if she dares to keep it to herself then. In an instant, Wang Lingling, who had upgraded first but remained silent in the group chat, became public enemy number 1. From the group messages, it was clear nearly all the classmates were desperate to level up, eager to leverage Gao Chang's influence to pressure Wang Lingling into revealing the upgrade secret. Gao Chang himself was likely eager to upgrade too, as he quickly followed the crowd's lead and tagged Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling, where are you? How about we all meet up on the first floor instead? I think it's fate that familiar classmates got transported here together. If we stick together, our chances of surviving will be much greater. Soon other students chimed in. Exactly. Don't forget the announcement said veteran players would be entering the apartment building. If us newbie players don't unite, how are we supposed to compete with the vets later? Right. Wang Lingling, don't be so selfish. If you've got crucial information, you should really share it with everyone. Exactly. If I had the key information, I'd definitely share it with everyone. This emotional blackmail tactic is textbook stuff. As I watched the lively group chat, what I really hoped for was Wang Lingling to spill the secret to leveling up. After all, leveling up surely comes with benefits. In this godforsaken place, every bit of strength increases your chances of survival. No wonder these classmates resorted to emotional blackmail, forgetting all about camaraderie. The desperation to grow stronger is just too intense. Under the barrage of messages from classmates, the the silent Wang Lingling finally spoke up. Her first post was shockingly her own player stats: level 1, stamina 6.8, energy 8.4, combat power 68, survival points 0, talent, dark element affinity, S, skills, shadow clone, A, summon undead, B, dark whirlwind, B. This is too luxurious. With the same S-rank talent, she comprehended 1 A-rank skill and 2 B-rank skills. Shadow clone and summon undead sound incredibly powerful just by their names, and her combat power is as high as 68, a full 20 points higher than Gao Chang, who also has an S-rank talent. The group chat instantly fell eerily silent. Then Wang Lingling sent another message explaining that skill comprehension was related to talent and perception, and even asked if there was a talent grade higher than S-rank. I knew what was up. My X-rank talent was the growth type. Being this weak right now, I couldn't afford to show off in the group, so no one responded. Wang Lingling then declared herself the strongest among the 80 players, willing to share the secrets to leveling up, but there was a condition. She sensed that some people had selfish motives and didn't want to unite or help each other, so she asked willing classmates to gather on the first floor, where she'd reveal a secret. Those who didn't come, the lone wolves, wouldn't be worthy of knowing. As soon as she said this, many classmates immediately agreed, their attitude toward her visibly shifting, showing even more respect than they had for Gao Chang earlier. I pondered her words and began to form a guess. Sure enough, while the doppelganger waited for the elevator, Wang Lingling sent another message. Her so-called unity and mutual assistance meant everyone gathering together to share information and resources while acting collectively. She would lead everyone in leveling up and earning rent money, guaranteeing that each person clears the game, but required that all members display their player panels after assembling, report their actions, and share their gains. This carried a whiff of militarized management. The other classmates responded less enthusiastically than before, though some still expressed willingness to follow her. Gao Chang also pressed everyone in the group chat, warning lone wolves not to attempt moral blackmail afterward by demanding help. Under this pressure, students who wanted to go solo felt strained, and those who hadn't joined the team became more inclined to collaborate. At this moment, with a ding, the elevator my doppelganger had been waiting for opened its doors. Inside was a squared-off, elongated cylindrical space, much like an ordinary elevator, except the lighting was dim and tinged with red. After a moment's thought, my doppelganger stepped inside. I never really wanted to join any so-called unity and mutual aid group. With organizations like that, it's always the leaders who benefit while ordinary members get exploited like beasts of burden. The weaker ones might even wind up as cannon fodder. I've never been one for fitting in. I'd rather be a lone wolf. But with Wang Lingling and Gao Chang forming a group, going solo would likely leave me isolated and targeted. Only the strong are suited to be lone wolves. Right now, I lack the strength. Being a lone wolf might make things even worse for me. But I'm different from others. I can create an extra clone every day. Only one duplicate joins the team, while my true self and other clones remain free. For others, joining a team might hinder their growth. But as long as I survive, my power increases every day. Moreover, by joining the team with just a C-rank talent clone, I'll be neither outstanding nor lacking. Gao Chang and Wang Lingling probably won't pay me much attention. Judging by this, the chances of my avatar having spent the past 2 days safely within the team were actually quite high. Thus, by the time the elevator reached the first floor, I had already made my decision. Still, I found it rather strange. Logically, at this time, many classmates should have been taking the elevator down to the first floor to gather. Moreover, the apartment hallway seemed to have only that single red-lit elevator. Yet, during my entire ride, I didn't run into anyone else. From the 20th floor to the first, the elevator didn't stop even once. There must be something odd about this apartment's elevator. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened during the ride. The moment I stepped out, a loud "holy shit" came from up ahead. Holy shit, Jiang Yi, you scared the hell out of me. It was Lucian, the math representative from Class 1, nicknamed God Lu, the kind of genius who aced math and science but could fail Chinese and English. Lucian was clearly startled, patting his chest and exhaling sharply. Phew, I just got off the elevator, and then you pop out right after me? I seriously thought I was seeing a ghost. He glanced back at the elevator. This elevator, it's definitely got issues. There's only one elevator here, yet we stepped out one after the other without running into each other. As they were speaking, the elevator doors opened again, and this time stepping out was Bai Ruoan from Class 2. Her skin was fair, her face small and round, with big eyes, the type of girl who blended gentleness with cuteness perfectly. Although they weren't in the same class, she clearly recognized Lucian, the campus icon. The moment she exited the elevator, her eyes lit up at the sight of him, and she exclaimed with delight, "God Lu, what are you guarding the elevator for? Waiting for someone?" Lucian was also a naturally sociable guy and explained directly, "Not waiting for anyone, I just came out of the elevator myself, right before you. I think this elevator might be a bit dodgy." At his words, Bai Ruoan immediately ducked her head and scurried behind him, looking rather frightened. At that moment, she noticed me and hesitated before asking, "You're from class 1, right?" It was clear she didn't actually recognize who I was. I spoke up myself, "Jiang Yi." "Oh right, Jiang Yi," Bai Ruoan exclaimed with an exaggerated look of recollection, clearly trying to cover up the fact that she didn't actually recognize me. I don't really care either, in fact, I'd prefer to keep an even lower profile, the less attention on me, the better. After studying the elevator to no avail, Lucian didn't dwell on it and turned away with a sigh. Whatever, if there's an issue, there's an issue. As long as there's no danger, it's fine. By the way, you two, what are your talents and combat stats? Bai Ruoan clearly had a fairly strong innate talent and answered straightforwardly, "I awakened a B-grade talent called Spatial Element Affinity and gained the initial passive skill, Personal Pocket Space." At her words, both Lucian and I were surprised. In the group chat earlier, some classmates had openly shared their talents, but most elemental affinities were for basic elements like metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Even rarer elements like wind, lightning, or ice were already considered uncommon. Spaces? That was unheard of. Wang Lingling's dark attribute talent was already rare enough. Some top students had speculated that among elemental affinity talents, there might also exist a light attribute, but no one had ever imagined there could be something like space attribute. Bai Ruoan, surprisingly, possessed the talent of space element affinity. Although it was only a B-grade talent, it was likely far rarer and more powerful than ordinary elemental B-grade talents. Bai Ruoan herself had actually considered these points too. She felt quite satisfied with her extraordinarily rare talent. But just like how top students always claim they did poorly after every exam, she deliberately put on a troubled expression at this moment and sighed dramatically, "This talent doesn't seem very impressive. My portable space skill can only store things, it has no offensive capability whatsoever." Lucian quickly reassured him, "While a portable dimension might not have much offensive power, it's incredibly convenient for everyday use. And this is just your initial skill, you might unlock stronger space-based abilities later. Like the ones described in novels, such as spatial teleportation or spatial blades. Especially spatial blades, they can slice through space itself. They might even ignore all defenses." Lu Sheng's voice grew impassioned as he spoke, his gaze at Bai Ruoan carrying admiration tinged with subtle complexity. Though secretly pleased, Bai Ruoan pretended to be troubled. Awakening skills is never that easy. "But never mind me, what talent did you awaken, Hero Lu?" With a sigh, Lu Sheng shook his head mournfully, "How unfortunate am I? I only awakened a C-grade fire affinity talent." Hearing this, I raised a brow, unexpected that Lu Sheng shared the same C-grade fate as my current vessel. However, it's likely that among his classmates, those who awakened a C-rank talent would make up the highest proportion, considered neither exceptional nor lacking, the most mediocre group. At this moment, Bai Ruoan couldn't hide the trace of disappointment in her eyes as she glanced at Lu Shen. But soon, Lu Shen added, "Though it might be because I have decent comprehension. Even though my talent is only C-rank, I initially grasped a C-rank skill, Rain of Fire, and a D-rank skill, Flame Burst." This statement left both Bai Ruoan and me stunned. After all, according to the information revealed in the group chat, most classmates initially comprehended skills that were generally 1 or 2 levels lower than their talent grades. Some even awakened talents but failed to comprehend any skills at all. This included the 2 top players, Gao Chang and Wang Lingling. Despite awakening S-grade talents, neither had comprehended an S-grade skill to match. Yet Lu Shen, with only a C-grade talent, had simultaneously comprehended both a C-grade and a D-grade skill. This likely indicated that Lu Shen possessed remarkable comprehension aptitude. If he could improve his talent grade later, he might very well achieve something extraordinary. Moreover, if we only consider skills, Lu Shen's initial skill level could rival that of a B-rank or even A-rank gifted individuals. It was only then that Bai Ruoan stopped underestimating Lu Shen, praising him repeatedly. "No wonder they call you God Lu. Your comprehension is definitely stronger than ordinary people. I just don't know if you'll have the chance to improve your talent level in the future." Lu Shen also wore a bitter expression. "That's exactly why I said I was unlucky. I've got decent comprehension, but my talent level just won't cooperate." "Never mind about me. Zhang Yi, what about you? What talent did you awaken?" I was still my usual unsociable self. Unless others approached me first, I rarely initiated conversation. When asked, I replied without any particular expression, my tone flat and indifferent. "I awakened a C-grade talent called Gold Element Affinity, with an initial D-grade skill called Golden Radiance." Lu Shen asked again to confirm, "Just the one D-grade Golden Radiance skill?" I nodded. Lu Shen sighed again. "It seems that a typical C-grade talent can only awaken D-grade or E-grade skills." Actually, he seemed worried I might misunderstand, and quickly added, "I wasn't implying that your C-rank talent is useless. Just analyzing the situation, under normal circumstances." Clearly, with an ordinary C-grade talent like me as comparison, Lu Shen felt even more convinced of his extraordinary perceptiveness that surpassed the average person. What a pity he only awakened a C-rank talent. If it had been an S-rank, he might have directly comprehended an S-rank skill. Then, there probably wouldn't have been any place for Gao Chang or Wang Lingling. What a shame, truly a shame. Inside, Lucian couldn't help but feel both frustrated and resigned. Just as my doppelganger was chatting with Lucian and Bai Ruoan while walking, my true self wasn't idle either. I didn't continue lounging on the sofa, but quickly inspected every corner of my 250 square meter apartment. The purpose of examining such a large luxury apartment was to check for surveillance cameras. I was worried the apartment administrators might discover my ability to create doppelgangers. Unexpectedly, while no surveillance devices were found, I discovered a tarnished bronze treasure chest inside the glass wardrobe of the luxurious walk-in closet. Chapter 6: The Bronze Treasure Chest. When Jiang Ye's gaze first swept past it, he thought it was merely an antique copper box. He was about to ignore it entirely. Suddenly, he sensed that the bronze-textured chest stood utterly at odds with the opulent walk-in wardrobe's entire aesthetic. Only then did he go back to take another look, and upon retrieving it, he discovered it was actually a bronze treasure chest. Just keep in mind, Wang Lingling's reward for being the first to reach level 1 was merely a black iron treasure chest. Yet Jiang Yi had actually found a bronze treasure chest right in his own apartment. At first, he thought there might be some trap. After carefully checking, however, he found no hidden dangers. He grabbed a clothes-drying pole and hid behind the kitchen island table before daring to open the treasure chest from a distance. With a ding sound, the chest opened. Still, no danger appeared. The item inside was unmistakably a black mask. Without any investigative skills, Jiang Yi couldn't discern the mask's specific effects. Meanwhile, the clone had already followed Lucian and Bai Ruoan to where their classmates were gathered on the first floor. The entire first floor of the apartment building had no individual rooms for accommodation. It looked more like a hotel apartment, with an extremely spacious lobby. The classmates who had gathered on the first floor were now assembled in this lobby. Near the apartment entrance in the lobby stood a reception desk. Behind it sat an indifferent-looking middle-aged man, likely the legendary apartment manager. A large group of students led by Wang Lingling and Gao Chang were gathered at the reception desk at that moment. They appeared to be negotiating something with the administrator. When Jiang Yi and the other two first arrived in the lobby, they couldn't immediately approach the reception desk. Instead, they were intercepted by Yu Ziyu from Class 2. Wandering Fish claimed he was the recorder arranged by Wang Lingling. His task was specifically to document personal data of newly joined mutual aid group members, including their player panels and apartment numbers. As a renowned top student in his senior year, Lucian had always maintained good relationships. After agreeing to have his data recorded, he proactively asked Wandering Fish, "Can we take a look at this mutual aid group's record book?" Yu Ziyu nodded readily, "Of course you can." Ling Jie and Chang Ji made it crystal clear, "We formed this mutual aid group precisely to share information and pool resources. So this record book is essentially public, everyone's welcome to view it." Perhaps because of the impressive panel data displayed by Lucian and by Ruoan, Yu Ziyu was quite enthusiastic in providing a dedicated explanation. "I've recorded over 30 classmates' player profiles, with C-rank and D-rank talents being the most common, probably more than 20 combined. And among these 20-plus people, several still hadn't grasped their skills yet. As for the E and F tier talents, there are 3 people who haven't awakened any skills whatsoever. They're practically worthless. Like Godspeed and Jiang Ye's situation, you two are already doing quite well. At least you've both awakened decent skills. Especially you, Godspeed, having awakened a C-grade skill. You can definitely be considered the top among C-grade talents. In fact, during the early stages, you'll probably be stronger than even some B-grade talents. In our current mutual aid team of over 30 people, you could easily rank in the top 5. Clearly, Yu Ziyu holds Lucian in high regard. Yet Jiang Yi listened with some surprise. Who would have thought Lucian could actually make the top 5? Judging by this situation, his ability to grasp a D-grade skill with a C-grade aptitude might actually place him slightly above average. Lucian was also somewhat surprised to discover upon checking the record book. Out of over 30 entries, there was actually only one person with an A-grade talent, and that person had only comprehended a single C-grade skill. Excluding Bai Ruoan, there were a total of 5 individuals with B-grade talents. But among them, 4 only comprehended D-rank skills. Only 1 comprehended a C-rank skill. If ranked solely by skill level, Lucian could genuinely make it into the top 5. With this perspective, Lucian's melancholy over awakening a C-rank talent instantly faded by half. What if he's just average in talent? His comprehension is more impressive than others, so he can still outperform them. However, Lucian soon sighed again. Looking at it this way, our Unity and Mutual Assistance group isn't doing too well. When veteran players appear after 8 days, will we be able to handle it? Wandering Fish also sighed with melancholy. What happens 8 days from now can wait till then. Besides, there are only about 30 people in the mutual aid group right now. Some of those who join later might actually be quite capable. While Wandering Fish and Lucian were talking, Zhang Yi quietly skimmed through the record book. Most of the 30-odd classmates had talents related to elements or enhancements. Element-type talents refer to affinities with fundamental elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing comprehension of corresponding elemental skills. Enhancement-type talents mostly involve attribute boosts like physical enhancement or energy enhancement. However, there was one with visual enhancement who simultaneously mastered a reconnaissance skill. A classmate with auditory enhancement didn't develop any skills, while one with sound enhancement comprehended a sonic wave ability. Apart from this, combat mastery should also fall under the enhancement-type talents, granting comprehension of a skill called Fighting Spirit Strike. Among these, the most distinctive enhancement talent should be Xiao Likuan's Insight Enhancement. Zhang Yi never expected that even insight could be enhanced. Who knows on which day his shadow clone might manifest an Insight Enhancement talent. However, strangely enough, Xiao Likuan, who had enhanced his comprehension, did not grasp any skills. Perhaps he had comprehension but lacked other innate talents? If Xiao Likuan could possess other talents, who knows, he might have taken off. However, many circumstances remain unclear at the moment. No one knows whether they can obtain other talents again, or if talents can be further leveled up. At any rate, after Lucian read the record book, he became much more confident. Yu Ziyu also showed him enough respect. By the way, Lucian, did you find any iron treasure chests in your apartment room? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yi immediately pricked up his ears. Lucian was startled by these words. What do you mean? There are treasure chests in the apartments? Holy shit, I didn't see any. Damn these sneaky bastards. Why didn't anyone mention it in the group chat? I'm going back to search right now. Hey, Lusama, don't get too excited. Yu Ziyu couldn't help laughing as she quickly explained. Not every apartment has treasure chests. Currently in our mutual aid group of 30-some people, only Su Yuan from class 1 found a black iron treasure chest in the apartment. Inside her chest was a red fruit, but she was afraid it might be poisonous and didn't dare eat it. It wasn't until Chen Yuchen used his detection skill to examine it in the mutual aid group that we learned it was a spiritual fruit that boosts stamina. Our Lingjie and Chang Ji were truly generous too. They never even considered forcibly taking Su Yuan's fruit. Then Su Yuan ate the fruit and instantly gained an additional 0.5 stamina points. Other classmates also went back to search, but none of them found treasure chests in their apartments. So Chang'e speculated that the probability of treasure chests appearing must be quite low. However, there are many rooms on each floor of the apartment complex, and we new players occupy 80 of them. So maybe there are scattered treasure chests in the other apartment rooms. Upon hearing this, Lucian immediately started brainstorming. But wouldn't other apartment rooms possibly have dangers too? Could it be that Wang Lingling leveled up by fighting monsters in other apartment rooms? Well, Yu Ziyu shook his head. Actually, Lingjia hasn't revealed her level-up secret yet. She said she'll explain it clearly once everyone gathers. But from what I gathered from Lingjia, it doesn't seem to involve exploring apartment rooms and fighting monsters. Besides, it seems she can't reach level 2 in a short time either. She's also curious about what's really going on in the other apartment rooms, so right now she's negotiating with the apartment manager. If we're certain there's no danger, Sister Ling will probably arrange for people to specifically explore the apartment rooms to find more treasure chests. As Yu Ziyu said this, Zhang Yi, who had been quite silent until now, suddenly spoke up and asked, "Are all the items in those treasure chests useful? Could there be treasure chests that conceal hidden dangers?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyu stared intently at Zhang Yi and countered with a question instead of answering. "What? Did you also find a treasure chest in your apartment room?" Zhang Yi hastily shook his head. "No, I just feel that since we were teleported to this apartment, there should be danger. But until now, we haven't encountered anything dangerous." Lucian, standing nearby, nodded. True. The previous prompt clearly mentioned something about a doomsday apartment. With the words doomsday in it, there should obviously be many dangers, like some kind of biohazard crisis or something. But up until now, we really haven't encountered any danger at all. Bai Ruowan said innocently, "But this is just the beginner's apartment. Isn't it natural for a beginner's apartment to have no dangers?" Yu Ziyu also nodded. Exactly. And we're not completely without danger either. Didn't the earlier notice mention it? If we can't pay the rent, we'll be eliminated. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Yi again. "Zhang Yi, your room number is 2025. Is that on the 20th floor?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Yes. Then your floor must be the highest I've recorded. How much is your daily rent?" Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. Over 125,000. The moment this figure was mentioned, Yu Ziyu, Bai Ruowan, and Lucian all simultaneously froze with identical expressions of utter shock. Bai Ruowan exclaimed in shock, "So expensive? I thought the few thousand rent in the group chat was already outrageously high. Yours actually costs over 100,000? You must have to move out now, right?" Zhang Yi nodded. Yet before she could speak, Yu Ziyu said with a grave expression, "Your situation, I'm afraid terminating the lease isn't that simple. Chapter 7, The Massive Inheritance. Some classmates already asked the apartment manager about terminating the lease earlier. The rules here say you must pay 50% of the rent as penalty if you terminate in the morning, and you'll have to pay 80% as penalty if you cancel in the afternoon. After 10 p.m., the lease termination channel closes, meaning you must pay 100% of the rent. With such high rent, it's practically impossible to save up half, that's 60,000 in penalties, by morning. And if you drag it out until afternoon, your 80% penalty will skyrocket to 100,000. 100,000. Your rent alone is more than all 79 of us combined. You. Wandering Fish seemed poised to say something more, his expression shifting through complex emotions before he ultimately swallowed his words. Both Lu Xun and Bai Ruowan instantly understood the unspoken implication. Jiang Ye's situation meant he might get eliminated on the very first day for failing to pay rent. As the more tender-hearted girl, Bai Ruowan instinctively wanted to say, with more people in the mutual aid group, they should be able to help Jiang Ye gather enough for the breach of contract penalty, right? But in the end, she didn't say it out loud. She had a soft heart, but she understood perfectly well you can't afford to be a saint in this situation. Mostly because those 60,000 or 100,000 rents aren't exactly small sums. Wandering Fish also mentioned that Jiang Ye's rent is higher than the combined total of the other 79 people. If they want to help Jiang Ye in this situation, it's likely that every member will have to pay a considerable price. But why should they? They're just classmates, not Jiang Ye's parents. Mutual aid groups are just for mutual assistance, not charity work. Moreover, Jiang Ye's talents and skills aren't particularly crucial, and he's not exactly popular. Bai Ruowan knows all the students from class 1 and 2 well, yet somehow can't remember Jiang Ye. So under these circumstances, it's unlikely anyone would agree to help Jiang Ye together. So Bai Ruowan remained silent, pretending not to understand what Yu Ziyu had left unsaid. Lu Xun was pretty much in the same frame of mind. He felt it wasn't that he refused to help, but that Jiang Ye's rent was downright outrageous. Hearing Yu Ziyu's words, Jiang Ye also felt a flutter of panic, fearing he wouldn't survive the first day due to inability to pay rent. However, his avatar remained quite composed. After a brief moment of contemplation, the avatar proposed an idea. I remember the prompt mentioned that survival stones can be exchanged for in-game currency. If I can find survival stones, perhaps I could exchange them for a large amount of in-game currency, enough to pay this exorbitant rent? That's a pretty good idea. However, Yu Ziyu frowned again and said, but remember what that earlier hint mentioned, 100 players, 100 survival stones. Anyone without a survival stone when the game ends will be erased. If you trade survival stones for in-game currency, someone will get wiped out when the game concludes. Jiang Ye calmly analyzed further. But if I'm eliminated today for failing to pay rent, wouldn't that mean one less survival stone in circulation? If I can't even make it through the first day, why would I need to consider reaching the game's conclusion? This line of reasoning made perfect sense. Wandering Fish hesitated but didn't dwell on it. Anyway, we haven't found a single survival stone yet. Your idea would only work if we actually managed to find one on the first day. That being said, Jiang Ye already had an inkling. Even if the mutual aid group managed to find a survival stone on the first day, they probably wouldn't trade it for game currency just to pay his rent. So, he had to figure out a way himself. At this moment, Jiang Ye's original body remaining in the apartment room finally placed that black mask over his own face. He had originally thought to survive one more day, just one more day. But now, the rent issue had become a sharp blade hanging over his head, forcing him to take risks for survival. Fortunately, wearing the black mask didn't prove dangerous. Instead, it sent a surge of warmth through him, inexplicably giving him the feeling that he had grown stronger. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered as he quickly checked his status panel again. Jiang Ye, level, 0, physical, 1.6, energy, 2.8, combat power, 3.5, survival points, 0, talent, infinite doppelgangers, X. What? Jiang Ye's infinite doppelgangers talent didn't enhance his attributes or combat power. So it must be this black mask that boosted his stamina by 1 point and energy by 2 points. This attribute is directly stronger than his first clone. However, in terms of combat power, it still falls short compared to the first clone. So we can deduce that talents and skills also influence combat strength. His main body has high attributes but lacks usable skills, which is why his combat power remains low. But this mask seems to have other effects besides just boosting attributes. After calming down, Jiang Ye realized, it wasn't just about getting stronger. It also seemed like, he was going bald? He hurried back to the bathroom to glance at the mirror again. To his shock, a strange bald man appeared in the mirror. Jiang Ye was so frightened he almost thought it was some supernatural haunting. But he soon realized this didn't seem to be anything supernatural at all. It's the disguise effect from the mask. When he took off the mask, the bald uncle in the mirror transformed back into his handsome face. Putting it on again turned him bald once more. After repeatedly testing it, Jiang Yi made an astonishing discovery. The disguise effect of this mask completely exceeded his expectations. The human skin masks in typical martial arts novels could only alter facial features, but this disguise mask could actually change hairstyle and body shape as well. It was like becoming a completely different person. With this effect, Jiang Yi's mind instantly became active. Originally, he had been worried. If both his main body and clone left the apartment to explore, and someone spotted two Jiang Yis, wouldn't his secret of having a clone be exposed? But now with this disguise mask, it's much more convenient for him to go out and explore in person. However, all 80 novice players are high school seniors. If they spotted a bald middle-aged man among them, it would instantly draw attention and suspicion. As Jiang Yi was wrestling with these thoughts, he suddenly zoned out again, frozen in place. Because he suddenly realized the bald uncle in the mirror had disappeared. He raised his hand to touch his own face, only to discover he had actually turned invisible. Only when he removed the mask did his form reappear. Putting the mask back on, the mirror reflection disappeared again. Holy shit! So, this black mask not only provides disguise but also grants invisibility effects. So, the overall effect is Stamina +1, Energy +2. Effect 1, Disguise. Effect 2, Invisibility. This is just bronze tier equipment. How ridiculously overpowered is this? By comparison, the fruit Suyuan got from an iron tier treasure chest that only gave plus 0.5 stamina seems so pathetically weak, doesn't it? But after reconsidering, Jiang Yi realized this comparison wasn't fair. Suyuan's stat boost was probably a permanent increase. No one can take it from you even if they try. As for Jiang Yi's mask, although it provides more attributes, it can be stolen by others. And what's more crucial is, it was actually obtained from a bronze treasure chest. From this perspective, items from bronze treasure chests offer significant boosts for beginner players at this stage. If Jiang Yi could continue finding bronze treasure chests, his chances of surviving the first day would grow even greater. But bronze treasure chests weren't that easy to come by. At this moment, Jiang Yi calmed his mind and suddenly realized, this bronze treasure chest might be some compensation for his exorbitant rent. Otherwise, players assigned to luxury apartments wouldn't survive the first day. If we follow this line of reasoning, could he interpret it as, the more luxurious the apartment, the higher the probability of finding bronze treasure chests? So, if he wanted to collect more bronze chests, should he focus on the penthouse suites? Here, Jiang Yi's main body was in the apartment room studying strategies for bronze treasure chests. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi's clone had joined the mutual aid group at the lobby front desk with Lucian and Bairuowan. After officially joining the mutual aid group, we quickly gained access to some basic information about the apartment complex. The main details were about the special facilities on the first floor that Cao Chang had previously mentioned when gathering everyone. These special facilities were primarily divided into two categories, income generating and expenditure related. The income generating facilities were currently the students' top concern, as these represented their methods for earning rent money. There are a total of 4 major service base stations. They correspond to the 4 money-making modes: errands, tutoring, cleaning, and personalized services. The first 3 are easy to understand. Errands is equivalent to food delivery personnel, who handle not only meal deliveries but also parcel deliveries. Tutoring means tutoring the children of apartment residents, though the content might be a bit unusual. Cleaning is straightforward. It involves going to their homes to clean. As for personalized services, these are requests of a private nature made by apartment residents, such as haircuts, massages, or pet feeding. That such as leaves a lot unsaid. Some male students joked about whether there would be special home services of that kind. Unsurprisingly, they were met with eye rolls and glares from the female students. Among these 4 major earning modes, there was another unique rule. The floor range for these 4 types of home services must not exceed their own apartment's floor level. For example, if Zhang San lives on the 8th floor, the floors he can serve are only from the 2nd to the 8th. If Li Si lives on the 18th floor, then he can serve from the 2nd to the 18th floor. And the higher the floor of the residence served, the higher the service fee that can be earned. At this point, Jiang Yi's advantage of living on the 20th floor shines through. He could serve residents on floors 2 through 20, naturally earning money much faster. However, top students had already analyzed it. Working himself to the bone all day, Jiang Yi probably still wouldn't make enough for rent. Living on higher floors does mean faster earnings, but the overall cost-performance ratio is absurdly low. Earning 20,000 to 30,000 in-game coins per day was already his absolute limit. 120,000? Impossible. Even the 100,000 penalty for early lease termination remained unaffordable. His only hope now was probably exchanging survival stones for game currency. But at this stage, the students still have no clue about survival stones, so Jiang Yi will most likely not survive the first day. However, their attitude toward him has become somewhat subtle now. Even though Jiang Yi won't survive the first day, he can still slog away to earn 20 to 30,000 in-game coins. Such a massive inheritance would have been enough to cover 10 days' rent for several others. So the other classmates took the initiative to comfort him, painting rosy pictures with survival stones to cheer him up. They urged him not to give up hope and to focus on working hard to earn money first. Who knows, during that hard work, he might just stumble upon a survival stone, right? A high-ranking leader like Gao Chang, who was usually surrounded by flattery, went out of his way to comfort him. I believe the heavens will surely favor everyone who strives with all their might. Perhaps there really is a survival stone waiting to be discovered as you work hard. Listening to this, Zhang Yi inwardly scoffed, but deep down, he hadn't truly given up hope. After all, if his guess was correct, the higher the floor, the greater the probability of finding a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 8, The Secret to Leveling Up. Beyond this, the advantages of higher floors are also reflected in the apartment's consumption facilities. Just like the 4 major service stations available in the part-time work mode, there are 4 facilities in the consumption mode as well, which are: Training Room, enhances personal combat power through professional training, including attribute improvements and skill mastery. Challenge Room, hone combat awareness by battling fierce beasts. Battle Arena, available to apartment residents above the 20th floor. Duel against players from other beginner apartments, with winners claiming the game currency wagered by the losers. The 4th consumption facility is the Apartment Marketplace. Apartment Marketplace is divided into Budget Market and Premium Market. Low-end Mall primarily offers ordinary consumption found in the real world, such as dining, shopping, and entertainment. However, the high-end mall is exclusively accessible to users residing on the 20th floor or above of the apartment complex. Just the admission ticket alone costs 1,000 game coins. According to speculation from top students, the high-end mall likely sells survival stones or even survival stone items directly. Clearly, under this payment model, the privileges of residents on the 20th floor and above are once again evident. The gazes from classmates toward Zhang Yi grew increasingly complicated. Wang Lingling was a bespectacled girl with a domineering older sister vibe, somewhat reminiscent of Kisaki Eri from Detective Conan. When the knockout was wildly popular, some classmates even nicknamed her Gao Qilan or Lan Lan. She adjusted her glasses at that moment and analyzed directly. The entire apartment facility setup is clearly designed to guide players toward living on higher floors. Because higher floors allow faster earnings, access to more premium consumption options, and better facilitate player progression. However, based on my analysis, players likely need several days of initial accumulation before they can hope to move to higher floors. Otherwise, for someone like Zhang Yi who got assigned to a high floor on the first day, paying the rent would be way too difficult. With that, she deliberately turned her gaze toward Zhang Yi, calmly reassuring him. Don't worry, Zhang Yi. The whole point of forming this mutual aid group is so we can all survive together. If we found the survival stone on the first day, and you truly couldn't afford the rent, then I'm willing to exchange it for game currency to pay your rent for this first day. Wang Lingling spoke with such conviction, her manner so dead serious that it left the entire mutual aid group somewhat bewildered. A few classmates thought to themselves, seriously? Actually wasting a survival stone to help Zhang Yi pay rent? Then if someone really finds a survival stone, wouldn't Zhang Yi be getting one for free? This is so unfair. Zhang Yi keenly noticed the peculiar looks from these classmates. Wang Lingling also sensed it and quickly added, however, the mutual aid group isn't a charity. We're paying your rent to ensure you stay alive, but we expect you to do your best to repay that money later. Moreover, if our mutual aid group has 80 members but only collects 79 survival stones in the end, the one who won't get a stone will have to be you. I hope you can understand this point. Of course, if there's a chance to seize an experienced player's survival stone, we'll naturally help you. After all, the original purpose of our mutual aid group is to ensure all our classmates survive. We'd never easily give up on you. Wang Lingling spoke these words with sincerity. Yet Zhang Yi remained naturally cold-hearted, unmoved by her words. Instead, he couldn't help but admire how exceptionally skilled this Class 2 female student was at persuasive speech. First, it placated him as a top-tier laborer, ensuring he would obediently toil away on the first day, working hard to earn and provide a massive inheritance. Secondly, it thoroughly won over people's hearts. These words weren't just meant for him, they were primarily for the ears of the mutual aid group members. These inexperienced 18-year-old students were probably moved to tears by her words. Coupled with their admiration for the strong-willed, they would only become more devoted and obedient to her as time went on. Gao Chang probably sensed that Wang Lingling's prestige within the mutual aid group far surpassed his own, so he quickly added, among all our classmates, aside from Zhang Yi, is there anyone else struggling with rent payments? Suyua Wan, your rent is over 2,000, are you managing alright? Suyua Wan was a top student, naturally self-reliant and averse to burdening others. After thinking for a moment, she stubbornly insisted, if we manage our time well, I should be able to handle it. Gao Chang nodded, we really do need to hurry. There's no point in all of us waiting here for everyone to gather. What do you say we split up and start taking action now? You should stay here and be responsible for welcoming new students joining the mutual aid group. Other students can immediately start earning game coins. At these words, his classmates nodded in agreement. Right. We can't keep dragging our feet like this, we need to start making money fast. Though I can easily earn today's rent, I really want to save more to enhance my abilities through the consumption mode. I feel the same. I haven't even unlocked any skills yet, I can't wait to try out the training room to experience skill acquisition. Sigh. I used to think studying was tough, but now I realize money is what truly matters. Make money. Make money. However, some students immediately brought up, but Sister Ling hasn't told us about the secret to leveling up yet, has she? At this point, Wang Lingling stopped beating around the bush and took the initiative to say. After everyone left their apartments, they all followed the direction of the red glow in the corridor and found the red-lit elevator. But I wonder if any classmates have tried exploring in the opposite direction of the red light? She voiced this doubt. Lucian answered immediately, I've walked in that direction once, but the further I went, the darker it became. Eventually, it got so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, couldn't even make out the apartment doors or their numbers. Afraid there might be hidden dangers, I turned back quickly. Soon other classmates chimed in. I also walked a bit but turned back quickly because it was too dark. Could it be that Sister Ling encountered danger while exploring that direction, then fought monsters to level up? Sister Ling, were the monsters you encountered strong? For low-level players like us, leveling up seems hopeless for now, right? Wang Lingling's expression turned serious as she quickly explained. I did indeed achieve an upgrade while exploring in that direction, but honestly, I have no idea what actually happened. Just like Lucian, I also walked for a while but found it too dark to dare continue exploring. The difference is, I possess an A-grade skill called Shadow Clone Nut, so at that moment, I dispatched my Shadow Clone to continue exploring in that direction. I don't share my clone's perspective, so I had no idea what my Shadow duplicate experienced. When the notification suddenly appeared about reaching level 1, I was genuinely surprised. But what weighed heavily on me was how shortly after leveling up, that Shadow Clone of mine vanished. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until tomorrow to use this skill again. As she spoke, Wang Lingling's expression showed a hint of pain. Originally, the Shadow Clone was supposed to be her powerful assistant, but it ended up dying while exploring the corridor. This loss felt irreparable to her, not even the level up rewards or the black iron treasure box could make up for it. Gao Chang pondered for a moment, then asked with curiosity, I wonder, how much combat power does your Shadow Clone possess? Wang Lingling pressed her lips together and said solemnly, a conservative estimate puts our combat strength at around 20 TSK. The moment these words were spoken, the gathered students collectively gasped in shock. Who would have thought even one of Wang Lingling's clones was 4 or 5 times stronger than them? The crucial point is that clones still ended up dying. If they had truly continued exploring deeper into that corridor, they probably wouldn't have had any chance to level up, just straight up kicked the bucket. And now, Wang Lingling basically has no possibility of advancing to level 2 either. Lucian also said with lingering fear, holy shit. Thank God I had this gut feeling something was wrong and turned back in time, otherwise I might have already kicked the bucket. Yet, almost immediately after he made this remark, a sudden scream tore through the group of classmates. Chapter 9, First Casualties. Ding dang, are you calling ghosts or what? Damn, you scared the shit out of me. Exactly. Ding dang, what are you suddenly shouting about? The students all turned their gaze toward Ding Dang from class 2. His face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror. Quick, look at the group chat. The group chat? I don't see any outrageous messages there? Holy shit, it's not the messages, it's the member list. Hurry and check the member list. It was 8080 before, but now it's 7880ths. Holy shit, this means 2 people just logged off? Logged off? How do you log off? I didn't see any option to quit the game. Are you fucking stupid? Logged off probably means they died. So just now, we lost 2 classmates. And no way, they're gone? It's Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan from class 2. They must have explored in the opposite direction of the corridor's red light, then got eaten by some monster. Stop talking about it, I'm getting scared. Thank goodness we formed a mutual aid group. If I'd seen the member list shrink all by myself, I'd probably be too terrified to leave my room. But when we're doing those odd jobs to earn rent money, couldn't we also encounter danger? These words instantly cast a pall over the previously enthusiastic students ready to work. Just as Gao Chang and Wang Lingling stepped forward to reassure everyone, Jiang Yi found himself weighed down by unease. Actually, when he learned about Wang Lingling's level up, a thought had flashed through his mind. He suspected that Wang Lingling might have reached level 1 by killing someone, although he now knew Wang Lingling hadn't killed anyone. Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan, however, might have fallen victim to one of their classmates. After all, among those classmates who didn't gather, some might have speculated that Wang Lingling leveled up by killing others. Where there's such a thought, there could be such action. However, this is just Jiang Ye's speculation. And yet, At this moment, a slightly plump girl among the classmates suddenly spoke with reddened eyes and a tearful voice. Fan Yuhang might have had an accident while exploring the corridor, but Chen Yuan was my best friend. She was extremely timid by nature. I can hardly imagine her exploring the hallway like Sister Ling and God Lu did. At these words, Lu Shen's expression abruptly changed. He immediately adopted a serious look and earnestly analyzed. Exactly. As long as we don't venture deep into the hallway, we shouldn't encounter any danger. Chen Yuan is a timid girl by nature. It's highly unlikely she'd actively explore deeper into the hallway. So logically speaking, her death probably wasn't caused by dangers in the hallway's depths. Wang Lingling's mind worked quickly as she lowered her voice gravely. You're implying that. Was she murdered? Lu Shen nodded. Not just her. Fan Yuhang probably was too, because both names disappeared from the member list at almost the same time. So I suspect they might have encountered one or several classmates while coming down to assemble. Since they were classmates, they let their guard down, and then... Lu Shen didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Many among their classmates showed expressions of fear and disbelief. Those who couldn't believe it outright retorted, impossible. We're all classmates here, we've never even killed a chicken before. How could we possibly start killing people just like that? Exactly. And to kill two at once. Such a vicious speculation. I also think they were probably killed by other monsters in the apartment while traveling together. Many students found it hard to accept this notion that some classmates had already started killing people. Lu Shen looked exasperated. Don't you guys ever watch the news? Haven't you heard about high school students committing murder or even burying people alive? And not just high schoolers, we're talking middle schoolers, even elementary kids who've killed. There's all kinds in this world. These problems already exist in real society. Being stuck in this apocalyptic apartment complex just magnifies them. You're so naive. How dare you accuse me of malice when my speculation is completely reasonable? I just can't. Lu Shen looked thoroughly exasperated. But Wang Lingling suddenly held him back and then reassured the classmates, saying, Road God's analysis holds some merit, but the student's perspective is also understandable. As the saying goes, harbor no ill intentions toward others, but remain vigilant against potential harm. My hope is that none of our mutual aid group members would become the kind of classmates who actively kill others. At the same time, I also hope everyone keeps their guard up against fellow students, lest you get betrayed by someone you trusted. I believe that if any of you later face malicious attacks from classmates, you should directly post the attacker's information in the group chat. That way, even if misfortune strikes, the mutual aid group can still avenge you. Wang Lingling's words were considerate and successfully won over quite a few hearts. Seeing this, Gao Chang seized the moment to make his presence known, offering to investigate Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's causes of death alongside Wang Lingling. If they could manage to find the bodies of those two, perhaps we could determine whether they died at the hands of classmates or monsters. However, Wang Lingling calmly shook her head and said, we can only go as high as the floor where our own apartment is located. If Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang died on a floor higher than ours, we simply wouldn't have any chance of finding their bodies. So rather than spending time searching for their bodies to investigate the cause of death, it'd be better for each of us to keep an eye out while working on our respective floors. If anyone happens to discover their bodies during their tasks, we can analyze the cause of death then. This reasoning clearly made more sense. Gao Chang's expression instantly faltered. He was about to say, since Jiang Yi could access such high floors, why not just send him to investigate? But Wang Lingling seemed to see right through his thoughts, adding, Jiang Yi could indeed investigate those two deaths, but his time is better spent earning money. That's how he creates greater value. Moreover, we've already wasted too much time. Everyone should hurry up and take action. Getting today's rent paid is the top priority. This remark truly hit the nail on the head, and the classmates nodded in agreement one after another. Only Gao Chang felt deeply dissatisfied with Wang Lingling, who always seemed to outshine him, especially since Wang Lingling was just a girl. It was clearly him who first proposed gathering the classmates, yet now Wang Lingling keeps stepping all over him. The atmosphere between these two top powerhouses was noticeably delicate. However, Jiang Yi couldn't care less about this. His avatar finally had the chance to take action now. Among the 4 major service stations, he chose cleaning as his job, because only this job could maximize the advantage of his high floor position. First of all, tutoring was never an option for him. After all, in this post-apocalyptic apartment complex, it didn't seem like anyone needed to study Chinese, math, or English, so the tutoring content would likely be unexpected. He certainly didn't want to take that risk. Secondly, the nature of special service jobs was too unpredictable. Finally, the gig economy jobs were too fragmented, one odd job after another. Getting delivery tasks for higher floors does pay better per job, but you can also get low-floor tasks with poor pay, which wastes time. Plus, deliveries usually only go to the entrance. You can't get inside the high-rise apartments. Jiang Yi still wanted to enter the luxury apartments to search for bronze treasure chests. So the opportunity to work as a cleaner inside the apartment not only pays well but also allows for treasure hunting. It was exactly what he hoped for. Of course, cleaning work might also come with its dangers, but there was no other choice. Out of the 4 jobs available, he had to pick one to make money. Most of the other classmates, however, chose to work as runners. After all, the shadow of 2 classmates' deaths still loomed over them. They subconsciously avoided too much contact with other residents in the apartment. Thus, delivery jobs that only required dropping items at doorstep seemed much safer. Soon, the students received their work badges from the 4 major service stations and eagerly sprang into action. Zhang Yi quickly examined the employee badge. He discovered that each type of job had specific employee ranks designated. For instance, couriers could advance their rank by completing a certain number of deliveries. The higher the rank, the greater the payment per delivery. At the same time, positive and negative reviews will also affect the promotion of employee levels. Moreover, the employee levels for these 4 jobs are calculated separately. Which means, for these classmates, it's best to choose one job and stick with it. By accumulating this way and raising employee levels, the money-making speed can accelerate later on. It's somewhat like specializing in a field and then getting promoted with a salary increase. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Yi with unlimited clones has tremendous advantages when it comes to making money through work, while others earn money by working a single job alone. Yet he could organize a team of clones to engage in a frenzied race to the bottom. And the further you progress, the more clones you'll have, making your money-making speed absolutely skyrocket. However, the thought that 2 classmates had already died, coupled with the pressure of exorbitant rent, Zhang Yi felt deeply uneasy at heart. He urgently wished to swiftly acquire a second, or even a third, avatar, but he had no idea what specific price he'd have to pay for generating avatars through sacrifices. Chapter 10, The Missing Package. If only I could find the survival stone soon. That thing is absolutely precious enough. Perhaps it could even be used to increase the number of his clones, but that thing probably won't be easy to find. Zhang Yi doubted in her heart. Since both the part-time job mode and consumption mode distinguish between floors above and below the 20th level, then it's highly likely that the precious survival stones are mostly distributed on floors above the 20th level. At this moment, Zhang Yi was being somewhat overly eager for quick success. Holding the work badge, he instinctively wanted to pick a high-floor cleaning assignment. For instance, a cleaning task on the 20th floor could earn him 8,800 game coins in one go. The higher payout also meant more opportunities to find treasure chests and survival stones, utterly enticing. However, when the work badge prompted confirm accepting this order, Zhang Yi ultimately regained his composure. He was also an 18-year-old high school senior, but having lost his mother in childhood and with his father working away, there had been no one to properly care for him. He ended up being shuffled between various relatives' homes for years. This experience of living under others' roofs made him more sensitive than his peers from an early age. Rather than talking incessantly about himself, he was more accustomed to observing patterns in things. He probably wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but I've managed to figure out a pattern. Often, beneath the allure visible to the naked eye, danger lurks unseen. The mission on the 20th floor not only paid well but also offered bronze treasure chests and survival stones, beckoning him forward. In high probability, its level of danger far surpasses that of the lower floors. But should he just give up and take safer missions on lower floors? Then he wouldn't earn enough rent on the first day, and he'd still die. For a moment, Zhang Yi was torn. With his current strength, accepting a 20th floor mission would practically be suicide. Not taking this risk means certain death from unpaid rent anyway. So what choice should be made? If only I could boost my strength before accepting the 20th floor mission. Perhaps I should complete lower floor missions and search for treasure chests to grow stronger before tackling the 20th floor? But this is such a waste of time. Any mission that lets you enter an apartment room usually takes several hours to complete, and the chance of finding treasure chests in lower floor apartments is pitifully low. Even when you do find one, it's just the most basic black iron chest, barely any help at all. Is there really no way to quickly and efficiently improve one's abilities? Just as Zhang Yi was lost in thought, holding his odd job worker badge, Lucian spotted him and came over to strike up a conversation. What's wrong, Zhang Yi? Why aren't you hurrying to complete your tasks? Glancing at Zhang Yi's worker badge, he added with approval, given your special circumstances, doing cleaning work really is the faster way to earn money. He thought Zhang Yi was feeling awkward, so he specifically reassured him, this doomsday apartment is actually just like a game. We've all become workers, no one would look down on a janitor. Earning money is earning money. There's no shame in it. Zhang Yi nodded in thanks, then explained, I don't look down on the job itself. I'm just worried there might be unknown dangers. Lucian could understand that. After all, everyone was afraid in this strange and eerie environment. Luckily, they were all familiar classmates. If it had been full of strangers, they'd probably be even more terrified. Lucian, being quick-witted, immediately suggested, Given your situation, besides working part-time, there truly is another option. That basic level, battle room, with that consumption model only costs 100 to enter a match. If you defeat players from other apartments, not only do you get your 100 back, but you can take their money too. That's actually a pretty decent way to make money. Too bad I don't meet the battle room usage requirements, otherwise I'd really like to try it. Zhang Yi had indeed considered making money through the battle room. Lucian made it sound easy, just win and you'd earn money. But in reality, this method of earning wasn't particularly fast, and it wasn't reliable either. His abilities really don't give him much chance of winning against players from other apartments. Lucian seemed to read his thoughts and further analyzed. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely that all of humanity has been transported into one apocalyptic apartment complex after another. In our apartment building, you're the only one initially assigned to the 20th floor. Actually, among the 80 people in our apartment, your abilities rank slightly above average. In other apartment buildings, players initially assigned to the 20th floor were probably chosen randomly too. Their initial capabilities aren't necessarily stronger than yours. Could just be a D-grade talent with no skills unlocked. Given our apartment situation, that possibility is actually quite high. If only you'd gotten a bit luckier matching with opponents, winning those battles shouldn't have been difficult at all. It must be said, Lucian's analysis made solid sense. What Lucian didn't know was, Zhang Yi had actually opened a bronze treasure chest in his apartment on the 20th floor. If we take this into account, players on the 20th floor of other apartment buildings most likely also opened bronze treasure chests. Even if their initial talents weren't strong, those players could still enhance their abilities through the bronze treasure chests. As for the mask Zhang Yi obtained from his bronze chest, it was clearly more of a support-oriented item, and it's currently being used by the main body. Given this situation, his clone truly has little chance of winning against players from other apartments' 20th floor. Moreover, the money-making speed is quite mediocre. Unless he can completely dominate all opponents, he'll barely be able to increase his earnings rate. His mind was tangled in distress. Suddenly, both heard a clamor coming from the direction of the courier service station. Lucian was about to go investigate. Zhang Ye's eyes suddenly gleamed as she urgently warned him, "Check the chat group now." Lucian took one look and instinctively cursed, his grip tightening around the package in his hand. Because in the group chat, Ding Dang from Class 2 had just said that his parcel delivery assignment went missing, and the consequence of losing the parcel was, he had to either retrieve it or compensate for its loss before midnight tonight, and the price of that express delivery was a whopping over 8,000. This was absolutely not something Ding Dang could afford. He broke down crying right there at the errand service station. Lucian frowned hard at the news, then quickly noticed a classmate asking in the group chat, "How could the package go missing? Was it stolen by someone? There must be a way to get it back, right?" However, the distraught Ding Dang remained hysterical, ignoring all his classmates' questions while sobbing uncontrollably. But soon, another message popped up. "Gao Chang, fuck, my package is missing too." The moment this news broke, all the students who had chosen to run errands were shocked. Gao Chang was one of the top-ranked powerhouses among their peers. How could even his package go missing? Fortunately, Gao Chang was much more composed than Ding Dang. He quickly followed up with another message in the group chat. "All students who choose courier tasks, never bring packages into the elevator. My package disappeared right inside the elevator. No idea what the hell it was, whoosh, snatched away in an instant. I fumbled around that elevator forever, completely clueless how to recover the package. At this rate, it's probably lost for good, so I'll have to settle for compensation. Luckily, my package was only worth around 1,000, so I can just barely afford the loss." Ding Dang, was your package lost in the elevator too? At Ding Dang, Chapter 11, a crazy idea. So the elevator does have a problem after all. Just then, Ding Dang quickly responded in the group chat. "That's right, my package was in the elevator too, and it suddenly vanished somehow. I searched everywhere and still don't even know what took my package." This bombshell revelation instantly led the classmates to one conclusion. So we delivery guys can't take the elevator, or the packages will mysteriously vanish? Holy shit, good thing I haven't entered the elevator yet. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I just took the elevator for my first delivery and the package didn't disappear? Probably just random disappearance then, not a guaranteed occurrence. I don't think we can afford to gamble on those odds. Otherwise, we'll end up like Ding Dang, losing valuable packages we can't possibly compensate for. Gao Chang, it's not just about compensation. When I lost a package, I got a warning saying that at delivery level 1, if you lose packages 3 times, your account will be banned. Holy shit, banned? Does that mean we can't do delivery work anymore? So for this delivery gig, we literally have no choice but to take the stairs. Take the stairs? Are you fucking kidding me? Deliver a package to the 12th floor by walking up? It's just 12 floors, think about it. Do you want to exhaust yourself delivering the package safely, or risk taking the elevator and having a panic attack? One unlucky break, and you lose the package, then owe a huge compensation. Plus, I bet the higher the floor, the more valuable the package. That means even bigger fines if you mess up. Damn it. So taking the stairs is the only option. Otherwise, gambling with the elevator means I won't even make today's rent. But taking the stairs once or twice is manageable. But just how many trips do we need to make to earn enough rent? Feels like it'll kill us from exhaustion. After seeing all this, I feel like taking the janitorial job might actually be better. Could it be easier? Come on. We've already figured out the catch with the messenger job, you just have to avoid the elevators. But janitorial work? That definitely has its own hidden dangers we don't know about. One wrong move could cost you your life. That's right. I suggest everyone just stick to being an errand runner. It may be tiring, but at least it's not dangerous. Damn it. Alright. I'm going up to deliver this package now. Holy crap. This package I took is so heavy, and I have to climb up to the 8th floor for this. Ugh. After learning about the pitfalls of courier work, the students who chose this job all opted not to take the elevator, instead laboriously climbing the stairs. Meanwhile, those who chose other jobs like cleaning instantly grew uneasy. After all, if even the delivery jobs have pitfalls, then most other jobs probably do too. Losing money would be bad enough. What's truly terrifying is the risk of losing your life. And so, despite all the complaints in the group chat about how exhausting stair climbing deliveries were, more and more classmates chose to deliver packages by stairs anyway. Lucian checked the group chat and felt relieved that he hadn't taken the elevator to make deliveries yet. He breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Yi with emotion, "If we take the stairs, our efficiency will slow down significantly. I need to hurry up and get moving too, otherwise if I can't earn enough for today's rent, it's game over." Zhang Yi, you. He'd love to give Zhang Yi some advice, but high returns inevitably come with high risks. This really isn't easy advice to give. Little did he expect that Zhang Yi would suddenly put away the janitor's badge and declare outright, "Might as well climb stairs delivering packages too." Upon hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but frown. After all, in his view, climbing stairs for odd jobs was low risk with meager returns. If Zhang Yi relied solely on stair climbing errands, his money-making speed would be far too slow. This would be a complete waste of his initial 20-floor allocation. Lucian wanted to persuade him, but seeing Zhang Yi's determined expression, he didn't say much more. Yet deep down, he felt extremely disappointed in Zhang Yi. Instinctively, he thought that with Zhang Yi's personality, he had no future and probably wouldn't survive the day. Seeing no point in wasting effort on a dead man, he merely shook his head slightly and went about his own errand. Zhang Yi didn't care what Lucian thought of him. He went straight to the errand service station and picked up an errand runner's badge. After briefly understanding the task rules, he accepted a delivery job to the 8th floor. Now deliveries weren't done by elevator, everyone took the stairs instead. And the stairwell of this apartment happened to be near the errand station. It was rather strange. The apartment had only one elevator, yet students going up and down never encountered each other inside it. As for the staircases, there were exactly 12 in total, lined up in a row, forming 12 security gates on the first floor. Zhang Yi entered through one of the 12 safety doors and began climbing the stairs. Surprisingly, she didn't encounter any classmates running errands during the entire climb. Was there something peculiar about both the elevators and staircases in this apartment building? Lost in thought, Zhang Yi quietly ascended to the 6th floor. His delivery task destination was the 8th floor, yet he suddenly stopped at the 6th floor stairwell. Panting heavily, he appeared too exhausted to climb further. But in truth, those pitch-black eyes were secretly scanning their surroundings. He was certain now there were no surveillance cameras or other students in this stairwell. At that moment, Zhang Yi, who had been panting heavily just moments before, suddenly held his breath and fixed his gaze on the package he had received from his delivery task. The package looked just like the ordinary cardboard boxes used for deliveries. It was sealed shut with transparent tape. There was a white shipping label attached, bearing the recipient's apartment room number and an order tracking code. Aside from this, no other useful information could be found. After meticulously examining the parcel box, Zhang Yi suddenly adopted a grave expression and used his kitchen knife, originally kept for self-defense, to slice open the transparent tape sealing the package. And so, this parcel originally destined for the 8th floor was opened without authorization. And this was the real reason he chose the courier job in the first place. When he heard the news that Ding Dang and Gao Chang had lost their packages, the idea of stealing packages had immediately crossed his mind, because he already knew lost packages required compensation equal to their value. In other words, the package itself has value, and the cost of losing a package is merely compensation. And it's not immediate compensation, just before midnight is enough, meaning there's a buffer period. So Zhang Ye's idea of stealing packages was completely feasible. All he needed to do was report the package as lost, then pay the compensation before midnight. Most students wouldn't think of stealing packages because the compensation fee for lost items was too high. If any of them lost even a single package, they'd likely die from inability to pay before the day was out. Jiang Ye's situation was different. He already owed the apartment 125,000 to begin with. Owing a few thousand or even tens of thousands more in compensation fees didn't seem like a big deal. The other classmates didn't dare steal packages for another reason: they couldn't be sure what was inside. If the items in the parcel turned out to be useless, they would have incurred the compensation debt for nothing. Jiang Ye shared the same concern. Thus, driven to desperation by the exorbitant rent, he had no choice but to take this high-stakes gamble. His hands trembled as he tore open the package, afraid that the package might contain dangerous items or useless junk. Of course, it was also a trembling of excitement. If he could unbox power-enhancing items from these express packages, then he'd naturally have more confidence in his next moves. And so, with equal parts nervousness and excitement, his trembling hands finally tore open that express package. Chapter 12, Venom Blood Dagger. Ding! Alert! Package number 10086 under your responsibility has been illegally opened. Your work ID has automatically been reported as lost. Please retrieve the parcel and complete delivery before midnight, or pay the parcel loss compensation fee, 12,600. If the compensation fee is not paid before midnight, 1 survival point will be automatically deducted. If survival points become negative, the player will be eliminated. If parcels are lost more than 3 times, this work pass will be permanently banned. One after another, notifications appeared on Jiang Ye's employee badge. Simultaneously, they directly echoed in his mind. The content of these notifications perfectly matched the information shared by Gao Chang and Ding Deng. What shocked him most was that the compensation fee actually reached a staggering 12,000. 12,000, 4,000 more than the 8,000 that left Ding Deng utterly hopeless. But honestly, Jiang Ye already owed 125,000 in rent. What was another 12,000 at this point? He quickly steadied his emotions and shifted his gaze to the props inside the express delivery box. Inside the cardboard box lay a dark silver sphere the size of a palm. The sphere felt smooth and metallic to the touch, exuding a distinctly high-tech vibe. It felt heavy in the hand, substantial in weight. In addition, there was a slight protrusion at the bottom of the spherical object. Jiang Ye accidentally touched the protrusion, and the sphere automatically emitted a sound. Ding! Would you like to enter your fingerprint to bind this product? The sudden voice startled Jiang Ye with a jolt. He glanced around furtively once more, confirming no one was nearby, before surreptitiously whispering back to the spherical object. Yes. Ding! Fingerprint input in progress. Ding! Smart baby recognizing owner. Ding! Your life assistant has been generated, initially named Xiaobing. Would you like to customize the name? Accompanied by the announcement, Life Assistant has been generated. The technologically advanced sphere suddenly sprouted a head and limbs. Its perfectly round head, just slightly smaller than its body, featured a miniature display screen. Currently, the screen displayed a delighted emoji, happy face asterisk. Simultaneously, the screen emitted a cheerful, childlike voice. Master, I am your life assistant Xiaobing. Does Master need to customize Xiaobing's settings now? Jiang Yi felt his heart turn icy cold upon hearing the title, Life Assistant. He'd risked life and limb stealing that package just to boost his strength as quickly as possible. Besides, this was a survival apartment complex, not some damn vacation resort. How could he possibly spare the leisure to enjoy a life assistant? What he truly wanted was tangible combat strength. Yet this tiny little contraption saddled him with 12,000 in debt. Jiang Yi couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed deep down. He didn't even have a life, naturally leaving him no idle time to personalize settings for a life assistant. So he skipped this step and directly asked the little gadget. Xiaoice, first introduce to me, what exactly can you do? I can provide my owner with relatively basic home services, such as cleaning and taking out the trash. It can also provide emotional value for its owner, such as singing, chatting, and telling jokes. By the way, this is my data panel, Master, please take a look. As she spoke, a data panel actually appeared on Xiaobing's display screen. Xiaobing, level, 0, stamina, 1, energy, 1, combat power, 2, talent, none, skill, detection technique, E. This stats panel made Jiang Yi's heart sink even further. With such a frail physique and pitiful combat power, there was no way this could be of any help to him. Cleaning and providing emotional support? This damn thing can't solve the urgent problem at all. However, Jiang Yi quickly thought of something and hurriedly asked Xiaobing, can you go pick up your work badge at the service station and start doing cleaning work? Xiaobing blinked coyly and said, no can do. The cleaning tasks Xiaobing can perform are very basic and cannot replace human cleaning staff. Moreover, Xiaobing has no life, so it can't receive service identification badges either. Not only can't it do cleaning work, errands, tutoring, and special services are all impossible to complete. Jiang Yi's heart turned completely to ashes. As a final desperate attempt, she asked, Don't you possess even the slightest combat ability? This, Xiao Bing seemed to ponder for a moment before hesitantly replying. Xiao Bing possesses a self-destruct ability whose explosive force can instantly eliminate the life of any player with combat power not exceeding 10. It has a severe injury effect on players with combat power not exceeding 20. But once the self-destruct program activates, Xiao Bing will leave its owner forever. As it said this, the little device deliberately displayed a crying emoji on its screen. Oh, oh. Hearing this information, Jiang Yi could only barely feel a shred of comfort in his heart. Anyway, this self-destruct ability could be considered a trump card, right? Though compared to its 12,000 price tag, it still feels somewhat not worth it. But there was nothing to be done. The package is already opened, how could we possibly stuff it back in now? Wait, that doesn't seem right? Jiang Yi casually asked Xiao Bing another question. Did you know that open packages can actually be resealed and redelivered? Xiao Ice's display screen showed a speechless, shocked expression, Omega Omega, and she quickly replied. Generally speaking, as long as the contents of the package show no signs of use and the recipient doesn't reject it, this operation is permissible. Traces of use. Jiang Yi turned to Xiao Bing and asked, can the traces of your usage be erased? Omega Omega. Master, you can sever the connection with me, but as an AI robot, the traces of my usage can't be deleted, unless I'm sent back to the factory for a complete reset to default settings. After this exchange, Jiang Yi abruptly realized that little Bing wasn't entirely useless, it seemed to know quite a lot after all. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, do you know where your original factory is located? Little Bing appeared not to understand his meaning, displaying a puzzled expression on its screen. The original factory? It's at the original factory, of course. Jiang Yi was speechless. No, what I meant was, is your original factory also an apartment building? No, the place I was born isn't called an apartment, it's called a factory. Factories and apartments are different types of buildings. Factory, apartment. So this apartment survival game includes other buildings besides apartments? However, these shouldn't be things Jiang Yi can currently access, so he stopped dwelling on it. After concealing the miniature robot on his person, he returned to the courier service base to accept his second delivery assignment. Now knowing there was a chance undelivered packages could be repacked for redistributing without prior use, he grew notably more daring. Plus, losing more than 3 packages results in account suspension. So for his second delivery task, he chose the package destined for the 18th floor. In theory, this higher floor package likely has greater value. Hopefully, it contains something that will instantly boost his abilities. Otherwise, with his massive debt, he might not live to see tomorrow. Jiang Yi repeated his old trick, hugging the parcel as he entered the stairwell again. This time, he couldn't be bothered to climb all the way to the 6th floor and simply stopped at the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors. Before stealthily opening the package, he once again surveyed his surroundings first. It was also at this moment that he took the opportunity to check the chat group again. And what he saw turned out to be another shocking piece of news. What's going on? Why is there one less person in the group again? It's Kai Daming from Class 1. I remember he accepted an errand task. What do you mean? Could there actually be danger in doing errand tasks? Could it be that while running errands, he went off to explore somewhere else and got into danger? I don't know either. Then there's Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan from earlier, their bodies still haven't been found, and we don't even know how they died. Ugh, I'm getting more and more scared, what should I do? I want to go home. I miss mom and dad. Sobs. Please, stop crying. Will crying solve anything? Your parents aren't here, no one's going to pamper you. Everyone, be careful when working. Earn the rent money as quickly as possible, then focus on improving your skills. Things should get better later on. And what about Kai Daming? Why didn't he send any messages in the group chat before he died? At least then we'd know how he died. Maybe the danger came too suddenly, he didn't even have time to send a message? Damn, if it's really that kind of danger, the rest of us would probably end up dead too. The atmosphere in the chat group was gloomy and oppressive. Some of the more timid girls were already crying out of fear. Jiang Yi also felt somewhat weighed down in his heart. The desire to grow stronger as quickly as possible grew increasingly firm in his mind. At this time, his true self, also wearing a disguise mask, went to the errand service base in his bald-headed persona to collect his errand worker badge. This process naturally drew the attention of the other errand running students. However, none of the students dared to stir up trouble, they only secretly discussed it in their chat group, but didn't actually dare to do anything to the bald guy. Thus Jiang Yi's disguised main body smoothly obtained the delivery worker badge and accepted his first delivery task. Meanwhile, his doppelganger adeptly opened the second express package. This time, the worker badge alerted him that the compensation amount would be as high as 26,000. Inside the cardboard box lay a pure black short sword. The dagger's blade looked extremely sharp, faintly glowing with a red hue. Zhang Yiling had a sudden inspiration and took out Little Bing who was hidden on her person, instructing it. Come on, Little Bing, use your detection skill to help me examine this dagger. Understood, master. Xiaobing readily agreed. Soon, the situation of the dagger was displayed on its tiny screen. Venomous blood dagger. Stamina +4. Stamina +2. Poison attack +10. Chance to trigger deadly poison or bleeding effects. Hiss. The effect of this dagger is clearly far superior to the disguise mask he obtained from the bronze treasure chest. Not only does it boost more attributes, but it also unleashes poison-based attacks. And there's also a chance to trigger effects like severe poisoning or bleeding. Although the exact manifestations of the venom and bleeding effects remain unclear. But nowadays most new players start completely unequipped. To put it bluntly, aside from one or two exceptionally skilled classmates, the rest are all complete rookies. With this dagger in hand, Zhang Yi would instantly outclass 99% of his peers. He'd even have better than even odds of winning if he entered the battle chamber. However, just as he was about to retrieve the poison-bladed dagger with excitement, a sudden voice came from upstairs, from the direction of the 4th floor stairwell. Yo, not bad luck, ha, you got a powerful item. Chapter 13, The Lone Powerhouse Who Doesn't Fit In. That sound. It sent chills down Zhang Yi's spine, making his heart skip a beat. Almost instinctively, he quickly clutched the poisoned blood dagger in his hand. A surge of warmth seemed to flow from his palm into his body, imbuing him with an inexplicable sense of power. It was also the surge of strength that quickly stabilized his emotions. Once he regained his composure, what surprised Zhang Yi wasn't just how human voices could emerge in this stairwell. More crucially, he recognized that voice. Got it. When he followed the sound and looked toward the 4th floor staircase, he saw a familiar figure descending. It was Yang Wenchao from Class 1. Yang Wenchao, lean and wiry, dressed in a black windbreaker, called out his name directly. It's actually you, Zhang Yi. As classmates, it wasn't strange that he recognized Zhang Yi. But truth be told, despite Zhang Yi being somewhat of a loner, he actually shared a bit of connection with Yang Wenchao. Zhang Yi's social isolation mainly stemmed from his low profile, having few friends and being the type who easily escaped both teachers' and classmates' notice. Yang Wenchao was also somewhat of an outcast, but his case was different. He had extremely poor social standing, ostracized and targeted by many classmates. The root cause seemed to trace back to rumor-mongering during their first year of high school, when whispers spread about Yang Wenchao stealing money. However, Zhang Yi and Yang Wenchao weren't in the same class during their freshman year. Besides, Zhang Yi wasn't one for gossip in the first place. So I only heard faint rumors about the money theft incident and didn't know the full details. His connection with Yang Wenchao began when they were classmates during their senior year of high school. I remember it seemed to be a Friday when Kai Daming secretly brought a tablet to school and it went missing. He barely even looked for it before directly suspecting Yang Wenchao had stolen it. At that moment, all the classmates pointed fingers at Yang Wenchao. They even brought up his past record of stealing money for discussion. Yang Wenchao firmly insisted that he hadn't stolen anything. But none of his classmates believed him, insisting on searching his backpack. Zhang Yi generally wasn't someone who meddled in others' affairs. But at that moment, he was solving an electromagnetic conversion physics problem, and the endless chattering around him was too distracting. So he got involved, and with just one glance, he helped Kai Daming locate his missing tablet. Turns out Kai Daming had specially bought a textbook pattern tablet case that day, allowing him to play with his tablet even during class. As it turned out, whether out of forgetfulness or otherwise, the tablet was nestled among a pile of textbooks, and he simply failed to recognize it. In the end, it was all just a misunderstanding. Kai Daming merely laughed it off, praising how awesome his new tablet case looked, showing absolutely no intention of apologizing to Yang Wenchao. None of the other classmates thought an apology was necessary either. And Yang Wenchao, silent and withdrawn back then, didn't demand one either. But at that time, he specifically said thank you to Zhang Yi. It was just this tiny, little intersection, and almost counted as the only conversation between the two misfits during their entire senior year. Zhang Yi never expected to run into Yang Wenchao in the stairwell at this moment, and this guy's current demeanor was completely different from how he appeared at school. At school, he always kept his head down, avoided eye contact, and steered clear of everyone while walking alone. But now, he stood tall with his chest out, his gaze unwavering, and even carried an intimidating aura about him. Not to mention the commanding tone he'd just used, it was downright domineering. He's completely different from how he was at school. Zhang Yi couldn't help but wonder in his heart, had this guy been body snatched or something? Or perhaps, he'd been reborn? Of course, it's also possible that the doomsday scenario itself caused this dramatic shift in Yang Wenchao's mentality and demeanor in such a short time. Regardless of the reason, Zhang Yi had every reason to suspect. Yang Wenchao's current strength was likely formidable. Moreover, not long ago, Kai Daming was discovered dead in the group chat. He might have been killed by Yang Wenchao. There's also another problem. Zhang Yi previously didn't encounter any other classmates in the stairwell. Other classmates in the chat group also mentioned that while climbing stairs on errands, they never encountered other students. But now, why has Yang Wenchao appeared here? Jiang Yi was both puzzled and wary, his grip tightening unconsciously on the poison-blooded dagger in his hand. At this moment, Yang Wenchao, who had already descended, stood by the stair railing just 1 meter away from him. He let out a strangely amused laugh. Never thought you'd dare to open someone else's package. Then he glanced at the dagger in Jiang Yi's hand and remarked, judging by its design, the compensation would run over 10,000, wouldn't it? His gaze shifted to the personal assistant robot beside Jiang Yi before adding with a sigh, plus this little prop here. You've opened 2 packages, so the compensation should be around 30,000, right? Jiang Yi gripped the dagger, his expression cautious and silent. Yang Wenchao wasn't the least bit surprised by his reaction. He casually touched the bracelets worn on both his wrists. Jiang Yi could tell that the wristband was likely a rather powerful piece of combat equipment. It might even be on par with his poisoned blade blood dagger. After examining a pair of wristbands, Yang Wenchao continued speaking, actually, I also realized the advantages of these deliveries. But unlike you, I don't claim and unpack my own orders, I choose to steal other people's parcels. At this point, Jiang Yi grew increasingly nervous inside. His mind raced furiously, thinking madly, he wondered if Xiao Bing's self-destructibility combined with his poison blade blood dagger could defeat Yang Wenchao. Or perhaps, play the emotional card and try to join the robbery team? Or should I send a distress message in the chat group? The current situation is already crystal clear. Yang Wenchao came specifically to rob the package. Although Jiang Yi has already opened the package, it can still be snatched away. And then, silence the witness by murder. Kai Daming probably died exactly like that. Jiang Yi's heart pounded violently, his tension so intense it felt like all his blood was rushing to his scalp. Yet Yang Wenchao's next words unexpectedly caught him off guard. Yang Wenchao gave another eerie smile and slowly said to him, originally, if I had encountered anyone else, the next plot would have been robbing and killing for that delivery package. But instead, it's you, Jiang Yi. I've never believed in nonsense like good deeds bring good rewards. Besides, Jiang Yi, you're not exactly a saint yourself. But hey buddy, what you should be grateful for is, good people don't always get their rewards, but whoever helps Yang Wenchao will absolutely get theirs. When Yang Wenchao spoke this final line, his smile faded, his tone carrying unusual conviction. Jiang Yi was the type of person who subconsciously doubted everything others said. Yet for some reason, he inexplicably believed this one. His mind settled slightly, but he didn't let his guard down entirely. Yang Wenchao continued speaking, so, I won't kill you, nor will I rob you. In fact, I can give you some good news. Aren't you owing at least 30,000 in express delivery compensation fees? And this debt, you can resolve it in a much simpler way. You should have received a notification when reporting the lost parcel. If you fail to pay the compensation before midnight, 1 survival point will be deducted. Only when your survival points turn negative will you be eliminated. And I know a very simple way to earn survival points. Chapter 14, next time we meet, no mercy left. Survival points. Jiang Yi's data panel clearly showed his survival points at 0. The announcement heard upon first arriving at the apartments had mentioned that players could exchange survival stones for survival points. Survival points can be exchanged for everything a player desires at the Doomsday apartment after passing the novice assessment. The word everything here doesn't seem ordinary at all. This also directly reflects how precious survival points and survival stones are. It's also because of prior announcements that led many to subconsciously assume survival points can only be exchanged with survival stones. Yet now, Yang Wenchao's implication clearly wasn't about trading survival stones for points. Jiang Yi isn't foolish either, grasping the meaning almost instantly. His gaze toward Yang Wenchao remained wary as he suddenly uttered 2 words, kill. A flicker of surprise flashed through Yang Wenchao's eyes, but he quickly raised an eyebrow. That's right, it's killing, he said. Then, with an inscrutable smile, he added, novice players nowadays are just like lambs raised in a greenhouse. These ones are just too easy to kill. And for every person you kill, you get 1 survival point. Don't you think this method of earning survival points is ridiculously simple? Yang Wenchao spoke in a completely relaxed tone. Jiang Yi listened, yet felt a creeping horror. It wasn't Yang Wenchao's current state that horrified him, but this game's setup itself. Most novice players nowadays are indeed little lambs, but the harsh living conditions will inevitably force them to grow. As time goes on, the setting that killing earns survival points may drive some players to kill without reason. Though called without reason, it's actually indiscriminate killing, just for survival points. Jiang Yi had no idea how much his classmates would progress within these 10 days, but the veteran players mentioned in the announcement would likely be far more ruthless than he anticipated. Moreover, the previous deaths of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan. As if struck by a thought, Jiang Yi suddenly turned to look at Yang Wenchao. He hesitated before asking, Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan, were they killed by you too? Yet Yang Wenchao didn't answer. He simply smiled cheerfully, then remarked in a carefree tone, no matter what others think, I actually quite enjoy this apocalypse game. Just thinking about those people I usually hate the most, realizing their own incompetence, screaming and struggling in despair, puts me in such a good mood. And you too, Zhang Yi. Having said that, suddenly he turned a serious expression toward Zhang Yi. It frightened Zhang Yi to the point of holding his breath, his heartbeat slowing to a crawl. Yang Wenchao continued slowly, "You're only slightly better than the person I despise the most. And my repayment ends here. Next time, if you unfortunately run into me again, you'll still die by my hand. Good luck." As he spoke, Yang Wenchao suddenly appeared beside him, reaching out to give his stiff shoulder a pat. Then he walked past him with an easy expression. In the next instant, his figure flickered again, darting toward the direction of the third floor. Zhang Yi's whole body tensed as he looked toward the third floor staircase, only to find Yang Wenchao's figure had already vanished. In his heart, he didn't dare relax for even a moment. After all, Yang Wenchao seemed terrifyingly strong and downright abnormal. Moreover, Zhang Yi recalled once seeing a meme that said, "It is said that when a samurai was exterminating an entire clan, he discovered a young child among them." The warrior, still possessing some conscience, laid down his sword, uttered Umatba Buddha, and gently wiped the blood from the child's face. Then he said to the child, "Heaven favors the virtuous who spare life. Considering your youth, I shall spare yours. But remember this well, should we meet again by ill fortune, I shall not hesitate next time." Then, the samurai left with his sword drawn. This is where the story ends. Just as the audience thought the child had escaped danger, the samurai stepped out only to return moments later. Then he smiled at the child and said, "Hey, hi there. I warned you I wouldn't hesitate next time we met." With a flash of steel, the child's head was severed from its body. What Zhang Yi feared most now was that Yang Wenchao might act just like the warrior in that story. He said he wouldn't show any mercy the next time they met after repaying the favor. But just after leaving, he turned back, what an immediate next time. So he hurriedly climbed several more floors and exited the stairwell directly from the 8th floor. Only after confirming Yang Wenchao hadn't doubled back did he lean against the wall and let out a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's weaker main body, fearing an encounter with Yang Wenchao, didn't even dare to use the stairwell anymore. So right there in the first floor lobby, he tore open the express delivery package he'd just received. He barely had time to check its contents before swiftly ducking into the elevator. The crowded lobby made his suspicious actions instantly noticeable to many onlookers. Soon, the chat group was buzzing with discussions. "OMG. I just saw a bald guy picking up a work badge at the courier service station. After accepting an order to collect a package, he actually tore it open himself." Bald guy? But all 80 members on our roster are classmates we know. So that bald guy probably isn't a player, right? Exactly. I don't think he's a player either. Maybe he was just an apartment resident who happened to accept his own delivery order, so he signed and opened it on the spot? Lucian, this doesn't add up. From what I figured out, the non-player residents in this apartment complex can't leave their own rooms, so those who can take on errand tasks must be players. But all the players are our classmates, there's no bald middle-aged man among them. Could it be, might it be those veteran players mentioned in the announcement who entered the apartment early? Or, could there be a hidden third faction beyond just new and veteran players? It can't be that complicated, right? Could it just be one of our classmates in disguise? Since we can already conjure fireballs with our bare hands, isn't it totally normal for there to be shapeshifting disguise items too? Just as the classmates were buzzing about Zhang Yi's disguised bald head, suddenly another explosive piece of news erupted in the chat group. "Zhu Yupeng, help! Yang Wenchao robbed my package." However, this message appeared in the chat group for barely a second. Then it abruptly vanished. If not for the fact that so many classmates were watching the chat at that moment, no one might have even noticed it. Soon after, a classmate pointed out, "Holy shit, did I just see someone's message disappear? Am I imagining things?" You're not imagining it. I saw it too. A message vanished into thin air, but I didn't catch what it said. Suyuan, I saw it clearly. It was Zhu Yupeng from Class 1 saying he was being robbed of his package by Yang Wenchao. What the hell? So Yang Wenchao is robbing Zhu Yupeng's package? But how did that message disappear? Damn, Zhu Yupeng's name just disappeared from the member list. Holy shit, are you serious? So this probably means Yang Wenchao killed Zhu Yupeng? Jesus, what kind of scumbag is this Yang Wenchao? Stealing money in freshman year was bad enough, but now he's not just robbing parcels from classmates but straight up murdering people? Wait, this suddenly makes me wonder if Kai Daming, who died during the errand run earlier, might also have been killed by Yang Wenchao. Damn it, how could there be such a scumbag and pervert among our classmates? Yuziu, I must remind everyone Zhu Yupeng registered with a B-grade talent and mastered a C-grade skill according to his stats panel. Among our mutual assistance group members, he essentially ranks within the top 10. The moment these words were spoken, the chat group, which had been furiously condemning Yang Wenchao, instantly fell silent. Until Lucian suddenly sent a message. According to Zhu Yupeng's dying words, Yang Wenchao was robbing his package. So I'm wondering, could it be that Yang Wenchao became stronger by robbing packages? Moreover, do you all remember that bald guy who opened the package himself? Chapter 15, Some People You Can't Afford to Mess With. As soon as these words were spoken, many classmates snapped to attention. Holy crap, are you saying, Lu God, that those packages contain items that can make us stronger? So that bald guy was really one of us in disguise? He wasn't opening his own package, he was stealing them as the insider? Damn it! So which sneaky bastard is that bald guy? How could he discover such crucial info and not share it with the rest of us? Wait, no. Even if stealing packages can make us stronger, we still won't survive past midnight if we can't repay the compensation. Ding Dang owed over 8,000, there's no way he could pay that back. So that Yang Wenchao was actually robbing others' packages, he didn't have to compensate at all. But how dare that bald guy do it? He was opening the packages he was supposed to deliver. He probably wanted to boost his strength first before earning money to repay the debt? That's way too reckless. So, should we follow that bald guy's example? Open packages to gain strength first, then figure out how to repay the debt? Isn't this too risky? The money we earn today barely covers the rent, there's no way we'd have extra to compensate for lost parcels. Just as the classmates were heatedly discussing yet unable to reach a decision, a sudden message from Gao Chang popped up in the group chat. Baldy's actions are far too reckless. I don't advise anyone to follow his example. As for Yang Wenchao, I believe his actions have violated the most fundamental moral baseline of being human and have seriously threatened the lives of other classmates. With Gao Chang's statement, the other students immediately ignited with collective outrage, eagerly joining the chorus of condemnation. Damn right, Yang Wenchao has gone too far. Stealing others' packages is one thing, but killing people? That's unforgivable. I think we should avenge Kai Daming and Zhu Yupeng. That's right, Fan Yuhang and Shen Yuan might have been killed by him too. I suggest we deal with Yang Wenchao first, otherwise no one else can focus on delivering packages peacefully. Agreed. This matter must be dealt with severely, make an example of him to warn others. We must execute Yang Wenchao as a warning to prevent others from following his example. At Wang Lingling, Ling Jia, care to say something? Zhang Yi stared at the messages in the group chat, feeling somewhat incredulous. He hadn't expected his classmates to broach the topic of killing people so openly and this early on. Clearly, their adaptability to the new environment far exceeded Zhang Yi's expectations. Moreover, among the classmates from both classes, there surprisingly wasn't a single saintly figure who spoke up for Yang Wenchao. However, no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he saw someone actually defending Yang Wenchao. And that person turned out to be none other than Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling, regarding whether Yang Wenchao actually killed anyone, we haven't actually investigated this thoroughly enough. Students, I hope you'll remain calm and refrain from stirring up emotions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked genuinely surprised. Yet soon after, Wang Lingling continued. At Yang Wenchao, I'm willing to give you a chance to explain yourself. Can you take the initiative to explain why Zhu Yupeng immediately died after accusing you of stealing his package in the group chat? Also, are Kai Daming, Chen Yuan, and Fan Yuhang, these three deaths, related to you? At Yang Wenchao. This statement certainly showed Yang Wenchao the utmost respect. Zhang Yi speculated that Wang Lingling probably wasn't acting out of misplaced kindness, she likely wasn't sincerely aiming to protect Yang Wenchao. She probably wasn't sure about Yang Wenchao's actual abilities. This was evident from how she demanded all mutual aid group members to display their player panels. Wang Lingling was clearly worried someone might be hiding greater strength than hers. She wanted to understand everyone's situation thoroughly. This girl really does have an extremely cautious personality. Speaking up at this moment was actually a way to test Yang Wenchao's capabilities. If Yang Wenchao defended himself weakly, it would suggest his abilities might be inferior to Wang Lingling's. In that case, Wang Lingling would have greater confidence in dealing with him. But if he responded aggressively, completely disregarding the murderous intent from his classmates, it's quite possible that he simply didn't regard his classmates as worthy opponents at all. In that case, his strength would indeed be formidable enough to make Wang Lingling wary. As Zhang Yi was making these speculations, another thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wang Lingling's personality was far too cautious by nature. Then was the data panel she previously posted in the chat group really her true stats? Could it be that she actually possesses a higher tier talent than S rank, but deliberately concealed part of her abilities? Considering her personality, that's entirely possible. Besides, what was shown in the chat group was just text. Words can be fabricated. At this thought, Zhang Yi instantly realized that some among these 80 classmates were truly not ones to underestimate. Wang Lingling, Yang Wenchao, Gao Chang. And among those other unassuming students who keep a low profile, could there be hidden experts as well? The sense of urgency to grow stronger burned even fiercer within Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Yang Wenchao completely ignored Wang Lingling's mention. However, a classmate from the first floor quickly chimed in. Holy crap, I just saw Yang Wenchao heading to the combat room. He's so fast. When he moves, it's like there are after images. It's just like Qinggong in wuxia novels. I think I saw equipment on his hands. His whole demeanor is completely different from when he was at school. He looks like some badass martial arts master. Seriously, his aura seems even more impressive than Brother Chang and Sister Ling. The key point is, he actually gained access to the combat room? That means his initial assigned apartment is also above the 20th floor? I remember Jiang Yi also lives on the 20th floor. His rent is over 120,000. No wonder Yang Wenchao went completely insane and killed people directly. He simply couldn't pay the rent, so he indiscriminately murdered. This was his warped way of taking revenge on society? If he really loots other students' packages on a large scale, he might actually afford the exorbitant rent and survive today. Not only could he survive today, but he'd likely become incredibly powerful too. He might even have a remarkably strong starting talent. Damn it! Why is Jiang Yi such a useless waste despite also living on the 20th floor, needing our mutual aid group's help, while Yang Wenchao has the guts to become a lone wolf powerhouse? I feel Yang Wenchao even has the potential to grow into a formidable leader, while Jiang Yi is just like those cannon fodder characters who die within the first 2 episodes. Wait, what? Yang Wenchao killed someone, and you call that courage? No matter how useless Jiang Yi is, at least he hasn't killed anyone for no reason. Yes, you're right. Jiang Yi is a decent guy, mediocre, unremarkable, and honest. But people like that most likely won't survive today. On the other hand, Yang Wenchao is decisive in action and incredibly strong. I think someone like him has the best chance to keep growing stronger and surviving. I think we need to change our mindset. We should learn from Yang Wenchao. Who knows, when veteran players arrive, Yang Wenchao might become our strongest ally against them. Wait, what? How did your tone change so fast? Just now you were talking about dealing with Yang Wenchao seriously, and now you're saying we should learn from him? That's because I saw how strong Yang Wenchao was on the first floor. I'm not exaggerating one bit when I say that if you witnessed Yang Wenchao for yourselves, you wouldn't even entertain the ridiculous idea of dealing with him. You'd only feel reverence, aching to latch onto his coattails. You're absolutely right. I also saw Yang Wenchao heading to the training room on the first floor, and my impression of him completely changed in an instant. To those students talking about dealing with Yang Wenchao, I'd advise you to watch your words. Remember, trouble comes from careless talk. Some people just aren't to be trifled with. Fuck, who the hell can't I afford to offend? The Mafia? I don't believe that saying a few words about Yang Wenchao in the group chat will make him teleport here and kill me on the spot. Maybe he can't kill you right now, but there'll be plenty of chances later. I'm a member of the mutual aid group, under Sister Ling and Brother Chang's protection. And Sister Ling, don't get all holier than thou. Murder demands retribution. This Yang Wenchao deserves to die. Only by killing him can the rest of us stay united. After those remarks from a few first-floor students, the number of classmates daring to speak up about dealing with Yang Wenchao in the group chat plummeted by 90%. Clearly they were afraid of truly suffering Yang Wenchao's retaliation. Jiang Yi watched the chat messages in the group, feeling increasingly enlightened about Yang Wenchao's transformation. This doomsday survival apartment clearly worshipped strength above all else. All morals and doctrines were nothing in the face of absolute power. Many students have also realized this point. Or perhaps it's biological instinct that subconsciously compels them to follow this law of the jungle. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao in the battle room watches as classmates who once looked down on him and criticized him now cower in fear, too timid to speak lest he retaliate. Some students have even changed their attitude toward him entirely after learning of his true strength. A complex mix of exhilaration and irony churned within him. It felt as if years of pent-up gloom in his heart were finally released at this moment. Yet at the same time, another darkness began coagulating in his chest. He knew it was his visceral disgust toward humanity's ugliness. It was this very disgust that accumulated into a killing desire within him. Yet to his surprise, unexpectedly, Jiang Yi had also been assigned an apartment above the 20th floor. No wonder that bastard resorted to tearing open the packages he was supposed to deliver. Couldn't afford the rent, so he figured he had nothing left to lose. However, Jiang Yi's initial apartment most likely has a bronze treasure box too, doesn't it? Who knows whether that kid has discovered it or not. Yang Wenchao noted down that Jiang Yi also lived on the 20th floor, then stopped paying attention to the chat channel. Instead of that, by paying 1,000 in-game coins directly, the battle mode's opponent matchmaking begins immediately. At this very moment, another crucial piece of information exploded across the chat channel. Ding dang, classmates, I'm saved. I'm saved from owing over 8,000 compensation fees, including you, Jiang Yi. You're saved too. I found a way to quickly earn a huge amount of game currency. Chapter 16, The Administrator's Loan. This news instantly drew the classmates' attention again, and they eagerly asked Ding Dang what he had discovered this time. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi's main body had just returned to the apartment building. His first clone, however, took the elevator back down to the first floor. From a distance, the clone could see Ding Dang standing excitedly by the front desk right beside that apartment administrator. In the group chat, Ding Ding's messages kept popping up. Does everyone remember the initial announcement saying that the apartment administrator could specify additional rules? Just now, feeling utterly hopeless, I mustered up the courage to ask the administrator if there was any way out for someone like me who's incurred massive debt. Unexpectedly, the administrator actually pointed me to a solution, namely, taking out a loan. And it's not just me who can apply for a loan, everyone here qualifies. The apartment supervisor has just confirmed that he can provide loans of varying amounts to all students. However, applicants must personally apply in person, and repayment comes with added interest. Now, who among you needs a loan? You may proceed directly to the first floor to inquire about your borrowing limit with the supervisor. You can take out loans to spend first, upgrade yourselves, and repay once your earning capacity improves. This announcement left all the students utterly shocked. Who would have thought this apartment complex didn't just offer housing, part-time work, and consumer lifestyles, it even had administrators providing loans. However, the students weren't fools either. In general perception, loans aren't considered something good. Put nicely, it's about improving your earning ability first before diligently repaying the debt. But the administrators aren't running a charity. Even terminating a lease requires paying substantial penalties. Getting a loan probably isn't that straightforward either. Just as the classmates were inquiring about loan details, Ding Dang also had an in-depth conversation with the administrator. Soon, his excited expression turned into disappointment and anger. At that very moment, Zhang Yi's first clone walked past. Ding Dang's eyes lit up when he spotted Zhang Yi, immediately calling out, "Quick, quick, come here, Zhang Yi." Without waiting for Zhang Yi's response, he grabbed his arm and turned to the facility manager, saying, "Manager, take a look at him. If he acts as my guarantor, what's the maximum loan amount I can qualify for?" Zhang Yi's brows furrowed deeply at these words. The administrator, who looked like a middle-aged man, had sharp, stern features and an indifferent expression. After giving Zhang Yi a once-over with a cool glance, he spoke impassively. "If he agrees to be your guarantor, your loan limit can be increased to 50,000. His Ding Dang's eyes widened instantly, utterly stunned. "That much?" He turned to look at Zhang Yi as if he'd spotted a juicy prize, even swallowing hard before blurting out directly, "Zhang Yi, be my loan guarantor. It's just a 50,000 yuan loan. I'll be the one repaying it eventually. You won't be affected as the guarantor." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes internally, thinking to himself, how could this possibly have nothing to do with it? If it truly had nothing to do with the guarantor, would there even be a need for the role to exist? So he ignored Ding Dang and directly asked the administrator, "What responsibilities does the guarantor need to bear?" The administrator still wore an icy expression as he spoke rigidly. "It's very simple. If the debtor fails to repay on time within the agreed repayment period, or if the debtor dies and cannot repay the debt, then this debt will be assumed by the guarantor." As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Ding Dang hurriedly added, "The administrator just told me that if debtors fail to repay on time, they'll be eliminated. So to avoid elimination, I'll definitely pay on time. You can be absolutely sure of that, Zhang Yi." He spoke with such conviction, yet Zhang Yi listened with nothing but exasperation. This dude is seriously hilarious. The administrator's intention was crystal clear. They were worried he wouldn't survive until repayment day, hence finding a guarantor to take the fall. The guy completely missed the point and gave zero consideration to his own potential death, swearing up and down he could repay the debt. Where on earth does this confidence come from? However, Zhang Yi didn't immediately tear off all pretense of cordiality. He then turned to ask the apartment manager, "For this kind of loan, is a guarantor absolutely necessary?" The manager shook his head. "No, but with or without a guarantor makes a huge difference in loan amount, repayment period, interest rates, and other terms. For example, this classmate Ding Dang, without a guarantor, he could only borrow 50 and would have to repay it within today." Hearing this, Ding Dang's face instantly darkened. His tone grew somewhat stiff as he explained to Zhang Yi again, "It's precisely because of this huge disparity in treatment that I'm hoping you'll be my guarantor." Zhang Yi ignored him and instead asked the administrator, "If I were to take out a loan directly without a guarantor, what would be the limit?" The administrator replied, 50,000. Just two simple words, yet they seemed to freeze the atmosphere in the room. Ding Dang stared at Zhang Yi in disbelief for a long moment before abruptly turning to the administrator. "How is that possible? Why can he get a loan of 50 grand while I only get 50? The administrator maintained his deadpan expression, answering impassively, "Different people, different quotas. I certainly have my own criteria for judgment." Hearing this, Ding Dang seemed utterly devastated. His face flushed with humiliation as he asked again indignantly, "Then if I act as his guarantor, how much can he borrow?" The administrator, also 50,000. This cold response only deepened the humiliation in Ding Dang's heart. Only now did he faintly realize, this administrator clearly doesn't believe he can stay alive long enough to repay. The reason he was given a limit of 50,000 was to ensure that after his death, Jiang Yi, the guarantor, would repay the debt on his behalf. This administrator is really looking down on people. Doesn't he know that fortunes shift like the Yangtze 30 years east, 30 years west? Never despise a young man's poverty. Since the administrator looks down on me so much, then he must stubbornly prove himself. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to earn 50 or 100,000 to slap that administrator in the face. At this moment, fired up with passion, Ding Deng adopted an overbearing and forceful tone as he addressed the administrator. Fine. Very well. Jiang Yi will guarantee for me, I'm borrowing this 50,000. These words were directed at the administrator, spoken with unwavering determination, clearly without the slightest consideration for Jiang Yi's own willingness. Jiang Yi was truly exasperated. Although currently all apartment players were classmates. He was from class 1, while Ding Deng was from class 2. The two weren't the slightest bit familiar, hadn't even exchanged a single word before being dragged into this doomsday apartment. How could this guy have the nerve to ask him so matter-of-factly to be his guarantor? Jiang Yi didn't hesitate for a second before turning to the administrator and saying, "No, I never agreed to be his guarantor." The moment these words were spoken, Ding Dengban's already humiliated expression turned even stiffer. He snapped his head around, his tone anything but pleasant. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me too, thinking I can't pay back those 50 grand? Jiang Yi really wanted to arrogantly retort, "Damn right I'm looking down on you." However, he genuinely didn't want to waste time entangled with this brainless fool, so he changed his approach. "Of course not. I just think since I'm from class 1 and you're from class 2, wouldn't it be better to ask Wang Lingling from your own class to be your guarantor? Not only are you more familiar with her, but crucially, with her as your guarantor, you definitely qualify for a much higher credit limit." That makes sense. For a moment, Ding Deng was genuinely convinced, but he wasn't actually brainless. What status and position did Wang Lingling hold that she'd act as his guarantor? He could almost picture it. He went to ask Wang Lingling to be his guarantor, but she would outright refuse without even bothering to give an extra reason. And he wouldn't dare to utter a single word of protest, just slinking away with his tail between his legs, completely incapable of bothering Wang Lingling any further. Of course, he wouldn't say it outright, but instead quickly justified it matter-of-factly. "Sister Ling is busy dealing with Yang Wenchao's matter, how could she possibly have time to be my guarantor? Besides, I only plan to borrow 50,000, and since you're conveniently here, being my guarantor couldn't be more perfect. Not only does it save time, but it also achieves an excellent outcome. Why wouldn't we take this opportunity?" Ding Deng made it all sound so reasonable, but Jiang Yi had seen through him by now. This guy wasn't brainless at all, he was simply bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Realizing this, Jiang Yi couldn't be bothered to maintain any facade of so-called classmate camaraderie. His expression instantly turned icy as he replied with complete indifference. "Sorry, I lied earlier. I do look down on you, and I genuinely believe you can't pay back 50,000. Even if I say something that might offend the administrator. If I were the apartment administrator, you wouldn't even be worth 50 credits in my eyes." Chapter 17, Yang Wenchao's death? Those words were downright rude. Ding Deng's face immediately flushed red then turned pale, looking so furious he seemed ready to throw punches. Yet at this moment came an even more crushing blow. The administrator icily interjected. 50 points was just now. Currently, he doesn't even have 50 points left in my system either. Utter humiliation. This is utterly humiliating. Ding Deng's face flushed crimson again, steam practically rising from the top of his head. Yet precisely as this fury overwhelmed him, he suddenly realized, even if Jiang Yi looked down on him, why had even the admin deducted 50 points from his account? The deeper meaning behind this is clearly suggesting that offending Jiang Yi would significantly increase his chances of death? Isn't this outright implying that Jiang Yi might kill him? Ding Deng suddenly glared at Jiang Yi, utterly shocked. After all, Jiang Yi seemed honest and simple, rarely speaking much. Yet at this moment, they saw Jiang Yi turn to the administrator and ask, "May I ask if the apartment has any rules regarding illegal acts like murder or arson? For example, if I were to kill someone right in front of you, what kind of punishment would I face?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ding Deng's face instantly turned deathly pale, and cold sweat broke out down his back. The administrator remained expressionless, speaking in a cold, detached tone. "The hidden rules of the apartment, you'll have to figure them out for yourself. But what I can tell you is, you can murder right in front of me, and I won't impose any punishment. This applies even to those among you who have killed before. I'll serve you all equally when you come to do business with me." Hearing these words, Ding Deng's pupils visibly trembled. He stumbled backward abruptly, then swiftly typed a warning in the group chat. "Help! Help! Is there anyone on the first floor who can come save me? That psycho Jiang Yi. He's trying to kill me." The message immediately stirred up heated discussions in the group chat. "Wait, what? Jiang Yi? You mean that Jiang Yi who originally lived on the 20th floor? What the hell did you do to drive Jiang Yi insane?" Jiang Yi lives on the 20th floor. Unlike Yang Wenchao, he doesn't have the skills, he was doomed from the start. It's no surprise he snapped and lashed out. I remember Jiang Yi had a C-level talent. An average person couldn't have saved him anyway. Just as the chatter in the group continued, Jiang Yi finally spoke up to explain. Just now, Ding Dang wanted me to be his lone guarantor, but I firmly refused. Then he seemed to misunderstand something. Ding Dang replied directly, misunderstand? Bullshit. You even specifically asked the administrator if you could kill someone in front of him. How do you explain that? Jiang Yi, I just realized through the loan issue that communicating with the administrator isn't as dangerous as I initially thought, so I asked for some additional information. It just so happened that several classmates were killed back to back, which is why I happened to ask about the rules related to murder. Jiang Ye's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable. Moreover, if he really wanted to kill Ding Dang, why would he give Ding Dang time to speak up? Why bother explaining so much? After seeing this, most classmates also felt it must have been a misunderstanding. But Ding Dang refused to let it go and kept shouting in the group chat. Don't let Jiang Yi fool you. This guy isn't nearly as innocent as he pretends to be. When he refused to be my guarantor just now, he mocked me relentlessly, said I wasn't even worthy of living. He's making excuses now. If I die, Jiang Yi is definitely responsible. Sister Ling, you must avenge me at Wang Lingling. After sending these messages, Ding Dang finally regained his righteous indignation when glaring at Jiang Yi again. The look in his eyes seemed to say, lay a single finger on me, and Wang Lingling will never let you off the hook. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh at his ridiculous behavior. Since you're so adamant, aren't you afraid someone might deliberately kill you and frame me for it? Ding Dang's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure and retorted, we're all classmates here. Do you really think everyone's as twisted as you and Yang Wenchao? As long as you don't dare to kill me, that's all that matters. Before the words had even left his mouth, he spotted Yu Ziyu, who was in charge of registering mutual aid group members on the first floor, approaching. Ding Dang rushed behind Yu Ziyu in a flash. Brother Fish, you finally came. Did Sister Ling send you to protect me? Yu Ziyu was actually inspired by Jiang Ye's speech and thought he could gather more information from the administrator. But since Ding Dang had put it that way, he naturally played along, acting as a mediator. Alright, I've seen your issues in the group chat too. We're all classmates here, let's talk things out properly instead of arguing at the drop of a hat. First off, Ding Dang, whether Jiang Yi agrees to be your guarantor is entirely his choice, you shouldn't hold it against him. Next, Jiang Yi, even if you refuse to be a guarantor, there's no need to be rude and mock your classmates, we're all in this together. What's more, you live on the 20th floor with crushing rent to pay, how can you still be so careless? Do you really expect to rely entirely on your classmates without lifting a finger yourself? Yang Wenchao also lives on the 20th floor and owes sky-high rent, but now he carries himself with the aura of a powerhouse, just his silhouette standing there makes no one dare doubt he can't pay the rent. You really should take a good look at yourself. Same 20th floor, yet how can the difference be so vast? Yu Ziyu had been quite courteous to Lucian before, but now, there was a subtle hint of official authority about him, his words measured and rigid, as though he truly wielded real power. Ding Dang saw Yu Ziyu only criticize him with one remark but scolded Jiang Yi with 3 or 5 sentences, so he immediately looked at Jiang Yi with gleeful schadenfreude. However, the smugness on his face suddenly twisted into shock, and another holy shit burst from his lips. Yu Ziyu immediately turned to glare at him, impatience seeping into his tone. What now? Ding Dang shouted in alarm, check the chat group. Something's happened. Yang Wenchao might be dead. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Ziyu and Jiang Yi immediately opened the group chat. Sure enough, they saw the classmate who had previously claimed to have spotted Yang Wenchao now posting in a panic. *T. Help! Monster! Why is there a monster in the combat room? It's not from the combat room. It seems to have come from somewhere else, like it's specifically hunting Yang Wenchao. Hey, we were right nearby too, but the monster only attacked Yang Wenchao and left us alone. Damn, Yang Wenchao is seriously strong. That thing had such a hard shell, yet he actually managed to break through its defense. Soon, other classmates asked, what kind of monster was it? Was it in the first floor combat room? What did it look like? I still haven't seen a monster yet. Xiao Likuan, it was a giant cockroach-like monster. No idea where it came from, but it seemed to be able to grow bigger or smaller at will. Wang Chang, its front antennae can extend and retract, now it's got Yang Wenchao tangled up. Hiss, holy shit, Yang Wenchao's body was just sliced clean in half. Oh god, this is too gruesome. My eyes. Other students? Seriously? Cut in half? So Yang Wenchao is dead then? Xiao Likuan, stone cold dead. When Jiang Yi and Yu Ziyu glanced at their group chat, they happened to see this message declaring someone had croaked completely dead. Jiang Yi still found it hard to believe that incredibly powerful Yang Wenchao had just died at the hands of a mere cockroach? Chapter 18 The Secret of Resurrection. The question is, why would cockroaches actively attack Yang Wenchao? Jiang Yi was shocked and confused when he saw another message in the group chat. Wait a minute, you said Yang Wenchao is dead, but his name hasn't gone offline in the member list. Xiao Likuan, holy crap, it's true, what's going on? Could the Yang Wenchao we saw not be the real one? Could it be a doppelganger type ability, like Wang Lingling's? Just as all the classmates were beginning to sense something was wrong, suddenly, there was another message from Wang Chang in the group chat. Holy shit? The Yang Wenchao who just died, he actually came back to life. Following that was Xiao Likuan's equally shocked and incoherent message. Holy shit? What the hell? His whole body's been sliced in half, how the hell is he still alive? Could Yang Wenchao be some kind of reincarnated person or a transmigrated big shot? How the hell is he this ridiculously strong? Wang Chang, holy shit, it's real, absolutely mind-blowing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe it. A dead person can actually come back to life. If it weren't for the fact that these two people's statements radiated an overwhelming sense of shock even through written words, the other students wouldn't have dared to believe it. Their words sounded utterly serious, not at all like a joke. Soon, classmates started asking, seriously? You actually saw Yang Wenchao come back to life? How exactly did he come back? Did his severed body reconnect? What about the cockroach that just attacked Yang Wenchao? Did it continue attacking him? At this moment, messages in the chat group kept flashing non-stop. Clearly, nearly all the classmates were fixated on Yang Wenchao's attack incident. Yet ironically, the two classmates at the scene took quite a while before finally responding in the group again. Holy shit! After reviving, Yang Wenchao took out that cockroach. The corpse of that giant dead cockroach completely vanished, transforming into a beam of white light. As the white light faded, a black iron treasure chest appeared. Moreover, a golden glow burst from Yang Wenchao's body. At this moment, Wang Lingling suddenly interjected, that golden light must have been Yang Wenchao leveling up to 1. Ding dang, damn, so you're saying Yang Wenchao was fighting the cockroach monster even at level 0? Lucian, right now there are 3 key questions worth investigating. First, why is Yang Wenchao so overpowered? Second, why did the cockroach monster actively attack Yang Wenchao? Third, Yang Wenchao's resurrection, how was it actually accomplished? Suyuan, if this apartment survival game truly allows resurrection, then it would be incredibly good news for us. By Ruowan, resurrection must require certain conditions to be met, right? I think this crucial information is something Yang Wenchao should share with the class. Nearly all the students were swept up in the frenzy of the word resurrection, itching to pry open Yang Wenchao's mouth by any means necessary to uncover the secret of coming back to life. Amidst this collective excitement, Lucian quickly analyzed. Everyone, calm down. Resurrection is definitely not something that can be achieved under simple conditions. This Yang Wenchao is far too unusual, perhaps he possesses an even stronger innate talent than Sister Lang, and resurrection might be his unique ability. None of our other classmates are likely to replicate his resurrection ability. That being said, many students still refuse to accept their fate. Still in the group chat, relentlessly asking questions and crazily tagging Yang Wenchao over and over. And whether Yang Wenchao was annoyed by the questioning or something else, he suddenly spoke up in the group chat as well. Fine, since I'm in a good mood after leveling up, I can answer the questions you're curious about. First question, why did the cockroach monsters specifically attack me? I'm not entirely sure about this either, but based on my analysis, there are probably 2 reasons. First, I've killed people. Second, the precious package I looted from Kai Daming might very well belong to the roach monster. So, if any of you classmates have also stolen packages or opened someone else's mail, be careful, you might get revenge from the rightful owner. Zhang Yi shuddered all over upon seeing those words. He knew full well that Yang Wenchao's words were aimed squarely at him, because he had also opened someone else's package before. In other words, at any moment, he could also face danger. Zhang Yi's body and mind instantly tensed up in vigilance, fearing that some monster might suddenly appear from somewhere and send him off with a single slash. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Yang Wenchao continued. Question 2, why am I stronger than you? Does my strength need a reason? If I must give one, then it's because I dare to kill both people and monsters. Question 3, how did I revive? The moment this message was sent, nearly all players in the entire apartment held their breath, waiting for Yang Wenchao to reveal his secret to resurrection. Fortunately, Yang Wenchao didn't keep them in suspense for long and quickly disclosed. It's simple, because I have survival points. Based on my analysis, 1 survival point equals 1 chance to resurrect. So you must be wondering, why do I have survival points? Considering our classmate bond, I'll continue telling you. The way to earn survival points is simple, just kill people. I killed Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang, and gained 2 survival points. Kill Kai Daming and Zhu Yupeng, that's another 2 survival points, which means I now have 4 resurrection chances. Okay, I've answered all there is to answer. Wise guys won't at me anymore, otherwise, I'll make those who at me disappear from the apartment. Just reading these words feels overwhelmingly domineering. Yet at this moment, all the classmates' attention is focused on the secret of resurrection. Their minds buzz incessantly, as if forcibly thrust through the gates of a new world. Killing can earn survival points, and survival points are essentially respawn tokens. Wait, isn't this just forcing them to kill each other? If things keep going like this, how many of those 80 classmates will actually survive the novice trial? At this moment, some classmates were overjoyed while others were filled with dread. The joyful ones realized the method to obtain revival coins was absurdly simple, all they had to do was kill. As for those filled with dread, some students had already foreseen how many classmates would inexplicably die after Yang Wenchao released this announcement, whether they were joyous or distressed. At this moment, the seeds of slaughter had been planted in nearly every classmate's heart, and some students had already begun contemplating murder. After all, the allure of resurrection is simply too great. Even Jiang Yi couldn't refuse its temptation. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yi harbored deep suspicions about Yang Wenchao's claims. Did Yang Wenchao truly get resurrected using survival points? He has no evidence to back up his claim. It's entirely possible he's lying. It's completely plausible that he used some other method to resurrect himself while deliberately fabricating this story. All just to watch his classmates turn against each other for survival points and revival opportunities? Honestly, given Yang Wenchao's twisted personality, that probability isn't small at all. Just as Jiang Yi was analyzing the situation in his mind, a sudden chill shot straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Almost by instinct, his hand shot up and tightly grasped an incoming wrist being swung toward him. Connected to that wrist was a hand gripping a dagger about 10 centimeters long. Ding Dang bared his teeth with a ferocious expression, seemingly mustering every ounce of strength to thrust the dagger viciously toward him. Jiang Yi's grip on his wrist was equally forceful in defense, his face too flushed crimson from the extreme exertion. And just as the two were locked in this offensive-defensive struggle, beside him, Yu Ziyu froze in shock, but he quickly came to his senses. Yang Wenchao's words had provoked Ding Dang, so he wanted to kill Jiang Yi to earn survival points and a chance at resurrection. The two had already been quarreling. This was the perfect moment for a sneak attack. Even Yang Dang aside, you could say Yu Ziyu was also desperate to win himself a revival opportunity. Still, the idea of actively committing murder didn't sit right with his conscience. But what if he accidentally killed someone while breaking up a fight? This way, it should seem reasonable enough, and others wouldn't have much to say about it, right? Originally, from this perspective, the person Yu Ziyu accidentally killed should have been Ding Dang. Since he was the one who struck first, he deserved Yu Ziyu's punishment even more. However, Yu Ziyu had other considerations in mind. Jiang Yi was already a dead man walking. There was no way he'd live past today. As for Ding Dang, he might still have some potential left. If we're measuring their worth, sacrificing Jiang Yi would undoubtedly be the more cost-effective choice. Moreover, at this very moment, Ding Dang's blade was pointed straight at Jiang Yi. At this moment, Yu Ziyu stepped forward to mediate, pretending to separate the two while actually guiding the knife towards Jiang Yi, a move that was operationally simpler. Almost in the same instant, Yu Ziyu had already decided on his course of action. He immediately put on an air of righteous fury, scolding Ding Dang sternly. Ding Dang, what are you doing? Release Jiang Yi this instant. As he spoke, he reached to snatch the knife from Ding Dang's hand, already prepared to kill him accidentally in the process. Chapter 19, First Kill. Yu Ziyu's timely rescue did little to ease Jiang Yi's nerves. On the contrary, it only made him more tense. Actually, the strength of his duplicate should be greater than Ding Dang's. But Ding Dang struck first. Taken by surprise, he had to defend with bent legs while his upper body arched backward. This was clearly not an optimal stance for generating force. Therefore, his resistance required more effort than Ding Dang's. He could hold his ground like this and fend off Ding Dang, but it would take time. But Yu Ziyu's sudden intervention filled him with unease. He wasn't sure whether Yu Ziyu genuinely wanted to help him or had ulterior motives. He couldn't let the situation deteriorate further. It was time to make a decisive move. So, before Yu Ziyu could reach out to snatch the knife, Jiang Yi let out a fierce shout. But instead of telling Ding Dang to let go, it was golden light technique. Whoosh! A golden light flashed straight toward Ding Dang's ferocious face. Jiang Yi had aimed for his forehead, but her accuracy was off. The golden light pierced through Ding Dang's cheek instead. Instantly, a blood hole the size of a grain of rice burst open on his face. He screamed in sudden agony. Yet Jiang Yi's assault hadn't ended. Taking advantage of Ding Dang's weakened state, he immediately reversed the dagger's grip and stabbed backward toward Ding Dang. But there was more. He drew out his own poisonous blade, the blood dagger, and plunged it fiercely into Ding Dang's body. Thud! Thud! The pitch-black dagger was instantly smeared with slippery crimson blood. Jiang Yi's first kill was naturally far from being a clean, lethal strike. Instead, she stabbed wildly over and over, her hands gripping the knife trembling violently. Though Yu Ziyu had murderous intentions, even he had never witnessed such a scene before. He too was utterly stunned, taking a long while to snap out of it before exclaiming at Jiang Yi in shock. Stop! Jiang Yi, stop it now! Ding Dang is about to be killed by you. Ding! Eliminated a level 0 player. Congratulations on earning +1 survival point. Jiang Yi was startled back to his senses by this notification. With a clang, his grip weakened until the dagger fell to the ground. But almost instantly, he picked up the poison-blooded dagger again, casting a wary and guarded look at Yuziyu. Seeing his mental state, Yuziyu naturally dared not approach further, and the thought of accidentally killing Jiang Yi quickly dissipated in his mind. After all, in a straight-up confrontation, he stood no chance of defeating Jiang Yi. Moreover, Jiang Yi had now acquired survival points, meaning he'd gained the chance to resurrect. Even if you kill him, he'll probably resurrect like Yang Wen shouted. He might even use the revival to turn the tables and kill you instead. Not only did Yuziyu not dare to kill Jiang Yi anymore, he was even somewhat afraid of him. He took a few steps back before raising his voice again. What? Are you planning to kill me too? Just then, someone in the chat group noticed. Holy shit! Another member knocked off the list. Ding Dang from class 2 is dead. No way. So when Ding Dang said Jiang Yi wanted to kill him, it was true. Just after we learned the resurrection secret, Jiang Yi actually killed Ding Dang? Could someone else have killed Ding Dang and framed Jiang Yi? I don't think Jiang Yi seems like the type to kill proactively. While the group chat buzzed with speculation, Jiang Yi kept his eyes fixed on Yuziyu as he typed a reply. Just now, after Yang Wenchao shared the secret of resurrection, Ding Dang suddenly ambushed me. I only acted in self-defense when I fought back and killed him. This point can also be vouched for by Yuziyu, who was present at the scene. Wandering Fish also saw Jiang Yi's message, of course. After a moment of contemplation, he also spoke up in response. That's right, I was also there just now, and it's true that Ding Dang attacked Jiang Yi first by sneaking up on him. The moment these words were spoken, the group chat fell silent for a moment. However, soon enough, some classmates still found it hard to accept. But even if it was self-defense, did it have to end in killing? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Jiang Yi, how dare you claim it was self-defense when you killed Ding Dang? Didn't you even consider gaining a chance at resurrection through killing? Clearly, the students cared deeply about survival points. As they spoke, the conversation circled back to survival points once more. Lucian also chimed in. Jiang Yi, did you really earn survival points? Were you given any hint that they could be used for resurrection? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before replying. I did receive the notification about +1 survival point, but I'm not sure if these points can actually be used for resurrection. Actually, before Ding Dang ambushed me, I'd been wanting to say this. Yang Wenchao's words might not be entirely true. He might have claimed that survival points obtained through killing could be used for revival, just to provoke us into killing each other. At these words, top students like Wang Lingling, Lucian, and Su Yuan immediately had a flash of insight, feeling that Jiang Yi made a very valid point. How could resurrection possibly be that simple? This is entirely possible. Yang Wenchao is lying. However, not everyone has the brains of a top student. Most classmates, intoxicated by the words revival, immediately sneered with sarcasm. Ha, now that you've got survival points yourself, you act all high and mighty, insisting they can't be used for revival. How is this any different from a billionaire claiming money doesn't interest them? Exactly. You've already taken the benefits, but you want us to starve? How is this any different from the ridiculous idea of paying to work? If you ask me, there's a simple way to find out if survival points can be used for resurrection. Just kill Jiang Yi and see if he can come back to life. Problem solved. Jiang Yi found such remarks downright outrageous. It wasn't like this before. His classmates would never act so heartless. Clearly, it was Yang Wenchao's leaked information that ignited the greed in his classmates' hearts, making their remarks increasingly venomous. Ironically, at this very moment, Yang Wenchao, who had arrogantly told others not to tag him earlier, specifically tagged Jiang Yi in the group chat again. Ha, saying I fabricated information to deceive people? Have you considered the consequences of provoking me? At Jiang Yi. Perfect timing. Since you've opened the package and already have survival points, who knows when some monster might pop up and kill you? Rather than letting the monster kill you, why not give me this kill? What do you say, Jiang Yi? Will you do me this favor? At Jiang Yi. Clearly, Yang Wenchao was just here for the drama, reveling in the chaos. Seeing him say this, the other students joined in one after another. What? Jiang Yi opened a parcel? Then he's going to be chased by monsters too? Even if he isn't hunted by monsters, he can't pay the rent. He wouldn't survive today anyway. So Yang Wenchao is right. Instead of letting Jiang Yi be killed by monsters, why not turn him into our revival chance? Almost the moment public opinion swung overwhelmingly in one direction, Wang Lingling unexpectedly stepped forward again and said, Classmates, everyone calm down. If today you can kill Jiang Yi for the so-called chance of revival, then tomorrow, others will use the same reason to kill you. Put yourselves in others' shoes. What if this happened to you? What if you became that deserved to die person? Simply thinking that killing others can grant you revival chances isn't enough. You must remain vigilant against becoming the very tool others use to obtain their own revival chances. So, we absolutely cannot set this precedent. We can't be sure if Jiang Yi will be killed by the monster. But you absolutely cannot kill Jiang Yi for such a reason. Not only Jiang Yi, but every member who joined the support group feels the same way. The chat fell silent for a long moment after these messages were sent. After a while, a few female members finally responded. Sister Ling is right. Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. If we treat Jiang Yi this way today, tomorrow we might end up just like her. Agreed. We're human beings, higher animals. We can't degenerate into beasts and lose our humanity. Supporting Sister Lang. Having a powerhouse like Sister Lang watching over us is a blessing for everyone in our mutual aid group. In an instant, Wang Lingling garnered another wave of supportive voices, her prestige rising once more. But words were just words, no one could truly tell what their classmates were thinking in their hearts. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief seeing he was no longer the target of public condemnation. He soon bid farewell to Yu Ziyu, using the excuse of being worried about monsters pursuing him. At the same time, the lurking threat of monster attacks drove him to quickly accept a cleaning assignment on the 20th floor before taking the elevator back up. However, he didn't begin his cleaning duties immediately. Instead, he first returned to his apartment on the 20th floor. Inside the apartment, Jiang Yi's original body and his clone shook hands. The one survival point possessed by the clone was automatically transferred to the original body. At the same moment, Jiang Yi's main body instantly received a prompt. Consume one survival point to create a new doppelganger? Yes/no? Chapter 20, The Second Doppelganger. Sure enough, survival points could also be used to create clones. Listening to the prompt, a flash of ecstasy quickly flickered through Jiang Yi's eyes. New clones meant new labor. Then his money-making speed would reach another level. More importantly, the new duplicate would possess new talents. Just as Jiang Yi was about to subconsciously choose yes, he suddenly thought of something and temporarily refrained from making an immediate decision. Instead, have the first clone take out the life assistant Xiao Bing and place it on the living room coffee table. On that coffee table, a palm-sized miniature lantern had already been placed. It appeared to be just an ordinary pendant accessory, but in reality, it was something Jiang Yi had recently obtained by tearing open a parcel with his shaved head look. And for this tiny little pendant, the system demanded he pay 188,000 in compensation. When he heard the notification, Jiang Yi was completely stunned. This outrageous compensation fee was even higher than a whole day's rent. He almost stuffed the little lantern back in on the spot, trying to figure out how to return it for redelivery. But he knew all too well, the higher the compensation, the more valuable the package itself must be. At this point, he had Xiao Bing cast an inspection spell on the miniature lantern ornament. Soon, information about the little lantern appeared on Xiao Bing's display screen. Lucky colored lantern. Activated for 1 hour, slightly increases luck attribute. Damn, just those two simple lines, and 188,000 is gone just like that? But, luck attribute? Is this some kind of hidden attribute not displayed on the data panel? Then if all players possess hidden luck attributes, Jiang Yi strongly suspects that Yang Wenchao must be the one with extraordinarily high luck stats. Wang Lingling and Gao Chang probably have pretty good luck too. As for Jiang Yi's luck, it's hard to say. If you say he's lucky, he just happened to be the only one who failed to awaken his abilities. But if you say he's unfortunate, he later awakened an overpowering X-tier talent. So, perhaps there's only a thin line between extreme luck and extreme misfortune? Jiang Yi couldn't figure it out either. But, suddenly realizing that luck attributes might influence initial talents, his eyes widened in astonishment. If he activated lucky colored lights when creating a new avatar now, wouldn't the new avatar have a higher probability of coming with more powerful innate talents? If I could really obtain an SSS grade gifted clone, then forget 188,000, even 1.88 million would be worth spending. However, thinking this way made Jiang Yi hesitate again. The effect of lucky lanterns activates within 1 hour after being turned on. If he could possess more survival points and create additional clones within a short period, then the effect of the lucky lantern would be truly maximized. Creating only one clone per hour now would be somewhat wasteful. However, restraining from creating clones solely to maximize the lucky effect would clearly be an even greater waste. So, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Without much hesitation, Jiang Yi activated the lucky colored lantern. As expected, the miniature lantern emitted colorful rays. And in that very moment, Jiang Yi made his choice. Yes. Ding! Congratulations on generating a doppelganger. A flash of white light, and sure enough, there was another himself in his field of vision. But at this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly felt lightheaded, as an overwhelming fatigue washed over his entire body. He hurriedly lay down on the sofa, vaguely speculating. It must be that my stamina stat isn't high enough to effortlessly control 3 bodies simultaneously. From the looks of it, his base attributes must be extremely important. Either boost your attributes to gain the ability to control more clones. Either merge the clones, which both strengthens the main body and reduces the number of clones. Therefore, his focus should still remain on the main body. By game time midnight, he should consider merging clones to enhance the main body. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi immediately checked the data panel of clone number 2. At this sight, a radiant gleam instantly flashed through his weary eyes. Zhang Yi, level 0, physical strength 5.2, energy 5.2, combat power 46, survival points 0, talent, heaven rewards the diligent, S. Effect, your deliberate practice will inevitably bear fruit. Skills, absolute focus, A. Combat stance, A. Absolute focus, A. In a self-forgetting state, become completely immersed in a single task for 1 minute. Depending on the degree of focus, attributes, and comprehension, receive a certain degree of enhancement. Combat stance, when entering combat stance, physical attributes receive a temporary boost. When exiting combat stance, combat awareness is enhanced to a certain degree. Damn! S-class talent, and comprehended 2 A-class skills. What's more, both skills can temporarily boost attributes. Even the absolute focus skill can enhance comprehension. In other words, Zhang Yi's gains from spending money at the training room would far surpass everyone else's. Moreover, the battle stance skill would also accelerate his growth at an even faster rate. And this clone's attributes have all exceeded 5, with combat power reaching a staggering 46 points. Compared to Gao Chang's 48-point combat power, it's not far behind at all. However, Gao Chang possesses formidable lightning-based abilities. This doppelganger's development clearly leans towards close combat. For now, it still wouldn't be able to defeat Gao Chang. But no matter, Zhang Yi's growth potential will inevitably surpass everyone's. Of course, this is all contingent on him actually growing stronger. The effect of the lucky lantern lasts a full hour. Reluctant to waste it, Zhang Yi had his first clone, who was about to start cleaning duties, carry the lantern close to his body. Worried about the first clone being attacked by monsters, he also gave the disguise mask to his second clone, who followed the first clone invisibly under stealth. After a moment's hesitation, he allocated the poison blade blood dagger to clone 2. The life assistant Xiao Bing, equipped with self-destruct capabilities, remained with clone 1. Thus, everything was set in order. With clone 1 operating openly while clone 2 lurked in the shadows, they both departed from apartment 2025. As for the main body, exhausted both physically and mentally, it lay collapsed on the apartment sofa. Copy number 1 accepted a cleaning order for apartment 2064. It needed to head in the direction opposite to the red-lit elevator. From a distance, the lighting in that direction did appear significantly dimmer. It gives off a sense of lurking danger. Zhang Yi didn't let the power of the second clone go to his head. He took every step slow and cautious. Under the dim light, the first clone carefully identified the room number. The second clone remained vigilant, carefully observing the changes around it. When he approached apartment 2048, the first clone felt nothing unusual, but the second clone keenly sensed a sudden chill. Both clones instantly tensed up, their nerves on edge. At that very moment, strange hissing sounds emerged from the dimly lit corridor, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind. Clone 1 instantly tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, only to feel a sudden cool, slippery sensation around his wrist. Startled, he jerked his hand violently and caught sight of a dark streak darting away from his wrist. It appeared to be a slender, serpentine creature. Its pitch-black form blended perfectly into the dim surroundings, vanishing as if it had never existed. Zhang Yi vaguely felt his entire right hand beginning to stiffen and go numb, even experiencing a powerless sensation of barely being able to grip the kitchen knife. Having no combat experience and unable to locate the creature that ambushed him, he naturally felt somewhat flustered and uneasy in that moment. Fortunately, his second clone still possessed some strength. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the skills, absolute focus, and battle stance. In an instant, the second clone swiftly entered a state of self-forgetfulness. The entire dim corridor seemed as if time had frozen still. Thus, in this seemingly frozen space-time, even the slightest rustle became glaringly obvious. Hiss. Whoosh. A strange sound echoed. A gust of wind. The second clone abruptly opened his eyes, gaze sharp and piercing. With a raised hand and a swing of the blade, came a thwack. Hiss. Hissing. Thud. Now, those hissing sounds sounded more like screams. The viper's flickering tongue suddenly spewed foul-smelling mucus. Both of Zhang Yi's doppelgangers narrowly dodged the attack. Clone 2 didn't dare pause for even a second. Still lost in the moment, he once again swung his venomous dagger toward that slender creature. Due to the dim light, he couldn't be certain whether it was a venomous snake. Yet adhering to the principle of striking a snake's 7-inch vital spot, he slashed his blade toward what he presumed to be the creature's critical weakness. Thwick. Put. Hiss. Hiss. When Zhang Yi killed Ding Dang earlier, his hands had clearly trembled. This time, the dagger slashing toward the slender creature carried unmistakable decisiveness and ruthlessness. Hiss. After the final sharp hiss, a flash of white light followed. At the same time, Zhang Yi heard a notification in his mind. Successfully killed a level 1 shadowless viper. Energy points plus 10. Ding. Your level has been promoted to 1. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. Your energy has increased by 1 point. At the same time, where the white light dispersed, the shape of a black iron treasure chest unexpectedly appeared. Chapter 21: A Strange Cleaning Job. Wow! Not only did this wave level me up, but it also dropped a black iron treasure chest. Jiang Yi's first clone quickly picked up the treasure chest while the second clone swiftly checked the data panel. Jiang Yi. Level 1, 0 out of 100. Stamina, 6.2. Energy, 6.2. Combat power, 54. Survival points, 0. Talent, heavenly reward for diligence, S. Skills, absolute focus, A. Combat stance, A. Indeed gained 1 point in both stamina and energy attributes. His combat power has even broken through to 54. Among all the students in the apartment, such strength should be considered among the top elites. Moreover, according to the prompt, the creature he just killed was a level 1 monster, the Phantom Ring Serpent. Even at level 0, he managed to kill a level 1 monster. I can only say, an S-rank talent is truly overpowered. Jiang Yi reasoned that Yang Wenchao's talent should be at least S-rank, or perhaps even higher than S-rank. Of course, it was also possible that he had encountered other opportunities. Jiang Yi quickly composed himself and opened the just-dropped iron treasure chest. Inside lay a silver-white ring that glinted faintly. As usual, it was Assistant Xiaobing's responsibility to examine it. Spatial ring, level 1. It contains a 1 cubic meter storage space and cannot store living beings. Damn, a spatial ring. Though it wasn't the power-enhancing item Jiang Yi had most eagerly anticipated, this thing could still make his movements much more convenient. From this perspective, Bai Ruowan's portable space doesn't seem so precious after all. However, spatial rings can be stolen, whereas Bai Ruowan's portable space can't be plundered, and presumably has a larger capacity too. As for Jiang Yi's 1 cubic meter space, it can only hold some scattered small items, but it should be enough for the initial stage. He quickly slipped the spatial ring onto the first clone's hand, then stored both the kitchen knife and Xiaobing into the dimensional space. The right hand of the first clone still felt somewhat stiff and weak. However, after massaging it briefly, the condition improved slightly. So while rubbing his wrist where the shadowless serpent had touched him, he proceeded with even greater caution as he continued searching for apartment 2064. Yet in the dim lighting, Jiang Yi failed to notice something. As he gradually walked farther away, the door of apartment 2048 suddenly swung open. A shadowy figure flashed by the door, then it silently closed again. When Jiang Yi found apartment 2064, he encountered no further dangers along the way. Having already decided to try the cleaning job, he naturally didn't dwell on it any longer at this point. However, just as he was about to knock, an alert suddenly sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Yang Wenchao for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 2. Reward, Black Iron Treasure Chest *1. Wow! Yang Wenchao has already leveled up to 2? That's unbelievably fast. Jiang Yi quickly reopened the chat group and saw Xiao Likuan sharing the news. Xiao Likuan, Yang Wenchao wasn't ambushed by monsters again. He must have been fighting players from other apartment buildings this whole time. Soon, some classmates realized. So battling in the combat room can also level you up? Yang Wenchao probably leveled up because he's so strong that he kept winning against players from other apartments. So now, Yang Wenchao must be the strongest in our apartment, right? Damn! I'd love to check out the battle room too and meet players from other apartments. Too bad it's only accessible to those living above the 20th floor. I feel like if Jiang Yi wants to survive today, he'd better head to the battle room and face players from other apartments. Otherwise, just relying on odd jobs won't even remotely cover that insane rent. Sigh. Some want to battle players from other apartments but lack the chance, while others have the opportunity but fear fighting. That's how this world always is, just like how money always flows to those who already have it. Ugh, how pathetic. But at least our apartment has a top-tier player like Yang Wenchao. That's some small consolation. Jiang Yi could tell that many of his classmates still harbored hostility toward him, openly and covertly throwing shade his way. He ignored them, though inwardly he'd begun to look forward to using the combat room. If this second avatar of his were to fight, the odds of winning should be pretty high. As he pondered this, his first avatar knocked on the door of apartment 2064. However, eerily enough, almost at the exact moment when the first clone knocked on the door of room 2064, Jiang Yi's true body in apartment 2025 actually heard the knocking simultaneously. It startled him so badly that his whole body jerked, and he abruptly turned towards the direction of the door. What the hell? Is this some kind of ghostly shit? There's no way apartment 2064 could be the exact same as his apartment 2025, right? Or perhaps, when someone knocks on one apartment door, does the knocking echo through all the doors on the same floor? Jiang Yi wasn't sure, but these eerie knocks were giving him serious chills. At that very moment, the door of apartment 2064 silently swung open. Yet there was absolutely no one seen opening it. The first clone instantly tensed up, his back turning icy cold. But soon, he noticed. It wasn't that no one answered the door. Rather, the one who came to open it was a life assistant robot just like Xiaobing. It was so short that people could easily overlook it. Just as Jiang Yi began to relax, he heard the life assistant's cold mechanical voice. Are you the cleaning staff member with employee number 007? Please show your employee badge. This life assistant robot must have undergone personalized settings. Its voice doesn't sound as soft and cute as Xiaobing's. Rather, it's the kind of business-like tone you'd hear from a professional working woman. Jiang Yi heard the voice and instinctively thought of his math teacher. The oppressive feeling instantly intensified. Not daring to delay, he quickly showed his employee badge. After verifying the badge, the little robot led him into the apartment. It glided across the floor while continuing in its bureaucratic tone. The owner isn't home. I'll be supervising your cleaning work. Jiang Yi felt increasingly relieved. No people was good news. He'd always been somewhat socially anxious, and had also been worried about potential dangers from apartment residents. However, as his gaze swept across the living room of the apartment, he sensed something amiss. Because this apartment appeared clean and tidy, it didn't seem to require any cleaning at all. Fortunately, the mini-robot spoke up again. The master pays great attention to cleanliness, so the home is always spotless. Your assigned task is, find all 10,086 strands of hair that your master has shed. Then wash them, dry them, apply care oil strand by strand, and neatly store them away, then your task will be complete. Oh, Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment upon hearing such a bizarre work assignment. Still, odd as it was, the job didn't sound particularly difficult. Moreover, the life assistant robot seemed pretty easy to talk to, so he went ahead and asked, do you happen to have professional hair retrieving tools at home? According to the information he'd gotten from the cleaning service hub, their cleaning tools were all provided by customers, they didn't bring their own. However, the robot responded, Master's hair is exceptionally precious and must never be cleaned using vacuum cleaners or floor washing machines. You must search with your eyes and pick them up with your hands. Even while picking them up, utmost care must be taken not to harm a single strand of Master's hair. Even if a single hair goes wrong, the robot displayed a fearful expression on its screen before continuing, then the master will be very, very angry, and your fate will be extremely, extremely miserable. So tragic, bloody hell. Jiang Yi swallowed hard and asked again, is it still possible for me to cancel this cleaning job now? There's still time. Jiang Yi had just breathed a sigh of relief when the robot continued. Simply settle the compensation fee of 12,000 yuan. Bloody hell. His entire paycheck for this job was only 6,000. Yet the compensation demanded was 12,000. What the hell, isn't this just daylight robbery? Jiang Yi had already accumulated a staggering debt of 350,000 renminbi. Though they say when debts pile high enough they don't weigh you down, one still can't afford to completely slack off. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and asked again, then may I ask where exactly are your master's hairs distributed? There's hair all over the apartment, but the bathroom probably has the most. Jiang Yi sighed, then let's start with the bathroom first. Just as clone number 1 diligently began the cleaning work. Meanwhile, the invisible clone number 2 wearing a disguise mask had not actually entered apartment 2064. He lingered at the doorway for a moment, ensuring that his first clone was temporarily out of danger, before deciding to head to the combat room on the first floor. However, the second clone had barely taken a few steps toward the elevator when suddenly, a dark figure blocked its path. Chapter 22, The Eerie Shadow. The shadow seemed to have materialized out of thin air. There hadn't been the slightest warning before its appearance. At this moment, Clone 2 was still cloaked in invisibility. He immediately became vigilant and guarded, though he wasn't entirely sure whether the dark figure could actually see him while he was invisible. That is, until a deep, resonant voice emerged from the shadowy figure. Need some money? What? Short on money? Jiang Yi still wasn't sure, so he didn't dare respond. Seeing no reply from him, the shadowy figure seemed to grow impatient and cut straight to the point. Who could possibly be fooled by such cheap invisibility tricks? Let me ask you again. Do you need money? I can help you acquire vast wealth, quickly. It's faster and easier to earn money than doing cleaning work. Holy cow? Fast and easy money? Why does this sound exactly like scam talk? Jiang Yi instinctively didn't believe it in his heart. However, since he didn't know the origins of this shadowy figure, he didn't rashly refuse either. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, what exactly do you want me to do for this quick money you mentioned? It's simple. The shadowy figure appeared to be some kind of creature completely wrapped in a black robe. He seemed to raise his hand slightly. A jade token was then tossed toward Jiang Yi's direction. Jiang Yi caught the token, examining it while listening to the shadowy figure's explanation. Wear this, and the survival points you earn from killing will be stored within this jade pendant. Later, come find me on the 20th floor. I'll buy this jade token from you for 100,000 per survival point. For example, if you gather 5 survival points, you can exchange this jade token for 500,000. Hearing this proposal, Jiang Yi was utterly shocked. He currently owed a massive debt of 350,000. There was no way he could repay it just by working part-time jobs. And according to the Shadow's method of transaction, he only needs to kill 4 people. Not only can it repay the debt, but there's even extra spending money left over. This sounds really tempting, doesn't it? Jiang Yi strongly suspects that Yang Wenchao grew so powerful, even surpassing ordinary classmates, precisely because he's been killing everywhere. Perhaps he made a deal with that shadowy figure. However, Jiang Yi's situation is different from Yang Wenchao's. His survival points allow him to directly create clones. Considering this, trading 1 survival point for 100,000 is absolutely not worth it. Moreover, he speculated, the true value of survival points and survival stones should far exceed 100,000. This shadow figure appears to be cooperating and trading with him on the surface, but in reality, it's taking advantage of him. From this perspective, this shadow figure probably can't earn survival points by killing people itself. That's why he had to use this method to cooperate with players. Jiang Yi pondered for a long time. He wasn't actually the type to kill indiscriminately, nor was he likely to go around killing people just for survival points. But if he truly couldn't repay the massive debt of 350,000, then making a deal with this shadowy figure might just be his only way out. So instead of outright refusing, he asked the shadow one more question. As long as I carry this jade token with me, all the survival points obtained from killing will be absorbed by it? The shadow figure caught Jiang Yi's underlying meaning and nodded to explain. If you want to keep the survival points for yourself, simply leave the jade token in your apartment room or store it in spatial equipment. However, I must warn you, the survival points you've obtained cannot be used within this apartment. If you can't leave this apartment alive, then the survival points you possess will be utterly meaningless. Clearly, these words were urging Jiang Yi to deposit his survival points into the jade pendant to exchange for money with the shadowy figure. Jiang Yi didn't respond. He accepted the jade token and said to the shadowy figure, I will give it serious consideration. As he spoke, the dark figure that had been blocking his path seemed to vanish into thin air. Jiang Yi's eyes scanned his surroundings, but the dim light made it impossible to discern anything. After a brief moment of contemplation, he immediately headed straight for the red-lit elevator. After disguising himself as a bald man using the disguise mask, he took the elevator down to the first floor. Several classmates were gathered at the front desk in the first-floor lobby. They all seemed to be preparing to borrow money from the administrator. The appearance of Jiang Yi's bald alter ego instantly sparked discussions among the students. However, without even glancing sideways, he headed straight for the combat room. Several classmates immediately began discussing. Is that bald guy actually our classmate in disguise, or is he a resident of the apartment? I remember Li Wenjie from class 1 has a detection type skill, she might be able to figure it out. Has Li Wenjie gone upstairs to run errands? Who knows when she'll be back? When she returns, have her check the dueling room, she might be able to see through that bald guy's true nature. But if that bald guy really is an apartment resident, what if he goes berserk and kills someone when suddenly probed with a detection skill? Probably not. Even if he does go berserk, Yang Wenchao is still in the dueling room. He wouldn't just stand by and let someone die, right? Come on, we should be thanking our lucky stars if he doesn't take advantage of the situation to steal Li Wenjie's kill. Let it go. Whether that bald guy is a classmate or an apartment resident, I think we should lay low and avoid provoking others randomly. Sigh, if only I were as strong as Yang Wenchao. This loan I'm taking is specifically for using the training room function to see if I can boost my physical stamina and energy. I'm going to try to see if I can comprehend a skill. Jiang Yi paid no attention to the chatter of these classmates. As soon as he entered the battle room, he saw rows of ATM-like machines. There were 2 rows in total, 10 machines per row, making 20 battle devices altogether. The device by the door on the left side was glowing green, likely indicating Yang Wenchao was currently using it. The remaining 19 devices were all idle. Besides that, 2 classmates were standing beside Yang Wenchao's device. They were Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang, the same students who'd been constantly sharing updates about Yang Wenchao in the group chat. The moment these 2 men saw Jiang Yi's bald appearance, their eyes instantly grew wary. Yet Jiang Yi walked straight over without hesitation, also taking a glance at Yang Wenchao's device. With that glance, he finally understood what Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang were guarding and watching so intently. Because on the ATM-like enclosed device, there was a display screen as large as an A4 sheet of paper. The display screen was showing footage of Yang Wenchao's match. The scene depicted a fighting platform about the size of a basketball court. Yang Wenchao was engaged in combat with a nimble female opponent. The woman appeared to be a player from another apartment complex, likely in her early 20s with a college student's demeanor. But she might be some sort of athletic scholarship student or have studied martial arts. He actually held his own against Yang Wenchao in a fight. This scene left Jiang Yi somewhat astonished. He had assumed that with Yang Wenchao's strength, he would be invincible in the dueling room. But now it seemed the other apartment buildings also had formidable fighters who dared to duel. At least the dueling room outcomes only involved money, not life and death. Even if you lose, you only lose money, no real lives are at stake. So this battle chamber is essentially a type of virtual game. Zhang Yi watched from the sidelines for a while. Seeing that he wasn't causing trouble, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang gradually relaxed their tense emotions and redirected their focus to Yang Wenchao's fight. Seeing Yang Wenchao gradually losing the battle, Wang Chang couldn't help but sigh regretfully. Looks like Yang Wenchao bet 100,000 this round, right? If he loses, he'll be back to square one in an instant. Xiao Likuan also nodded. Can't be helped, the opponent this time is just too strong. That girl probably has at least an S-tier talent. And I feel like the opponent Yang Wenchao was matched with must be related to the amount he wagered. At this point, anyone willing to bet 100,000 is clearly no ordinary opponent. Wang Chang couldn't help but sigh, damn, I can't even scrape together 100 bucks, yet Yang Wenchao can casually lose 100,000 in one go. Comparing yourself to others really makes you want to die of frustration. Xiao Likuan added with even deeper emotion, if people from all over the world really got transported into apartment complexes like this, then those at the absolute pinnacle of the pyramid might be even more formidable than Yang Wenchao and that girl. After all, with such a massive population base, there's bound to be super lucky individuals beyond our wildest imagination. Hearing this, Wang Chang exclaimed in astonishment, super lucky individuals, could they be the ones with SSS tier talents? Ugh, I really wish my parents were SSS rank gifted. Then when I reunite with them, I could instantly become a rich second generation heir. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but feel speechless. But upon reflection, if his parents truly grew to become top-tier powerhouses and they could reunite while still alive, then he really could live as a rich second generation heir, right? That does sound pretty awesome when you think about it. Just as the two were indulging in this line of fantasy, a new prompt suddenly echoed in their minds. Ding! Apartment announcement, 8 residents have advanced to level 1, automatically activating the apartment ranking system. Chapter 23, Apartment Ranking System. No 1008 Novice Apartment Level Rankings. 1 ST Place, Yang Wenchao, Level 2. 2 ND Place, Wang Lingling, Level 1. 3 RD Place, Zhang Jintian, Level 1. 4 TH Place, Gao Chang, Level 1. 5 TH Place, Ku Zhengfei, Level 1. 6 TH Place, Lu Shun, Level 1. 7 TH Place, Zhang Yi, Level 1. No, 8, Su Yuan, Level 1. The entire leaderboard occupied the third player function, apart from the data panel and the chat group. The screen remained eerily quiet, displaying only 8 players. And as soon as it appeared, the chat group exploded with chaos. Holy crap, no way, 8 people have already reached Level 1. Even the mighty Gao Chang only ranks 4 TH. For players at the same level on this ranking, the order should be based on who leveled up first, right? Zhang Jintian and Ku Zhengfei kept such a low profile and didn't even join any mutual aid groups, yet they still made it to level 1. The key point is, Zhang Yi actually reached level 1 too. Did he level up when killing Ding Dang? Yuziyu, Zhang Yi probably didn't level up by killing Ding Dang, because it said that golden light flashes when leveling up, but he didn't experience that at the time. So, was Zhang Yi chased by monsters later? He actually survived and even reached level 1. From the looks of it, the monsters can't be that strong, right? Bullshit, not strong. I remember Yang Wenchao said Zhang Yi had opened packages before. He must have gotten some powerful items from those packages. That's how he could fight back against monsters and level up to 1. Damn it, I want to steal packages now too. I'd advise against being reckless. Stealing packages is pure lottery. No guarantee you'll get anything good, but the compensation fees will definitely bankrupt you. But I'm still so jealous. Those who reached level 1 not only got stronger but also made it onto the rankings, while zeros like us are nothing. Feels like we're just nameless cannon fodder in some novel. You're absolutely right. I really want to level up too. Just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, paying rent through grinding feels like the most basic survival need, while leveling up and getting stronger should be the higher pursuit we're aiming for. So, those who've leveled up to 1, could you share your experience here? Let's see if the rest of us can learn and replicate it. The group erupted into heated discussions about leveling up. Yet among the 8 students who leveled up, not a single one shared their experience. Just then, the words, fail, suddenly flashed across the screen of Duel Room 1's monitor. Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang also snapped back to reality from the chat group at this moment, staring in shock at the screen. Holy crap, Yang Wenchao actually lost? 100,000. Just gone like that? I remember the daily rent for the 20th floor is only 120,000. This is downright inhuman extravagance. I think Yang Wenchao lost 100 grand, he must be in a terrible mood right now. Should we get out of here before his anger blows up in our faces? Then, retreat, get out of here now. With that, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang quickly retreated from the battle chamber. Jiang Yi stared at the word fail on the screen, his heart fluttering with panic, before following suit and exiting the battle chamber. He still wanted to use the battle room to fight against the strongest residents from other apartments, but using the battle room required spending money. Currently, he only had debts and no money at all. So Jiang Yi left the battle room and returned to the front desk where the apartment manager was stationed. A few students were still gathered here. Noticing how visibly nervous he looked, no one dared to speak to him. Jiang Yi ignored them too, addressing the administrator directly. How much is my credit limit? When his first clone had come to inquire earlier, the administrator had approved a credit limit of 50,000. And now arriving was the second duplicate. The administrator gave him an impassive glance before replying bluntly, 300,000. When this amount was announced, the surrounding classmates stood dumbstruck in shock. Their gazes when turning back to Jiang Yi carried the terror of seeing a ghost. At this point, they vaguely guessed from Jiang Yi's lone behavior. This bald-headed figure was actually one of their classmates in disguise. But what they never expected was that this mysterious classmate could actually secure a loan limit of 300,000. For ordinary classmates like them, getting a loan of a few hundred was already something to be thankful for. Very few could secure loans exceeding 1,000. As for breaking 10,000, they'd certainly never seen that happen. And now this bald guy comes along and actually gets approved for a 300,000 loan limit? What the hell, that's just insane? Since they came to borrow money, they were naturally aware of it. Each person's loan limit is determined by their potential in the eyes of the administrator. The higher a student's development potential, the higher their loan limit. In other words, this mysterious classmate disguised as bald is absolutely, without a doubt, no ordinary person. Could he possibly be Zhang Jintian or Kui Zhenfei, those unassuming top players lurking on the rankings? Several classmates began voicing various speculations about Jiang Yi. However, after inquiring about the loan interest rates, Jiang Yi ultimately only borrowed 500 credits, promising to repay 600 before midnight, just as he secured the loan amount and prepared to head back to the battle arena. But suddenly, the chat group became lively again. The reason was that a classmate boasted in the group about the strength of players in our novice apartment, proudly stating that within such a short time, there were already a full 8 level 1 players, just as other classmates were also optimistically hyping up the top-ranked players on the leaderboard. Yang Wenchao, who had just lost 100,000, abruptly poured cold water on the excitement in the group. So what if there are only a few level 1 players? You're already acting this smug? You really don't know your place. I am undoubtedly the strongest existence in our apartment. Other apartment players you might encounter in the battle room are truly a gathering of formidable opponents. There are countless others whose strength matches or even surpasses mine. You keep being so optimistic without any sense of urgency, you'll really end up as cannon fodder, failing even the basic assessment of the beginner's apartment. If such words had come from an ordinary classmate, they might have sparked resentment and collective ridicule. But when Yang Wenchao said it, many classmates immediately felt the pressure. Just as the classmates were shifting from optimism to pessimism, Yang Wenchao suddenly spoke up again. After the fight in the battle room, I realized that as long as you're strong enough, making money is truly easy. A single random battle could easily net you 100 grand or more. Of course, that's assuming you can win. And just now, in a single match, I instantly lost 100,000. The moment these words were spoken, the entire class was stunned once again. Their 10-day rent didn't even amount to 100,000, yet Yang Wenchao lost 100,000 in just one duel. Holy crap, the gap is simply too massive. It seems no matter what environment you're in, those at the pyramid's peak can always leave ordinary people far behind, doesn't it? Just as the classmates were still in shock, Yang Wenchao continued. It's just 100,000, no big deal if we lose it. As long as we improve our abilities, we can always win it back later. So right now, I want to organize a group of classmates to explore the depths of the third-floor hallway together, to see if we can level up as a team. The moment these words were spoken, the entire class erupted in excitement. Holy shit, team leveling? What a brilliant idea. I've been dying to level up, and we've actually got a pro to carry us. This is beyond awesome. Damn, Brother Chao is the absolute best. If anyone dares badmouth Brother Chao again, I, Su Kaishian, will be the first to confront them. Damn, Brother Chao's legendary. I'm dropping everything right now to team up with you. After the level rankings were posted, it was clear the classmates' drive to level up had reached unprecedented heights. Hearing Yang Wenchao mention team leveling, everyone got wildly excited, convinced they'd latched onto a golden ticket. Yet Yang Wenchao then immediately followed up in the group chat. Exploring the depths of the corridor, even in a team, inevitably carries risks. What I need are those who can handle risks and fight monsters, not those who cling to others or become a burden. So, classmates with combat power below 20 need not come. Those with combat power over 20 who want to level up quickly, assemble at the third floor elevator entrance within 10 minutes. This decisive statement immediately drew mixed reactions from the classmates. Most whose combat strength fell far short of 20 wailed in despair, feeling their earlier excitement had been for nothing. Those whose combat power exceeded 20 were extremely rare. As for Yang Wenchao's proposal to team up for leveling, they were somewhat hesitant. Of course I want to level up, but Yang Wenchao is killed before. His way of doing things is also erratic and cruel. What if he teams up with us and then kills his teammates directly? But forming a team with the powerful Yang Wenchao would significantly reduce the risks of exploring the depths of the corridor. This trade-off between pros and cons became their dilemma. Zhang Yi also felt somewhat torn in his heart. Should I team up to level up first and wait until I've improved my abilities before engaging in battles? Or should I head straight into battles to earn money while keeping an eye on how my classmates explore the deeper corridors? Chapter 24, Leaderboard of the War God, Stubborn Bronze. Zhang Yi only hesitated for a brief moment. He decisively took the 500 he'd just borrowed and headed straight for the battle chamber. After all, he currently bore the appearance of a bald middle-aged man. Joining a large team for leveling up would inevitably invite too many questions. Even if he removed his disguise and teamed up as Zhang Yi, it would clearly be inappropriate. Because he had previously used his number 1 doppelganger to display his stat panel, it clearly showed his talent was the C-grade, gold element affinity. If during team formation he was asked to show his stat panel again, revealing his S-grade, heaven rewards the diligent, talent would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. So it'd be better to avoid crowds and first learn about the battle chamber. At the same moment when clone number 2 returned to the battle room, clone number 1 in apartment 2064 had finally finished clearing all the hair from the first bathroom, collecting over 1,000 strands in total. Each damp, long strand of hair inexplicably gave him a deeply unsettling feeling. Following the life assistant's instructions, he stored the 1,000+ strands of hair in a container resembling a water tank. Then, he headed towards the master bedroom's bathroom. It was at this moment that Zhang Yi made a delightful discovery. Right on the master bedroom's bay window, a bronze treasure chest was boldly placed. Upon closer inspection, he felt that the bronze treasure chest clashed sharply with the apartment's clean and tidy atmosphere. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered with inspiration as a bold idea suddenly struck him. Without hesitation, she strode directly toward the bay window. At the same time, he explained to the life assistant robot, "Should I start cleaning from the bay window in the master bedroom first?" The life assistant robot had no objection. "As you wish, just make sure all 10,086 strands of hair are accounted for and intact." Zhang Yi nodded, walked to the bay window, and reached out to press down on the bronze treasure chest. His body stiff with tension, he forced a casual tone as he asked, "Does this need to be cleaned out too?" The housekeeping assistant robot paused briefly before asking, "What exactly? Under the bay window's rug?" The master's hair doesn't usually fall onto the carpet, but you can check if you're worried. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight suddenly flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Because this meant, this domestic assistant robot apparently couldn't see the bronze treasure chest. I wonder, is it just the robot that can't see it? Or are all non-player residents in the apartment also unable to see it? Without daring to delay, Zhang Yi immediately stored the treasure chest inside her spatial inventory. Afterward, she calmly continued cleaning her hair as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, back in the combat room, clone number 2 sensed clone number 1's gains and couldn't help but feel in high spirits. He directly chose machine number 2 in the battle room to enter, unable to suppress the thought in his mind. This battle room only has 20 combat devices, and if one day, he could possess 20 clones, wouldn't that mean he could monopolize all 20 combat machines by himself? Ha ha ha, that would be quite a lovely scenario. However, with the beginner period lasting only 10 short days, it's highly unlikely he could control 20 duplicates simultaneously. Zhang Yi gathered his emotions and redirected his focus to combat unit number 2. This ATM-like device also gives the feeling of withdrawing money from an actual ATM when you step inside. As soon as he entered, the door automatically closed behind him, sealing tightly shut. At the same time, a voice verified his status as a tenant on the 20th floor and automatically deducted 100 credits for the battle simulator usage fee. The moment Zhang Yi sat down, it seemed to trigger some mechanism automatically. A high-tech headset descended onto his head with unmistakable technological flair. Suddenly, his consciousness blurred as if he had slipped into a dream, arriving in an entirely new space. The space was quite large, somewhat resembling the lobby of an apartment building's first floor. The entire hall was filled with people everywhere, old and young, men and women, all seemingly players of the Doomsday Apartments. Above these players' heads hung a black title floating ominously, Nameless Black Iron. Apart from this, the largest crowd had gathered directly north of the lobby. Behind the gathered crowd loomed a massive electronic screen. Displayed upon it was, Combat God Rankings, 1 ST Place, Lin Jing, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 2 ND Place, Jiang Wanhan, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 3 RD Place, Chabot, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 4 TH Place, Li Junki, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 5th place, Wang Chengjin, stubborn bronze, 100%. 60th place, Ko Peng, stubborn bronze, 92.3%. The entire God of War ranking consists solely of stubborn bronze tier players. The players Jiang Yi saw in the first floor lobby were uniformly all nameless iron. It goes without saying that nameless iron should be an even lower tier than stubborn bronze. Those capable of making it onto the God of War rankings must be the absolute elite, the pinnacle of the player pyramid. The God of War rankings recorded exactly 100 names. Stubborn bronze is the title, and the percentage number after it probably represents the win rate. Jiang Yi scrutinized the God of War rankings from top to bottom, but couldn't find Yang Wenchao's name. Which means Yang Wenchao, who's considered quite strong in their apartment complex, isn't even qualified to make it onto the God of War rankings. No wonder he said in the group chat that the other apartments are filled with powerful figures. I really wonder how high the combat power must be for those players who've made it onto the War God ranking list. While Jiang Yi was lost in thought, a similarly bald guy next to him suddenly struck up a conversation. Buddy, just arrived at the battle room? Are you here just to check things out, or planning to duel someone? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse the man's attempt at conversation, asking directly. I'm mainly here to broaden my horizons. In terms of actual combat, my abilities are too weak, I'm completely out of my depth. But speaking of which, how exactly do we battle here? Hey, it's super simple. The man's enthusiasm grew even stronger when Jiang Yi mentioned, my abilities are too weak. This entire combat chamber is actually a virtual space connected to many apartments, just like the games we used to play back in the day. And the structure of this space is actually quite similar to an apartment building, divided into several floors. New players always start in the first floor lobby by default, where they can see the combat deity rankings, a chance to admire the top-tier powerhouses we could never hope to reach. Up on the second floor, you can enter matchmaking for battles. If you're willing to spend a bit more, you can even spectate other players' matches. As for the third floor, you must first achieve the stubborn bronze title to access it. So us nobodies are limited to just the first and second floors for now. Jiang Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the hall. No wonder all the players here are nameless black iron. This first floor lobby must be filled with newbies like me who just used the combat room, right? The bald man's eyes flashed as he sneered inwardly. Of course it's not just newbies, there are also seasoned players lying in wait to prey on rookies. Naturally, he wouldn't share this thought with Jiang Yi. He simply grinned and nodded cheerfully, saying, yeah, pretty much. He added, comforting Jiang Yi. Bro, you just said you're too weak to challenge anyone? But honestly, most newbies just arriving in the first floor lobby don't have much strength either. After all, those who can reach the battle room at this stage are merely lucky enough to have initially been assigned apartments above the 20th floor. And among those awakened talents, there are plenty at D rank and E rank. Those who can awaken as C rank talent are already considered quite powerful. In this situation, finding rookies to duel gives us a pretty high chance of winning. Plus, the battle chamber is a virtual environment just like playing a game. Even if you lose, you'll only lose some money without any real-life danger. As he spoke, the bald man suddenly leaned in closer, deliberately lowering his voice and said, I got here a bit earlier than you and did some scouting about the newcomers. Buddy, if you want to try PvP, I can introduce you to some weak opponents for practice. Chapter 25, Bro, carry me through this. The bald man had the appearance of a warm-hearted, kind soul, but Jiang Yi was no fool. His school had even specifically conducted lectures on fraud prevention. There was naturally no way he'd believe this bald man's nonsense. However, he didn't outright refuse either. Instead, his face filled with curiosity as he asked once more, is this battle room's mode not random matching, but rather allowing players to seek out opponents themselves? The bald man laughed and explained further. The battle room does indeed have a matching mode and a challenge mode. But in the matching mode, while it's called random matching, the opponents you get paired with are basically at a similar power level to yours. In this scenario, the chance of winning is 50-50. Since you'll have both wins and losses, it's basically hard to make money, and if you're unlucky, you might even lose money. In challenge mode, you can choose opponents weaker than yourself, increasing your chances of winning money. But as soon as these words left Jiang Yi's mouth, he realized something was off. Then everyone would just challenge the weaker players, and those with low strength would go bankrupt in no time. Too afraid to even step into the battle room again, right? The bald man shook his head again with a laugh. Of course it's not like that. The dueling room is quite fair, both parties must consent to the challenge mode before a duel can be formed. The strong may challenge the weak, but the weak have every right to refuse. However, all of us newcomers start as nameless iron rank, which means we're just nobodies. Just by appearances, you can't tell who's stronger or weaker. So in challenge mode, it's very likely to have situations where there's a huge disparity in strength between opponents. For the stronger party, such situations are essentially getting easy wins. And what I mean is, I'll help you get those easy wins. She's a girl, weak in strength, simple-minded, and extremely easy to fool. I deliberately pretended to be weak and challenged her one effortlessly. If she hadn't already known she couldn't beat me and would outright refuse my challenge, I wouldn't have introduced her to someone else. In a way, the bald guy's reasoning did make some logical sense. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, deliberately putting on the guilty expression of an honest man and said, "But that girl never provoked me. Wouldn't it be too much for me to take the initiative to trick her like this?" Hearing this, the bald man was visibly stunned. He stared at Zhang Yi for a long while, and a trace of hesitation seemed to flicker across his face. But he quickly suppressed his emotions and deliberately fixed Zhang Yi with a shocked look. "What the hell, man? Are you seriously that naive? Didn't you hear the announcement about Doomsday Apartments when you were transported here? This is the apocalypse, and you're still clinging to moral principles like some kind of saint? The key is, even if you don't actively scheme against others, they'll still scheme against you. And I think, in a post-apocalyptic scenario, we should really lower our moral standards a bit. Looking at it from a lower moral standard, what we're doing isn't even scheming, it's more like teaching. After all, the battle chamber won't actually kill anyone. Tricking someone once just helps them learn a lesson. Look at it this way, it's actually a good deed. Of course, if your conscience really can't bear it, I won't force you. Let's just treat this as casual chat between friends. But since you could come to the battle room, you must live above the 20th floor. Your daily rent probably exceeds 100,000, right? I wonder if I'll still get to see my new friend here tomorrow. Speaking of which, we're both bald, guess that counts as fate. Pity though, The bald man's regretful tone made it sound as if Zhang Yi had already died for failing to pay rent. Zhang Yi knew full well this guy was deliberately needling him about the rent. Just like in many scams that lure people in with promises of making money, when they're really just after your cash. The bald guy and the girl he mentioned are most likely in cahoots. They probably think he's not very strong and are teaming up to scam him out of his money. Zhang Yi pondered for a while, but still felt somewhat conflicted. Because according to the bald guy's explanation, randomly matched opponents would have similar combat power to him. Without absolute strength or hidden cards, random matching makes it truly difficult to earn money. Therefore, if you want stable earnings through the battle arena, challenge mode is indeed the better option. The problem is, in challenge mode, opponents can refuse. The real challenge for players looking to catch weak prey becomes how to make others perceive them as easy targets so they'll accept the fight. And those like Baldy, who team up to scam people, I'm afraid they're far from few in number. Should he just expose Baldy outright, then join his fraudulent scam squad? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned his gaze to the battle god rankings, continuing to question Baldy. But according to both scenarios you described, how could the top-ranked fighters in the battle god rankings still maintain a 100% win rate? They're so strong, the weaker ones definitely won't accept their challenges. And the opponents they get randomly matched with should be pretty strong too. In that case, it should be pretty hard to maintain a 100% win rate, right? The answer to this question is actually very simple. The bald guy just said that the matching mode is based on a player's combat power. The combat power value on a player's stat panel is an assessment made according to their attributes, talents, and skills. Items in a player's possession are not factored into the calculation. In other words, even if two players have the same combat power, one could completely overwhelm the other simply by possessing powerful items. This point can actually be discovered and summarized after watching a few matches. This is also why the top-ranked warriors on the God of War list can maintain a perfect win rate. But it's completely normal that Zhang Yi, having just arrived at the battle room, wouldn't know about it. The bald man obviously knew this secret but had no intention of telling him. He deliberately lied, saying, well, it's probably because those elite players have their own unique advantages. For example, if someone specialized in martial arts training, they could maintain a winning streak even when matched with opponents of similar strength. The world of top-tier elites is beyond what us ordinary folk can imagine. That's perfectly normal. Normal? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and began to formulate some theories about why the strong players were able to maintain their winning streaks. In fact, after these speculations, he glanced at the bald man before suddenly coming up with another bold idea. Well, I mean, the lobby of this building was clearly filled with quite a few newbies. But how did this bald guy determine he was the one who could be tricked among all these newcomers? Because he looked honest? Or was it just random selection? Neither seems likely. Zhang Yi's heart stirred, and he took the initiative to speak to the bald man. Bro, I've been thinking hard about it. Conscience really can't put food on the table. If I don't start earning properly, I won't even be able to pay today's rent. Bro, take me under your wing. I'll never forget this kindness, I swear. The bald man had wasted so much breath waiting for exactly those words. He inwardly sneered but still maintained his kindly demeanor, speaking with warm enthusiasm. Oh, don't mention it, no need to be so formal. I just figured more friends means more paths forward. But speaking of which, you'll have to tell me your combat strength first. Only then can I determine whether you really have what it takes to defeat that girl. Zhang Yi nodded and answered with the honest simplicity of his bald-headed appearance. That's no problem. My talent is C-grade gold element affinity, with 1.2 in physical strength, 2.4 in energy, a combat power of 5.5, and I've mastered a skill called golden light technique. His words flowed smoothly, showing no signs of being fabricated. The bald man's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately flattered. No way, bro. With your strength, you'd already be considered formidable in the entire combat arena. You just said you were too weak to fight. Isn't that being overly cautious? Jiang Yi scratched his head with genuine confusion, continuing honestly, am I really strong? I wouldn't know about that. Before the apocalypse I was just a shut-in otaku, never exercised, never even killed a chicken. This 5.5 combat rating? When it comes to actual combat, it'll probably be less than half that effective. The bald man felt a wave of relief hearing this. After all, dealing with someone who had 5.5 combat power still carried some pressure when trying to trick them. This guy can't perform at his best, which works perfectly for him. So he comforted Jiang Yi again, don't worry about it. With your 5.5 combat power, even if you only deliver half, it's still a guaranteed win. Come on, I'll take you to find that naive sweet girl, but buddy, you'll have to talk to her yourself. After all, I screwed her over before. If she sees us together, she definitely won't accept your challenge. Jiang Yi nodded to show understanding. Meanwhile, the bald man led Jiang Yi toward the second floor while privately messaging his accomplice. Scammed another newbie, 5.5 combat power, seems gullible, probably not a wolf in sheep's clothing. His companion, labeled as Li Ran, immediately replied, do you have any items? Players on the 20th floor should have received a bronze treasure chest initially. This bald-headed girl's name was Su Jingyao. She quickly replied to Li Ran, hey, fellow unlucky soul, what I got from the bronze treasure box was a disguise mask. So just like me, he appears as a bald middle-aged man, but his true face, whether male or female, can't be confirmed. Chapter 26, Breaking Conventional Tactics. But I think she must be a fairly young girl. She's actually naive enough to worry about whether scamming people would be unethical. Su Jingyao had casually blurted out this remark. Unexpectedly, Li Ran responded with noticeable hesitation. Isn't it a bit unfair to trick such an innocent young girl? Su Jingyao replied immediately, Sis Ran, think clearly. The world has changed. Since she accepted your challenge, it means she intended to trick someone first. If she loses money in the end, that's her own greed, she deserves it. It's just a battle room anyway, it's not like lives are really at stake here. Sister Ran, you're supposed to be acting dumb and sweet, but don't actually turn dumb and sweet at the critical moment. Li Ran didn't reply this time. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao, now sporting a bald head, led Jiang Yi up the stairs to the second floor. After passing through the stairwell's safety door, she pointed in a certain direction. See that girl over there in the white school uniform? In a moment, go ask her if she's willing to accept a challenge. She'll definitely ask about your combat power first. Don't tell the truth, just say around 1 point something or 2 point something, and that you haven't awakened any skills. She'll surely take the bait and accept your challenge. Oh, and by the way, that schoolgirl seems to be living in an apartment with her family. Her parents gave her quite a bit of money. Bro, when you go for the challenge, you can bet higher. 1 or 2,000 won't be a problem. Jiang Yi looked terrified. Where would I get 1 or 2,000? I only have 500 total, and even that was a loan from the apartment manager. After paying 100 for the battle room fee, I'm left with just 400 now. Hearing this, Su Jingyao became even more convinced things were going her way. After all, with a loan limit of only 500, it means even the apartment manager doesn't think much of him. But after all that effort, he only managed to earn 400. Oh well, 400 isn't bad, considering its random matching, could have even lost money. She comforted Jiang Yi a few more words before urging him to go find Li Ran. The second floor hall was somewhat larger in area compared to the first floor. Like a movie theater, it was filled with densely packed seats. When players sat in the seats, an operation panel would automatically appear in their minds. The control panel displays a map of the entire second and first floors. Each player is marked with a red dot. Jiang Yi only realized now that in challenge mode, he didn't need to physically encounter the opponent he wanted to challenge. Instead, he could directly initiate a challenge against the red dots through the map in his mind. Additionally, players could also spectate ongoing battles. However, spectating battles required spending extra in-game currency. Observing a black iron battle room costs 100. The fee to spectate a bronze battle room is as high as 1,000. Of course, whether the battle footage is made public requires mutual confirmation from both participants. Both sides must choose to make it public before others can spectate. Otherwise, as long as one party disagrees to make it public, other players won't be able to spectate. Additionally, players who make it onto the warlord ranking will have the privilege of setting their own viewing fees. The cost incurred from spectating will be transferred at a 10% rate to the winner of that battle. That is to say, if there are 100 spectators watching a battle in the Iron Tier arena, then the winning side of that match could earn up to 1,000 units just from viewer-generated fees. On top of that, spectators can even tip the players. However, only 50% of the tip amount will be transferred to the recipient. However, during the novice apartment phase, players likely won't be well off. So there should be very few willing to spend money just to watch or tip. Most ordinary people's battle rooms are unlikely to be watched by spectators. Of course, battle rooms featuring top-ranked fighters from the God of War leaderboard, or those of internet-famous celebrities with established fanbases, could likely generate income through audience viewership. Zhang Yi went up to the second floor but didn't head straight for the spot the bald guy had pointed out as the girl's location. Since we're planning to screw someone over, let's be professional about it, can't appear too obvious with our intentions. He first found an empty seat and studied the operational interface in his mind. Only after getting reasonably familiar with it did he turn his attention to the vast second-floor hall. After pretending to survey the surroundings, he finally walked toward the schoolgirl the bald guy had pointed out. Li Ran sent another message to Su Jingyao. Are you sure this bald guy is some naive, innocent young girl? The way he's pretending to search for a challenger doesn't seem at all like he followed your directions to come straight after me. Hiding in the stairwell to observe, Su Jingyao also felt that Zhang Yi's current behavior didn't match that of someone simple and guileless. She hesitated for a moment before replying. Maybe he really has a talent for scamming? Anyway, Sister Ran don't need to worry. His loan limit is only 500, and all he can scrape together now is just 400. Only after reading these words did Li Ran relax slightly. Seeing Baldy approaching her direction, she pretended to be intently studying the control panel. Until that bald-headed guy sat down in the seat next to her and struck up a conversation. Classmate, are you a student from some school? Li Ran pretended to play the naive sweetheart, pausing for a moment before obediently nodding at Zhang Yi. Yeah, uncle, is there something you need? Hey, Zhang Yi casually made up. My son's about your age, also a high school student. I was really worried about him since we weren't in the same beginner's apartment complex. This was establishing the paternal, mountain-like love of a middle-aged uncle character. Li Ran was stunned again, thinking to herself, could it be that this bald uncle wasn't using a disguise mask at all, and his original appearance was actually bald? But even if his bronze treasure chest had contained other items, chances were he still wouldn't have been a match for her. Li Ran continued to play the role of the obedient girl, offering gentle consolation by saying, don't worry too much, uncle. Initial players in the beginner apartments seem to be people from specific groups. It could be a class, a neighborhood, or even passengers from the same bus. Your son is probably in the same beginner apartment with his classmates, so they can look out for each other. I'm sure he'll be fine. Ah, Zhang Yi sighed again, his voice full of sorrow. I just hope he's not as unlucky as me, getting assigned to the 20th floor right away, unable to even pay the rent. I wonder if I'll ever get to reunite with my son. Li Ran was initially moved when she heard these words, but soon, a warning echoed in her heart. Sympathize with the weak, and you'll become weak yourself. What this uncle said isn't necessarily true. Even if it's true, that's his own bad luck, can't blame others. She'd long seen a saying on Xia Hongshu, when you sympathize with others, you shoulder their misfortune. So the worst thing a girl can have is a soft heart full of pity. She was meant to be the ultimate female lead, absolutely no room for do-gooder tendencies. With these thoughts in mind, she deliberately wore an expression of deep sympathy for Zhang Yi and offered, Sir, how about you challenge me instead? My parents and I are all in the same apartment, and with the loan from the apartment manager, we can definitely afford the rent. I'd like to help you out as much as I can, uncle. Ah, Zhang Yi looked embarrassed. This isn't really appropriate, is it? It's fine, it's just a challenge. Though I'm weak, who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and beat you, uncle. Li Ran smiled sweetly at this moment, as if deliberately using a joking tone to warm the heart of the unfamiliar bald uncle. At this moment, she looked like an innocent and kind little angel. This made Zhang Yi feel quite embarrassed. He decided to throw the script away and suddenly improvised. Forget it, little sister, I'd better be honest with you. Chapter 27, The Muscular Barbie. Actually, there was this shady bald bodybuilder who said you were particularly weak and easy to trick, which is why I specifically targeted you. But now I feel that a kind-hearted girl like you shouldn't be deceived. So let's just forget it, I can't bring myself to take advantage of you like this. As she spoke, Zhang Yi looked as if a great weight had been lifted off her shoulders, exhaling slowly in relief. But damn it all, Li Ran was completely flabbergasted by this. Since when do honest-to-goodness, earnest uncles like this even exist these days? This made her feel a bit embarrassed. But then she thought again, this guy's so dumb. Even if he hadn't fallen for her trick today, he'll definitely get scammed out of his last penny by real con artists in the future. So she absolutely must help this uncle out. Use harsh reality to teach him how wicked people can be. Only this way will the uncle avoid being fooled again in the future. Yes, that's it. She was helping the uncle. She's ultimately too kind. Thinking this, Li Ran's eyes grew slightly moist. She looked at Zhang Yi with deep emotion, her eyes filled with determination. Uncle, you're truly a good person. QAQ. Good people will surely be rewarded in the end. I need to help the old man. Challenge me, old man. I was willingly fooled by you. Oh no, uncle, you didn't trick me, I genuinely want to help you. Uncle, don't refuse me. You should think more about your son. With my help, the chances of you reuniting with your son will be much higher. As soon as Jiang Yi heard these words, he knew. This girl is totally scamming him. She probably even deludes herself into thinking she's helping him learn how treacherous people can be. Jiang Yi chuckled inwardly, though outwardly he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Well, since you're so determined to help me, I won't refuse anymore. With that, he quickly initiated a challenge against the girl through the operation panel in his mind. His entire net worth was only 400, so he set the bet at 400, and when Li Ran chose to accept the challenge, their consciousness abruptly plunged downward. In a dizzying instant, Jiang Yi found himself standing atop an arena the size of a basketball court. A circle of seats surrounded the fighting arena. At this moment, all seats remained vacant, indicating there were no spectators present. However, in the battle room of the apartment where Jiang Yi resided, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang were stationed outside combat pod number 2 under Yang Wenchao's arrangement, precisely where Jiang Yi logged in. They could freely observe Jiang Yi's battle footage through the display screen on the combat pod. Having fought numerous matches himself, Yang Wenchao was considerably experienced. While ordinary students were still busy speculating, he had already confirmed that bald guy was actually someone using a disguise mask. Moreover, that type of disguise mask can only be obtained from bronze treasure chests. Bronze treasure chests generally appear in apartments above the 20th floor. As far as Yang Wenchao knows, the only residents on the 20th floor are himself and Jiang Yi, so he instinctively assumed the bald head was Jiang Yi's disguise. But upon second thought, that didn't make sense, because according to the chat group's intel, when the bald-headed person appeared on the first floor, Jiang Yi was secretly unpacking packages in the stairwell. Even Yang Wenchao himself was the witness to his own alibi. So, very likely, there was another 20th floor player in their beginner apartment. Was it the low-key duo from the rankings Zhang Jintian or Ke Zhengfei? Or some other classmate who hasn't reached level 1 yet? Yang Wenchao wasn't sure either. But one thing he could be certain of. Players initially assigned above the 20th floor, though facing higher rent payments, also encountered greater opportunities. Such players either won't survive the first day or will grow rapidly. If he can still see that bald head tomorrow, it would mean the other truly has potential to grow into a powerhouse. Of course, Jiang Yi does too. Yet compared to Jiang Yi, Yang Wenchao was still more preoccupied with the mysterious bald man, so he assigned Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang to keep watch inside the combat room, observing the bald man's fighting matches. As for Yang Wenchao himself, he followed through with his earlier plan, waiting at the red-lit elevator exit on the third floor for classmates coming to team up for leveling. Unfortunately, the top-ranked players Zhang Jintian and Ke Zhengfei still hadn't shown up to join the team. Wang Lingling, Gao Chang, Lucian, and Su Yuan had all arrived. These 4 power-ranked players had come together. They were also members of the mutual aid group centered around Wang Lingling. In addition, there were 7 level 0 players who had also arrived, all members of the mutual aid group. This team leveling plan, though proposed by Yang Wenchao, but when it actually came time to form teams, Yang Wenchao was the only one who didn't belong to the mutual aid group. With the strength in numbers and 4 level 1 powerhouses among them, these teamed-up players barely feared Yang Wenchao at all. Even when Wang Lingling took the initiative to strike up a conversation, her words subtly probed for Yang Wenchao's secrets, including why he was so powerful, and how he had come back to life. However, Yang Wenchao's eccentric personality led him to deliberately speak in a disjointed, nonsensical manner, clearly fabricating information to deceive and brush off Wang Lingling. Gao Chang had a short temper and nearly came to blows with Yang Wenchao over it. Fortunately, Wang Lingling stepped in to stop them. In the end, the group successfully formed an upgrade team and ventured deeper into the corridor. Other players continued working odd jobs to earn money while enviously watching the upgrading team's progress in the group chat. At the same time, they were closely watching the level leaderboard, wanting to see if they had leveled up. Meanwhile, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang were thrilled to have latched onto Yang Wenchao's coattails. That's right, in their eyes, being able to work for Yang Wenchao meant they'd hitched themselves to a rising star. So the two diligently stood guard outside combat pod number 2 where Jiang Yi was stationed. When the screen outside pod number 2 lit up, both pairs of eyes simultaneously brightened. It's finally starting. This must be Baldy's first match in the combat room, right? But why is his opponent such a frail-looking girl? Even if he wins, it won't prove anything about his strength, right? You never know. Maybe this girl seems weak but is actually quite strong? Remember when Brother Yang lost 100,000? That was to a girl too. Wang Chang nodded inside. You're right. These days, you really can't judge strength by gender or appearance. Take Wang Lingling in our apartment, she's the perfect example. Xiao Liquan reminded them, apart from Wang Lingling, there's also Su Yuan. Out of the top 8 players on the level rankings, 2 are girls. As they were speaking, the two of them saw the countdown, 3, 2, 1, appear on the fighter jet screen. At the same time, within the virtual arena space, Zhang Yi's mind echoed with the same countdown. Amidst the countdown, he turned to the girl opposite him with a simple, honest expression and said, "Don't move, little girl, uncle will be quick." "Okay, uncle," Li Ran nodded in agreement while flashing a creepy smile at the man. That smile somewhat resembled the one from Detective Chinatown's Sinoi. This scene left Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang completely bewildered. What the hell? What's going on here? Why do I feel like something's not right? In the arena, Li Ran couldn't help but think, this uncle is really slow on the uptake. She was flashing such an eerie smile, yet the guy still hadn't noticed anything unusual. Ah, so naive. Such an honest and simple uncle. I really can't bear to. Li Ran sighed inwardly. But just as the countdown hit 1, her petite frame shot toward Zhang Yi like a blade unsheathed from its scabbard. That speed! Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang exclaimed in astonishment. You really can't judge by appearances. This girl is incredibly fast. Both speed and strength must be tied to physical fitness. Her stats must be impressively high. But she still can't compare to Yang Wenchao. In just a few words, Li Ran had already charged in front of Zhang Yi. At the same time, her skin actually turned into a hard golden hue. Wang Chang let out another exclamation of shock. Holy shit, what the hell is that? A buff Barbie doll? Chapter 28 I want to see your true face. Xiao Likuan, with his perceptive talent, immediately speculated. This must be a metal element skill. In this state, that bald guy probably can't even break through her defense. Wait, not only is her defense stronger, her physical power is incredible too. On the screen, the girl's punch toward the bald man seemed to generate howling wind gusts. You could practically feel that overwhelming metallic force through the screen. Damn! Wang Chang couldn't help but exclaim again, venting his amazement. Girls these days, you really can't judge by appearances. Damn it, she looks so delicate and frail, but she's actually this violent. Xiao Likuan speculated further, her metal-based skill offers both offense and defense, it must be at least B tier. Wang Chang was stunned. Does that mean her innate talent reaches S tier? Xiao Likuan shook his head. Not necessarily. What if she's like the legendary Lu Shen, with exceptional comprehension? With high enough insight, even a B tier talent can master B tier skills. Wang Chang gasped sharply again. Then if her comprehension is high, she might have more than one skill. In the time it took to exchange these few sentences, their conversation had been rapidly fired back and forth while simultaneously witnessing. The bald man on screen had actually dodged the violent girl's punch. His speed actually surpassed hers. With a single fluid motion, he effortlessly intercepted the girl's wrist as she swung her fist. Without the slightest pause, he twisted her wrist and executed a flawless shoulder throw. A resounding thud echoed. The girl's back slammed mercilessly against the ground. This scene left Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang utterly dumbfounded. Seriously? These days it's bad enough that women are violent, but how come even guys don't know how to treat delicate flowers with tenderness anymore? That shoulder throw. Even watching as grown men, they could feel the excruciating pain. But considering the girl's golden defensive abilities, she probably wasn't badly injured. Yet her expression still twisted with pain and disbelief. Especially when she looked up at the bald guy from the ground, her eyes were like she'd just seen a ghost. Yet in the next instant, that godforsaken look of shock froze solid on her face. With a smooth wrestling throw executed by the bald man, there was barely any pause or hesitation. A single slash from a black dagger cleanly slit the girl's throat. The wound ran horrifyingly deep, blood gushed forth in torrents. And then, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang stared in astonishment as the word win actually appeared on the screen. After that, the screen darkened. The two of them stared blankly at the screen, snapped out of their daze only after a long moment, disbelievingly saying, "No way, that's it? Shouldn't that girl's metal-based defense have been strong? How did the bald guy break through it? Or was it that attacking the throat counts as a critical hit, which is why she got killed in one strike? That's not right, it's that dagger. It must be a powerful item, just like Brother Chao's wristband. This bald guy's stats are probably way higher than that girl's. Damn, so this bald guy is seriously strong. Could it be the low-key Zhang Jintian or Ko Zhengfei, or some other big shot? Wait, quick, check the rankings. Another player just made it onto the level leaderboard. At this moment, a new line suddenly appeared on the level ranking board, displaying 9th place, Lu Shun, level 1. Lu Shun from class 1? Could it be him? That guy seems to be a sports scholarship student and doesn't talk much in the group chat. Damn, feels like the real power players are all quietly making their moves. Only cannon fodders like us would spam in chat groups seeking validation. Damn, comparing yourself to others is infuriating. I decided to become more composed too, no more pointless chatting. Meanwhile, virtual combat space. Second floor lobby. 2 adjacent seats. Li Ran's face stiffened, her large watery eyes suddenly glaring at the bald man beside her. The swift turn of her head, with her bang sweeping through the air in an arc, seemed to radiate fury. How could one not be furious? This old man truly has no shame. At this moment, he still wore an expression of dopey sincerity, cheerfully thanking her with these words. Thanks, little miss, for taking the initiative to give uncle here $400. You're such a kind person, and kindness always brings its own rewards. Such innocent words. These words are utterly identical. Liran was so furious she almost spat out blood. At this point, she naturally had no need to maintain her innocent facade any longer. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Yi now held nothing but resentment, tinged with a trace of wariness. After a moment, she spoke coldly, deducing, "I'd bet you don't actually have a son my age, and you're definitely not a bald middle-aged man. That bald middle-aged man's appearance is nothing but a disguise. What's your true face like underneath? Are you a man or a woman? How old are you?" Jiang Yi laughed. "What? Looking to get revenge on me? That bald companion of yours, they were using a disguise mask too, weren't they? I was originally curious why, among all the people in the first floor lobby, she specifically targeted me. I thought it was because we were both bald-headed. Later I realized, indeed, it was because we were both bald-headed. So she knew that the item I looted from the apartment's treasure chest was a disguise mask. The disguise mask is a support item with minimal stat boosts, so compared to other 20th floor players, I'm undoubtedly weaker. So that's why she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with me, right?" Li Ran remained cold-faced, silent for a long while. After what felt like forever, she finally spoke. "Are you really a first-timer in the battle room?" Jiang Yi chuckled. "Of course I am. Not only that, but when I said I took out a 500 loan, that was true too. You might not believe it, but I actually owe the apartment 350,000. Whether I survive today is really uncertain. I'm genuinely broke. Little sister, how about showing some more kindness and helping me out a bit more?" "Screw your kindness." Li Ran now found words like little sister and kind-hearted unbearably sarcastic. How infuriating. Gritting her teeth, she bluntly speculated. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be a man, a workplace elite with several years of experience?" Of course, Jiang Yi wouldn't answer questions about his identity. He maintained his simple, honest smile and said, "If the young lady isn't willing to show kindness, then I'll have to earn money on my own." Li Ran was still seething with anger, but suddenly called out to him, "Wait, I can share some quick money-making strategies with you." Jiang Yi turned around. He stood by the seat at that moment, while Li Ran remained seated. The natural contrast between standing and sitting created an unmistakable sense of dominance. With this posture, he smiled at Li Ran and remarked, TSK, quick money? That sure sounds familiar. Right, you scammer?" Li Ran flushed crimson with anger and humiliation. "I've already suffered the consequences of my actions, how could I possibly cheat you again?" "So?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "What do you want? I want to see what you're really like beneath that disguise." "Not a chance." With that, Jiang Yi didn't give her any opportunity to persist. He simply left his seat without another word. Chapter 29, The First Random Match Battle. Leaving Li Ran standing there alone, seething with murderous rage. Before long, Su Jingyao removed her bald disguise and approached in her true form. "How'd it go, Sis Ran? Made the 400? Her tone was initially enthusiastic, but as she spoke, she noticed Li Ran's strange mood. The excited tone faded, replaced by tentative disbelief. "No way? Sister Ran, don't tell me you made a mistake, or went soft." Li Ran gritted her teeth. There was no mistake, nor any moment of weakness. That bastard bald guy played us both. He was playing dumb to ambush the tiger all along, and he'd already figured out we were working together. He turned our own scheme against us and screwed me over. Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? He's even stronger than you?" Li Ran pursed her lips, too embarrassed to admit she'd been instantly defeated, and simply nodded. "His stats completely overwhelm mine. Besides the camouflage mask, there's also a bronze tier item." Ugh, Su Jingyao couldn't help finding this utterly absurd. Why is she always so unlucky? Even when randomly scamming someone, she'd encounter a hidden expert? Honestly, is this some kind of reverse scam? She couldn't help feeling flustered as she said, "What should we do then? Will that big shot hold a grudge against us and retaliate later?" Li Ran didn't respond, only thinking angrily to herself. She was the one who lost 400. How dare that bastard think of retaliating against her? Shouldn't she be the one seeking revenge? Yet in the end, she swallowed back these words spoken in anger. After a long silence, she turned to Su Jingyao with solemn determination and declared, "I don't want to play challenge mode anymore after this." Su Jingyao was startled and quickly advised, "Don't do that, Sister Ran. It's just one mistake, we can't give up eating for fear of choking. Only this mode ensures the fastest and most stable earnings. Otherwise, whether it's random matching or random challenges, you could lose everything in an instant. Sister Ran, please think it over carefully." Yet Li Ran shook her head without hesitation. "There's no need to consider it. I've already thought it through very clearly. Just now, fighting that bastard made me realize my combat awareness is simply terrible. I couldn't even use my full strength when fighting that guy. I'm planning to go through random matchups and fight players of similar strength. After boosting my skills, then I'll think about making money. Anyway, with such a high credit line, I can definitely still afford the rent. Su Jingyao was stunned. Wait, what? Sis? You're actually serious about this? Li Ran didn't answer, letting her actions alone convey her determination. She immediately used the operation panel in her mind to select the random match battle mode. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi found a secluded seat to sit down and also wanted to give the random match mode a try. He vaguely guessed in his heart. In random matchmaking mode, the combat power of both sides is indeed comparable, but combat power doesn't entirely equate to actual strength. With Poison Blade Blood Dagger or without it, his combat power remains the same. This means external items like equipment and props don't increase the numerical combat power displayed on the stats panel. Thus, the random matching mode isn't entirely fair either. Players with extensive gear and items still maintain high win rates in random matches. Beyond this, combat awareness also appears to influence a player's true strength. Even with the same 20-point combat rating, those who've never fought before remain constrained and may only perform at a dozen points or so. Some people have undergone specialized training or have professions like special forces soldiers or killers. Thus, the strength they display naturally surpasses that of ordinary individuals with the same combat power. This explains why the warriors on the Battle God ranking, especially the top 5, all have a 100% win rate. They either possess overwhelmingly powerful items or skills that crush their opponents, either possessing extraordinary combat awareness before the apocalypse arrives, or possibly having both qualities simultaneously. After all, in such an environment, survival no longer depends on influence or connections. It purely comes down to being really good at fighting. Those who are skilled at fighting clearly have a significantly higher probability of obtaining powerful items. It creates a positive cycle. Fortunately, in random matchmaking mode, Zhang Yi does hold some advantage. Initially, he thought his two main skills, absolute focus and battle stance, couldn't compare to others' lethal elemental abilities, but the battle with the schoolgirl made him realize these two skills of his were no worse than elemental skills, because both skills could temporarily boost his attributes during combat. Just now in the battle, Zhang Yi personally experienced the overwhelming advantage brought by attribute domination. That schoolgirl probably possessed more than just a single metal element skill. In fact, she likely even had items obtained from bronze treasure chests on her. Yet she was instantly defeated before she could even use them. The reason is simple. Under the effects of absolute focus and battle stance, Zhang Yi's stats completely overwhelmed the student girls. Under absolute attributes, all tricks are nothing but flashy distractions. Moreover, the effect of combat stance allows Zhang Yi to enhance combat awareness after every battle. That is to say, he will grow stronger with each battle. Becoming a powerhouse is merely a matter of time. In this state, perhaps random matches with players of equal strength would be the fastest growth model. Moreover, he possesses both the disguise mask and poison-blooded dagger as major items. His combat awareness continues to improve. He still feels his odds of winning through random matchmaking remain high. Then, let's give it a try. With this thought, Zhang Yi directly selected random match on the operational interface in his mind. Random betting is all about setting value ranges. For example, he chooses to bet 800. Then what he might be matched with are players of roughly similar combat strength but betting between 100 to 900 points. When the matching is completed, the side with fewer bets will be determined as the final wager. For example, if his opponent bets 200, the total wager for the ongoing match would be 200. If his opponent bets 900, then the final wager for the immediate duel would be his own bet of 800. Through this system, from the very start of a match, you can make a preliminary judgment about your opponent based on the final wager. After all, players who bet higher generally have more confidence in their own abilities. At the same time, players whose bets fall in the 100 to 900 range are most likely weaker than those whose bets fall in the 1000 to 900 range. Of course, it's not absolute. It's just a preliminary judgment at best. Zhang Yi bet 800 simply because that's all he had on hand. Originally, I thought the final bet would be even lower than 800. Yet, shockingly, the final bet when the matching was completed turned out to be the 800 he had wagered. This indicates his opponent either bet 800 or 900. They're intentionally avoiding 1000 to stay in the lower betting bracket, huh? Seems like they've got some skills? Zhang Yi's caution unconsciously heightened. His consciousness blurred momentarily, and then he found himself back in the familiar arena space. Standing opposite him was a food delivery rider clad in a yellow uniform. The moment the rider saw him, he immediately exposed him, disguise mask? These 4 words made Zhang Yi's heart sink once again. Their tone doesn't sound like a newcomer's at all. They must have fought in more than one battle. Zhang Yi didn't respond, and the countdown of 3, 2, 1 in his mind ended 3 seconds later. Almost at the exact moment the countdown ended, The young man who had been wearing a conspicuous yellow rider's uniform suddenly vanished from the arena space. Wang Chang froze in confusion. What happened? Where'd he go? Xiao Likuan, relying once again on his comprehension talent, immediately judged, it's a spatial ability. This delivery guy must have awakened a spatial talent, just like Bai Ruoan. And the spatial skill he comprehended is offensive, far stronger than Bai Ruoan's. He was speaking fast enough as it was. Yet before the words had even fully left their mouths, they saw. The yellow figure flashed from one end of the basketball court-sized arena to the other in an instant. To be precise, in a flash, he appeared right behind that Baldy. At the same time, he gripped a massive axe in his hands and swung it straight down toward Baldy's head. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but feel relieved at this moment. Thank goodness this guy hasn't mastered space blades, those ignore all defenses. Otherwise, Baldy would be done for. Space-based abilities are powerful, but this massive axe clearly isn't suited for him. As he spoke, it indeed became visible. The remarkably agile bald head barely tilted his skull aside, narrowly evading this rear assault. Only then did Xiao Likuan abruptly sense something amiss. He and Wang Chang had spectated several of Yang Wenchao's combat matches. After watching 2 more matches featuring Baldy, they had discovered nearly every player in each battle entered the arena armed. They all possessed equipment or items. Originally, Xiao Likuan had assumed this was because these powerful individuals had all shopped at the apartment's premium mall. It was they who spent money to purchase the props. But now, he was certain this guess might be wrong. Because this delivery guy's skills were clearly more suited for pairing with lightweight weapons to win through speed. But oddly enough, his weapon was actually a giant axe? Was it because this delivery guy was too stupid, lacking even basic common sense? Chapter 30, Trading Wounds for Lives. No, Xiao Likuan suddenly realized. Some students had previously discovered black iron treasure chests in their apartments. However, among the many students, only a very small number had found black iron treasure chests. But now, after witnessing several battles, Xiao Likuan grew increasingly suspicious. Could it be that apartments above the 20th floor guarantee undiscovered treasure chests waiting to be opened? It might even be a bronze treasure chest, 1 tier higher than the iron ones? Hiss. If that's really the case, players above the 20th floor, though their rent is higher, enjoy much better treatment too. Xiao Likuan had initially thought that most players above the 20th floor probably wouldn't survive the day. Yet thinking back now, I actually feel a bit envious. At the same time, another thought occurred to him. When Zhang Yi was initially on the 20th floor, did his apartment also have a treasure chest? Did he not discover the treasure chest? Or did he find it but chose not to reveal it? Thinking this way, Xiao Likuan felt, perhaps Ding Dang's death wasn't unjust. Zhang Yi, who started on the 20th floor, already possessed a C-grade talent, had unpacked deliveries, and opened treasure chests. He even leveled up to 1. His strength was already among the top of both classes' students. However, Yu Ziyu also revealed that Zhang Yi's credit limit was only 50,000 yuan. Surviving today would still be extremely difficult for him. At this thought, Xiao Likuan's mind began racing with schemes. If Zhang Yi didn't live through the night, what should he do with his treasure chest items then? Just as he was pondering these thoughts, on the screen, the battle between the bald man and the delivery rider had reached a stalemate. It was clear that the bald man had high attributes, always managing to dodge the massive axe swings from the delivery guy. The delivery guy's teleportation ability made it impossible for the bald man to land a hit on him. They exchanged blows back and forth, yet neither could land a hit on the other. But the stalemate couldn't last forever. During combat, stamina and energy are inevitably consumed, and neither of their skills could be unleashed endlessly without pause. At this moment within the arena space, Zhang Yi was growing somewhat anxious in his heart, because his absolute focus and battle stance both had time limits and lengthy cooldowns. You can only use it once per battle. If the fight can't be ended quickly, then when the skill duration ends, his temporarily enhanced attributes will plummet rapidly, and his combat awareness will drastically decline. At that moment, he might very well lose to this delivery guy. At the same time, the delivery guy was also growing anxious. Using flash step consumed his energy as well. Moreover, the massive axe was heavy and would drastically drain his stamina. Prolonging the battle would equally put him at a disadvantage. Even Xiao Likuan, watching through the screen, could sense the anxiety and urgency brewing within both fighters. For a moment, even he couldn't predict who would ultimately emerge victorious in this clash. He believed that both sides on the battlefield must have noticed each other's predicament. And right at that moment, the bald man made the first mistake. When the delivery man's giant axe came swinging at him once more, the bald man's dodging movements were noticeably less agile than before. The giant axe struck him squarely on the left shoulder. The wound was extremely deep, the heavy axe even became lodged in his bones. This scene finally brought an expression of delight to the delivery driver's face. But the very next moment, as he was about to press his advantage, his smile froze on his face. Yet the bald man, who had clearly shown exhaustion and sluggish movements when struck by the giant axe, now appeared injured, his face deathly pale, but his movements were no longer sluggish at all. Even more agile than any time before. He completely ignored the pain in his left shoulder. Even at the cost of twisting his body and tearing open the wound on his left shoulder, he swiftly turned around, slashing the delivery guy's throat with the dagger in his right hand. At this moment, Xiao Likuan realized. The bald man had traded severe injury for one chance to strike the delivery guy. If the delivery guy reacted quickly enough to dodge this attack, then, the severely injured bald man is doomed to lose. But if the delivery guy doesn't react in time and gets his throat slit by the bald man's dagger with superior attributes, then, the bald man wins the duel outright. This is a high-stakes gamble, trading wound for life. Xiao Likuan held his breath, not daring to even blink his eyes. The final result proved. The delivery guy didn't have much combat awareness. He failed to dodge this strike, so the joy of striking his opponent froze on his face. His pupils dilated instantly, then gradually dulled as his throat was slit. This bald dude's stats were overpowered. He had nearly severed the delivery guy's head clean off with that dagger. Fortunately, the terrifying scene didn't last long. The screen then displayed the word, win. Wang Chang was stunned once again, and it took him a long moment before he could exclaim in awe. Is this bald guy really a classmate our age? I feel like he's trained. Do you know anyone out of the 80 students in our first and second classes who specifically practiced martial arts? Xiao Likuan thought for a moment. Lu Shun, maybe? I think he practiced taekwondo. Wang Chang couldn't help feeling envious after hearing this. Damn. Actually, I wanted to practice taekwondo or karate when I was younger too. Too bad my family wasn't well off, and my parents wanted me to focus all my energy on studying. Being good at studying is fucking useless now. The only thing that matters is being strong in a fight. Xiao Likuan glanced at him, suppressing the urge to mock. Dude, it's not like you were any good at studying anyway. Meanwhile, when Zhang Yi returned to his seat in the second-floor lobby of the virtual space, he instinctively clutched his left shoulder. Though the battle was virtual, the bone-deep pain felt all too real. If not for battle stance, maintaining his absolute composure, he might have faltered from the pain, allowing his opponent to evade that fatal strike. That was truly too close for comfort. He was increasingly realizing the importance of combat awareness. However, at this moment he hesitated again. With 1,600 already in hand, should he continue matching within the 100 to 900 betting range to further hone his combat awareness? Or should I directly challenge the 1,000 to 900 betting range? Just as he was pondering this dilemma, the familiar announcement chime suddenly echoed in his mind. Player Zhao Yuri has issued a battle room announcement. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Yuri, the female lead actor from The Overbearing Master's 3 Lifetimes of Karma. Starting a random match in 5 minutes. Spectators who want to watch my battle can search for Combat Room Seat 151 after 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support, Yuri is truly grateful. This announcement, apart from the first sentence being the system prompt sound, the rest was truly the voice of celebrity actress Zhao Yuri. Zhang Yi was utterly stunned. How can players even post announcements? People around him were also discussing, expressing disbelief. Is that really Zhao Yuri? Holy shit, I'm her fan. But I've only ever seen her on TV and never had the chance to meet her in person. Damn, is she planning to use her celebrity status to gather a huge audience for herself? If she gets 100 viewers, that's $1,000 right there. Are you kidding? With Zhao Yuri's popularity, just 100 viewers? That's underestimating her way too much. I bet at least 1,000. I think it's more than that. She actually issued a special announcement. Even those who aren't her fans might check out her match after hearing the announcement. So I'd say the number of viewers could easily surpass 10,000. Breaking 10,000 viewers seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? We're still in the beginner phase, there can't be that many people willing to spend 100 just to spectate. Wait, am I the only one curious about how Zhao Yuri even posted that announcement? It's really simple, win 3 or 5 consecutive matches in random pairing, and you'll get a small reward. This announcement ability must be Zhao Yuri's prize for her winning streak. Hiss, so that means Zhao Yuri is really powerful? Of course she's strong. If she wasn't, how would she dare let people spectate? After all, only 10% of the spectator fees generated eventually go to the winner of that match. If she lost that battle, it would mean she'd just be handing all the spectator fees to her opponent for free. Holy shit, hearing that makes me want to be Zhao Yuri's opponent in that match. Cut it out. If Zhao Yuri dares to play like this, she must be insanely strong. And chances are, she's got more than one powerful item on her. Heck, she might even be someone with the potential to rank on the Battle God leaderboard. Holy shit, that's my goddess for you. She was a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, and now she's become a total badass in this apocalyptic apartment complex too. Come on, since when has the entertainment industry had any moral high ground? Some players immediately started discussing Zhao Yuri. Zhang Yi also learned from the murmur around. Turns out getting a random win streak comes with random rewards. So could Yang Wenchao's promotion to level 2 be due to a win streak bonus? When he wins 3 matches in a row, he should get another reward, right? With that thought, he became even more inclined to play 2 more rounds within the 100 to 900 betting range. This way, his chances of achieving consecutive victories should be higher. So, with a bet of 900, he embarked on yet another randomized match. He didn't really care about Zhao Yudi's battle, but at this moment in the grand lobby of the second floor, many players were watching intently, including Li Ran, who had just finished a random match battle, couldn't help but feel envious upon hearing the announcement. These days, being a star is seriously enviable. Making millions daily before the apocalypse was one thing. Who'd have thought they could still cash in on celebrity appeal even during Doomsday? Su Jingyao also thought it was utterly unfair. She couldn't help but snark, I hope Zhao Yudi gets matched against a stronger player and loses the battle. Then all those viewer fees generated from her special announcement will become nothing more than a dowry for her opponent. Li Ran glanced at the surrounding players in their seats and couldn't help but remark, I bet many players share the same thought as you. Even they want to defeat Zhao Yudi themselves in 5 minutes and make a fortune. Su Jingyao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If Sister Ran can match with Zhao Yudi and defeat her, we'd make a huge profit. This massive payoff is much higher than all our usual hustles. However, Li Ran shook her head. With my current strength, against an opponent of equal combat power, my odds of winning were never high to begin with. Especially when it's Zhao Yudi we're talking about? She can post announcements, which means she's won at least 3 matches in a row. And she dares to openly invite everyone to watch, showing how confident she is in her own abilities. Someone like that, even if her combat power were about the same as mine, I'd definitely stand no chance against her. Ah, Su Jingyao sighed softly as she listened. On the other side, Zhang Yi easily won her second random match. What a pity, since his opponent had only bet 100, he earned just 100 in return. Fortunately, the battle stance, skill ensured he gained something from every fight. And the more battles Zhang Yi fought, the more he realized the true power of his heaven rewards the diligent talent. He strongly suspected that this talent must be the absolute pinnacle among S-rank talents. The growth it brought him was truly remarkable. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Yi should integrate this important avatar into his main body at midnight to enhance his core development. Thinking this way, he made minor adjustments and immediately began a new round of random matchmaking without pause. Chapter 31, 2 new players. On the other side, duplicate number 1 sat inside room 2064. Zhang Yi had initially thought there might be some issues with this hair collecting task. Yet unexpectedly, the entire process went remarkably smoothly. After searching every room in the entire apartment building, he miraculously managed to gather all 10,086 strands of hair completely intact. However, these strands of hair were indeed somewhat peculiar. Generally, the hair of normal people varies in length. Moreover, the thickness differs between the roots and the ends of the hair. Yet shockingly, the hair he had sorted out was not only uniformly thick for every strand, but all 10,086 strands were precisely the same length. When neatly arranged together, Zhang Yi stared at them, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He was about to overcome his fear and continue asking the life assistant robot how to handle this hair next. But suddenly, an unusual noise came from the direction of the living room. Turning his head, he saw the oversized television in the living room inexplicably turn on by itself, and the entire screen after startup. It was actually a long-haired woman in white, crawling out from the television. Such a cliched horror movie trope. Zhang Yi found himself inexplicably staring in a daze. It was during this transfixed staring that he noticed something unsettling about the footage of Sadako crawling out of the television, because it resembled some sort of infinite loop. In the earliest frames, Sadako had already emerged from the television. Then the scene shifts, revealing that the world outside the television is also part of the TV drama. So, Sadako keeps crawling out of the television. This time, even after emerging from the TV, it's still part of the drama. She keeps crawling out, endlessly. He'd lost count of how many TV screens he'd drilled through. Just as Zhang Yi was beginning to feel numb from watching, he suddenly shuddered violently. Something felt different about this latest version of the screen drilling sequence. This seems a bit off. Holy crap? Wait a minute. What the? How on earth did this huge screen TV get broken? This white-clad Sadako. She crawled out of the TV. Zhang Yi froze as if paralyzed, utterly motionless. And the Sadako kept bowing at a 120-degree angle, her long straight black hair covering her face. From this angle, she probably couldn't see Zhang Yi, nor the surrounding environment. She simply took a few practiced steps forward. Then, like a zombie, her claw-like fingers kept grasping at the empty air. He didn't know what it was trying to dig out, but it looked as if it intended to dig right through this television world itself. Zhang Yi held his breath, not daring to make even a whisper of sound. He thought this damn thing might burrow out somewhere and disappear without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. But after digging around for quite a while, she suddenly stopped. Then, slowly straightening her 120-degree hunched back, she flung her pitch-black hair behind her with effortless grace, revealing a face covered by a white facial mask. Only a pair of phoenix eyes were revealed on her entire face, with long, slender outer corners. Her gaze swept across the apartment as she emitted a soft, high-pitched voice. "You're back." Zhang Yi still dared not move a muscle, until I heard the domestic assistant robot address the woman in white as, "Master." The woman in white ignored the domestic assistant robot and looked directly at Zhang Yi. "You're the cleaning service maid?" Zhang Yi nodded stiffly. "Yes." The woman in white asked again, "How's the cleanup of my hair going?" At this moment, Zhang Yi was at a loss for words. Fortunately, the life assistant robot spoke up first. "I've found them all and soaked them in water." The woman in white also noticed the hair inside the glass tank at this moment. With just a glance, she seemed to confirm the quantity of hair and praised Zhang Yi. "Not bad." Then she continued instructing, "Next, apply hair oil to these strands and then dry them thoroughly, that'll do." Zhang Yi breathed a quiet sigh of relief upon hearing this. Little did he expect the woman in white to suddenly raise her head and glance at the ceiling before adding, "Perfect timing, the sun's out today. Take them to the rooftop to dry in the sunlight." "Wait, what? Top floor? Sunlight?" A sudden sense of foreboding rose again in Zhang Yi's heart. He tentatively asked, "Excuse me, where exactly is the top floor?" "Of course it's the top floor of the apartment building. Didn't you know?" the woman in white said as if stating the obvious. Zhang Yi's heart skipped another beat. He tried negotiating again, but according to the apartment rules, when I take the elevator, I can only go up to the 20th floor at most. I don't have permission to reach the top floor. But the woman in white casually added, "No worries, you don't need to take the elevator. From here, you can go straight to the top floor." Zhang Yi halted, feeling nothing but the urge to curse. "Damn it, why the hell do we have to go to the rooftop? Who the heck is even up there?" The key is, he had opened packages before. Leaving the apartment room means risking being hunted by monsters at any moment. But upon second thought, danger and opportunity often coexist. Since no other players qualify to reach the top floor yet he was the first to make it, perhaps there might be some unexpected gains waiting? Of course, without his doppelganger ability, Zhang Yi would never have taken such a risk. Moreover, the request from the woman in white seemed to leave him no room for refusal. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, "Before going to the top floor, can I go back and prepare first?" The woman in white wore a pale face mask, making her expression virtually unreadable, but her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness and dominance. Zhang Yi fully expected her to refuse, yet surprisingly, after just a brief moment of consideration, she agreed. "You get 10 minutes, a single minute over, and I'm giving you a bad review. Of course, if you don't come back at all, this cleaning job will have been done for nothing. Not only will you not get paid, but you'll also have to pay an additional penalty for breach of contract." Zhang Yi nodded. "I'll be back within 10 minutes. Once everything was agreed upon, the first doppelganger left apartment 2064. They were worried that even the short distance through the hallway might attract monster attacks. He had barely stepped out of the apartment when he immediately retrieved the bronze treasure chest from his spatial ring and opened it on the spot. The lucky lantern effect was still active on him, so this time, the unboxing might just yield an extraordinary surprise. Yet when the bronze chest opened, all it contained was a single blank sheet of paper. It's a true blank sheet, devoid of any patterns or text, with a surface as smooth as an oil film. Zhang Yi wasn't disappointed either. He directly took out Xiaobing, the life assistant robot. With a quick scan cast its way, Xiaobing's screen promptly displayed information about the blank paper. Skill scroll, bronze tier. When torn open, there's a high probability of comprehending a skill no higher than one's innate talent level, a small chance of gaining nothing. Wow, a scroll for skill comprehension. This is fantastic loot. After all, equipment and items are merely external aids. Attributes, talents, and skills are truly your own. Although things written on the stats panel may boost combat power, they won't give you an advantage in random matchups. But in the Apocalypse apartment game, battle arenas are only part of the picture. Improving your real strength is the key to survival in Apocalypse apartment. So Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with this skill scroll. He even considered directly comprehending the skill while the effect of lucky colored lights was still active. But then it occurred to him, this skill scroll would likely yield better results if used by players with higher talent levels. After all, the skills comprehended cannot exceed the level of one's innate talent. So, using them on a clone with a C-grade talent is far inferior to using them on the original body with an X-grade talent. Who knows, you might even comprehend an SSS grade skill. But upon closer consideration, comprehending an SSS grade skill should be pretty unlikely. After all, the skill description doesn't explicitly state it, but the glaring bronze tier label makes it impossible to ignore. If a mere bronze tier could comprehend an SSS grade skill, what would that imply for silver tier or gold tier in the future? So the skill level attainable from this scroll shouldn't be too high. Zhang Yi continued walking toward apartment 2025, gripping it tightly in his hand. I glanced at the group chat. At this very moment, I realized the group chat had erupted into chaos again. This time, it has nothing to do with the mysterious bald man, nor with Yang Wenchao and his team's leveling up. The problem lies in the level rankings. Holy shit! Brothers, check the level rankings. Two people just appeared out of nowhere, taking first and second place, pushing Yang Wenchao down to third. Holy shit, I saw it too. 2 level 3s. What's going on? How did someone quietly reach level 3 without anyone noticing? Right, earlier players who first reached levels 1 and 2 triggered announcements. So why didn't these 2 level 3 newcomers trigger an upgrade announcement? Can upgrade announcements be hidden? Wait, doesn't it strike you as odd that the names of these 2 sudden level 3 players are completely unfamiliar? Do we have anyone named Huang Qi or Su Shangming in class 1 or class 2? I honestly can't recall those 2 classmates at all. Does anyone here recognize those names? Holy shit, guys, massive discovery. Check the member list right now. The member list that previously showed 80 people has now inexplicably increased to 82. Zhang Yi was utterly stunned when she saw this message. A quick glance at the member list confirmed it, the number had indeed changed. The number has increased from 80 to 82 now. The group chat exploded instantly because of this. Holy shit, does this mean those 2 level 3 players just dropped into our apartment complex out of nowhere? Could they be students from other classes in our same school? What the hell? Even if they're from other classes, how did they suddenly show up at our apartment? Could they be the legendary veteran players we've heard about? But the announcement said veteran players wouldn't appear until day 8. This is just the first day. How could they break the rules and let veterans in already? Actually, I've been wondering this whole time, didn't we all start this apartment survival game simultaneously worldwide? Why are there even veterans and newbies to begin with? So the veteran players must be people who entered the survival apartment earlier than us, right? Were people from around the world sent to the apartment in batches, entering at different times? Or is this a case of closed beta testers versus regular players? Are the veteran players just beta testers? Or, to get even more sci-fi about it, what if there are other human worlds outside ours? Then the veteran players could be people from those other worlds who entered the apartment survival game before us? Actually, I kind of feel like Yang Wenchao resembles a veteran player. Do you think he might know something? Not necessarily. You think skilled players must be veterans? Maybe they're just naturally gifted with exceptional adaptability to this environment? Huang Qi and Yu Shangming, since you're both listed as members, means you can speak in our group chat too, right? Would you two like to volunteer some information? At Huang Qi at Yu Shangming, yet no matter how many times their classmates tagged them, the 2 newly arrived players didn't speak up in the group chat. This silence only intensified the classmates' growing panic. After all, there's a saying that goes, different breeds must have different hearts. Though we're all human beings without grievances or grudges. But on one side are classmates who know each other, and on the other are 2 mysterious outsiders. This fear and hostility were almost instinctual. Zhang Yi also felt a bit uneasy about the sudden appearance of these 2 new players. Fortunately, however, nothing unusual happened on his way back to his own apartment, 2025. On the other hand, Clone number 2's battle took an unexpected turn. The opponent in the 3rd random match was a young man dressed in black robes and wearing a black mask. Originally, he was completely covered from head to toe, making it impossible to even discern his gender. The reason Zhang Yi knew he was male rather than female was because right at the start of the battle, this black-robed youth casually engaged him in a war of attrition. Showing no urgency to end the battle, he even struck up a conversation with him willingly. This must be your randomly matched 3rd or 5th consecutive victory, right? Zhang Yi was startled, realizing the other had pinpointed his situation accurately. Yet in the heat of combat, he dared not let his guard down and thus remained silent. Of course, neither the absolute focus nor the combat stance skills had been used yet. The black-robed figure wasn't going all out either, maintaining an effortlessly composed demeanor as he fought, leisurely explaining. This battle chamber has a hidden setting called win streak block. In other words, when a player is about to achieve a 3-win or 5-win streak and claim the battle chamber's rewards, they'll encounter a powerhouse like me, specifically here to block their streak. Of course, you could also think of me as a veteran player. I can tell you quite plainly, if you play by the rules, you'll undoubtedly lose this round. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. No way? This damn streak-breaking mechanism is basically casino rigging, isn't it? Just so they don't have to give players win streak rewards? Then why the hell even set up win streak rewards in the first place? For show? Wait, something's off. This setup actually only increases the difficulty of winning streaks. Under such challenging conditions, those who still manage to achieve consecutive victories are the truly formidable ones. Zhang Yi initially thought that with his skills, obtaining 3 consecutive wins would be easy. Now it appears that this opportunistic mindset was completely wrong. His psychological stress skyrocketed in an instant. Yet outwardly he remained composed, showing no sign of fear. After several more rounds of probing exchanges, he even took the initiative to address the black-robed figure in a grave tone. "You're telling me all this not because you're bored and looking for someone to chat with, are you?" The black-robed figure seemed to chuckle lightly and praised. "Among all the newbie players I've met, you're quite exceptional in terms of both ability and mentality." Chapter 32, Survival Jade Token. Exceptional in both ability and mentality? Jiang Yi wasn't sure if his strength was impressive, but his mentality was truly commendable. After all, he had his clones as backup. Each clone served as an additional safety net, and the battle room doesn't actually kill anyone. A winning streak alone wasn't worth his mental exhaustion. With such thoughts in mind, he steadied his resolve further and calmly addressed the robed figure. "You just said that under normal circumstances, if I were to face you, defeat would be certain. So, does that imply there are also abnormal circumstances?" "Exactly." The black-robed figure chuckled again. "In fact, I can declare with certainty. Currently, over 80% of the winning streak players in your battle room are likely maintaining their streaks through irregular means, including many whose combat power is inferior to yours, including those you see, the so-called Battle God Rankings elites. Most of them achieved their winning streaks through unconventional means." These words stunned Jiang Yi once again. In other words, those who truly maintained winning streaks through sheer strength were few and far between. Even warriors on the Battle God ranking couldn't escape unscathed? Then those who achieved winning streaks through legitimate means must be the true elite among new players, right? As these thoughts crossed my mind, the black-robed figure's voice suddenly turned solemn. "Irregular methods aren't privileges just anyone can enjoy. Now, let me ask you, on the apartments above the 20th floor, have you ever encountered a mysterious shadow?" At these words, Jiang Yi's gaze flickered, and the black-robed figure seemed to have already gotten his answer just by observing his expression. His stern tone softened slightly as he chuckled lightly. "Seems I wasn't mistaken about you. You've got decent luck, kid." "Lucky?" If encountering a shadow figure counts as luck, then it must have been the effect of the lucky lantern. Jiang Yi only realized this now. But the thing that eerie shadow gave him. Jiang Yi was deep in thought when the black-robed figure proactively added, "Since you've encountered those eerie shadow figures, you must have obtained a survival jade token too?" Jiang Yi nodded. "You mean that jade token that automatically stores survival points after killing someone?" The black-robed figure chuckled. "Exactly. That's the survival jade token." Jiang Yi became increasingly convinced upon hearing this. The so-called abnormal means mentioned by the black-robed figure undoubtedly referred to match fixing. The black-robed figure would deliberately lose to him, allowing him to secure this crucial third consecutive victory. But in exchange, he would have to offer the black-robed figure something as compensation. This is nothing but a transaction. The so-called winning streak has become a commodity with a fixed price. With this thought, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming wave of relief in his heart. Back when that eerie shadow offered him the jade token, he nearly refused because he scorned the exchange rate, one survival point for a mere 100,000 yuan. It seems fortunate now that I didn't refuse back then. However, upon second thought, Jiang Yi vaguely felt that this matter might not be as simple as he imagined. Would that eerie black shadow really give him items for free, just for him to turn around and use them for consecutive victories? Is there no other price to pay behind this? Having learned from his earlier experience of secretly opening packages and being chased by monsters, he had now become wiser and directly asked the black-robed figure, "What exactly is that eerie shadow? If I give you the survival jade token, will I face retaliation from the shadow? Give me the survival stone?" The black-robed figure chuckled lightly. "But what I want is not the survival stone." Jiang Yi instantly realized the meaning behind these words. He had misunderstood. What the black-robed figure wanted wasn't the survival jade token. Rather, it was the survival points stored within the survival jade token, the currency used for transactions. From this, it's not hard to see. Survival points are indeed precious. The initial game notice had reminded him that survival points are valuable. That eerie shadow gave him the survival jade token because it wanted survival points too. And this veteran player who's willing to help him cheat in matches is also demanding survival points. Jiang Yi couldn't help asking curiously, "Survival points, just how precious are they?" It said they can be exchanged for anything you desire. But we rookie players can also improve our strength just through the treasure chests and parcels in the beginner's apartment building. I'm almost afraid to imagine how powerful one could become by using survival points to exchange for equipment enhancements. The black-robed figure, sensing his potential, patiently explained. "You've misunderstood. The true purpose of survival points isn't about exchanging for powerful items. It's all about survival." Exactly. Survival points mean exactly that, survival. Without them, you simply can't stay alive. And I mean literally can't stay alive. The reason your current starter apartments are called starter apartments is precisely because their survival mode is too simple. You might even say there's a beginner protection period. Once you clear the starter apartments and reach the real Doomsday apartments, you'll naturally understand what Doomsday truly means. First of all, rent in the Doomsday Apartments must be paid with survival points. Can't pay up? Then you die. Second, each person will automatically have 1 survival point deducted at midnight every day. During holidays and festivals, or when the apartment suddenly announces special events, additional survival points will be deducted. And once your survival points drop into negative numbers, you'll be eliminated. So survival points are life itself. Without them, you won't survive. As for spending survival points on powerful items, only the top veterans would even consider such a thing. Newbies shouldn't even think about it. At this point, Zhang Yi finally understood why just 1 survival point could generate a single doppelganger. So survival points are really this precious. But then he realized, if every player truly had 1 survival point deducted at exactly midnight each day, so between him and his clones, does only the main body need to deduct, or should each clone be deducted separately? If each clone has to be deducted, that would force him to merge some unnecessary clones. But right now, thinking about this seems a bit premature. He just needed to know that survival points were indeed precious. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi asked directly, "So, how many survival points are you selling this triple victory for?" The robed figure chuckled again. Though it was just a voice, it inexplicably carried an eerie undertone. He introduced in an extremely formal tone. As I just mentioned, this practice of selling win streaks is extremely common in the battle rooms and has already grown into a substantial commercial operation. As he spoke, he pointed to the black mask on his face. As you can see, this black mask is the symbol of our organization. Right here, he pointed to the outer corner of the mask's right eye. There's an upward slanting V-shape. The reason I'm telling you this is to illustrate that our organization operates on a large scale with robust systems, offering customized packages tailored to different clients. For example, buying 3 consecutive wins individually is one price. Buy the 5-win streak combo, which includes a 3-win streak, at another discounted price. Purchase the 10-win streak package, which includes a 3-win streak and 5-win streak, that, of course, comes at a different price. In short, as long as you can afford the survival points, the service will naturally be provided. And we have professional contract items to ensure neither party can renege on the deal. Damn! Zhang Yi originally thought he was just casually queuing up for his 3rd random match. Never expected his opponent would turn out to be a merchant. He'd always assumed this win streak blocking mechanic was generated by the battle arena system, but now it seems it might actually be a massive organization of veteran players who deliberately stifle newcomers' winning streaks while going easy on those new players willing to pay up. On the surface, they're selling winning streaks, but in reality, they're the same people who drastically increase the odds of those streaks. Damn it, they're stealing from others just to sell it back to them. Isn't this the purest embodiment of capitalist hypocrisy? At this moment, Zhang Yi no longer intended to spend survival points on consecutive wins, but he still couldn't help asking again. Could you explain in detail the different prices for purchasing a 3-win streak, a 5-win streak, and the package deal separately? The man in black continued solemnly. It's simple, buy 3 consecutive wins individually for 3 survival points. Single purchase 5-win streak, 5 survival points. The 3-win streak plus 5-win streak combo only costs 4 survival points. Zhang Yi was utterly baffled. How could the combined price for 2 matches be cheaper than buying them separately? The robed figure seemed to notice his confusion and directly explained. The package situation is like this. For example, if you purchase it during a 3-win streak, we'll be responsible for both your 3-win and 5-win streaks. The 3-win streak we can deliver on the spot. But for a 5-win streak, you'll need to play the 4th match yourself first, then queue with us. But if you lose that 4th match you queue for alone, the responsibility is yours. We won't deliver the 5-win streak. In other words, the package discount exists precisely because customers must shoulder part of the risk. Damn, that made everything crystal clear to Zhang Yi. It's like some people bought a 2-game package, but actually only enjoyed the benefits of the 3-game winning streak. No matter how you look at it, the package deal is indeed much more cost-effective than buying individually. Just like how many shops offer card membership discounts that are too tempting to resist. Even Zhang Yi felt that if he were to buy into a winning streak, he'd probably choose the package deal too. But upon closer consideration, this price is actually a terrible deal. Forget about using survival points to create clones. Even if he traded with the mysterious shadow figure, 1 survival point could be exchanged for 100,000 yuan. 3 consecutive wins would net him 3 points, that's 300,000 yuan. This astronomical sum absolutely dwarfs whatever rewards the battle room offers for a 3-win streak. So this winning streak is outrageously overpriced. Absolutely not worth it. Yet before he could even voice his thoughts about the exorbitant price, the black-robed figure seemed to see right through him and launched into another sales pitch. What you need to understand is that 3 consecutive victories represent more than just the rewards given by the battle room. More crucially, it's the foundation for 5 wins, even 10 in a row. Lose this foundation, and you'll be relegated to the ranks of mediocre players forever. You won't even stand a chance at making it onto the War God leaderboard. You should know, people are surrounded by an energy field. Once you lose steam and your energy drains, losing this one time might mean losing for a lifetime. On the contrary, set your mind on winning this once, and you might just bet right on a lifetime of glory. Holy hell, that eloquence? Is this black-robed guy their organization's top salesman or something? Chapter 33, Doppelganger Fusion. These words actually made Zhang Yi feel that if he lost this time, he'd become like a deflated balloon, forever sliding downhill until he ended up just another ordinary nobody in the sea of mediocrity. The crux is that in many of the Xianxia novels he's read, the concept of an invincible path truly exists. That is, the protagonist never suffers a single defeat throughout their entire life. Only by reaching the summit in the end can it be called a perfect fulfillment. So, he had originally thought this consecutive victory duel was insignificant, but now that the top salesman had put it this way, he suddenly felt, this duel must not be lost. But, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before turning to the black-robed figure again and saying, but what if there are no survival points in my survival badge at the moment? Hearing this, the black-robed figure wasn't particularly surprised and went on to explain. You don't need to worry about that. I can apply for a use now, pay later arrangement for you. That is to say, you can secure consecutive victories first and then repay the owed survival points within the allotted time. However, since Apocalypse apartment players could drop dead at any moment, the risk of pay after use falls entirely on the seller. So buyers need to pay a higher price to compensate sellers for taking that risk. Zhang Yi immediately grasped this and asked directly, how much higher? It's probably only about twice as expensive. Damn, only about twice as much? Originally, 3 consecutive wins would only cost 3 survival points, but paying after using now costs 6 points. This is basically freaking loan sharking. That's not all. The black-robed figure continued explaining to him. Because the mortality rate in apartment survival is too high, the repayment period for use first, pay later is typically within 24 hours. Our automatic deduction time is generally at midnight game time. If a customer's survival points in their survival jade token are insufficient for repayment by our deduction time, they'll have an additional 24-hour grace period for overdue payment. But failing to repay on time will also incur an additional penalty fee for the overdue payment. And if by the overdue repayment time, the survival points in the survival jade token are still insufficient to cover the loan, then, according to our contract artifact, the delinquent borrower will be directly erased by the contract's rules. The 1 survival point generated from erasing a player serves as our organization's minimum compensation. Including when you normally eliminate a player, you also gain 1 survival point. This you should already know, right? The black-robed figure spoke with casual indifference. Only then did Zhang Yi realize with dawning horror the truly terrifying aspect of this apartment survival game. Every human life was a walking survival point. If going by the earlier pricing from the eerie shadow figure, where 1 survival point could be exchanged for 100,000 yuan, then Zhang Yi, he might not necessarily kill indiscriminately just for 100,000 survival points, but once he falls into debt with survival points, then, when that debt is about to crush him, he'd likely kill anyone he encounters just to stay alive, exchanging lives for survival points. If he'd do it, others would too. Some might go even further than him, such as human nature, seeking advantage while avoiding harm, sacrificing others to save oneself. According to the black-robed figure's explanation, over 80% of the winning streak players in the battle chamber have purchased their streaks. Which means, those players on winning streaks have either already killed someone to immediately settle the survival points for purchasing their streak, either they'll fall into debt for survival points, and to repay it, they'll inevitably resort to killing in the remaining time. In the entire Apocalypse complex survival ordeal, the true danger isn't the unknown monsters, nor the unaffordable rent. It's human nature. It's humans killing humans. Zhang Yi's facial expression seemed to have revealed something to the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure let out a light chuckle, speaking again in that casually indifferent tone. Right, all those assumptions in your mind are correct. Didn't the initial notice about the beginner's apartment mention something about the 8th day and the 10th day? But in reality, many apartments don't even last until the 10th day for self-destruction. Most are already wiped out within the first 5 days or so. Do you think veteran players descend merely to hunt and slaughter newcomers? Yet in reality, we don't even need to wait for veteran players to arrive. Those useless trash who can't adapt to apocalyptic survival will simply become survival points consumed by the strong. These words struck Zhang Yi like another thunderbolt. He had genuinely envisioned clashes between new and veteran players in his mind. But according to this black-robed figure's words, it's highly likely that by the time the veteran players arrive, few will remain in the entire beginner's apartment complex. Under such circumstances, when new and old players clash, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to suppress his unease, he turned back to the black-robed figure and asked, "So then, do you know what the survival rate usually is for new players after the rookie assessment ends?" Yet the black-robed man only smiled without answering. He abruptly changed the subject and continued his sales pitch. Actually, those few survival points we charge selling winning streaks as merchandise are truly insignificant. Among the newcomers I know, several strong rookies can directly produce over 10 or 20 survival points. Even more astonishingly, one powerhouse on the God of War leaderboard has already exceeded triple digits in survival points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was shocked once more. Breaking the 3-digit mark in survival points, doesn't that mean the kill count has exceeded 100? But, wait a minute. He quickly asked again, a beginner's apartment starts with only 80 players, right? How did the survival points break triple digits, It's simple enough, just go harvest other newbie apartments. On the top floor of every newbie apartment building, there's a teleportation gate leading to other apartment complexes. Generally, as long as you get a chance to reach the top floor and pay one survival point, you can teleport to other newbie apartments. That's why some newbie apartments are completely wiped out before veteran players even arrive. Zhang Yi was increasingly shocked, instantly realizing how those two new players had appeared in his apartment. And judging by this situation, those two new players most likely came with ill intentions. Zhang Yi's heart was pounding like crazy, yet the black-robed figure's tone remained lighthearted. Free information sharing's about done here. Brother, want a 10-win streak combo package? Truth be told, average players don't qualify for the pay-after-use 10-win streak combo package. I have exceptionally high hopes for you, which is why I'm willing to use one of my precious golden sales quotas on you. So, 10 consecutive wins, you won't let me down, will you? He spoke as if he truly believed Zhang Yi was some chosen one destined to achieve 10 straight victories. But Zhang Yi knew damn well this was just typical salesperson rhetoric. I'm afraid he says the same thing to every other customer too. Even praising Zhang Yi's excellent mentality and strong abilities at the very beginning was probably just sales talk. At this moment, Zhang Yi didn't give an immediate answer, instead pretending to seriously consider the offer. And while this doppelganger number 2 was going back and forth with the top salesperson, Clone 1 returned to apartment 2025 with the skill scroll obtained from the bronze treasure chest. Taking advantage of the last few minutes of lucky colored lights, Zhang Yi, the original body, immediately tore open the bronze tier skill scroll. Both of his clones came with innate skills related to their talents. The main body possessing the X-tier talent Infinite Doppelgangers actually had no skills. Would this Infinite Doppelganger's talent even allow the comprehension of skills? If such a low probability event were truly triggered and resulted in nothing, the loss would be tremendous. Zhang Yi held his breath and focused, feeling an inexplicable tension in his heart. And at the moment the white paper was torn, it transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly merging into his body. Zhang Yi instantly felt as though he had slept through several satisfying meals, his exhaustion swept away, his spirit replenished to an extraordinary degree. His mind became crystal clear, as if spiritual tendrils had extended outward, probing and grasping something intangible. As this strange sensation faded, he immediately turned his gaze to the data panel. Zhang Yi. Level, 0. Physical, 0.8. Energy, 1.2. Combat power, 1.8. Survival points, 0. Talent, infinite clones, X. Skill, clone fusion, D. Maximum of 3 clones designated for directional fusion, attributes, talents, skills, etc. Of up to 2 clones can be comprehensively stacked onto the designated main clone for a duration of 3 minutes. This, clone fusion. Wait. According to the description of this, doppelganger fusion, skill, this fusion isn't permanent. It only lasts for 3 minutes. Zhang Yi suddenly thought, if he were to choose the second clone from the battle as the primary clone and perform a clone fusion, then, would there be hope to defeat the black-robed man through sheer strength within 3 minutes? Chapter 34, the youth knows no martial virtue. He had to try, whether there was hope or not. As for Zhang Yi's main body, there was almost no hesitation at all. Meanwhile, the second clone seemed to have finally made up its mind. With an expression that showed he'd resolved to buy consecutive wins yet still appeared troubled, he suddenly turned to the black-robed figure again. Before I entered the battle room, I noticed that the external screen of the battle machine automatically displayed the player's combat process. So doesn't that mean the deal we made about trading win streaks could potentially be discovered by other players in the apartment? The black-robed figure laughed. There's no need to worry about that. I disabled the spectator function when this battle officially began. So not only won't there be any spectators accidentally entering this room, but the screens outside your battle pods won't display this match either. So that's how it is. Which means, then Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang, who watched Yang Wenchao's previous matches, might not have seen his 3 consecutive victories either? So, when Zhang Yi witnessed Yang Wenchao lose to a girl, was that his 4th consecutive win being broken? Or perhaps, it was the end of a winning streak after 5 consecutive victories? I wonder if Yang Wenchao bet on the streak continuing. These thoughts ran through my mind. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, Zhang Yi's main body saw the latest update in the chat group. Holy shit, how did 2 more players log off in such a short time? Who is it this time? Another teammate of Yang Wenchao, right? I told you Yang Wenchao had killed people before, we shouldn't have partnered with him just because he was strong. No, not the classmate who teamed up with Yang Wenchao to level up. It was Lu Shun, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and he way from class 2. Note, the translation maintains the original exclamatory tone, identifiers, names/class numbers, and ranking reference while conveying the emotional surprise in the statement. What the hell? He way dying is one thing, but how did even level 1 Lu Shun die too? Could it be that he was counter-killed by monsters while solo leveling up? So when we're leveling up by fighting monsters, we should really team up, right? Just when all the classmates thought Lu Shun had died accidentally during the monster-slaying leveling process, the top-ranked player on the level leaderboard, Ko Junfei, suddenly spoke up in the group chat. He hadn't spoken in the group before, and now his first message came across as incredibly urgent. Lu Shun wasn't killed by monsters while fighting, he was instantly slain by an unknown powerhouse, most likely one of those 2 new players. Even now, I'm being pursued by that formidable opponent. However, the moment these words were spoken, it vanished into thin air in an instant. Just like previous cases where a player's messages were automatically erased upon death, the classmates in the group instantly noticed. Ko Junfei's name had disappeared from the level rankings. In the member list, Ko Junfei's name had also turned gray. In other words, this unassuming classmate revered by peers as the mysterious big shot, was instantly wiped out the very moment he sent the message. The entire chat group fell into an eerie silence within seconds, and a terrifying atmosphere seemed to spread without a single sound. On the other side, suddenly, Jiang Ye's second clone turned toward the figure in the black robe and asked, "You mentioned earlier that there was some kind of contractual artifact that could safeguard our transaction?" Hearing this question, the figure in black immediately understood. Another job completed. He truly lives up to being the golden salesman of the Dewey organization. At the same time, he scoffed inwardly, looking down on Jiang Yi with utter disdain. As a top salesman, his usual tactic was to deliberately adopt an imposing demeanor while flattering target customers with praise like "your skills and mindset are remarkable" to inflate their egos. A newcomer who could pull off 3 consecutive wins usually acts like a frog in a well, puffed up with self-importance, not even knowing how vast the sky is, yet still thinking they're unbeatable. Driven by such vanity, the desire to achieve a 3-win streak grows increasingly intense. In the end, they'll most likely take out loans just to secure that 3rd victory. At this moment, in Black Robe's mind, Jiang Yi was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, arrogantly overestimating himself. Just as Black Robe was inwardly mocking Jiang Yi and preparing to explain the contract signing process to him, Jiang Yi, meanwhile, glanced at his status panel after doppelganger fusion. A single look instantly boosted his confidence tenfold. Jiang Yi, level 1, stamina 7.4, energy 8.6, combat power 72, survival points 0. Talents, Heaven rewards the diligent, S, Metal element affinity, C, skills, absolute focus, A, battle stance, A, golden light technique, D. Yes, although there are currently 3 Jiang Yi. However, the original Jiang Yi doesn't count as a clone, so, clone fusion, cannot be performed. So in the end, what he fused were only Clone 1 and Clone 2. And indeed, the attributes of the 2 clones were simply added together. Talents and skills were also stacked. Combat power, however, isn't simply the sum of its parts. Clone 1's combat power is 5.5, while Clone 2's measures 54. Added together, it shouldn't exceed 60. Yet the fused clone's combat power soars to an astonishing 72 points. It perfectly demonstrated how 1 plus 1 could be greater than 2. Jiang Yi admitted that the Black Robe was indeed powerful. But, according to the matching mechanism, his combat power should be around 54 points, about the same level as Jiang Yi's clone number 2. Even with fluctuations, it won't exceed by much. Moreover, Jiang Yi's combat power after Avatar Fusion is nearly 20 points higher than the Dark Robe's. Of course, veteran players' combat experience and powerful items might be able to bridge the 20-point power gap. But, Jiang Yi was about to break the rules of fair play. Just as the black-robed figure was explaining the contract process to him, outwardly, he appeared to be listening intently, looking as if he'd resolved to spend money to buy consecutive victories. However, just as the black-robed figure was intently explaining, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed before his eyes. At almost the same moment, a cold, razor-sharp chill pressed against the hollow of his throat. Blood gushed instantly from his throat. The black-robed figure was extremely battle-hardened. Almost in an instant, he abruptly dodged backward. Clutching his throat with one hand, he stared at Jiang Yi in utter disbelief. And Jiang Yi was equally shocked in his heart. You must know, he had once used the pitiful combat power of clone number 1 to instantly annihilate Ding Dang with a single golden light technique. With the strength of clone number 2, he could also slit Li Ran's throat in an instant. But now, though the mask blocked part of the impact, he clearly saw the golden light pierce directly into the black-robed figure's forehead. Moreover, the venomous blade had indeed sliced open the black-robed figure's throat. Blood was already gushing out. Yet this bastard could still move with such terrifying speed. Zhang Yi had only 3 minutes left to merge. Not daring to slacken in the slightest, he surged toward the black-robed figure once more under the combined enhancements of absolute focus and battle stance. Yet, logically speaking, with equal combat power, the black-robe's stats should be lower than his. Yet his speed was clearly faster. It's equipment, Zhang Yi suddenly realized. This black robe ensemble might actually be a complete set of matching equipment, complete with those slightly upturned pointed black shoes beneath her feet. A high-quality black robe adorned his body. He wore a pair of black gloves on his hands, and his face was covered by a pure black mask. This standardized uniform likely formed a complete set. Anyone who's played games knows that a complete set is far more powerful than scattered equipment. No wonder, even with Zhang Yi's superior combat power and the dual sneak attacks of Golden Light Technique and Poison-Blooded Dagger, this black-robed figure still hasn't fallen. He doesn't even look seriously injured. The black-robed figure rapidly retreated while wiping his neck with one hand. The black-gloved hand withdrew from the neck. The wound that had been gushing blood instantly healed. However, while the external injury healed instantly, but the venomous blade dagger is poisoned, plus a golden light pierced between his eyebrows. The black-robed man's condition wasn't actually very good at this moment. His mind felt somewhat muddled, and his body was slightly stiff, nowhere near as agile as when he was at peak condition. He retreated hurriedly while glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. Because of the injury to her throat, even her vocal cords were damaged. So when he spoke again, his voice sounded like it came from a broken tape hoarse and shattered. Kid, do you know what this full set of mine represents? It doesn't represent just me, but the entire massive organization standing behind me. Even if you've beaten me with a sneak attack now, from now on, every crucial winning streak of yours will be targeted. From now on, you'll never win consecutive victories again. I really misjudged you. Who would have thought you've got some skill, but you're more brainless than any rookie I've ever met. Chapter 35, Consecutive Victory Reward, Privilege Card. The black-robed man's tone carried a condescending judgment, his undisguised contempt hanging thick in the air, as if Zhang Yi had committed the most colossal folly imaginable. Yet hearing these words, an unexpected surge of delight coursed through Zhang Yi's heart. Originally, he'd observed how nimble the black-robed figure remained even after successive vital point ambushes. He had thought that the black-robed figure was overwhelmingly strong, and that his own hopes of consecutive victories were dashed. Yet upon hearing these words from the black-robed figure, he instantly realized, though the black-robed figure appeared completely unfazed by the ambush, in reality, they were already at the end of their strength. In that case, Zhang Yi certainly wasn't going to be intimidated by his words. Now was the time to strike while the iron was hot. His figure sharp as a blade, he chased straight toward the retreating black-robed figure. With a whoosh, another golden light shot ruthlessly toward the black robe. At the same time, the pitch-black venomous dagger blood blade in his hand. Gee, wait, how did his blood blade fly out on its own? No. Looking at the layer of golden light covering the pitch-black dagger, Zhang Yi instantly realized, it wasn't flying out on its own. Even without being held in his hand, it could still be manipulated with perfect ease, as effortlessly as moving his own arm. This is, under the enlightenment bonus of absolute focus, you've comprehended a new skill? The situation was urgent during the battle, leaving Zhang Yi no time to check his data panel. Yet this didn't stop him from boldly wielding the venom blade dagger. The black-robed figure had no idea this was a new skill Zhang Yi had comprehended mid-combat, but it still sent waves of shock through his heart. Zhang Yi's condition was immediately apparent in his eyes. This kid only had 2 pieces of equipment. One was a disguise mask that transformed him into a bald man. The other was his poison blade, blood dagger, whose effects the black-robed man knew all too well. But, excluding these 2 pieces of equipment, this kid's pure panel combat power, according to the matching mechanism, it should only be around 55. At the absolute maximum, it couldn't exceed 60. But the sheer combat power he's displaying now isn't just exceeding 60, it's probably blasted straight past 70. This is so damn unscientific. Is there an issue with the matching mechanism? Or maybe this guy had some hidden item he didn't notice? Or perhaps, this kid, could he actually be one of those 1 in 100 million limit-breaking freaks? Generally speaking, combat power and actual strength are 2 different concepts. For example, if someone's panel combat power is 100, so his strength is usually less than or equal to 100. If his strength reaches 80, it can be said that he can unleash 80% of his combat power. If his strength reaches 100, it can be said that this person can unleash 100% of their combat power. Players who can fully utilize 100% of their combat power are actually quite rare. They are generally referred to as extreme flow experts. But above the extreme flow, there exists a special exception. Even with just 100 combat power displayed on the panel, some can unleash strength exceeding 100 while completely unarmed. Such beings who completely defy common sense are called limit-breaking freaks. Of course, even peak-level experts are already rare enough. As for limit-breaking freaks, they exist only in legends. Even though the robed figure was an experienced player, he had only heard of such claims but had never witnessed them. Yet at this very moment, he couldn't help but suspect. This audacious brat standing before him, could he actually be that 1 in 100 million monstrous genius who breaks through all limits? How else could one explain how, with his combat power stuck around 55 and such trash-tier equipment, he displayed the strength to counter-kill his opponent? As shock flooded the robed man's heart and he prepared to speak further with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, constrained by the 3-minute time limit of his doppelganger fusion, had already committed to ending this battle with brutal efficiency. The venomous blade danced nimbly in his grasp, its lightning-fast strikes targeting the black-robed figure's vital points. The black-robed figure's dodging movements grew visibly more sluggish. Jiang Yi knew his earlier ambush was taking effect and pressed his advantage relentlessly. Yet the next instant, the dodging figure suddenly vanished, only an empty robe remained, pierced clean through by the dagger. And the figure in the black robe vanished without a trace. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted sharply as his nerves instantly tensed. Fortunately, with the enhancement of absolute focus, his attention was completely concentrated. In the blink of an eye, the venomous blade blood dagger that had been over 2 meters diagonally in front of him suddenly spun back. A flash of cold light swiftly grazed past behind him. A shadow flashed, blood splattered in all directions. Jiang Yi reacted with lightning speed, whirling around to catch the spinning dagger midair before plunging it straight toward the throat of the black-robed figure now forced into visibility. The blade's arc was ruthless and swift, like a thunderbolt. The hooded figure's pupils trembled, then clouded over the next instant. In the span of 3 breaths, his form completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi's mind buzzed with successive prompts. Ding! Congratulations on winning this duel. You've received 100 bet winnings. Ding! Congratulations on completing a 3-win streak in random matches. Please choose your streak reward. With the second prompt, 3 cards materialized before Jiang Yi's eyes. He stood there momentarily stunned, his breaths heavy and ragged, taking quite some time to snap out of it. He won? He actually defeated an experienced player? Though come to think of it, it makes sense. His combat power was about 20 points higher than his opponent's. Combined with that shameless ambush tactic, he thoroughly suppressed Dark Robe's condition. It's perfectly normal to win. Jiang Yi suppressed his joy and quickly focused his attention on the 3 cards before him. All 3 cards were the size of playing cards, jet black in color, with no distinguishable differences. Yet he could only randomly select one from the 3 as his reward for winning 3 consecutive matches. Since it was random, Jiang Yi played eeny meeny miny mo and landed on the 3rd card. After confirming the selection, the 3 cards flipped over one by one. The first one revealed. Announcement card, allows you to post 1 battle room announcement in your current combat zone. Zhao Yudi must have used an announcement card when she posted that notice earlier. The second card flipped over to reveal. Upgrade card, if your level is below 10, you automatically gain 1 level. If your level exceeds 10, this card becomes invalid. Holy cow! A straight level upgrade. From this, it seems Yang Wenchao was the first to reach level 2, likely because he consecutively drew an upgrade card as a reward. Immediately after, the 3rd card Jiang Yi selected flipped over, revealing Privilege card. Privilege 1, during random matchups, you may designate opponents of comparable combat ability for battle. Privilege 2, for the designated opponent in this duel, the bets between both parties will no longer be downward compatible. Initially, Jiang Yi didn't quite understand the use of this privilege and thought the card was pretty useless. However, after briefly grasping its function, he realized that if used well, this card could be incredibly effective for making money. Privilege 1 is easy to understand. Normal random matching is completely random. After using the privilege card, he could actively choose 1 qualified opponent from the matching pool. If this were the only privilege, the card would be practically useless, because random matching still follows the mechanism of pairing players with similar combat strength. He would still be selecting opponents within the constraints of this matching system. But with Privilege 2, this card becomes extremely useful. The so-called downward compatibility of bets means when one party bets 100 and another bets 900, both parties' final wager is determined by the smaller bet, in this case, 100. But when the bets are no longer downward compatible, then when Jiang Yi bets 100, select an opponent who bets 10,000. Win, he earns 10,000. Lose, he only loses 100. This is the true purpose of the privilege card. Normally when he bets 100, winning only earns him 100. But with the privilege card, he can turn small stakes into big wins, use 100 to win 10,000, even 100,000. Of course, the premise is that he can choose the right opponent and actually win the match. As Jiang Yi pondered this, the privilege card he had selected automatically fell into his hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his original seat, having returned from the battleground space. At this moment, the effect of doppelganger fusion was almost over, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel somewhat emotional in his heart. The skills corresponding to X-level talents are truly formidable. This skill of clone fusion is merely rated as D-class, yet the effects it brings are far more potent than another D-class skill like Golden Light Technique. The combat power stacking achieved through clone fusion is already formidable enough. What's more crucial is that using this skill in the arena is practically like cheating. Originally, according to the random matching mechanism, both combatants would have similar combat power, comparing equipment, items, and tactical awareness. Yet he directly matched and then performed a clone fusion. Instantly, his combat power skyrocketed, crushing his opponent in an instant. In many novels Zhang Yi had read, protagonists often preferred to challenge those above their tier, overcoming the strong while being weak. He felt exhilarated while watching it. But now he thinks, what's exhilarating about the weak defeating the strong? Dominating the weak and crushing them with overwhelming power, that's the real thrill. The key point is, it's not just thrilling, but also reassuring. This way, if he ever matches with an opponent he can't handle in the future, he'll have a powerful ace up his sleeve. Even when some weaker clones act alone later, they'll still have this trump card as insurance. All in all, Zhang Yi was absolutely over the moon with his clone fusion, D-grade talent. He even felt this skill was more badass than the A-grade, absolute focus, and battle stance. Just as he was reveling in his joy, a notification suddenly rang out in his mind again. Chapter 36, VIP Player, Dewey. Player Xing Xiu issues dual room announcement. Clearly, this was a notice posted by some player using an announcement card. When Zhang Yi first heard the prompt, he didn't pay much attention to it. That was until he realized the voice following the announcement was none other than that black-robed figure from earlier. Bald Kid in seat is 06-5525. Are you currently basking in the rewards and joy of your 3 consecutive victories? I'm posting this notice specifically to remind you. What I said on the fighting platform wasn't to scare you. It's because you will truly pay the price for your foolish actions. Next, you will realize, my power exceeds your imagination. Experience it well. The voice of the black-robed figure in the announcement remained condescending and mocking, utterly arrogant. At the same time, players in the combat room were also buzzing about this baffling announcement. Seriously? Is this player Xing Xiu too rich for his own good? Wasting an announcement card just to call out someone like this? And that line, my power surpasses your imagination? What a chinibyu. Who does he think he is? TCH. Bet he's just some arrogant loser who got beaten and can't take it, forcing this cringy flex. Exactly. I found that announcement voice hilarious too. Most people reacted to this inexplicable broadcast with mockery. Yet these jeers didn't last long. Another new announcement echoed through the combat chamber players' minds. Combat chamber emergency announcement. VIP player Dewey is connecting 1 million combat pods to this combat zone. 1 million combat pods will be fully connected within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million veteran players will gain access to this combat zone. This announcement completely baffled all the players in the battle chamber. Some people took half the day to process it, asking with blank expressions, huh? What does this mean? Of course, there were also quick-witted ones who instantly realized, holy shit, you're saying our battle zone is about to get airdropped with 1 million veteran players? That means the chances of randomly matching up or challenging one of them will skyrocket. Facing veteran players? Are you kidding me? I can't even defeat randomly matched opponents around my skill level. There's no way in hell I could win against seasoned players. That's right. These 1 million veteran players dropping in will significantly reduce our win rates in random matchmaking. Who is this Dewey anyway? Why would he do this? And what tier of players are these VIP players? Damn it. A direct drop of 1 million veteran players. I get the feeling these VIP players have some seriously high-level privileges. Holy shit, do you guys remember that announcement from Xing Xiu right before Dewey's notice? The one about making some bald kid pay the price? What the hell? So the sudden drop-in of these 1 million veteran players is also connected to that bastard Xing Xiu? So, he wasn't just being edgy or showing off, he's actually this insanely awesome? Fuck, he didn't make that baldy kid pay the price, he made our entire battle zone pay for it instead. God damn it, which bald bastard was dumb enough to piss off someone this terrifying? In an instant, the mockery directed at Xing Xiu transformed into resentment and hatred targeted at the bald kid. They felt the terrible situation their battle zone now faced was entirely caused by that bald guy who had provoked the wrong person, dragging them all down. Meanwhile, the bald culprit himself, Zhang Yi, who was now being fiercely denounced by players in the battle room, had swiftly changed his seat the moment Xing Xiu's announcement was made. It was while switching seats that he suddenly realized something. Audiences only need to search for a seat number to spectate the arena battles of the player assigned to that seat. Randomly matched opponents only know each other's seat numbers and receive no additional information. Previously, Zhao Yuri posted notices asking her fans to search for seat number 151 to attract spectators to her battles. This method allows anyone to spectate Zhao Yuri's matches effortlessly. At that time, Jiang Yi wasn't yet familiar with the situation in the battle room, so he didn't think there was any problem. But now he noticed. The seat numbers he saw in this second floor lobby were mostly in the format XXXXXX. Then why is Zhao Yuri's seat number 151? Could it be that Zhao Yuri is a stubborn bronze, so she went to the third floor? And the seat numbers on the third floor happen to be 3-digit numbers? That is indeed a possibility. However, Jiang Yi now began to suspect. Could there be some private seating areas beyond the visible seats in the second floor lobby? He even wondered. If the battle machines in the first floor combat room of the apartment were compared to computers in an internet cafe, then couldn't someone, just like owning a personal computer, possess their own private battle machine? Actually, he guessed correctly. Number 985 Beginner's Apartment. Apartment Room 2008. At this moment, Zhao Yuri was inside a combat simulator in her apartment room. Of course, this combat simulator wasn't originally part of her apartment's furnishings, but what she stole from opening packages. With this private combat console, she could claim her own permanent seat number in the virtual battle zone. The second floor hall had seats scattered everywhere, available for any player to occupy freely. But once vacated, the seat could be taken by someone else immediately. Using a private battle machine grants you your own exclusive seat. Even when I'm not around, I don't have to worry about my designated seat being taken by someone else. So, this kind of reserved seat is somewhat like a live stream room ID, it remains valid long-term. And this was the real reason Zhao Yuri specifically issued the announcement to invite spectators. Although her announcement only mentioned hoping that viewers would observe one of her matches. But in truth, she hoped her exclusive seat number would become known to all viewers, just like a live stream room ID. That way, every match she played would attract spectator crowds, no different from watching an influencer's live broadcast. Once the reputation of seat numbers spreads, the audience revenue generated from each subsequent victory she achieves will be astonishing. Under this model, if she continues to make money, she could earn millions a day just like the original celebrities. It's no longer a pipe dream. However, the plan was too idealistic. But this sudden announcement of 1 million veteran players being dropped into the game shattered her dreams of stardom and fortune, because ensuring audience earnings depended entirely on her ability to win battles. Yet the influx of millions of veteran gamers would inevitably crash her winning rate. Worse still, those veterans' live streams might completely overshadow her own broadcast channel. At this realization, Zhao Yuri utterly loathed the damned baldy who'd provoked the big shot. However, after quickly calming down, she decided to make a few more big profits before the veteran players completely descended. At this time, Jiang Yi, having changed seats, could clearly feel that his bald-headed appearance was inexplicably drawing hostile gazes from those around him, though it was because all the disguise masks generated bald-headed appearances, so the surrounding players couldn't confirm if he was the troublemaking bald guy. Jiang Yi appeared calm and composed, yet some doubts lingered in his mind. Logically speaking, that Xing Xiu should only have a combat power of around 55. How could he have spoken with such arrogance, even to the point of getting someone named Dewey to directly drop 1 million players into his battle zone? And wasn't it just a sneak attack, utterly devoid of martial integrity? Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Could there be some other hidden reason behind this? He did recall that when he launched the final attack on the black-robed figure, the guy seemed to have something more to say, he just didn't give him the chance. Now that he thought about it, what had the black-robed man wanted to say back then? Jiang Yi stopped thinking about it since he couldn't figure it out. What troubled him now was, should he use that privilege card after the veteran players descended, or should he activate it 10 minutes before their arrival? Chapter 37, The Tattooed Youth. At this moment, he changed seats and noticed that the murmurs from the surrounding seats had shifted quite a bit. Honestly, I don't think we need to panic so much. 1 million battle pods connecting just means 1 million veteran players can log into our combat zone. It doesn't mean 1 million will actually log in all at once. For example, in my apartment building, the battle room has 20 pods, but right now, I'm the only one actually using one. So this might not really have that big an impact on our combat zone after all. That VIP player Dewey and that Xing Xiu who posted the announcement, they're clearly working together. Their main target is that bald guy who pissed them off. So when veteran players log into our combat zone, their goal must also be that bald guy. These words were clearly more self-comfort than anything else, yet Jiang Yi took them to heart. Indeed. In this combat zone, achieving critical consecutive victories can grant you some random rewards. Currently, the only rewards he knows about are announcement card, upgrade card, and privilege card. Who knows what special uses those unknown cards might have? That organization selling win streaks, who knows how deep their pockets are? It's practically a mega conglomerate in the real world, a colossal entity. For such a behemoth to target an ordinary person without any backing, they probably have countless methods at their disposal. So, originally, Zhang Yi had thought that once veteran players were airdropped into the battle zone, he could use his privilege card to potentially earn even more. But now he felt it was safer to play it safe. Should he log out of the battle room and lay low when the veteran players arrive? If he stays away from the battle room for too long, his money-making speed would plummet. So this privilege card should be utilized to the fullest, letting him cash in big before the veteran players drop in. Thinking this, Zhang Yi opened the spectator function on the operation panel. Upon clicking into the spectator function, the entire interface somewhat resembled a food delivery app. At the very top was the search function, used to search for the seat number you wished to spectate. Most of the page's space is occupied by displayed combat arenas. In the bottom right corner, a small number indicates the current spectator count for each arena. Initially, these arenas are displayed in default order, meaning they appear randomly. Of course, some fixed arenas with higher traffic might be prioritized in the front rows of the default sorting. I wonder if these challenge arenas ranked at the top by default might have used traffic cards to buy visibility? Besides default sorting, players can also choose to sort by spectator count, combat power, or title, among other options. Since Zhang Yi wants to make a big profit using privilege cards, but he can't determine how much his target opponent has wagered. So he wanted to make a killing, and naturally set his sights on the spectator fees. If the battle where he used the privilege card could attract a large audience, then by winning the match, he'd earn a fortune just from the spectator fees. Thus, he selected sort by spectator count and prepared to spend some time researching. At the same time, Clone 1 Zhang Yi left room 2025 immediately after ending Clone Fusion, and hurried toward 2064. After all, the woman in white had only given him 10 minutes. He needed to get back to continue his cleaning duties. The hallway from 2025 to 2064 wasn't too far, he'd already walked it twice. But I still didn't dare let my guard down, gripping a kitchen knife tightly in my hand. The new skill comprehended during the battle with black screen only appeared on clone number 1's data panel after the clone fusion ended. Golden Cicada molts its shell. D. Grip a metal weapon for 1 minute to remotely control it for 3 minutes. Effective range within 5 meters. A very ordinary D-class skill. The effectiveness of this skill likely depends primarily on the attributes of the metal weapons. This further deepens Zhang Yi's realization that a skill's strength is indeed heavily tied to innate talent. If we can obtain skill scrolls in the future, it would be more cost-effective to use them on clones with higher-level talents. Thinking this, his gaze remained alert. Clone 1, Zhang Yi, was just passing by room 2060 when he suddenly detected a chilling murderous intent. His entire body tensed up instantly, his palms sweating where they gripped the knife. Instinctively, he pressed his back against the corridor wall, scanning his surroundings with darting eyes. Right at that moment, an unmistakably arrogant male voice came from the darkness to his right. "You're Zhang Yi from the 20th floor, aren't you?" Accompanied by this voice, Zhang Yi saw a lean young man walking toward him from the shadows of the corridor. The young man sported a buzz cut, with a tattoo on his forehead likely meant to conceal some kind of scar. With that hoodlum look about him, he clearly wasn't one of their apartment mates. Clearly, it was one of those 2 level 3 players who came from the other apartment buildings. Huang Qi, or Yu Xiangming, Lu Shan and Ke Zhengfei from the ranking list, these 2 were killed by them. And they were instantly obliterated. Yet what made Zhang Yi's nerves instantly tense up even more was the tattooed youth approaching leisurely gave him a cold glance, then suddenly furrowed his brows in confusion. "That's strange. Does your beginner apartment have 2 people named Zhang Yi? Is the Zhang Yi on the level rankings at level 1 someone else entirely?" Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He deliberately put on a nervous and uneasy demeanor without responding. The tattooed young man moved closer again, slowly analyzing, "Or perhaps, you have the ability to prevent others from checking your data panel?" "No, that shouldn't be the case even with anti-detection abilities. Could it be the ability to disguise data panels? Does such a special ability even exist?" The tattooed youth seemed unable to figure it out, so he coldly demanded, "Come on, buddy, start explaining. Why does your data panel show level 0, while Zhang Yi on the leaderboard is level 1? Zhang Yi suddenly realized, this guy actually had the ability to inspect others' status panels. Holy shit! Luckily, what he detected was only the status panel of clone number 1. Otherwise, if Zhang Yi's true data panel gets detected, that would surely lead to a major disaster. An X-level talent would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Yi's true self should probably stay behind the scenes from now on, avoiding unnecessary appearances. Just leave everything to the clone to handle. However, even if it's not the worst-case scenario, right now, he's still facing the risk of his secret being exposed. He truly doesn't know how to explain why he's level 1 on the rankings but level 0 on his status panel. But why should he have to explain himself? This bastard, not even his classmate, yet he actually killed his classmates. Jiang Yi's whole body was tense, his back pressed tightly against the corridor wall. On the surface, he looked just like a level 0 player scared out of his wits. But in his heart, he was considering merging his number 2 clone over here, then instantly obliterating this tattooed punk. Yes, it'd be best if I could kill him in one strike. After all, this young man can see his status panel. His panel changes whenever the clone fusion occurs. If the young man notices something suspicious and reports it in the group chat, things could get messy. Chapter 38, Ending this apartment. But did he possess the capability to instantly kill this tattooed youth? After all, someone bold enough to move between apartments must possess considerable strength. Moreover, he likely still had an accomplice. It's unclear whether the two had split up to act separately or if his companion was hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Jiang Yi wasn't entirely confident he could instantly eliminate him either. Just as he was torn between waiting for the right moment and taking the initiative to strike, the tattooed young man suddenly drawled again, unhurriedly. Relax, buddy. With my skills, if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Wouldn't even have a chance to blink. Ha, big talk. Jiang Yi remained indifferent inwardly while maintaining a convincingly nervous expression. The tattooed youth twirled his small knife absent-mindedly as he continued nonchalantly. My name is Huang Qi, and I'm not in the same apartment as that Yu Xiangming. So why are we working together then? It's very simple, we share the same goal. Get stronger. Reach unimaginable strength at the fastest possible speed. So, now I ask you, what do you think is the quickest way to become stronger? Jiang Yi couldn't quite figure out what this guy was up to, but he still played along and blurted out 2 words. Kill. Bingo, the tattooed young man cheerfully tossed out an English phrase. He even snapped his fingers, but quickly corrected himself. To be more precise, murder on steroids. That is, a massacre of the city. Of course, in our case, it should be called a massacre of the apartment. Now, you should have guessed. At this point, the tattooed youth gave a sinister smile that distorted the markings on his forehead, making him look as evil as a devil crawled straight out of hell. His next words were equally blood-chilling and utterly inhuman. In my apartment, there are no living players left except me. Next, Yu Xiangming's apartment was the second. Now, yours is the third. Jiang Yi, right? You're lucky. Though not particularly strong, he was initially assigned to the 20th floor. This becomes your reason to keep living. You can choose to be my dog, just like Yu Xiangming. I'll take you apartment by apartment, harvesting survival points. This growth rate is absolutely far faster than grinding jobs or PvP battles. I'm going to establish a powerful organization, and those who follow me will become its founding members. Of course, I don't tolerate freeloaders. Those who wish to follow me must be prepared to pay the price. For example, at this stage, my rule is, at the end of each apartment journey, my followers must hand over 10 survival points to main. Of course, as long as you kill enough people, anything beyond the quota of 10 can be used for your own improvement. When my organization grows beyond 8 members, I'll make further adjustments and establish more detailed organizational rules. Oh, by the way, after all this explanation, you do have a survival token on you, right? The tattooed youngster raised an eyebrow, his tone still casual and relaxed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was utterly shocked. He had originally thought that the 2 newcomers arriving at their apartment were ordinary level 3 experts who had somehow stumbled upon the method of apartment teleportation by chance. Who would have guessed? They had actually slaughtered all the players in 2 entire apartments. Jiang Yi suddenly felt extremely relieved. Thank goodness he hadn't acted recklessly just now. Otherwise, with the survival points this guy earned from killing over 100 people, his strength was probably far beyond what he could casually obliterate in an instant. Forget about instant obliteration. He probably couldn't even defeat this tattooed youth at all. Realizing this, Jiang Yi began to feel genuinely nervous at this moment. He stiffly replied, "Survival stone, I have one." The tattooed young man grinned. That makes things easier then. Next, wrap up this apartment in 2 hours tops, then we move on to the next one. End this apartment. This guy speaks with such cold-blooded arrogance. They don't value human lives at all. At this moment, Jiang Yi no longer dared to think about instantly killing anyone. Still visibly nervous and uneasy, he stammered. I was just going to do cleaning work in room 2064. Yet before he could even finish this delaying tactic, the tattooed young man snorted directly. What? Are you kidding me, bro? Killing one person instantly earns you 100,000, and you're telling me about janitor work? Humph. The tattooed youth toyed with the knife in his hand, his tone icy and sarcastic. Now let me ask you, are you going to continue with your cleaning job, or are you coming with me to kill someone? Jiang Yi's heart pounded wildly. Without almost any hesitation, he resolutely blurted out 2 words, kill someone. Those 2 words he uttered were even shouted quite loudly, as if he had made up his mind to become a cruel, cold-blooded demon who kills without blinking, just like the tattooed youth. The tattooed young man seemed pleased with his answer and immediately praised him. You've got some sense, kid. Now, answer a few more questions for me. First, what's Yang Wenchao's strength level on the 20th floor? Do you know? Second, the mysterious bald man mentioned in the chat group probably also lives on the 20th floor. Do you know his background and abilities? Third, it's still the same issue as before. Why is your panel level showing 0 when you're ranked as level 1 on the leaderboard? From just the first two questions, Zhang Yeguang realized, this guy is probably planning to recruit Yang Wenchao and the mysterious bald man into his organization. Or, if Yang Wenchao and the mysterious bald man's abilities exceed his control, they might be his top priority for elimination. Zhang Yi didn't ask but answered in sequence. Yang Wenchao is very powerful. Speaking up to this point, he paused briefly before volunteering. During his battle with the monster earlier, it seemed he used a revival ability. Afterwards, he mentioned in the group chat that survival points were what revived him. I'm highly skeptical of his claim. Big shot, do you know if survival points can be used for resurrection? The tattooed young man's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Resurrection? Survival points don't come with resurrection abilities. Then Yang Wenchao's resurrection ability must come from his innate talent. He then asked, can you roughly guess his talent level? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before making a conventional assumption. Our apartment has a rank S talent like Wang Lingling, and Yang Wenchao seems even stronger than her. But whether his talent exceeds rank S or not remains uncertain. After all, Wang Lingling doesn't live on the 20th floor while Yang Wenchao does. That gives Yang Wenchao a clear advantage. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something and volunteered. Since you can see my stats panel, can you check Yang Wenchao's too? Huang Qi rolled his eyes and replied impatiently, I can only view the stats of players 3 levels below me. Yang Wenchao is currently level 3, so I can't check. I see. It's because Zhang Ye's level is too low that this guy was able to detect his stats panel. But Zhang Yi thought, apart from being unable to scan Yang Wenchao's data panel, this tattooed youth probably also didn't want to directly confront him. Most likely, he was worried that Yang Wenchao was too strong and he might end up capsizing in a gutter. So, this guy was actually quite cautious too. Zhang Yi was about to continue answering his second question. Suddenly, he noticed the tattooed youth's face turn pale with shock. Chapter 39, is this considered exploiting a bug? Zhang Ye's expression also abruptly changed, because he also saw the explosive messages flooding the chat group. Holy shit! New player Yu Xiangming disappeared from the level rankings. His name in the member list has gone gray. No fucking way. Who killed Yu Xiangming? Lucian, it was Yang Wenchao. Holy shit, Yang Wenchao killed Yu Xiangming with a cross-level kill? Dude, are you blind? Brother Chao is already level 3. What the hell? He's level 3 already? But even for a level 3 killing another level 3, taking down a big shot from another apartment is insanely impressive. Plus, those two cross-apartment players were clearly up to no good. Yang Wenchao taking them out was pure justice. I'm all for it. Agreed. Those two players from the other apartments are absolute scum. If it weren't for Yang Wenchao, who knows how many more of our classmates would have died. Wang Chang, I've been saying all along that our apartment complex needs a true powerhouse like Yang Wenchao. And to think some people actually talked about killing him before, what the hell were you all thinking? Xiao Likuan, when are you going to take care of that Huang Qi too, Brother Chao? I swear those two players from other apartment blocks came here specifically to kill our people. Agreed. Brother Chao, please deal with Huang Qi quickly. I don't even dare to keep delivering packages with him still around. Brother Chao is awesome. Brother Chao is the best. Brother Chao, you're my god. The chat group was now flooded with praises for Yang Wenchao. Having seemingly dealt with Yu Xiangming, he instantly became the apartment's hero. None of those classmates who had previously accused Yang Wenchao of murder spoke up now. Whether it was due to a change of heart towards Yang Wenchao or fear of his strength, no one dared to speak against him again. At the same time, those who had lavished praise on Yang Wenchao naturally hoped he would take care of Huang Qi as well. Meanwhile, Huang Qi stared at the chat group, his face turning pale with fury. His eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce murderous intent flashing within them. These cheering ants. TCH, how revolting. I much prefer watching these trashbags beg and wail right before they die. His cold gaze lifted to Zhang Yi as he asked, what about you? Zhang Yi pressed his lips together, his gaze unwavering. I want to become strong too. To grow stronger, one must be ruthless. Huang Qi added meaningfully, what's your relationship with that Yang Wenchao? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and withheld almost nothing. Before coming to this doomsday apartment, my relationship with my classmates was just average. But there was one time I spoke up for Yang Wenchao. Later, when we arrived at this apartment, he had a chance to kill me but let me go, saying we were even. Oh, really? Huang Qi seemed somewhat surprised, his eyes rolling thoughtfully before he asked again, so strictly speaking, you're not close to that Yang Wenchao? And you're not close to the other classmates either? Zhang Yi nodded, sensing Huang Qi's words seemed to be setting something up. Sure enough, upon seeing his nod, Huang Qi narrowed his eyes again, a dark glint flashing beneath them. Then, reverting to his relaxed demeanor, he continued, "Alright, now keep answering the 3 questions I asked earlier." Zhang Yi nodded and answered in one breath. "I don't know about the mysterious bald guy either, but since he can use the combat room, his initial apartment must also be on the 20th floor. And, all the classmates suspect he's probably Zhang Jintian from the rankings. As for why my panel level doesn't match the ranking level." Zhang Yi paused and exchanged a rare glance with Huang Qi. His gaze at that moment no longer held the timid nervousness it once did. On the contrary, they appeared rather calm. "It's simple. Because I've been holding back a little." The tone was frank, yet laden with meaning. Huang Qi narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Holding back? Heh, not bad. Then come, show me your true strength." Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment before voluntarily displaying his data panel. Zhang Yi, level 1, physical, 7.4, energy, 8.6, combat power, 75, survival points, 0, talent, divine reward for diligence, S, gold element affinity, C, skills, absolute focus, A, combat stance, A, golden light technique, D, cicada shed shell, D. That's right. At this moment, Zhang Yi once again used his clone fusion technique, but showed no intention of attacking Huang Qi. Huang Qi was visibly startled when he saw his panel. His gaze now held a peculiar glint as he looked at him. "Double talents. No wonder you were keeping it hidden. You sly dog, pretending to be weak to take down the strong, huh?" Zhang Yi didn't answer. Instead, he turned the tables and said, "I fully agree with your earlier suggestion of clearing the apartments one by one. However, if you expect me to hand over 10 survival points per apartment, you'd better prove your worth first." At this moment, he had completely shed his earlier nervous demeanor. Instead, he now carried himself with the poise of a powerful figure. Such a stark transformation drew another mocking laugh from Huang Qi. "Well, looks like someone's got a newfound confidence after revealing their strength. However, your true strength still doesn't measure up in my eyes." As he spoke, Huang Qi proactively displayed his status panel, though somehow, he only revealed 3 entries. Huang Qi, level 3, combat strength, 88. While displaying it, he waved his hand grandly. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall antique bronze full-length mirror materialized before Huang Qi. He then continued speaking to Zhang Yi. "With such combat power at level 1, you're truly quite impressive. But even your base stats already fall short of mine. Do you really think your gear can compete with someone who's killed 2 apartment players?" Zhang Yi immediately played along. "No problem at all, 10 survival points per apartment, I'll pay." Huang Qi was thoroughly pleased with this attitude and beckoned him closer again, saying, "Come here, stand before this dressing mirror and show me your status panel." Zhang Yi frowned, seeming somewhat hesitant. Huang Qi rolled his eyes again. "I told you already, if I wanted to kill you, it'd be effortless. No need for any schemes or tricks with you." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yi obediently stood before the mirror and displayed his panel. Huang Qi added, "It lasts for 30 seconds. Zhang Yi remained silent, and 30 seconds later, he then discovered that his reflection in the mirror had started moving on its own. After a while longer, his mirrored reflection actually stepped right out of the looking glass. Moreover, the data panel displayed in this mirror was identical to his own. Holy shit! What kind of item is this? It's freaking awesome! Is this a direct copy of him?" Huang Qi then said slowly, "Next, you may continue with your cleaning duties. Leave the task of testing Yang Wenchao to this mirror clone." Huang Qi's tone was unusually relaxed. He seemed both satisfied and smug about Zhang Ye's shock. Yet what he didn't know was, Zhang Ye's astonishment wasn't just because the mirror could create an identical copy of himself. What truly matters is, at that moment, the original body in room 2025 actually sensed something. His D-rank, doppelganger fusion, skill. Could it actually be used on this mirror doppelganger created by Huang Qi? Holy shit! So then, is this freaking considered a bug exploit? What if he directly fused this mirror clone into clone number 1 right now? What would happen? Chapter 40, The Clone Mirror. Clone fusion, this skill naturally has a cooldown period. However, its cooldown mechanism is calculated like this. For example, merging clones A and B into C. Then only clones A and B enter cooldown. In other words, when Zhang Yi only has clone 1 and clone 2, it's possible to perform 2 mergers in a short time, merging clone 1 into clone 2, and merging clone 2 into clone 1. He had already exhausted both opportunities, and the skill had completely cooled down. But when this mirror image emerged, the skill that had already entered cooldown suddenly became usable again. It revealed that he could fuse with this mirrored doppelganger. What the hell? Zhang Yi was genuinely stumped by this. He stared at his mirrored doppelganger, utterly dumbfounded. Huang Qi burst into laughter. "It's just a mirrored clone. Is it really that shocking?" As he spoke, he stroked the antique-style dressing mirror with palpable pride and explained, The premium store, in the beginner's apartment indeed allows you to exchange game currency for certain items. But to be honest, those items are just average. They're mass-produced goods that any new player can buy as long as they have enough game currency. But my duplicate clone mirror here is completely different. I didn't buy it from the premium store, using game currency. It was when I used survival points to exchange for game currency with the shadow figure that he noticed my points exceeded 100, and he granted me a special privilege. That privilege was directly exchanging survival points for special items from his inventory. And this doppelganger mirror was one such survival point item I obtained from the shadow figure. It's even a unique item. Huang Qi clearly looked quite proud when talking about these things. After all, not everyone can receive special treatment from the dark shadow. At this stage, the number of rookie players who possess survival point items is probably countable on one hand. As for Jiang Yi listening, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Even in his eyes, this mirror of clone replication was already his for the taking. Ahem. No, we can't be this obvious about it. Jiang Yi quickly suppressed his emotions, his gaze transforming into one of plausible admiration. As if suddenly struck by foolishness, he asked Huang Qi, "So this avatar created in my image, does it obey my commands?" Huang Qi froze momentarily before giving him a look of utter disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? I spent over 100 survival points for this item. Why would a clone it creates listen to you? Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, any clone it creates would still obey me. But this item does have one pretty useless feature. The target being copied has to stand in front of a mirror and display their stats panel for 30 seconds. So essentially, it can't violate someone's will to directly replicate a powerful opponent. But it can be used all the way up to level 100, as long as I'm strong enough. The replicated copies will be even stronger. Once my organization grows in the future, if there are individuals with exceptionally strong base stats, I might prioritize replicating them to become powerful allies." As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yi with meaningful emphasis. "Your base stats, for instance, are quite impressive. You've been with me the longest, so rest assured, I'll prioritize your development going forward." Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly, then looked at the mirror image and asked, "This clone, it must have a time limit, right? What if it suddenly disappears while we're using it?" "That's none of your concern. Survival point items are far more powerful than you could ever imagine." Huang Qi clearly grew somewhat impatient as he spoke. He waved his hand dismissively, as if unwilling to waste any more time with Jiang Yi. He immediately issued an order to his mirror clone, instructing it to join Yang Wenchao's team under the pretext of leveling up together. Then it would seize an opportunity to ambush Yang Wenchao and gauge his true strength. Jiang Yi knew he was doing this not just to test Yang Wenchao, but also to cut off his retreat. Just like in some gangster movies, the first step to dragging someone into the underworld is to force them to commit murder, destroying their social standing and leaving them no way back. Once this mirror image version of Jiang Yi commits misdeeds among their classmates and becomes the universally despised sinner, thoughtful pause, psychological isolation complete. So Jiang Yi, there was no way back. I had no choice but to follow Huang Qi, slaughtering all the classmates in the apartment complex and embarking on a bloody path of killing wherever we went. To put it bluntly, Huang Qi didn't trust Jiang Yi much. He trusted the mirror clone he created even more. However, just as Huang Qi was explaining various mission details to his mirror clone, the mirror clone suddenly vanished into thin air. What's going on? Huang Qi froze, as if he'd seen a ghost. Jiang Yi, who had genuinely exploited a bug to complete doppelganger fusion, quickly checked his new stats panel. After all, he wasn't certain whether fusing with an identical mirror image would also stack attributes, talents, skills, and other aspects. If it was merely fusion without any changes to the stats panel, then he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Fortunately, checking this data panel gave him a huge surprise. Jiang Yi, level 1. Physical strength, 14.8. Energy, 17.2. Combat power, 208. Survival points, 0. Talents, diligence rewarded, S. Gold element affinity, B. Skills, absolute focus, S. Battle stance, S. Golden light technique, B. Cicada sheds shell, C. Whatcha? Combat power directly broke through 200, and instantly acquired 2 S-rank skills too. The originally D-grade golden light technique had directly advanced to B-grade. Holy shit! Jiang Yi was utterly exhilarated. Right then, a resolution crystallized in his mind. Even if the heavens themselves descended today, this doppelganger mirror would swear allegiance to Jiang, not Huang. And so, driven by formidable combat strength and an overwhelming desire for the doppelganger mirror, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate for even a moment now. He immediately began stacking his buffs. Absolute focus. Battle stance. Golden light technique. Golden cicada sheds its shell. A streak of golden light, faster and sharper, shot straight toward Huang Qi's forehead. At the same moment, an ordinary kitchen knife slashed through the air toward Huang Qi's direction. Jiang Yi didn't remain idle either. Clenching his fist, he swiftly closed in to attack. Come on, even weaker protagonists in novels dared to challenge opponents beyond their level. This was no joke. His combat power of 208 completely crushed Huang Qi's 88. It was an utter domination. If we can't win this darn fight. However, under Huang Qi's incredulous and astonished gaze, a flash of light burst from the jade pendant around his neck, and suddenly, a pale green energy shield materialized before him. With a sharp clang, the cleaver was deflected off the shield. The blade even bent on impact before clattering to the ground. However, Huang Qi didn't feel triumphant this time, because through his shattered gaze, he witnessed with his own eyes that sharp golden light actually pierced straight through his protective shield, piercing steadily through his vulnerable glabella. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his brain. This isn't over yet. Jiang Yi's bare fist shattered his shield with just one strike as well. As if carrying overwhelming force, the merciless fist smashed ruthlessly into his chest. Speed, power, complete domination. Blood instantly seeped from the corners of Huang Qi's mouth and between his brows. His shattered pupils were filled with utter disbelief and shock. Because this damn thing. Was this the power displayed by just 75 combat strength? No way. Absolutely impossible. But, why? How could this Jiang Yi be so powerful? Why did the clone he created suddenly vanish? Huang Qi died without ever understanding why. With his grand ambitions left unfulfilled and a heart filled with intense resentment, he collapsed with a thunderous impact. Chapter 41, The Third Clone. Almost at the same moment Huang Qi died, the apartment chat group erupted with heated discussions. Holy shit, Huang Qi's name just vanished from the level rankings too. No way? We just suggested to Brother Chao about taking out Huang Qi, and he actually went and did it? Damn right. Have you seen who Bro Chao is? When he makes his move, no matter what cross-apartment big shot it is, they're taken down in minutes. Holy shit, Bro Chao is badass. Bro Chao is legendary. From this moment on, I declare you my god, and I'll be your loyal dog. Xiao Likuan, gotta admit, Bro Chao is legit strong. Even those cross-apartment elites stood no chance against him. Wang Chang, no kidding. Remember how Lu Shun and Ke Zhengfei couldn't even fight back when facing cross-apartment bosses? They got instantly wiped out. But Bro Chao? He probably takes them down just as fast. So Yang Wenchao is already the undisputed number one in our apartment complex, right? I bet he's not just the undisputed number one in our apartment building, but also a top-tier expert who ranks among the best in all beginner apartments. Absolutely. Having an expert like Brother Chao with us is truly an honor for our rookie apartment. Throughout the entire group chat, praises for Yang Wenchao continue to flood in. As for those who disliked Yang Wenchao and believed he might indiscriminately kill at any moment, under the overwhelming might of Yang Wenchao, they didn't dare utter a single word. Meanwhile, in the depths of the third-floor corridor, Wang Lingling's mutual aid team couldn't help whispering among themselves. Yellow Qi died right after Yang Wenchao left the team. That was way too fast, wasn't it? Did Yang Wenchao really kill Yellow Qi? Who else could it be? Huang Qi was a cross-apartment boss who could instantly kill Ke Zhengfei. It's impossible he was taken out by some random nobody, right? You're right. Lucian nodded slightly before quickly deducing. Judging by how swiftly Yang Wenchao eliminated Huang Qi, I'm guessing he was deliberately hiding his true strength when teaming up with us to fight monsters. Wang Lingling also nodded. His talent and insight are probably even greater than mine. Besides, he was initially assigned to the 20th floor. The privileges that come with it have allowed him to grow faster than me. Gao Chang slightly furrowed his brows and quickly suggested, how about we also earn money as soon as possible to rent an apartment on the 20th floor? As he spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice and added, with Yang Wenchao's personality, I'm really uneasy about letting him dominate our apartment alone. After all, he's already killed 4 of our classmates before. If he intends to keep killing, none of us can stop him. Lucian glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice as well. Changji is right. Yang Wenchao may be strong, but he's also like a ticking time bomb. Seeing their shared fear of Yang Wenchao, Wang Lingling seized the moment to add, the only thing that can still restrain Yang Wenchao now is probably our mutual aid group. But to be honest, given Yang Wenchao's ability to instantly defeat Huang Qi, even if all of us in the mutual aid group joined forces, we probably wouldn't be a match for him. So I have an idea. We can pool the resources of the entire mutual aid group to support one new resident for the 20th floor. As soon as these words were spoken, the formidable members of the mutual aid group, such as Lu Xin and Gao Chang, had a flicker in their eyes, because they instantly understood Wang Lingling's implication. The idea was to cultivate a strong individual capable of standing against Yang Wenchao. But the meaning behind her words was clearly to have the entire mutual aid group support Wang Lingling alone. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Even though Gao Chang and Lu Xin were also members of the mutual aid group, they both had their own selfish motives, especially since they were boys. To be honest, deep down, I didn't really want someone like Wang Lingling to be the leader of the mutual aid group. As expected, Wang Lingling's hint was obvious enough, but none of the male teammates picked up on it. Only Su Yuan, also a girl, followed up on Wang Lingling's words. I think we could pool loans within the mutual aid group. After covering each member's rent, any surplus could help Lingjie move into a 20th floor apartment first. And Jiang Yi, Su Yuan hesitated, biting back her words. He seemed to consider their classmate bond, unwilling to say something too cold-blooded. Lucian followed her lead and said, speaking of those on the 20th floor, that mysterious bald guy also lives there. I wonder how strong he is and if we could recruit him into our mutual aid group. Wang Lingling observed Lucian and Gao Chang's attitudes and realized these boys weren't impressed by her. Feeling helpless, she stopped suggesting the idea of supporting a strong protector. She only regretted not being strong enough. Otherwise, if she possessed Yang Wenchao's kind of absolute dominance over others, then the entire mutual aid group would become her personal fiefdom. By then, Gao Chang and Lucian wouldn't dare treat her with such disrespectful attitudes. To put it bluntly, strength was still insufficient. And right when everyone in the mutual aid monster hunting team was secretly scheming against each other, Yang Wenchao, who had just stepped out of the crimson-lit elevator, stared at the group chat with utter bewilderment. Wait, what? He hasn't even found Huang Qi yet, and now he's dead? Who did this? It can't be that some random stray cat or dog passing by took care of him, could it? Are apartment tier powerhouses really this pathetic? He'd been thinking killing Huang Qi would make him rich in one go, only to have someone else steal the kill. Wait, no. At his level as a rookie apartment player, apart from him, no one else should have been able to kill Huang Qi. So, could that guy have gotten himself killed by venturing into the depths of the corridor and getting slain by monsters? Are apartment jumping players really this stupid? Yang Wenchao couldn't understand it, and an inexplicable sense of unease welled up inside him. As for the misunderstanding in the group chat, he had always maintained a pretty aloof image. At this moment, there was no deliberate explanation. As for Jiang Yi, who truly killed Huang Qi, he was currently picking up various items Huang Qi had dropped: spatial wristwatch, jade pendant, bracelet, small knife, and other props, while swiftly stowing these items, along with the clone replication mirror, into Huang Qi's spatial wristwatch. Then, like a thief, he quickly ran towards room 2025. With combat power exceeding 200, his bursts of speed were remarkably fast. Only after dashing back into room 2025 and slamming the door shut did his eyes finally blaze with wild joy. Struck rich overnight. This time, taking down Huang Qi was like hitting the jackpot in one go. No wonder there's a saying that goes, kill a man, set a fire, gold belts gleam. Killing these rich folks is so damn profitable. Survival points and the clone replication mirror, these were undeniably top-tier resources that could increase the number of clones, precisely what he urgently needed most right now. In addition, there are all sorts of equipment and items. Jiang Yi directly summoned Xiao Bing and used the inspection skill one by one to appraise them. Heartguard Stone. Stamina +4. Generates an automatic shield when attacked. Physical defense +50. Magical defense +50. Ghost Ring Blade. Strength +4. Within a 10-meter range, can return to thrower after being thrown. Has a certain chance to inflict dizziness upon hitting target. Lucky Bracelet. Stamina +1. Slightly increases luck attribute. Duration, 38 minutes, rechargeable. Wow. Another luck-boosting item. What's even better than the Lucky Lantern is that this bracelet can be used repeatedly. Jiang Yi didn't bother to figure out how to recharge the bracelet and immediately put it on his wrist. Next, he transferred the one survival point obtained from killing Huang Qi to his main body. Then, he quickly used that one survival point to create a new clone. Ding! Congratulations, you have generated a split body. Yet this time, the creation of a new doppelganger utterly drained Jiang Yi's main body, leaving him completely limp. A dull ache throbbed in my head, and my body was utterly drained of strength. At this moment, he suddenly realized, it's because his base attributes are too weak. 3 clones, that's already the limit. If you want to generate more clones, you'll have to quickly improve your main body's attributes. He hurriedly controlled the doppelganger to move his limp main body onto the bed, barely managing to check the data panel of the third doppelganger. At a glance, another wave of delight surged through him. Jiang Yi, level 0, physical strength 5.8. Energy, 7.2. Combat power, 58. Survival points, 0. Talent, Ice Element Affinity, S. Skills Frost Domain S. Frost Mist Assault Polar Ice Blade B. An S-grade talent doppelganger who initially masters 3 skills. And among these 3 initial skills, there was actually an S-grade domain skill. Besides these, Frost Mist Assault and Polar Ice Blade are both exceptionally powerful offensive skills. Especially the S-rank Frost Mist Assault, which can bypass defenses and invade the lungs through breathing. Despite being an ice-type skill, it rivals biochemical weapons, making it virtually impossible to defend against. It could be said that among Jiang Yi's 3 clones, the newly created clone number 3 possesses the strongest combat prowess. Of course, Clone 2 also shows great potential, though it needs some time to develop. But right now, there's no time to savor the joy. Both Clone 1 and Clone 2 of Jiang Yi have urgent missions to complete. Clone 1 must return within 10 minutes to continue its cleaning duties. Privilege card for Clone number 2 must be used before veteran players descend upon the combat zone. Jiang Yi didn't have time to check the other items in Huang Qi's dimensional watch, shifting his focus back to the clone replication mirror. He wanted to test whether this clone replication mirror could still exploit the bug, because one of his duplicates can only fuse once within a short period of time. But shouldn't the duplicates created from the duplicate mirror always be considered new duplicates? So, could he use mirrored duplicates to bypass the cooldown of duplicate fusion? Even, could he use the mirrored doppelganger created through fusion to replicate new mirrored doppelgangers? Jiang Yi tried it, and sure enough, the attempt failed. Upon simple investigation, it became clear. The limitation of the doppelganger mirror is that only one mirrored duplicate can exist at any given time. Even if he merged that mirror image clone into one of his other clones, it would still count as having one mirror image clone currently existing, thus making further replication impossible. To restore the replication mirror to a usable state, the existing mirror image clone must first be eliminated. According to this principle, even when using the clone fusion skill, mirror clones can only be fused once. There's no possibility of exploiting a glitch for multiple fusions. However, the cooldown of the clone fusion skill can be bypassed by exploiting mirror clones. Each newly created mirror clone counts as a completely fresh entity, can fuse directly into other clones without cooldown, which means Jiang Yi now possesses a mirror clone that can repeatedly merge with other clones without any cooldown restrictions. This single-handedly skyrockets the value of his clone fusion skill. At that moment, the number 1 clone, which had already exited its fused state, went back out the door and resumed cleaning duties in room 2064. Now that he had regained his confidence, he grew increasingly eager to check out the penthouse of the apartment building. The mirrored clone that had also exited its merged state was promptly eliminated by Jiang Yi. Afterwards, he used clone number 3 in the replica mirror to create another merge-capable mirrored clone. Meanwhile, in the battle arena, clone number 2 took advantage of the veteran players airdropping into the combat zone by activating a privilege card. Ding! You have a privilege card. Would you like to use it? Yes/no? Yes. Please select your opponent from your matched opponents. Along with this prompt, a long list appeared before my eyes, displaying the seat numbers of opponents who met the matching criteria. Yes, there are only seat numbers, with no other information whatsoever. However, Jiang Yi had already figured out the seat numbers of those big spenders by using the spectator feature. At this point, simply filtered directly by seat number. And this filtering unexpectedly revealed to Jiang Yi that seat number 151, where Zhao Yudi sat, was actually on his match list. After comparing other big spender seat numbers again, Jiang Yi quickly made his choice. Target seat 151 has been designated. Ding! Privilege card successfully used. Matching complete. Following this notification, Jiang Yi arrived in the familiar arena space. But unlike before, this time in the arena space, many spectators had already taken their seats in the surrounding viewing area. Even more surprising, Su Jingyao, who had tricked him before, was now sitting in the audience. Her eyes instantly widened, and she hurriedly sent a message to Li Ran. Ran, that bald guy who screwed us over actually got matched with Zhao Yudi. Based on the spectators' estimates of Zhao Yudi's combat power, that means this despicable bald guy, his combat power is actually over 50 points. His combat power is barely over 50, and he still has the nerve to scam 2 defenseless girls. Shameless bastard. Chapter 42, instantly killing Zhao Yudi. Damn it! Su Jingyao was just sending messages to vent when suddenly, she noticed Li Ran had also appeared out of thin air in this spectator area. It just happened to be the seat right next to hers. She let out a startled exclamation before turning to Li Ran in surprise. What? Sister Ran, didn't you say you didn't want to waste money and time just watching others compete? Why did you suddenly come to see Zhao Yudi's match too? She instinctively felt puzzled but quickly realized, oh, I get it now. Do you want to see Zhao Yudi teach that shameless bald guy a lesson and get revenge for us, right? You can rest assured about that. With Zhao Yudi's skills, she'll definitely crush that bald guy effortlessly. I heard from the spectators discussing that Zhao Yudi had already achieved a 5-win streak when she made the announcement. Later, under the spectators' watchful eyes, she successively achieved a 6th, 7th, and then 8th straight victory. This match will be her 9th consecutive win. Facing this bald guy will be an absolute breeze for her. Moreover, I've heard many spectators speculate that Zhao Yudi, decked out in her luxurious gear with outrageously strong combat awareness, might already be an invincible existence among those of similar power. Su Jingyao's tone was filled with admiration and envy toward Zhao Yudi. At the same time, she seemed utterly convinced that this battle would unquestionably result in Zhao Yudi securing her 9th consecutive victory. Li Ran remained silent. Her gaze was steadily fixed on the bald man standing atop the arena. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly pursed her lips lightly and uttered something startling. You mean, could he be that mysterious bald guy who attracted VIP players to connect 1,000,000 battle machines? The moment these words were spoken, Su Jingyao's eyes instantly widened in shock. She stared at Li Ran as if seeing a ghost. Meanwhile, other audience members who'd overheard the statement also turned to cast astonished glances her way. Soon, the entire spectator stands erupted in murmurs about this astonishing topic. Could this bald guy be the mysterious bald dude who brought so many veteran players to our battle zone? Probably not, right? He doesn't seem to have any powerful equipment on him at all. Moreover, this bald guy who might be a match for Zhao Yudi probably only has a combat power of around 50. But that mysterious bald dude who angered a big shot, I bet his combat power is at least over 100. For all we know, his true identity could be a powerhouse from the God of War ranking. Let's hope this bald guy isn't the same as that bald guy. Otherwise, it would be such a shame for Zhao Yudi to lose her 9-win streak. Absolutely not. Zhao Yudi is lucky. There's no way she'd narrowly lose after 9 consecutive wins. While the audience buzzed with discussion. On the fighting platform, Zhao Yudi's heart skipped a beat the moment she saw Jiang Ye's bald-headed figure. But very quickly, she consoled herself thinking, her luck couldn't possibly be that bad. Besides, anyone capable of provoking someone important should have combat power over 100, there's no way to get matched with her. So this round shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yi had no idea what the others were thinking. He looked at the surrounding audience, feeling nothing but pure delight. These spectators, they're all money. At the same time, he noticed something. Previously, matches without any spectators would simply begin after a 3-second countdown. This time, it was unclear whether the battle drew so much attention because of the large audience or because of Zhao Yudi's special seat number. Before the fight officially began, there was actually a 2-minute preparation period. But this timing worked out well, as during those 2 minutes, more and more spectators steadily poured into the arena space. Meanwhile, at this moment, inside the combat room of Rookie Apartment 1008, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang stared at the screen of combat machine number 2, completely stunned. Wang Chang gaped foolishly, stammering, this girl, how does she look so much like Zhao Yudi? Xiao Likuan swallowed hard and scolded. What do you mean looks like? This is freaking Zhao Yudi in the flesh. Wang Chang's eyes instantly turned red with envy, his heart overflowing with jealousy and resentment. Holy shit, who the hell is this bald guy? How crazy lucky is he to run into Zhao Yudi, the actual celebrity? And this is my first time seeing Zhao Yudi dressed like this. Black vest, black skinny pants, that figure, damn, the ultimate combo of purity and sexiness. Xiao Likuan also nodded in agreement. Stars really live up to their reputation, flawless looks and physique. And that heroic, dashing demeanor, swoon, it's exactly my type. Damn, that bald guy. Even if he lost the match, he's still the undisputed winner in life. I wonder which beginner's apartment Zhao Yudi is assigned to. The players sharing an apartment with her are seriously lucky. I get the feeling Zhao Yudi looks pretty strong. That bald guy is probably gonna lose. Amidst the envious and grudging chatter of the two, and under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, the 2-minute preparation period came to an end. Zhao Yudi's battle for her 9th consecutive victory swiftly commenced. As the countdown to the official start of the duel ended, Zhao Yudi, clad in tight black attire, instantly shot forward like an arrow from a bow, leaving a trail of afterimages across the arena. Even more astonishingly, those afterimages lingered without dispersing, appearing as real as her actual form, filling the entire fighting space. Thus, from the spectator's perspective, it seemed as though Zhao Yudi's figures had completely occupied the entire arena, and there's simply no way to tell which one is the real Zhao Yudi. Li Ran was watching Zhao Yudi's battle for the first time and was completely stunned by this sight. Beside her, Su Jingyao quickly explained, this must be one of the abilities from Zhao Yudi's equipment set. These numerous clones don't possess attack power, but distinguishing the real Zhao Yudi from among them is extremely difficult. And Zhao Yudi seems capable of shifting between these clones with remarkable flexibility. And she also has. Su Jingyao was just about to elaborate on Zhao Yudi's other abilities, when suddenly, a chilling wave engulfed the entire arena. In almost an instant, the Zhao Yudi clones scattered across the entire arena were all slowed down by the freezing cold. Immediately after, every single clone collapsed without exception. This sudden scene completely stunned the audience. Most of them haven't even grasped the situation yet. I heard a familiar notification sound from above the arena. Ding! Congratulations, the winner of this match is contestant with seat number G79-1049. Then, the two combatants vanished from the arena, leaving only the spectator area in this arena space, plunged into deathly silence. The atmosphere was eerie, with no one speaking for a long time, until a series of holy shit erupted, and the spectator areas on all sides exploded with a tidal wave of discussions. Holy shit, Zhao Yudi got instantly wiped out? and not even by identifying her true form. All her clones were obliterated in one hit? No way. How is this possible? How can an AoE attack be that ridiculously overpowered? Exactly. Their combat power should be comparable. How could her area of effect skill still pack such insane firepower? This defies all logic. This instant freeze effect that overpowered Zhao Yudi absolutely isn't a skill. It must be a powerful item. No skill from someone at Zhao Yudi's combat level could possibly be this overpowered. Exactly. It can only be a top-tier item, and the kind you exchange survival points for. Holy shit, talk about bad luck for Zhao Yudi? To make it all the way to 9 consecutive wins just to get stopped like this? So this bald guy, could he be that dude who pissed off the VIP big shot? Holy shit. I strongly support having veteran players from our battle zone airdropped in to take out this bald guy and avenge Zhao Yudi. Exactly. A 9-win streak got snapped. This bald bastard. Truly unforgivable. While Zhao Yudi's fans were boiling with rage, practically wishing they could tear Jiang Yi to pieces with their teeth, Su Jingyao and Li Ran stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the now empty arena. Staring at the spot where Baldy had just stood, Li Ran remained frozen in a daze. Until Su Jingyao swallowed hard and poked her arm with a trembling finger. Hey, I suddenly realized. We might not have been scammed, we've been toyed with. Chapter 43, Finding the Survival Stone. Wasn't this just teasing? How could such a formidable expert possibly have only a 500 credit limit? Moreover, with his level of strength, he could outright rob people in the battle arena. He deliberately played along with their act and only won 400. This was clearly outright teasing. The key was he pretended to be so honest and simple looking. Absolutely despicable. Su Jingyao's face flushed with anger while simultaneously sighing with emotion. But this guy is truly heartless. Zhao Yudi had a 9-win streak, and it was abruptly cut short just like that. Now if she wants to go for 10 consecutive wins again, she'll have to start from scratch. And once the veteran players arrive, it'll be even harder for her to achieve 10 consecutive wins. That bald guy really knows nothing but making enemies. Li Ran snapped back to attention as Su Jingyao poked her arm, but didn't respond to the teasing. After a moment of silence, she suddenly muttered, "I'm really too weak." With that said, he strode off alone from the spectator area. Meanwhile, number 985 Beginner Apartment, room 2008. Zhao Yudi returned to her exclusive seat after her defeat, her beautiful face darkening with rage. Her 9-win streak just got broken like that. What a shame. And that bald guy actually had the power to instantly defeat her. If it hadn't been an instant kill, she could have negotiated terms once realizing she was no match for her opponent. For instance, how much in-game currency they demand, or how many survival points. She'd be willing to agree to anything, as long as she could maintain her 9-win streak. But just like that, she lost too quickly, so fast she didn't even have a chance to negotiate. And the more I think about it, the more frustrating it gets. Because Zhao Yudi had purchased a 10-win streak package. But with this defeat, not only does her win streak have to start over from scratch, she also can't even use the 10-win streak from her package. She had originally planned to complete a 9-win streak before the veteran players descended for good. The opponents matched during this 9-win streak are ridiculously strong, even veterans couldn't possibly be this overpowered, could they? She suspected that even veteran players with the same combat power might not have been able to obliterate her so effortlessly. If she'd known this would happen, she should have waited until veteran players joined the matchmaking pool. Zhao Yudi gnashed her teeth in frustration, growing increasingly furious and unwilling to accept this outcome. Suddenly, her figure vanished from the exclusive box seat 151. Meanwhile, beside seat G79-1049 in the second floor hall, a tall figure in tight black clothing abruptly materialized. However, at this moment, seat G79-1049 was already nothing more than an empty chair. There was no sign of the bald guy anywhere nearby. Damn him! That bald bastard ran fast. Unable to find him, Zhao Yudi clenched her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, who had already left the virtual combat space, didn't give a second thought to what happened after the match. When he emerged from the combat arena number 2 in his apartment, he came face to face with a dumbstruck Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang. These two didn't snap out of the shock from the recent battle until he emerged from the combat simulator, staggering backward in fright. Wang Chang was probably so stunned that his brain short-circuited, gaping at him while blurting out idiotically, "Damn bro, you're insane." After speaking, he froze in terror and took several steps back. Jiang Yi swept a casual glance over the two of them before completely ignoring them and leaving the combat room. Though killing others could earn survival points, but the words "killing others" were far from being that simple. It's not like in games or novels where deaths are merely data or fictional characters. Rather, a real human life would truly vanish. Jiang Yi, who grew up in peaceful times, couldn't bring himself to indiscriminately kill familiar classmates without any reason. Perhaps facing complete strangers in a different apartment building might have been different. Would it make it easier for him to mercilessly strike down others, just like slaying monsters in a game? Jiang Yi wasn't sure either. At any rate, his main body couldn't handle any more clones now, so there was no rush to kill for survival points. Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang finally breathed a huge sigh of relief as they watched the bald man's figure disappear from the combat room. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but shudder with lingering fear as he exclaimed, "Thank goodness that bald guy really seems to be one of our classmates. Otherwise, if he decided to attack us, we wouldn't have stood a chance against him at all." Wang Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, patting his chest in relief, yet couldn't help fantasizing. If that bald guy were really Luo Rui in disguise, it'd be perfect. Luo Rui's my best bro, if he makes it big, I'd ride his coattails. Xiao Likuan rolled his eyes. Dream on. First you hope your parents strike it rich, now you're pinning hopes on your best buddy. If he were truly the kind of brother who'd lift you up, why would he need to hide his identity from you? I guess this bald guy probably didn't have a close relationship with us before. We never had any conflicts, so he didn't proactively kill us, but we weren't particularly close buddies either, so he didn't pay us any attention. From now on, we should be more cautious about what we say in the group chat. If any of us accidentally say the wrong thing and offend someone we can't afford to mess with, our so-called schoolmate friendship likely won't be worth shit. Wang Chang quickly nodded. I've noticed too. The number of students speaking up in the group chat keeps dwindling, and those who do post are being increasingly cautious. Seems like everyone's getting scared. Let's not discuss this matter of the bald guy killing Zhao Yudi in the group chat anymore. What if it angers this big shot and he comes back to kill us? Xiao Likuan originally wanted to mention it in the group to prevent any classmates from provoking the bald guy, but in the end, he agreed with Wang Chang's opinion. If any classmate really did provoke the bald guy, then they'd have no one to blame but themselves for being blind to the danger. He'd better mind his own business and make sure not to offend the strong. Thus, Zhang Ye's exploits in the combat room didn't spread through the chat group. When he went to repay his loan to the apartment manager, he noticed classmates discussing meals in the group chat. They had been transported to the beginner's apartment at exactly midnight in game time. By this time, the sky was already fully bright. Many students were doing delivery jobs, which drained their energy tremendously. Now exhausted and sleepy, some students wandered through the budget shopping district of the apartment complex, hoping to solve their meal problem. However, they soon discovered that while entertainment expenses in the budget shopping district were cheap, food and beverage prices were noticeably exorbitant. The group chat at that moment was filled with students discussing meal issues. Good heavens! A bowl of congee costs $10. A small portion dish, 20 for veggies, 40 for meat. This is straight up daylight robbery. They dare charge 10 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Even tourist traps I've visited wouldn't scam this blatantly. By my usual spending habits, a single meal would cost over $1,000. And that's with me trying to be frugal. Damn it! After working my ass off to earn scraps, once rent's paid I can't even afford food. Did we come to this apartment complex to be fucking workhorses? Wait, you've already paid rent? I've been busting my chops all morning and can't even scrape together rent money, let alone eat. Isn't there any other way to solve the food problem? Back when I could just ask my parents for money, dropping $1,000 on a meal didn't faze me. But now that I'm earning it myself, breaking my back for a measly dozen bucks per delivery, every penny spent feels like my soul's being torn out. Didn't Sister Ling and Brother Chang go to the 3rd floor to fight monsters? I wonder if the meat from those monster corpses is edible. If it is, we could save some money, right? At Wang Lingling at Gao Chang at Lucian. However, Lucian quickly replied, no way. Those monsters vanish immediately after being killed, there's no monster meat to eat at all. Then can't you think of some other way, Lucian? I'm literally starving to death. If my parents knew how hungry I am, they'd probably be heartbroken. Lucian, stop going on about parents. There's no one here to spoil us anymore. And to be blunt, our parents are in other apartments, their situation might not be any better than ours. After Lucian's speech, the group fell silent for a long while, the atmosphere indescribably heavy. Until a girl's message broke the silence. Wang Rui, by the way, do you guys know how those two players crossed apartments? I really want to cross apartments and reunite with my family right now QAQ. After this message, the group remained eerily quiet for another extended period. Helpless, Wang Rui had to voice herself more bluntly. Yang Wenchao, do you know how to cross between apartments? At Yang Wenchao, the moment she sent the message, another girl quickly warned. Wang Rui, are you trying to get yourself killed? Yang Wenchao already warned us earlier, no more tagging him. Wang Rui, I'm sorry I forgot. It wasn't intentional. I just really wanted to reunite with my parents, sob. One could imagine that Wang Rui, who had sent the message, was already crying by this point. The atmosphere in the group chat grew increasingly somber. Unexpectedly, Yang Wenchao, who rarely spoke up, actually replied to Wang Rui at this moment. Where are you? I'll send you to reunite with your parents at Wang Rui. Hearing this, many students were stunned. Does Yang Wenchao really know how to traverse between apartments? And it could even accurately guide Wang Rui to the apartment where her parents were staying? But it seemed Yang Wenchao really did appear omnipotent. Most classmates didn't think too much about it. The girl named Wang Rui even cried grateful tears. Woo, thank you Yang Wenchao. You're truly a good person. We all misunderstood you before. I'm now at the red light elevator on the 6th floor. At Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao, okay, on my way. This overly accommodating attitude from Yang Wenchao made the other students feel rather uncomfortable. Soon enough, other female students also expressed their desire to reunite with family members, tentatively asking if Yang Wenchao could help them too. To everyone's surprise, Yang Wenchao acted like a gentleman this time, asking each girl where she was and promising to reunite them with their families one by one. Many female students burst into tears of joy and eagerly told Yang Wenchao their locations. Numerous male students watched with envy, convinced that Yang's unusually friendly attitude toward the girls must have ulterior motives. He might be in for some romantic luck. Yet it wasn't long before the girls' tears of joy and the boys' envious speculations ultimately turned into sheer terror, because before long, Wang Rui died. Then, the second girl who told Yang Wenchao where she was also died. The deaths of two female students in quick succession terrified the remaining classmates who had begged Yang Wenchao to reunite them with their families, causing them to hastily backtrack in the group chat with messages like, "No, I don't want to reunite with my family anymore. Don't kill me. Sister Ling, save me at Wang Lingling. Wah, I'm so scared I want to go home. Why do I have to experience such terrifying things? Someone please save me. Save me. Lucian, save me. I've had a crush on you for 3 years. Why at Lucian? By Ruowan, what do we do? Lingjie, Zhangji, hurry up and figure out how to deal with Yang Wenchao." Instantly, that oppressive and terrifying atmosphere began spreading through the group chat again. Jiang Yi observed from the sidelines but did not participate himself. He was feeling rather hungry as well. After repaying the loan, he also ordered 4 dishes and a soup from the low-end mall and began eating directly. Meanwhile, clone number 1 followed the woman in white from room 2064 up to the top floor. Back in room 2025, clone number 3 stayed behind to continue organizing the items obtained from killing Huang Qi. He had no intention of getting involved in the disputes among the classmates. Soon, it was Wang Lingling who stepped up to take charge. Students who just revealed Yang Wenchao's coordinates should quickly take the elevator to the first floor to gather. Other members of the mutual aid group, please also assemble on the first floor as soon as possible. Everyone worked hard all morning, getting familiar with the apartment while also needing to solve the meal issue. So I want to use our mealtime to plan the next steps for our mutual aid group. Through unity and cooperation, we strive to quickly change our difficult situation. Wang Lingling's speech instantly made those girls frightened by Yang Wenchao feel as if they'd found their backbone. Of course, they didn't dare to question anything and all headed to the first floor to gather. Other students who found individual progress too difficult and were also facing meal shortages hesitated for a moment before heading to the first floor as well. At that moment, Wang Lingling suddenly specifically tagged Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi, how much money have you earned? Did you find any survival stones while moving around the 20th floor?" At Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't play dead either and casually replied, "I'm currently on the 20th floor and haven't finished my cleaning tasks yet. Haven't found any survival stones either for now." Wang Lingling didn't pin much hope on him, but still specifically reminded, "None of the other classmates have discovered any clues about the survival stones, so I suspect the stones might only exist in apartments above the 20th floor. If you want to survive, you'll probably have to exchange survival stones for money. So while working on the 20th floor, you'd better keep an eye out for survival stones yourself. It's for your own rent too." At Jiang Yi. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi replied, "Alright, I'll keep an eye out." The other classmates, observing Wang Lingling and Jiang Yi's exchange, quickly analyzed. "We used to think survival stones were for preserving life, that exchanging them for money wasn't worth it. But now, nearly 10 classmates have already died one after another. So among the 80 survival stones distributed in our apartment complex, there must be extras, which means using survival stones to get money early on seems like a pretty good decision after all." Just as many students were focusing their attention on the survival stones, someone suddenly posted in the group chat, "Actually, I found a survival stone." As soon as these words were spoken, the group chat suddenly fell silent. Even Jiang Yi couldn't help but spare her a glance. After all, survival stones aren't just for exchanging money, they're the key to staying alive and clearing the beginner's apartment. Chapter 44, Sun-drying hair strands on the rooftop. It was visibly apparent that Jiang Yi and the other students' mentalities had undergone a change. When they first arrived at the apartment and learned the rent exceeded 120,000, Jiang Yi had immediately considered exchanging survival stones for money. Meanwhile, the other classmates all believed that the survival stones were crucial items for clearing the beginner's apartment. Each missing stone meant one fewer person could make it through. Therefore, under no circumstances should such a crucial item be exchanged for money unless absolutely necessary. But now, after working hard at various jobs, Zhang Yi, having earned money through the battle room, no longer thinks of exchanging survival stones for cash but instead focuses on obtaining one as soon as possible to ensure clearing the novice apartment. In contrast, other classmates have begun to feel that, since many people have already died anyway, there must be surplus survival stones left. Yet despite working themselves to the bone, they barely scrape together enough for rent, leaving barely anything for food. Might as well trade some survival stones for cash early on and improve their living conditions. So the moment someone mentioned finding survival stones, the previously quiet group chat suddenly buzzed with activity again. For real? You found a survival stone? At Yang Xiaoman. Where did you find the survival stone? Tell us exactly how you found it. At Yang Xiaoman. What does the survival stone look like? Show it to everyone when we meet on the first floor of the mutual aid group later at Yang Xiaoman. That's right. The classmate who claimed to have found a survival stone was named Yang Xiaoman. Yet, Zhang Yi had absolutely no memory of this student. Sure enough, a classmate from their grade also asked in the group chat, "Is this Yang Xiaoman even from our school? I don't remember her at all. Could she be like those two new players who came from another apartment building?" But this remark was quickly refuted by Class 2 students. "Stop joking around, Class 1. Yang Xiaoman is from our Class 2. She just transferred less than a month ago, so she's not familiar with many classmates." Some Class 2 students who also didn't remember Yang Xiaoman suddenly realized, Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. There really was such a classmate in our class too. A girl slow as a sloth, not tall but sitting in the back row. I remember now too, but something feels off. Did Yang Xiaoman really find a survival stone? Yuziyu, it seems classmate Yang Xiaoman hasn't joined any mutual aid group. There's no information about her in my mutual aid member registry. Seriously? The more I think about it, the more I doubt whether Yang Xiaoman actually found a survival stone. Could it be that she knew she had no presence, and purposely used this method to get attention? A few boys who were usually sharp-tongued openly expressed their doubts about Yang Xiaoman in the group chat. Of course, it was also possible they were trying to provoke her into revealing more information about the survival stones. However, after her earlier message about finding the survival stones, Yang Xiaoman remained silent in the face of the heated debate in the group. Seeing this, her classmates grew increasingly suspicious that she might simply be seeking attention. However, the dispute didn't last long. Unexpectedly, Wang Lingling proactively spoke up. I've interacted with Yang Xiaoman before. She's not the type of girl who would lie just for attention, so I believe she genuinely found a survival stone. With Wang Lingling's endorsement, the skeptical classmates naturally stopped questioning. Wang Lingling then tagged Yang Xiaoman directly. Xiaoman, do you have any concerns? Don't worry, we won't force you to hand over any survival stones you found yourself. I know you transferred schools too recently to be close with classmates, so it's hard to trust everyone, but could you trust me? At Yang Xiaoman. If you're willing to trust me, join our mutual aid group. I'll protect you at Yang Xiaoman. If you really don't want to join the mutual aid group, would you be willing to share some information about how you found the survival stones with us? Or leave me a secret code, and I'll come find you? At Yang Xiaoman. It must be said that Wang Lingling, as a girl, is far more reliable in comforting other girls than a group of grown men. Just reading the text in the chat group, one could almost see her gentleness and patience toward Yang Xiaoman. The other students stayed quiet at this point, calmly leaving it up to Wang Lingling to handle the situation. Zhang Yi was equally focused and hopeful, wishing that Yang Xiaoman would directly share the information about the survival stone she had found. However, under Wang Lingling's gentle coaxing, Yang Xiaoman didn't reveal the survival stone's details directly. Instead, she responded quite rationally. Actually, I wasn't planning to talk about finding the survival stone at all. But in our apartment building, nearly 10 out of the 80 rookie players have already died. So I believe it's necessary to remind everyone. If we truly hope to uncover as many survival stones as possible in our apartment, it's best to stop killing indiscriminately. Because if I'm not mistaken, every living person among us has a corresponding chance to find one survival stone. But the difficulty of finding the survival stones corresponding to those who have died is extremely high. In other words, for every player that dies, the probability of finding their corresponding survival stone decreases significantly. Yang Xiaoman's words ended here. The chat group remained eerily quiet for quite some time again. Anyone with eyes could see that Yang Xiaoman's words were directly targeting Yang Wenchao. After all, in their apartment complex, no one was more indiscriminately murderous than Yang Wenchao. Currently, nearly 80% of the death toll could be attributed to Yang Wenchao's hands. Not long ago, he had killed several girls who wanted to reunite with their families. However, from this perspective, the classmates grew even more doubtful after reconsidering Yang Xiaoman's words. Perhaps Yang Xiaoman never found a survival stone at all and was merely using it as an excuse to warn Yang Wenchao against killing more innocents? Yet, as Zhang Yi looked at the group chat, he felt more inclined to believe Yang Xiaoman wasn't lying. From her speech, it's evident that she prefers to refer to classmates from the same school as players rather than classmates. This indicates that, due to her short time as a transfer student, she hasn't formed emotional bonds with her peers. Moreover, her statements are logical. A logical girl, if she were truly lying, would have to consider, what if Yang Wenchao actually knew the truth about the survival stones? Among his classmates, Yang Wenchao demonstrated abilities and awareness far beyond the others. If Yang Xiaoman were truly lying, would she dare to be certain that her fabricated story could deceive Yang Wenchao? Therefore, most likely, she wasn't lying. So, according to her explanation, this means that each player corresponds to one survival stone. Players have a higher probability of finding the survival stone that corresponds to them. Once a player dies, the difficulty of finding their corresponding survival stone increases. Thinking from this perspective, where could the survival stones be hidden? Zhang Ye's first thought was the apartment. To be precise, it's the initial apartment room assigned to each person. But the problem is, all 80 classmates should have thoroughly searched their initial assigned apartments from the very beginning. Zhang Yi was no exception. Including him, none of the classmates had discovered the survival stone. So, could it be not the apartment, but rather the identity information corresponding to each student? Or perhaps there's some other hidden mechanism within the apartment rooms? While Zhang Yi pondered this, the other classmates in the group chat also began sporadically discussing the matter. There were doubts, conjectures, and even calls for Xiaoman Yang to divulge more information. However, despite Wang Lingling's patient guidance, Yang Xiaoman remained silent in the group chat. The students began gathering one by one on the first floor. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's clone number 1, carrying a large water tank filled with 10,086 strands of hair, followed the woman in white to the rooftop of the apartment building. He returned to apartment 2064 well beyond the 10-minute limit. According to the woman in white, this would earn him a bad review. Still, a bad review was better than having the order cancelled outright and being forced to pay a penalty. Besides, the so-called bad review was clearly just an empty threat. When clone number 1 Zhang Ye returned to 2064, the sheet mask on the woman in white had disappeared, and she had changed into a relaxed white bathrobe. She appeared to have taken a quick shower during those 10 minutes. Although the bathrobe was dry, her whole body seemed wrapped in a moist, steamy aura. Her originally straight black hair, which had resembled Sadako's, was now tightly wrapped in a towel. Seeing Zhang Yi returning late, she shot him a sidelong glance as sharp as a blade. Yet in the end, the woman in white said nothing more. She simply instructed Zhang Yi to bring the hair care toolkit and the hair storage tank before heading to the rooftop together. Of course, they didn't take the red light elevator to the rooftop. Instead, they used the oversized TV screen, the same one through which the woman in white had suddenly appeared in the apartment, like Sadako from The Ring. When Zhang Yi returned, the broken screen of that television was already completely intact. When the woman in white was about to take him to the top floor, she simply raised her hand and pressed it against the TV screen. Then, she instructed him to press his cleaner's ID card against the television screen as well. To be honest, Zhang Yi was genuinely nervous at that moment. After all, he'd actually watched Sadako crawl out of the television with his own eyes. At least it was just a doppelganger with a C-tier talent. So he mustered his courage and slapped on the janitor's ID badge. In the next instant, it was as if an irresistible force sucked him straight into the television. In the blink of an eye, his gaze fell upon leafless, bare withered trees draped with pure white bed sheets. On some pure white bed sheets, eerie patches of red had stained them. Those trees looked utterly lifeless, exuding an eerie, ghostly aura. And this eerie scene looked just like something out of a horror movie. Yet the woman in white remained utterly calm, leading him through the withered trees before selecting a pure white sheet that hadn't been stained red. The large hand pressed against it once more, instructing Zhang Yi again to attach the janitor's badge. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire his own audacity. In such a terrifying and eerie atmosphere, he even made a deliberate effort to memorize the tree chosen by the woman in white in that particular sheet. Later, he quietly cooperated by attaching his work badge as well. Then came another powerful pulling force. With another dizzying shift, the scene before his eyes transformed once more. The chilling horror that had hung in the air just moments ago was completely swept away. In its place came a dazzling sunlight so bright it made people instinctively shut their eyes. Inside the apartment building, whether in the brightly lit lobby, the dimly lit corridors, or the pitch-black elevator with its eerie red glow, sunlight was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yi hadn't been staying in this apartment for too long, yet the sudden embrace of sunlight gave him the surreal sensation of finally coming back to life. Even his original body, currently collapsed on apartment 2025's bed from controlling 3 avatars simultaneously, was inexplicably flooded with comfort. Were it not for the water tank full of hair still clutched in his arms, he'd have stretched luxuriously beneath the sunlight. The woman in white gave him an eerie, ghost-like vibe. Yet bathed in sunlight at this very moment, she seemed to be in remarkably high spirits. Adjusting the bath towel wrapped around her hair, she tilted her head back and sighed contentedly. Such wonderful sunlight, truly rare. My little strands of hair are blessed today. The nickname Little Strand of Hair was quite unique. Jiang Yi nearly got goosebumps. The woman in white pointed at him and commanded, "Just work on this outer circle, apply hair oil to each of my 10,086 strands of hair, then lay them out one by one in the sunlight. That'll complete your task." Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes to barely adjust to the light as he surveyed this so-called rooftop. The rooftop space turned out to be shockingly vast, and now he found himself in what the woman in white had called the outer ring. The outer ring resembled a vast square corridor, with grand marble floors bathing in ample sunlight. The area enclosed by the 4 corridors might be called the inner ring. The ground within the inner ring was black, though its material remained unknown. Scattered throughout the square-shaped inner ring were waist-high black control consoles. Some consoles appeared to have owners, their surfaces strewn with scattered tools or drying unidentified objects. Some control panels appeared spotlessly clean, showing no signs of use. Jiang Yi suspected that Huang Qi's hinted method of teleporting to other apartments from the rooftop might involve those very control panels. He felt somewhat tempted to find an unused panel and investigate. Yet the woman in white seemed to suggest he should only operate within the outer circle of the marble-floored area. Helpless, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to finish the cleaning work first. Meanwhile, while clone number 1 basked in the sunlight, applying hair oil strand by strand, back in room 2025, clone number 3 began investigating the television in his apartment. After all, even clone number 3 was quite precious. He switched again to a worthless mirror image clone, making it grope and press against the massive flat-screen TV in the living room. Jiang Yi wondered, would his apartment's television also conceal some hidden mechanism? Could this possibly be the key item to finding the survival stone? However, after pressing and feeling around, the TV showed absolutely no response. He then thought about his work badge again. But the work badge he left in the apartment belonged to his original self. The newly created clone number 3 hasn't yet collected his employee badge. He wouldn't dare let the original body take such risks, especially since the original body is still lying paralyzed and powerless. Just then, clone number 2 finished his meal and prepared to head to the luxury mall, thinking about whether he could buy attribute-enhancing fruits from the luxury mall to boost his main body's attributes first. However, just as the bald-headed clone number 2 started walking toward the luxury mall, he was abruptly stopped by a figure in a black windbreaker. "Hold on, classmate." Chapter 45. The Game Player. The Black Windbreaker. And that familiar voice. It's Yang Wenchao. Jiang Yi turned around and indeed saw Yang Wenchao approaching him from the direction of the mall entrance. To say he was walking would be an understatement, it was more like flashing. He moved swiftly, yet the movement of his legs was imperceptible. Like a ray of light, he instantly zipped from point A to point B, then from point B to point C. Just like that, in a few quick steps, she was standing right in front of him. This peculiar way of walking. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised and glanced at his legs. She noticed the black cloth shoes he wore were of an archaic style. It completely clashed with his all-black windbreaker ensemble. So, it must be footwear equipment, possibly even bronzed here. Jiang Yi pondered while remaining vigilant, always ready to split and merge again to deal with Yang Wenchao. This time, however, Yang Wenchao didn't seem hostile toward him, simply uttering indifferently, "Going to the high-end mall? Wanna come? Let's go to the high-end shopping mall together." To be honest, Jiang Yi wasn't too keen on teaming up with Yang Wenchao. Although after merging with his doppelganger, his combat power should surpass Yang Wenchao's. But the doppelganger fusion has a time limit, he'd better activate it just 1 second before the actual fight begins. Moreover, combat strength is just numbers on paper. Real battles aren't determined by stats alone. Don't novels and TV shows often feature protagonists triumphing against stronger foes through sheer will? What if Yang Wenchao pulls some underhanded trick, catching him off guard and leading to an unexpected defeat? Even if Yang Wenchao had no intention of playing dirty, there wasn't a shred of trust between them. Just walking around a shopping mall would make you constantly on edge. So, Jiang Yi genuinely didn't want to travel with Yang Wenchao. Before, when he was weak, he had no choice. But now that he had the strength, he was about to outright refuse. But Yang Wenchao suddenly glanced at him with a meaningful look, then took half a step closer and lowered his voice to say, "You're not a player of Doomsday Apartments, are you?" "What? Not a player of Doomsday Apartments?" Jiang Yi was stunned at first, thinking that Yang Wenchao had mistaken his identity, judging him not to be one of the 80 novice players in the beginner's apartment. But somehow, under Yang Wenchao's meaningful gaze, he inexplicably felt what Yang Wenchao said seemed to carry a different meaning. So what other possible interpretation could this sentence have? Doomsday Apartments, game players. Although much of what they experienced in this novice apartment did indeed feel like a game, including the initial prompts, they were also referred to as newbie players. Whenever someone died, classmates would use the in-game term offline to describe it. But in actual conversations among classmates, the word game was rarely mentioned. When speaking about players, they would only refer to them as newbie players or veteran players, and the term gamer was hardly ever used. Coupled with Yang Wenchao's meaningful gaze, Jiang Yi's mind suddenly conjured up a shocking thought. A game. Could it be that someone had played this apocalyptic apartment game before their entire population was transported? That's why Yang Wenchao seemed so prophetic and progressed faster than ordinary people? Wait, what about Yang Xiaoman, the first one to find the survival stone? Is she a player in the game too? Had she referred to classmates as players instead of classmates in the group chat earlier because she too had played the game called Doomsday Apartment? Jiang Yi wasn't sure if her deduction was correct. When she looked at Yang Wenchao again, he gave her a composed smile. Then, she repeated the same line from earlier. Going to the high-end mall? Wanna come with me? Damn, she was waiting for him here. Jiang Yi pondered briefly before finally nodding. Alright. Thus, the two of them set off together toward the direction of the high-end shopping mall. The apartment's low-end shopping mall resembled a large department store, accessible to all players. In contrast, the high-end shopping mall had a dedicated entrance, accessible only to residents above the 20th floor. There was a dedicated security gate for identity verification at the entrance. When the two passed through the scanning gate, it emitted a normal beep and directly deducted 1,000 in admission fees. In the low-end mall, classmates who spotted their silhouettes entering the high-end mall from afar wasted no time posting envious, jealous messages in the group chat. Yang Wenchao and that mysterious bald guy entered the premium mall together. High-end mall? Didn't they say you had to pay a 1,000 coin entry fee? How could they afford that? Damn it, 1,000 coins could buy me 10 meals at the low-end mall. Wow, you're eating pretty well then. I could damn well get 20 meals for that. It's maddening how unfair life is. The rich live in luxury, splashing money around like it's nothing, while the poor work themselves to the bone, pinching every penny, only to still struggle with rent and meals. Damn it, if I hadn't wound up in this godforsaken place, I'd be rolling in cash too. Dropping 3 to 5 grand on a single meal would have been nothing to me. So how about you now? How much do you spend per meal? I just bought a plain bowl of congee, and even that felt too expensive. You're seriously breaking my heart. This has got to be the most extreme case of spending downgrade I've seen this year QAQ. But come to think of it, that duel room must be really lucrative, right? Yang Wenchao and that bald guy aren't working, yet they seem pretty well off. Their money must all be from the duel room battles, right? That's not right. I heard Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang say that Yang Wenchao lost all the money he earned in his last battle. So why does he have money again now? Could it be money he earned by killing monsters in the depths of the third-floor corridor? Probably not. Sister Ling and Brother Chang both said monster hunting only gives you XP, not money. I get it. He must have gotten the money by killing those two cross-apartment bosses. Those bosses were definitely loaded. Yang Wenchao killed them and took their cash. But where did those big shots from other apartments get all that money from? By killing and robbing, obviously. Isn't that how it works in reality too? Don't the rich get their wealth from hard-working laborers? Just as this discussion about wealth disparity was nearing its natural conclusion, Wang Chang suddenly blurted out, I strongly suspect those players living above the 20th floor must have some other ways to make money, because Xiao Likuan and I have been observing the battle room for a long time, and we noticed that the people in there all seem pretty well off. This is clearly abnormal. They must have other income sources. The other students immediately became intrigued and eagerly asked, what method could it be? I'm absolutely desperate for money right now. Damn. I used to think paying sky-high rent for the 20th floor was awful, but now, the 20th floor is only producing big shots. So, figuring out how to move into the 20th floor must be the real way to unlock the beginner apartment gameplay, right? I strongly suspect that only by living on the 20th floor will we truly count as apartment players and be able to open the door to a whole new world. Damn, what about Jiang Yi? Doesn't he live on the 20th floor too? Why isn't he as strong and rich as Yang Wenchao and the bald guy? Damn it, Jiang Yi actually went and took a janitorial job. Shit, what a waste of such a great starting resource like living on the 20th floor. If I'd started on the 20th floor, I'd have become strong like Yang Wenchao and Baldi long ago. That's true, even though they're both on the 20th floor, Jiang Yi has clearly fallen behind. Hey, do you guys remember the initial announcement mentioned that the apartment offers leasing out or subletting services? I was thinking, could Jiang Yi sublet his 20th floor apartment to someone else? That's right, Jiang Yi originally wanted to terminate the lease anyway. Subletting should save a lot more money compared to breaking the lease, right? Many classmates had previously believed that Jiang Yi, living on the 20th floor, would inevitably die from failing to pay the rent. But now, we've witnessed the brilliance of two top players who started on the 20th floor. They began to realize that living on the 20th floor was no longer a matter of being swindled by rent, but an honor. It's the key to becoming stronger. Thus, many classmates began suggesting Jiang Yi sublease his apartment to the truly elite players. After all, Jiang Yi had originally planned to terminate his lease anyway. The penalty for terminating the lease is higher than for subletting. Now, someone willing to take over Jiang Ye's exorbitantly priced apartment is actually doing him a favor, saving him the difference between termination fees and subletting costs. Including Wang Lingling, she too had entertained such thoughts. She planned to wait until Jiang Ye finished his tasks and returned to the mutual aid group's gathering spot, then discuss it with him face to face. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, who had entered the high-end mall with Yang Wenchao, naturally noticed his classmates' discussions in the group chat. He paid no mind to it, instead keeping his guard up against Yang Wenchao while surveying the surroundings of the high-end mall. This high-end mall appears significantly smaller in area compared to the low-end mall. However, the interior decoration style is noticeably more luxurious. Rows of dazzling glass display cases showcase various types of props. Additionally, there's an entire row of display cabinets specially dedicated to showcasing treasure chests. That is to say, players can either buy items directly or purchase treasure chests to unlock items. Opening items from treasure chests offers the possibility of acquiring more valuable items at a lower cost. However, there's also the chance of obtaining unwanted items from the chests. There's undoubtedly an element of gambling involved. Besides, while Jiang Ye's gaze was still roaming around, Yang Wenchao strode directly toward a display platform at the northernmost end of the entire luxury mall. After a moment's thought, he decided to follow Yang Wenchao as well. Yet, upon looking, the display case in the northerly direction held no merchandise at all. On the right side, there was an operational console. Yang Wenchao strode directly to the console and began operating it. Jiang Ye observed for a moment and quickly realized, is this display stand where players conduct trades between apartments? Yang Wenchao nodded absent-mindedly while operating it. The items showcased for sale in the mall are generally overpriced with poor cost-performance ratios. When players want to sell their items, they usually price them slightly cheaper than the mall listings. Still, cheap as they may be, player-to-player transactions are like those on Xianyu or Zhuanzhuan, basically all second-hand goods. Jiang Ye didn't mind second-hand items. Saving money was always a good thing. Plus, some of the outdated equipment he no longer needed could be converted back into cash through player trades. This trading feature must be quite popular among players. Yang Wenchao's current operation was to list unwanted items for sale in the player trading zone. Watching his familiar movements, Jiang Ye once again considered asking about the game player's matter. Yet, before he could figure out how to ask, Yang Wenchao suddenly blurted out, "You're Yang Xiaoman, right?" "Ha?" Jiang Ye was taken aback. Yang Wenchao glanced at him and murmured to himself, "Seems not." "You're Jiang Ye?" Jiang Ye frowned. Yang Wenchao continued talking to himself, apparently not either. "So, who exactly are you? If we're talking about disguise masks, wouldn't the invisibility effect be more practical than the disguise effect? But you chose disguise over invisibility, why was that? Do you have some reason you absolutely must conceal your identity?" Jiang Ye had thought this guy looked completely calm while probing him. He'd assumed the man could actually deduce something by observing people's reactions. "So you were just putting on airs all along?" With her actual capabilities as her foundation, Jiang Ye couldn't care less about his probing. She was just about to turn the tables and ask Yang Wenchao about the game players instead. But Yang Wenchao beat her to it and continued his probing. "According to what Xiao Likuan and the others said, you used an ice-based area attack skill to instantly kill Zhao Yudi. With this level of strength, there shouldn't be any need to hide your identity, right? Moreover," he paused, his expression suddenly turning serious as he looked at Jiang Ye with a rather complicated gaze. "Your 3-game winning streak, you didn't actually earn those yourself, did you?" Jiang Ye was about to say he'd paid for the streak, but before he could even draft the lie, Yang Wenchao cut straight to the point. The battle room's win streak rewards for players appear to be random, where players draw their reward from 3 cards. But actually, that's not the case. Generally speaking, if you pay for your win streak, you'll basically only draw useless low-tier cards like announcement cards. But if I'm not mistaken, during your match against Zhao Yudi, you must have used a privilege card. Those who can obtain the privilege card reward usually earn it through their own winning streaks. Whoa, damn, there's such a hidden setting? Jiang Ye had absolutely no idea. However, a sudden thought struck him. The upgrade card must be a high-tier card too, right? Did you also earn your winning streak through your own skills? By using the word also in his question, he was essentially admitting that he had genuinely earned his winning streak through ability. Yang Wenchao's expression grew even more solemn. His gaze toward Jiang Ye became increasingly cautious. At the same time, he shook his head and said, "Upgrade cards are indeed considered high-end cards, but I still bought them with consecutive wins." "Ha? Isn't this contradictory? Wasn't it agreed that buying winning streaks would only reward low-tier cards?" Jiang Ye hadn't asked yet. Yang Wenchao took the initiative to explain again. Take match fixing for example. Some people are blatantly obvious, you can tell they're throwing the game at a glance. But some match fixing can be disguised to look completely legitimate. I purchased a winning streak, but with extra conditions, requiring the opponent to cooperate and act convincingly enough to make me seem genuinely strong. So it was through acting that I fooled the win streak reward system, making it think I won the streak through actual skill. Damn, so that's how it's done? According to Yang Wenchao's explanation, businesses selling win streaks must know about this trick too. But those unscrupulous sellers would never voluntarily share such hidden information with their customers. Only seasoned players like Yang Wenchao can genuinely snag a bargain. And this further proves. Zhang Yi immediately followed Yang Wenchao's lead and said, before entering the battle chamber, you killed 4 players and earned 4 survival points. And this just happens to be the price of the 5 win streak package. So, you knew about the arena's mechanics before entering, including the option to buy win streaks, even the package prices. Because, what are you, some kind of gamer? Chapter 46, The Mastermind Behind the Apartment. Zhang Yi's interrogative sentence carried a declarative tone. After all, Yang Wenchao's behavior was truly unusual. Compared to absurd scenarios like reincarnation or body snatching, I've played a similar game before, which seems somewhat more reasonable. Thinking along these lines, then that game might not just have been played by Yang Wenchao alone. Those stubborn bronze-ranked players on the God of War leaderboard, in the battle arena, most of them might have played the game before. With more information at their disposal, their progress naturally outpaces ordinary people. By comparison, among players who have experienced the game, Yang Wenchao doesn't seem particularly outstanding. After all, Zhang Yi personally witnessed Yang Wenchao lose a match in the battle arena, blowing 100,000 in one go. Come to think of it, could that girl who beat him out of 100,000 yuan also be a game player? His mind was racing with these thoughts. Yang Wenchao showed no intention of hiding anything. Even his gaze swept over Zhang Yi with mild indifference, his expression utterly unperturbed as he said, I did indeed spend 4 survival points to purchase the 5 win streak package, and I've already achieved 5 consecutive victories. So that loss of his occurred after the 5 win streak, during his attempt to reach a 10 win streak? Zhang Yi pondered this. Yang Wenchao seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and suddenly added, but my winning streak wasn't broken by that one loss of 100,000. What? He lost the match, yet his winning streak remained unbroken? What's the principle behind this? Because the random reward I got from 5 consecutive wins was an exemption card. The effect of the exemption card is that it can exempt one record of a lost battle. For example, if you fail at a 9 win streak, you can use the exemption card to clear the failure record. Next match will still count as a 9 win streak. Wow, there's such a card? Zhang Yi immediately speculated, this kind of exemption card should also be considered a high-end card, right? Yang Wenchao nodded. The winning streak rewards in the battle room keep increasing with each consecutive win. For players who have built up a winning streak over several matches, losing even a single game and breaking that streak would undoubtedly feel crushing. So the exemption card that can prevent a winning streak from being broken is naturally quite precious. In some ways, it might even be more valuable than the privilege card. Zhang Yi nodded. Right now, winning 3 matches in a row didn't feel like a big deal. But what if a 99 win streak were suddenly broken? That would be absolutely devastating. So when it comes to exemption cards, the deeper you go into the game, the more invaluable they become for top-tier consecutive winners. If given the chance, Zhang Yi would like to acquire an exemption card as a safety net. But speaking of which, can the consecutive win rewards from those battle rooms be traded between players? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Of course they can. As he spoke, he swiped a few times on the console and pointed to the display. Look, through the player trading feature in the premium mall, all the cards obtained from battle rooms can also be traded. Zhang Yi turned her gaze to the display and indeed saw various cards listed in the trading section. Among them, announcement cards were the most abundant and cheapest. But even so, its selling price is as high as over 100,000. The price of upgrade cards, on the other hand, mostly starts at 300,000. As for privilege cards, they rarely appear. There are only 3 listed. One sells for 600,000, another for 800,000. And the last one goes for a whopping 1 million. This is just too damn outrageous. It's practically daylight robbery. But when you think about it, for ordinary players, just relying on odd jobs naturally makes life tough. They can't afford rent or even meals. But for players above the 20th floor, killing one person earns them 100 grand. Such rules cause rampant inflation in their economy. If you were to tell this to players like Wang Lingling below the 20th floor, give me 300 grand, and I'll instantly level you up. Wang Lingling would absolutely never agree to that. She'd rather grind monsters to level up than spend 300,000 on a level up card. But for players above the 20th floor, a mere 300,000 is just worth 3 human lives. It's much safer to randomly kill 3 useless players who haven't awakened skills than risking monster battles for leveling up. So to these players, a level up card priced at 300,000 isn't considered expensive. This cruel game mechanic made Zhang Yi once again acutely aware life's brutal inequalities. It seems that even before coming to the Doomsday Apartment, the real world was just like this. Some people toil through wind and rain, exhausting themselves to earn just a pittance, while others own luxury cars and mansions, or even the amount they evade in taxes exceeds what common folk could earn in several lifetimes. Indeed, no matter where you go, this absurd wealth gap always exists. Jiang Yi was lost in thought when Yang Wenchao suddenly looked at the price of the privilege card and curiously asked him, "How much did you earn from that match with Zhao Yudi?" If we calculate based on the price of the privilege card, anything less than 600,000 would mean you're at a loss. Jiang Yi didn't respond, yet mixed feelings stirred within him. Would anything under 600,000 be considered a loss? Originally, after his match with Zhao Yudi, seeing the money in hand had put him in excellent spirits. But now, hearing Yang Wenchao's words, he instantly felt, he seems to have really lost out. After all, he genuinely didn't earn 600,000 in that match. He had originally thought that when facing Zhao Yudi in battle, Big Head would likely just be paying spectator fees. After all, Zhao Yudi had quite a sizable audience. But the result, when the final settlement came, the viewing fee for that battle turned out to be just over 60,000. That is to say, there were only a little over 6,000 spectators in attendance that time. But to Jiang Yi's pleasant surprise, Zhao Yudi's bet actually amounted to 500,000. Thus, in the end, he managed to earn 560,000 from that duel. This sudden windfall not only wiped out his massive debts in one fell swoop, it even left him with extra cash to splurge at the luxury emporium. But now, staring at the price tag of the privilege card, he's beginning to think, perhaps this deal wasn't quite as sweet as it seemed? But back then, he was also trying to avoid the veteran players who had dropped in. Otherwise, by delaying the use of the privilege card and waiting until more players entered the battle chamber, he could have matched against stronger opponents and likely earned more. Just thinking about it made Jiang Yi feel a pang of regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used the privilege card to challenge Zhao Yudi. He could have sold it directly in the trading district for cash. If only we had known earlier. If Zhao Yudi had known Jiang Yi's thoughts at this moment, she would probably be furious enough to spit blood, especially if she found out that this deceitful player had deliberately used a privilege card to match with her just to make money, which ended her 9-win streak. Zhao Yudi might have wished she were dead. After all, what the hell were you thinking, using such a precious privilege card on me of all people? And you actually believed you could make a fortune off me? How naive. And you damn well ruined my 9-win streak? This is not only a tremendous waste of resources, but you're also harming innocent bystanders with what you've squandered. Absolutely outrageous. What a bastard. Fortunately, Zhao Yudi remained unaware of it all. Yang Wenchao, however, seemed to have guessed most of it and couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Zhao Yudi. But there's no helping it, rookie players who don't know any better tend to pull some weird moves. Straight face. After some thought, he decided to give Jiang Yi a proper explanation. To be honest, the privilege card isn't meant to be used that way. The reason it fetches millions in trades between players is because its main purpose is maintaining winning streaks. Critical winning streaks like 3, 5, or 10 consecutive wins often get blocked by powerful veteran players. Among rookie players, there are likely some who deliberately engage in similar behavior. They use privilege cards to block others' 8 or 9 win streaks, then demand players pay to continue their streaks. Players who can reach 8 or 9 consecutive wins usually aren't strapped for cash. Even if they are short on money, they'd generally be willing to pay a high price to maintain their winning streak. Take your match against Zhao Yudi for example. If you'd shown your ability to defeat Zhao Yudi first, then negotiated with her, I think she'd have been willing to pay a higher price to preserve her streak. Even if it were several 100,000, she might grit her teeth and accept it. Damn it! A few million? Not long ago, Jiang Yi was still worried about his 350,000 debt. In the blink of an eye, he'd already gained the ability to earn a few million. Truly, with sufficient capabilities, making money is no difficulty at all. But Jiang Yi pondered again, if I deliberately lose to her, wouldn't my winning streak be broken? Yang Wenchao nodded, exactly, so the best place for the privilege card is in the trading section, selling it to those organizations that specialize in maintaining streaks. Within those organizations, they specifically cultivate powerful streak holders who care nothing about win rates. Alright, looks like it really is. Where there are people, there is the Jianghu. Among veteran players, several factions have emerged. Meanwhile, some novice players who just entered the game were also considering forming organizations and creating factions. Jiang Yi then followed up, in the game you're playing, do people specifically establish such groups too? Yang Wenchao nodded, yeah. As he spoke, he hesitated briefly before suddenly laughing as if relieved. Actually, the reason I played that game was just to make money from those organizations. You may not have played Doomsday Apartment, but through your experience in the beginner's apartment, you should have sensed it too, right? That game is fundamentally unfair. Pay-to-win players and regular players might as well be playing two completely different games. Finally getting to the topic of the game, Jiang Yi immediately perked up. He was desperate to find out exactly what kind of game it was, and what hidden information he wasn't privy to. Yet Yang Wenchao seemed intent on deliberately teasing him. He didn't disclose any game-related information but went straight to stating his purpose. You should be able to tell I'm not some kind of philanthropic do-gooder. So you want game intel? You'll have to offer something in return. Jiang Yi understood what he meant. After a moment's contemplation, he cut straight to the point. You came to me first, so, you must want to trade the information you possess with me, right? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. I'd call it more of a collaboration than a trade. As I just mentioned, this game has completely different gameplay mechanics between the standard mode and pay-to-win mode. I want to team up with you to clear the beginner apartment through microtransactions. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, weighing the proposition in his mind. Yang Wenchao must have recognized his capabilities. However, he imitated Yang Wenchao's mannerism, raising an eyebrow as he said, without the game information you provided, do you really think I couldn't clear the pay-to-win mode on my own? His tone carried clear arrogance. It was Jiang Yi's way of showcasing his confidence in his own abilities. However, Yang Wenchao gave an ambiguous smile. You may indeed be strong, but, he paused, then suddenly asked, do you know how to move between apartments? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and answered directly, there's a teleportation device on the top floor of the apartment. This was something the robed figure told him after winning 3 consecutive matches. Yang Wenchao wasn't surprised either and continued smiling as he asked, then do you know the condition for triggering the teleportation device? Jiang Yi answered directly again, it costs 1 survival point. However, this time Yang Wenchao shook his head. No, the survival point spent is just the teleportation fee. Players who want to move between apartments face one more critical requirement, gaining the favor of the apartment's mysterious backer. The apartment's mysterious backer? That sounds like someone who controls the entire complex? Jiang Yi still hasn't even gotten familiar with the apartment manager yet. As for the shadowy owner behind the apartment complex, he's only just heard the term mentioned. But, could that shadowy figure he encountered when obtaining the survival jade token on the 20th floor have been the apartment's owner? It doesn't seem quite right. The apartment owner should be above such sneaky behavior, shouldn't he? So if he's never even met the apartment owner, how can he possibly win his favor? Lost in thought, Jiang Yi suddenly remembered Huang Qi. Since Huang Qi managed to operate across apartments successfully, does that mean he gained the favor of the apartment owner? And Yu Xiangming. But what qualities did they possess that could make the apartment owner favor them? Suddenly, Jiang Yi turned to Yang Wenchao and speculated directly. Kill all the players in the apartment to gain the landlord's favor? At these words, Yang Wenchao was instantly shocked. Wait, did you figure this out yourself? Or did you get inside information somewhere? Just a guess. Jiang Yi lied effortlessly without batting an eye. But it wasn't exactly a lie. He only realized this after hearing Huang Qi's explanation. Truth be told, it was just an educated guess. Yang Wenchao's expression when looking at him grew somewhat complicated again. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly sighed and said, alright, since you've already figured it out, I'll share some more information with you. In this novice apartment complex, there are actually 3 special entities, which could also be called the 3 bosses. The first one is the openly existing apartment manager. The second is the shadowy figure in the hallway who distributes survival jade tokens, encountered by tenants above the 20th floor. The third is the apartment owner, who only appears after all the players in the apartment have been killed. And just as you guessed, to move between apartments, you must kill all the apartment's players, meet the owner, and obtain their permission to cross apartments. Jiang Yi's heart grew heavy the moment he heard this. He had originally thought that reaching the top floor would allow movement between apartment buildings, but now he was told, crossing apartments actually required killing all other players. No! After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi suddenly turned his gaze to Yang Wenchao. If you dared reveal this information, you must know there are alternative ways to cross between apartments besides killing all the players to meet the apartment boss, right? Otherwise, aren't you afraid that because of what you've said, I might slaughter all our classmates? Chapter 47, Witnessing VIP Player Tactics Again. The term all classmates naturally includes Yang Wenchao. Surely this guy isn't so confident as to believe that Jiang Yi wouldn't dare kill him just because of his gamer status? Therefore, his willingness to reveal this information must mean he has a backup plan. Yang Wenchao had never intended to conceal this in the first place, so he nodded openly, that's right. Generally speaking, the only way to move between apartment buildings is to kill all the players in an apartment. But our apartment situation is a bit special. At this point, he paused, seemingly wanting to see if Jiang Yi could continue guessing what made their apartment special. Jiang Yi recalled a special item from Huang Qi's spatial wristwatch. She smiled slightly and took the initiative to guess. The special aspect is that 2 cross-apartment players have already arrived at our apartment. Did they possess an item that could bypass the apartment manager and enable crossing between apartments? Wow! He guessed it again. Yang Wenchao's gaze at Jiang Yi grew increasingly astonished and complicated, now tinged with a faint trace of wariness. He pursed his lips and nodded, saying, "That's right. Yu Xiangming and Huang Qi had obtained cross-apartment items from their respective apartment bosses, and such cross-apartment items can also be used by other players." Yang Wenchao's words came to an end here, but the meaning behind the words was clear. In the group chat, it was tacitly accepted that Yang Wenchao had killed the two cross-apartment players, so his implication is that he currently possesses two inter-apartment items. But Jiang Yi knew in his heart that this guy actually only had the inter-apartment item obtained from killing Yu Xiangming. The remaining item belonging to Huang Qi was in Jiang Yi's possession. However, Yang Wenchao evidently didn't know that Huang Qi had been killed by Jiang Yi. After all, during the time Huang Qi was killed, Baldi was in the combat chamber. Therefore, Yang Wenchao wanted to create the illusion that he possessed two cross-apartment items. He intended to use this as leverage in negotiations with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi pondered briefly but chose not to expose him. Instead, playing along, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Since you're using inter-apartment props as your bargaining chip, so what you're saying is your so-called pay-to-win model can only be achieved by crossing apartments?" Yang Wenchao nodded, pondered for a moment, then volunteered. "Let me put it bluntly. The pay-to-win strategy for clearing the rookie apartment is simply to take out the apartment administrator before the building self-destructs. But as anyone could guess, the apartment supervisor's strength is beyond what ordinary players can handle. He even possesses the authority to eliminate players. Therefore, defeating the supervisor requires fulfilling extremely stringent conditions. In terms of sheer power alone, survival point items would absolutely be necessary. Survival point items refer to items that can be exchanged using survival points. These items are far more powerful than anything we can purchase from the premium store. However, to trigger the exchange for survival point items, you need to have over 100 survival points accumulated in your survival jade token. But in a beginner's apartment, even if you killed all the novice and veteran players, you still wouldn't accumulate 100 survival points. After all, with 100 people, you can't just kill yourself too. So essentially, to exchange for survival point items, you must move between apartments and kill enough people, 100 of them. The information Yang Wenchao revealed this time perfectly matched Huang Qi's account. However, compared to survival point items, Jiang Yi was more concerned about. The apartment manager has the authority to eliminate players? That kind of authority must require a specific item to counter, right? Exactly. Yang Wenchao raised his eyebrows, his tone intensifying. "I can tell you very clearly. That specific item to counter the elimination privilege can't be obtained no matter how many survival points you spend trading with the shadow. And this critical piece of information is also my major bargaining chip in collaborating with you. Alright, this information is indeed crucial." Moreover, Yang Wenchao has shown enough sincerity by revealing so much. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before stating outright, "Go ahead, tell me how you plan to collaborate." Yang Wenchao's eyes darted around, then he suddenly blurted out inexplicably, "You're probably a girl, right?" "Ha?" Jiang Yi froze again. This time, Yang Wenchao wore an expression of having guessed correctly, analyzing earnestly. "You live on the 20th floor, fully aware that one survival point can be exchanged for 100,000, yet you've never killed anyone. And facing someone as stunning as Zhao Yudi, he showed no mercy whatsoever. So I'm guessing you must be a formidable woman too, just like Wang Lingling. And yet, you still value your classmate bonds and don't want to attack fellow students without reason. Damn. What the hell?" Yang Wenchao's confident assertion that Jiang Yi was female made Jiang Yi feel strangely unsettled. But then again, remembering how confidently this guy had denied being Jiang Yi moments ago, he suddenly felt at ease. This Yang Wenchao appeared supremely self-assured, yet his judgment of character was actually just ordinary at best. That very confidence looked particularly intimidating. Jiang Yi had no intention of revealing her identity, so she didn't bother explaining and just quietly watched Yang Wenchao continue his confident monologue. "I understand you wouldn't want to harm classmates without reason. But when it comes to killing strangers from other apartments, you wouldn't hesitate, would you?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, adopting a default stance of agreement. Seeing no objection from him, Yang Wenchao continued. "Then, the first step of our cooperation is, I'll give you a cross-apartment item and show you how to traverse between buildings. And you, within 3 days, must accumulate over 500 survival points in your survival jade token. Afterward, we'll gather back at this apartment, and I'll inform you about the next steps of our cooperation." Yang Wenchao's so-called first step of cooperation apparently required Jiang Yi to earn 500 survival points within 3 days. But in reality, there were almost no substantial restrictions imposed on Jiang Yi. If both parties didn't sign the contract, he practically handed Jiang Yi a cross-apartment item for free. And Jiang Yi knew very well in his heart, Yang Wenchao only possessed one cross-apartment item. Having given his only item to Jiang Yi, how did he plan to move between apartments? Kill all your classmates to win the landlord's favor? If you look at it from this perspective, Yang Wenchao's so-called cooperation might just be a front. His true intention might have been to divert attention away, a classic bait and switch, transferring Jiang Yi, a potential threat to his dominance, away from this apartment complex to ensure he maintains his absolute supremacy here, including what other moves Yang Wenchao might make after Jiang Yi's departure. His presence here is nothing but a nuisance. Of course, it's also possible that both the diversionary tactic and the cooperation were genuine. Yang Wenchao seized the opportunity for solo development after transferring him away from this apartment complex, gaining 3 days of uninterrupted progress. After these 3 days, when they reunite here according to their cooperative plan, the power balance might no longer favor Jiang Yi over Yang Wenchao. After all, Yang Wenchao possesses more critical information and operates with far greater ruthlessness. Thus he should be confident about surpassing Jiang Yi's capabilities within these 3 days. When the time comes for so-called further cooperation, he would be the one holding greater bargaining power. In Jiang Yi's mind, countless possible motives of Yang Wenchao flashed through in an instant. Just as he was about to pry more game information from him, he never expected the announcement prompt to suddenly echo in his mind again. Emergency notice for novice apartment. VIP player UUMA is initiating the fusion of this apartment with novice apartment number 1010. The 2 novice apartments will complete fusion within 10 minutes. Apartment fusion rules are as follows. Chapter 48 Apartment Fusion. 1. The apartment chat group and apartment ranking list will undergo standard fusion directly. 2. Apartment administrators will undergo optimized screening in fusion. A 10-minute administrator PK battle will commence. If an administrator emerges victorious within 10 minutes, they shall be promoted as the administrator of the fusion apartment. If no administrator emerges victorious within 10 minutes, candidates will be selected as administrators of the fusion apartment based primarily on the number of players in the apartment tier rankings and secondarily on the total number of apartment players. 3. After administrator optimization, the merged apartment shall be named after the original apartment number of the administrator. 4. When apartment rooms merge, if there are 2 player tenants occupying the same room number, an optimization selection will be performed for merging. The 2 cohabiting players will engage in a PK battle within 10 minutes. If no winner is determined within this time, the player with higher combat power will prevail. The winner retains the usage rights to the room, while the loser forfeits these rights. Rent already paid by the losing player will not be refunded. If rent remains unpaid, the player must compensate for the breach of contract penalty upon eviction. 5. For more details, please consult the optimized apartment administrator after the apartment fusion. The moment this announcement appeared, the students were completely dumbfounded. The chat group instantly exploded with activity. What the hell is this? What kind of VIP player nonsense is this? Why did they suddenly merge our apartment complex? These room merger rules are downright unreasonable. Why should the losing players not get their paid rent refunded, and on top of that have to pay evacuation fees? Exactly. Shouldn't the apartment complex compensate players for losses caused by this forced merger? Right. When servers malfunctioned in other games I've played, the developers always compensated players. Here they're merging apartments without any compensation, and players with duplicate room numbers have to pay extra? This is completely unfair. If this freaking game were normal, I'd straight up give it a bad review and report it with full services. But with so many floors and rooms in an apartment building, the chance of room collisions shouldn't be high, right? Even if the probability is low, I feel like apartment merging can't be a good thing. Just think about Yang Wenchao. He used to be our classmate, but now he kills people without hesitation. And the people merged into our apartment now are most likely strangers we don't know, and possibly street-smart veterans who've been around the block. In this situation, I feel conflicts could easily erupt, leading to casualties. I also think apartment merging is no good. What kind of intentions does this VIP player who designed such mechanics have? And how did she even get the power to merge apartments? Just because they're VIP players, they get more privileges? Do we have any chance of becoming VIP players in the future? Stop dreaming too far ahead. Getting through this beginner's apartment is already more than enough for us. I bet among us, only someone like Yang Wenchao, a top-tier expert, might have a shot at becoming a VIP player. Even Wang Lingling feels a bit lacking. Do you think this apartment fusion thing might have something to do with Yang Wenchao? After all, the group chat is public. Now all the classmates understand Yang Wenchao's fearsome reputation. Whenever his name comes up, people speak with cautious tones. After this round of messages, the group indeed fell silent again for a while. After a long while, someone finally responded. Didn't the announcement make it clear? The apartment merging is a VIP player feature. Why are you all trying to pin every blame on Brother Chao? That's precisely because Yang Wenchao performed too extraordinarily, while his classmates knew too little about his situation, so they could only rely on wild speculation. Now many students suspect Yang Wenchao might be a reincarnated soul, or perhaps they awakened an SSS-level talent. Some even believed he was the chosen protagonist, destined for limitless potential. Many classmates dreamed of clinging to his coattails. Zhang Yi had personally interacted with Yang Wenchao, who seemed so enigmatic to others, which shattered the illusion for him. After briefly scanning the group chat and confirming there was indeed no substantial information, he decided to seize the opportunity to ask Yang Wenchao about VIP players and the apartment integration. However, while he remained perfectly calm inside the premium mall, his number one clone, who was leisurely drying its hair strands under the sunlight on the top floor, unexpectedly encountered a situation after the apartment integration announcement was made. To be precise, it's that woman in white who's having issues. She seems to really enjoy sunlight. Zhang Yi was dealing with those strands of hair on the rooftop. The woman in white pulled out a lounge chair, put on sunglasses, and leisurely started sunbathing on the rooftop terrace's outer edge. Just that kind of vibe. If you knew, you'd recognize she was on a rooftop. If you didn't, you might think she was on a sunny beach. Zhang Yi was terrified that the woman might suddenly blurt out, "Hey there, little bro, sis will pay extra, how about adding a special service for me?" Of course, such an NSFW scenario never actually happened under the sunlight, but it did emerge after the announcement about the apartment merging was released. The woman in white suddenly changed her expression. Her previously relaxed state of sunbathing on the lounge chair instantly turned into anger and panic. After hesitating and contemplating for a moment, she seemed to suppress her emotions and abruptly stood up. Zhang Yi happened to be doing her hair nearby and naturally tensed up at the sight. The hands applying hair oil trembled slightly for a moment. As a result, the white-clad woman flew into a rage the instant she noticed his trembling hand. "What are you trembling for? You just wasted a precious drop of my hair oil." This inexplicable outburst was clearly misplaced anger. Zhang Yi remained silent, thinking to herself, this apartment fusion seems to have some effect on these NPC-like residents as well? After the apartment merger, what exactly happens when a player's room overlaps with an NPC resident's room? But there was no time to think further. The infuriated woman in white suddenly flew into a violent rage. With just a lift of her arms, Zhang Yi's unprocessed strands of hair suddenly came alive, surging toward her arms. At this point, every single strand of hair even appeared significantly thicker. The hair slithered nimbly toward the woman in white's arms, looking like two jet-black water snakes. The serpentine hair ultimately climbed from the woman's arms to her head, pushing aside the bath towel that had originally covered her hair. Yet beneath that bath towel, the woman in white's long straight black hair had transformed entirely into writhing black water snakes. They coiled and hissed atop her head, emitting chilling SSSSSSSSS sounds. Even under this radiant sunlight, the grotesque sight and eerie sound still sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Yi froze on the spot, completely stunned. Without hesitation, he prepared himself to choose between merging the clones or abandoning the level C gifted clone number 1. Chapter 49, Saving My Own Self. Hiss, hiss, whoosh. When one of those black water snakes shot out from the white-clothed woman's head and suddenly coiled around Zhang Yi's neck, he had already mentally prepared to abandon this number 1 avatar. However, the slender and slippery black water snake merely coiled around his neck without tightening its grip any further. The emotionally distraught woman in white had now transformed into a woman clad in black. Her white bathrobe had fallen away, and the strands of black hair had morphed into a black cloak that billowed wildly atop the building, flapping loudly despite the absence of wind. The sudden shift between black and white instantly reminded Zhang Yi of Princess Blue and Princess Red from Chinese Paladin 3. One gentle and serene, the other mad and ruthless. Clearly, this woman in black was the violent-tempered one. Even her gaze turned fiercer and more piercing as it swept over Zhang Yi, leaving behind a single remark, "Pray that I survive. Otherwise, you'll die with me." With those words, her figure flickered before vanishing completely on the spot. Meanwhile, the black water snake remained coiled around Zhang Yi's neck where she'd been left behind. His whole body went rigid, not daring to raise a hand to touch the water snake. While cursing inside, I instantly realized, does this apartment merging seem to pose a devastating risk to these NPC residents? The woman in white, no, now in black, could she possibly die in this apartment merging event? Just as I was thinking this, I noticed similar concerns being mentioned in the group chat by classmates. Wang Hengyi, holy shit. I realized after the apartments merged, those NPC residents suddenly became super aggressive. I delivered packages all day, and most of the NPC residents were pretty easygoing. They'd usually give me 5-star ratings when I asked, too. My courier badge even leveled up to 3. Just moments ago, after the apartments merged, when I routinely asked a resident for a 5-star rating as usual, that guy outright yelled at me in rage and even gave me a 1-star negative review on the spot. Damn, this is my first bad review. Who knows how many good ones it'll take to make up for it. Wang Hengyi was the kind of ruthless top student who thrived in an ocean of practice problems, what teachers would call Ivy League material. After entering the apartment, this top student hadn't spoken a word. This first statement instantly drew exclamations from the other students. Holy crap, Ishan's errand worker badge is already level 3? How the hell did he pull that off? Damn, A prodigy is a prodigy. Even in a new environment, he's still leagues ahead. Percent. If the comprehension of initial skills is really related to IQ, then Ishin should be just as strong as Lucian with his initial skills, right? Not necessarily. Lucian barely studies, plays games every day, yet still gets perfect scores in math. Ishin is the hard-working type, his IQ might not match Lucian's. What good is high IQ? Lucian's talent is only C rank. Wang Hengyi might have even higher talent for all we know. If he really had such great talent, would he still not be on the rankings? Let me tell you, even if he levels up his work badge to rank 3, it's nothing special, just a slightly more advanced pack mule. In this survival apartment, leveling up and getting stronger is the only way out. Grinding away at jobs has no future. Unbelievable. You think working part-time has no future? Then who's paying your rent, Sister Ling or Brother Chang doing it for you? Yang Wenchao never worked odd jobs, yet he's living gloriously, completely overshadowing all those former top students. Just like that, they inexplicably started arguing again. Some students still maintain their former mindset, believing that top students remain inherently superior to average classmates even in this changed environment. Others feel that surviving in this apartment depends on innate talent and actual capability. No matter how outstanding a top student was before, if they lack ability now, they'll inevitably fall from grace and become ordinary. Yet hardly anyone discussed Wang Hengyi's observation about the apartment's NPC residents becoming increasingly hostile. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then decisively typed in the group chat. The NPC residents in the apartment are genuinely becoming more aggressive. Right now, the resident I'm serving has trapped me on the top floor. This message finally succeeded in diverting everyone's attention in the group. Even Wang Lingling responded to him with, "How did you get to the rooftop of the apartment?" At Zhang Yi. Since Zhang Yi was trying to establish an ordinary person persona with clone number 1, she didn't withhold the information and replied directly. The apartment's housekeeping task required me to dry my hair, so they took me up to the rooftop. Wang Lingling then asked a few more questions about the rooftop. Zhang Yi didn't hold back either and shared everything she had observed. At the same time, he expressed that he was trapped on the top floor and hoped his classmates could help brainstorm a solution. However, how could the other students offer any constructive suggestions? One after another, they simply told him to pray for his own safety, hoping that the woman in white would survive and return to the top floor to free him. As for Wang Lingling, based on the information revealed by Zhang Yi and Wang Hengyi, she guessed that the apartment merger might bring some changes to the NPC residents of the apartment as well. In the end, she couldn't hold back and mentioned Yang Wenchao in her post. Yang Wenchao, do you know what those NPC residents in the apartments will specifically face during the apartment fusion? At Yang Wenchao. However, Yang Wenchao completely ignored her. Yet, Zhang Yi, who was currently with Yang Wenchao, asked him a similar question to Wang Lingling directly. However, Yang Wenchao shook his head and said, "To be honest, I know about the apartment merging situation, but since I haven't experienced it personally, I'm not sure how those NPC residents will be affected. However, once the apartments fully merge, we could always ask the administrator." Zhang Yi wasn't sure whether he genuinely didn't know or was deliberately withholding information. He didn't press further, merely speculating again. According to Zhang Yi, the woman in white didn't kill him directly, but trapped him. Moreover, no one in the group chat mentioned any classmates being killed by NPC residents. Does that mean those NPC residents can't kill players? Yang Wenchao nodded and continued the speculation. It should be like this. Under normal circumstances, NPC residents cannot actively kill players. But during the apartment fusion period, their own lives are threatened, so naturally they won't care about the player's survival anymore. The woman in white clearly meant that if she died, Zhang Yi would be buried with her. At this point, Yang Wenchao couldn't help but frown and say, "This Zhang Yi has some nerve. He probably isn't even a game player, yet he dared to go straight to the top floor." This was Zhang Yi's first time discussing himself while disguised as someone else. It felt rather strange, but he truly didn't want to give up clone number 1, so he continued probing Yang Wenchao. Does Zhang Yi's situation really hinge on betting whether that female customer in white lives or dies? You previously said the first step of our cooperation was helping me cross apartments, while also telling me how to reach the top floor. If I make it to the top floor, is there hope to save Zhang Yi's life? Yang Wenchao initially looked surprised and blurted out, "You want to save Zhang Yi?" But after speaking, he realized this bald guy had never killed before and seemed genuinely concerned about their schoolmate bond. After some contemplation, he speculated, the black water serpent trapping Zhang Yi must be a special type of item. It's inanimate yet sentient, likely programmed to strangle Zhang Yi the moment the woman in white dies. At this point, Yang Wenchao fell silent for a moment before suddenly brightening, his tone rising several notches. "I can't guarantee whether I'll be able to save Zhang Yi, but with some luck, we might just tame that black water snake." Tame the black water snake? Zhang Yi was startled upon hearing this and was about to inquire further. Yang Wenchao spoke at an extremely rapid pace. "If you've truly made up your mind, then there's no time left to explain, we must act immediately. And it's an action where every second counts because we're almost out of time. Jiang Yi wasn't saving just any ordinary classmate, he was saving his own doppelganger. So, without the slightest hesitation, the decision was made. Alright, just tell me what to do. This lightning-fast, decisive moment made Yang Wenchao seriously suspect, could the girl behind this bald dude be some love-struck fool secretly crushing on Jiang Yi? Honestly though, Jiang Yi is somewhat handsome in his own way. It's only natural to have a little beauty secretly crushing on me. Yang Wenchao didn't give it much more thought. He simply raised his hand and swiped several times across the right control panel before shaking his head, saying, "No, then we'll have to buy it from the store." With that, he swiftly began moving between the display cases in the premium mall. At the same time, he called out to Jiang Yi, "The item we need to buy will probably cost around 300,000, and saving Jiang Yi while subduing the black water snake, that might not even work. Are you willing to take that risk?" 300,000. Jiang Yi only had a little over 560,000 on hand, and this wave would directly consume more than half of it. Moreover, according to the exchange rate of survival points, 300,000 equals 3 survival points, enough for him to create 3 more clones. Should we just let it go? If clone number 1 dies, then so be it. The clone regenerated using survival points might actually possess stronger talents than clone number 1. But soon, Jiang Yi realized that the calculation wasn't so simple. It's true that 1 survival point can indeed be exchanged for 100,000, but 100,000 can't buy survival points. When veteran players maintain win streaks, they collect survival points, while new players using privilege cards to disrupt others' win streaks collect in-game currency. According to Yang Wenchao's account, during Jiang Yi's match against Zhao Yudi, he could have collected several million in-game currency from Zhao Yudi, and purchasing a 10-match winning streak only costs 10 survival points. If you calculate it this way, wouldn't the fee for a 9-match streak actually be more expensive than 10? But actually, that's not how the calculation works. No amount of in-game currency can compare to the value of survival points. Even among veteran players, in-game currency might be worthless, only survival points hold real value. So, from this perspective, Jiang Yi didn't feel so heartbroken about the 300,000 anymore. The doppelganger is still more important, so he still declared resolutely, "I can bear the risk of 300,000. Deal." Yang Wenchao continued searching through display cabinets for something. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi seized the chance to check the player trading function using the console. His main purpose for entering the Yi Premium Mall was to purchase attribute fruits. Attribute fruits can directly enhance attributes, allowing his main body to withstand more clones. However, after searching around, he discovered that the player trading area actually had no attribute fruits for sale. So he turned to Yang Wenchao and asked, "Do you know where in this premium mall I can buy attribute fruits?" Attribute fruits? Yang Wenchao was somewhat surprised. After all, for the same bronze tier, the attribute boost from attribute fruits couldn't compare to that of bronze tier items. Moreover, the combat power gained from attribute fruits would be directly displayed on the stats panel. Once the stats panel showed an increase in combat power, the system would most likely match them with stronger players. Moreover, even at the bronze tier, attribute fruits are priced much higher than equipment items. That's why many players would rather buy bronze tier equipment than even consider attribute fruits. Of course, this only applies to average players. For hardcore gamers like Yang Wenchao, they naturally understand the true value of attribute fruits, because attribute fruits are practically the only survival point items that can be exchanged with in-game currency. Of course, the level of attribute fruits purchasable with game currency is severely restricted anyway. Yet this bald guy clearly isn't a game player, and shouldn't have seen the survival point exchange list either. He actually had such resolve. Yang Wenchao grew increasingly wary of this mysterious bald man. He quickly pointed out, "The attribute fruits are in the display stand to the northeast." Hearing this, Jiang Yi hurried toward the northeast display stand to search. Sure enough, they soon spotted vitality fruits and energy fruits in an exquisitely small display case. The quantity was actually quite limited. There were only 3 grades available: black iron, bronze, and silver. To Jiang Yi's surprise, these things were outrageously expensive. A single black iron attribute fruit costs over 10,000. The price for a bronze tier 1 soars to over 100,000 per fruit. As for silver tier, a single fruit commands an outrageous price of 5 million. Damn, this is downright ridiculous. But at this moment, Yang Wenchao had already found the item he needed and began urging him along. So Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and bought 1 bronze level stamina fruit and 1 bronze level energy fruit, along with 2 iron level ones for each type. In one go, he spent 240,000. Then, Yang Wenchao quickly spent another 300,000 on the 2 props he selected. The massive sum of 560,000 was instantly reduced to just 20,000. Jiang Yi followed Yang Wenchao in a frantic rush out of the luxury mall, but couldn't help asking, "What exactly are this $300,000 blade of grass and tube of water for?" Yang Wenchao led him through the stairwell, Moving rapidly, he casually replied, "You'll understand when we deal with that black water snake later, there's no time to explain now. If the woman in white survives, we're still in good shape time-wise. But if she dies, that would mean she died during the apartment's merging process. So right now, time is extremely urgent. Damn it, this is seriously urgent. Because at this point, over 8 minutes have passed since the merger announcement, which means they only have about a minute left. Damn it, is there still time for this? Yet I originally thought we had over a minute left." But the moment they stepped into the stairwell, the announcement, "Apartment fusion complete," echoed in their minds. That's right, the previous notice had indicated that fusion would complete within 10 minutes, rather than being precise to 10 minutes. So this round, being 1 minute early still counts as within 10 minutes. Yang Wenchao instantly realized he'd misunderstood this wordplay, his expression turning grim. But soon, he proactively spoke up in the group chat. "Zhang Yi, you still alive? At Zhang Yi." Chapter 50, The Arrogant Class 9 Students. Am I still alive? I'm standing right in front of you. Moreover, even if Zhang Yi's #1 clone really died, he couldn't admit it. After all, whenever a player dies, it becomes evident from the member list in the chat group. If only his clone died, the member list shouldn't show them as offline. So even if the clone died, he had to find a way to conceal it to avoid exposing himself in the group chat. But fortunately, the #1 clone on the top floor hadn't died. He immediately replied to Yang Wenchao, "I'm still alive at Yang Wenchao." Yang Wenchao also replied to him, "Got it, stay put on the top floor. I'm coming to save you." At these words, many classmates thought, Zhang Yi was done for, doomed. After all, Yang Wenchao had proactively told Wang Rui that he would help her reunite with her parents. The outcome was actually running off to kill Wang Rui. Now, he says he's going to the rooftop to save Zhang Yi. Could that possibly be a genuine rescue? However, given Yang Wenchao's strength, no one dared to say anything. After all, what if someone got pissed off and ended up killing those classmates who talked bad about them in the group chat too? But, at that moment, the apartment completed its fusion. Their group chat had already undergone a transformation. The member list column now displayed 108/162. Soon after, another message from an apartment player appeared in the group chat. Zhou Qiong, Zhang Yi, Yang Wenchao? Are you talking about Zhang Yi and Yang Wenchao from Class 1, Grade 3 of Mingli High School? Ran Zi, holy shit. Lu Xin, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chang. Aren't these all our classmates? Xin Hang, holy shit. It's true. This apartment 1008 seems to be entirely from our high school. Even my goddess Su Yuan is here. Xingman, what the fuck? Why is Wang Rui's name grayed out? Who killed Wang Rui? Soon, the students in apartment 1008 also realized, holy crap, this merged apartment 1010 is also entirely filled with students from our school. Great, it's Mr. Zhou. We're saved. Could it be because apartment numbers 1008 and 1010 are close to each other? So when we cross between buildings, going to neighboring unit numbers gives us a higher chance of running into familiar faces from nearby? Xingman, Ran Zi, wait, aren't these all students from Class 9? I thought after the apartment merger we'd have to deal with strangers from society, but it's actually our schoolmates, and there's even a teacher. Percent. Good my ass. Didn't you check the member list? Our apartment originally had 70 people, but after merging, the count is 108. That means, before the fusion, only 38 people were alive in apartment 1010 opposite us. Out of 80, more than half died. Hiss, how could so many people have died? Weren't we all classmates? Surely they wouldn't turn on each other. Could they have died while fighting monsters to level up? Just as apartment 1008 was shocked by the number of survivors in apartment 1010 across the way, apartment 1010 responded quickly. Zhou Qiong, it's not about leveling up by killing monsters, it's truly classmates killing each other. Teacher never expected that your apartment 1008 still has 70 survivors. Yet, beneath this reply, another message instantly popped up. Xingman, Teacher Zhou still loves shooting their mouth off, I see. Seems you've shown no gratitude at all for me letting you off. The moment this message appeared, the classmates from apartment 1008 were utterly stunned. Zhou Qiong was the Chinese language teacher for both Class 1 and Class 9. At that moment, many Class 1 students immediately exclaimed in shock in the group chat. What the hell? Teacher Zhou was just stating her opinion normally, are you threatening her? At Xingman. Seriously, how rude can you be? Is that any way for a student to speak to a teacher? At Xingman. What exactly happened in your apartment 1010? Why is the atmosphere so eerie? Xingman. That name sounds familiar. That troublemaker from Class 9 who's always getting into fights. I get the feeling Class 9 students are basically all delinquents and underachievers, right? Have any of their students ever ranked in the top 10 of the grade? With all those exams in senior year, their class seems to come dead last every time. I also heard Xingman's father has a criminal record. His mother abandoned him too, basically no one keeps him in check. That kid operates completely outside the rules. Apartment 1008 was discussing Class 9 situation. The normally quiet apartment 1010 suddenly erupted with consecutive messages. XIN hang, ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Could these so-called model students from Class 1 and Class 2 have actually studied themselves stupid? Ran Z, ha, seriously, the way they talk is just so naive and hilarious. Do they really dare to openly discuss us underachievers from Class 9 in the group chat? Do Hemming, ha ha ha, so you honor students, why don't you first check the level rankings to see what us underachievers have achieved? XIN hang, what a joke. These so-called good students have no clue what's really going on. I nearly died laughing when one of them actually said, great, it's the teacher. Fucking priceless. Ran Z, hard to believe these are actually high school seniors. Anyone would think they're elementary school kids, lol. Tang Xian, what can you do? Good students are like that, always obedient to their teachers, ha. Xingman, I've memorized the names of all those Class 1 students who just spoke in the group chat. And what you need to remember is this. Be careful when fighting monsters or working odd jobs from now on, unless you want to die without knowing how. This Xingman's speech is once again outrageously arrogant, brimming with threats. Meanwhile, among the students speaking at apartment 1010, there seem to be only a few individuals, all of whom are followers of Xingman. XIN hang, good students from Class 1 and 2, haven't you realized yet? In apartment 1010, only a few of us have the right to speak. Those who dare defy our brother Xing are either hiding in their apartments waiting to die, or they're already dead. Got the picture now, you chicks from Class 1 and Class 2? Ran Z, if you still don't understand, let me make it crystal clear. This group appears to be a public chat channel on the surface. But from now on, only brother Xing and those of us who follow him are allowed to speak. If anyone else dares to spout nonsense, then be prepared to die at any moment. Xingman, okay, now that we've made things clear, the group has indeed quieted down. Now, we're asking you from apartment 1008, who killed Wang Rui? Don't tell me she died fighting monsters to level up. With her timid nature, it would already be surprising if she stepped outside her apartment room, venturing into the deep corridors to battle monsters? Absolutely impossible. So who killed her? The group chat fell completely silent, not a sound to be heard. Because by this time, the students from apartment 1008 had already begun to feel the pressure from the level rankings. Novice apartment number 1010 level rankings. 1 ST place, Xingman, level 5. 2 ND place, Ran Z, level 4. 3 RD place, XIN hang, level 3. 4 TH place, Tang Xian, level 3. 5 TH place, Do Hemming, level 3. 6 TH place, Yang Wenchao, level 3. 7 TH place, Yen Zhua, level 3. After the merging of the two beginner apartment buildings, they were collectively renamed as apartment 1010, and on the entire level rankings, almost all top 10 spots were occupied by Class 9 students from apartment 1010. Yang Wenchao from apartment 1008, their strongest player, could only rank 6th. Even Wang Lingling, the second strongest in their apartment, had already fallen beyond the 10th rank. The gap is just too wide. Back in school, if Class 1 was the elite accelerated program, then Class 9 was just the regular track. At this very moment, in this survival apartment, the tables have completely turned. The former underachievers have now risen one by one to become top-ranked powerhouses. Meanwhile, many of the former top students are performing mediocrely, some not even reaching level 1. This enormous disparity has delivered an overwhelming shock to the honor students in apartment 1008. Adding to this were Xingman's and others' arrogant remarks. They naturally didn't dare to continue their mindless blabber in the group chat, afraid of bringing trouble upon themselves, to the extent that no one dared to reply to Xingman's questioning. Thus, Xingman simply started picking people out directly to answer. At Yang Wenchao at Zhang Yi, you two, answer my question immediately. How did Wang Rui die? He probably noticed Yang Wenchao and Zhang Yi's conversation in the group chat right after the apartment completed its fusion. Moreover, Yang Wenchao was the only level 3 powerhouse in apartment 1008. So at this moment, he specifically tagged them to demand an answer. He also wanted to take things further, solidifying his absolute authority. However, at this moment, neither Yang Wenchao nor Zhang Yi noticed what was happening in the group chat. After all, according to Yang Wenchao, saving Zhang Yi was already a race against time, every second counted. After confirming Zhang Yi was still alive, he directly took out a poster-like sticker in the stairwell. After pasting it on the stairwell wall, he pressed his hand against the poster. Zhang Yi watched, sensing this poster was probably some kind of teleportation device, similar to the television in the white-clothed woman's home. And indeed it was. They instantly reached the top floor through the poster. They didn't pass through any eerie, forest-like space along the way. Upon arriving at the top floor, they indeed saw Zhang Yi, whose neck was entwined by black water snakes. Yang Wenchao rushed toward the scene while rapidly speaking to the bald version of Zhang Yi. Given the current situation, it seems that woman in white survived the apartment fusion. So according to what she said, she should be coming to release Jiang Yi. But if we try to forcibly subdue her black water serpent now, we might anger her. However, we have cross-apartment items that would let us escape to another apartment with the subdued black serpent. In just a few words' time, he arrived before Jiang Yi's clone number 1, his gaze fixed on the black water snake coiled around Jiang Yi's neck. Bald Jiang Yi followed closely behind, frowning as he said, "We've run across apartments, what about Jiang Yi?" Yang Wenchao replied with calm composure. "Didn't I mention it before? These NPC residents generally won't kill players unless their lives are threatened. Besides, it was the two of us who stole her black snake, not Jiang Yi. So Jiang Yi, at worst, you might get a bad review or lose the cleaning fee. Either way, it's no big deal." Yang Wenchao said as he pinched the prop resembling a small grass he bought from the premium store, and fed it to the black water snake. He appeared calm and collected, though his hands were visibly trembling. Only when he saw the black water snake flicking its tongue and actually moving toward the grass did he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Yet, he still seemed somewhat tense. While keeping his eyes locked on the black snake, he handed a dark, diamond-shaped crystal shard to the bald version of Jiang Yi. "This is the inter-apartment teleportation device. The control panel over there can be activated with this crystal chip. After paying 1 survival point, you'll be able to teleport between apartments in the same district. Teleporting to apartments in more distant districts consumes more survival points, and honestly isn't necessary. Of course, by accepting this crystal chip, you're implicitly agreeing to our previously discussed cooperation." It's evident that Yang Wenchao remains determined to transfer the mysterious bald man. This operation appears to be helping the bald man obtain a special item. In reality, it's also making the bald man offend the woman in white, thereby giving him yet another reason to cross apartments. Moreover, the tight timeline left Baldy no room for second thoughts. However, Jiang Yi had already made up his mind. It's just that he had originally planned to send a clone to venture across the apartments. Faced with Yang Wenchao's scheme now, he was naturally willing to play alone. He grabbed the diamond-shaped crystal chip handed by Yang Wenchao, then frowned and said, "But what if I don't have any survival points?" Yang Wenchao looked speechless, though he didn't seem suspicious. After all, apart from Huang Qi, everyone in their apartment building had pretty much figured out who killed whom through their group chat analysis. This bald guy really hasn't killed anyone. However, Yang Wenchao soon realized from the group chat messages, Jiang Yi had previously killed Ding Dang, so while funneling the black water snake that had swallowed the grass into a test tube, he aggressively confronted Jiang Yi. "You should have 1 survival point in your survival jade token, right? We specifically came to save your life. It's not too much to ask for you to hand over that survival point, is it? Damn it, aren't we right back where we started?" Zhang Yexin thought, "Are you freaking kidding me? Coming to save me? You were just here to collect those black water snakes, and you took the chance to get rid of Baldy." However, his current persona was that of an ordinary tenant on the 20th floor, so it wasn't appropriate to openly criticize Yang Wenchao. At that very moment, the black water snake, led to consume the small grass, seemed to grow dazed as Yang Wenchao guided it into a tiny glass vial, resembling a test tube. The small vial contained a clear liquid, very similar to the fluid in the tank where the woman in white had Jiang Yi store her hair. The black water snake reverted back to the form of a strand of hair shortly after entering. Jiang Yi finally shook off the black water snake coiled around his neck, feeling much more relaxed. He explained directly to Yang Wenchao, "But when I killed Ding Dang, I hadn't obtained the survival jade token yet, so my survival jade token has 0 survival points. See for yourself." As he spoke, he took out the survival jade token. It displayed a prominent 0 egg on its surface. Yang Wenchao sighed helplessly. After all, only the survival points stored in the jade survival token could be traded. No one could seize the survival points displayed on the data panel. But it didn't matter. Yang Wenchao's eyes flashed with vicious determination again. "Fine then. If there are no survival points, I'll use you as a replacement." Chapter 51, Crossing Apartments, Pursued by the Woman in White. "What the hell? You dare kill me right in front of my face? Do you really not care about my record of instantly killing Zhao Yudi?" Without another word, Jiang Yi fused with his doppelganger, and the bald man's power skyrocketed in an instant. Another frost domain attack, and Yang Wenchao's movement speed instantly plummeted. But slowing down alongside Yang Wenchao were 2 unfamiliar classmates who suddenly appeared on the top floor. "Ha? A stranger classmate? Gee, wait." Yang Wenchao's fierce glare seemed directed toward that unfamiliar classmate who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Yi swiftly adapted as well, immediately shifting the range of his frost domain toward where the 2 unfamiliar classmates had emerged. Instantly, he put on an act of cooperating with Yang Wenchao. Meanwhile, he quickly took a moment to glance at the chat group. Only then did he realize. The apartment's merged chat group, now with more people, had grown even quieter and more deserted than before. Yet the chat log entries displayed in the interface all came from players of the other merged apartment building. Xingman, at Yang Wenchao at Zhang Yi, you two, answer my question immediately. How did Wang Rui die? Xingman, very well, ignoring me, are you? Or do you think you're so impressive for being able to reach the top floor? Heard you're going to the top floor to save Zhang Yi? At Yang Wenchao. No problem, I'll make sure you and that Zhang Yi die together on the rooftop. Then, the group chat fell completely silent. Even the classmates who had been calling him Brother Chow earlier didn't speak up now. Zhang Yi scrolled further up the chat interface and soon understood clearly. The players merged into this apartment complex are all formidable characters. Out of the initial 80 players in the apartment, only 38 remain after the merging. And from the chat group discussions, it's clear that the reason so few players remain in this merged apartment is that individuals represented by Xingman have been exceptionally aggressive. The deaths of 42 people in that other apartment were most likely their doing. It's clear that Xingman has already established absolute authority in the other apartment. Even after the apartment merger, he looked down on all other players, and now he's setting his sights on Zhang Yi and Yang Wenchao. Probably because Yang Wenchao is the strongest in their apartment, so he's planning to make an example of them, right? It happened right when the apartments were merging. The conversation between Yang Wenchao and Zhang Yi revealed their location on the top floor. So, among these two classmates who suddenly appeared on the top floor, one of them is Xingman? Zhang Yi hurriedly checked the leaderboard again. Holy cow! No wonder these students from class 9 are so arrogant. Turns out they've practically monopolized the top 10 spots on the level rankings. The most outrageous part is that Xingman has already reached level 5. Without a doubt, he's currently the strongest resident of apartment 1010. At this thought, Zhang Yi's vigilance instantly peaked. With lightning speed, he dashed forward. His palm pressed against the frozen face of a classmate. The next second, icy mist assailed, rapidly invading their lungs. At the same time, he remained vigilant. If this strike proved insufficient, he would immediately fuse with clone number 3 as well. Once the mirror image of clone number 3 merged with the original, his power would surge dramatically once more. It would far surpass the 200+ combat prowess he displayed when killing Huang Qi. Taking on Xingman at level 5 shouldn't be a problem then. Of course, this was merely Zhang Yi's hypothetical scenario. But in reality, he didn't even need to deploy clone number 3. That single blast of icy mist instantly earned him +1 survival point. The remaining player, caught in the frostbite domain of extreme attribute intensity, also froze solid instantly. The terrified expression on his face formed unnervingly slow, like a horror movie's delayed motion sequence. Yet despite his frozen limbs and sluggish thoughts in this arctic state, he still managed to send a desperate plea in the group chat. Tang Xian, brother Xing, save me. This single statement made Zhang Yi realize. Among these two unfamiliar classmates, it seemed Xingman wasn't present. That sly bastard, he didn't come up to the rooftop himself, but sent his lackeys instead. Though, perhaps that wasn't surprising. His younger brother was already level 3. As for Yang Wenchao and Zhang Yi, one was level 3 and the other was level 1. Reasonably speaking, 2 level 3 subordinates should have been enough to handle it. Yet the outcome. Yang Wenchao was now also trapped within the glacial domain, his body frozen stiff, his thoughts and movements slowed to a crawl. This served as first-hand experience of the mysterious bald man's terrifying power. Were it not for his resurrection ability, and the safety net of his game player identity which made him reasonably confident the bald man wouldn't casually kill him. Otherwise, right now, he would probably be feeling the terror of death. What the hell? Is this the supposedly 50-something combat power matched with Zhao Yuri? Yang Wenchao strongly suspects that this must be combat power breaking through 100. And this skill is actually a highly advanced domain technique. Domain skills are at least A rank minimum. Moreover, A rank domain skills are quite rare. Common domain techniques are generally S rank, S level skill. You should know, among their apartment residents currently known, both Wang Lingling and Gao Chang possess S-level talents. Yet neither of them managed to comprehend an S-level skill. Yang Wenchao understood even better S-level skills aren't that easy to grasp. Not to mention domain skills. They usually require skill scrolls to comprehend. And most of the time, you have to reach level 10 before the probability of comprehending domain skills improves. But this bald guy, what level is he? And he already has a domain skill? Damn! This luck, this talent, this strength. Get the hell out of here and go to the next apartment. Stop being an eyesore. Yang Wenchao cursed the bald man fiercely in his heart. At the same time, he felt extremely relieved that he had chosen to lure the enemy away rather than confront the bald man directly. Yet he also harbored some doubts. Could his strength truly surpass this bald man within 3 days? And furthermore, he felt somewhat puzzled. How did this love-struck girl even fall for Zhang Yi? Yang Wenchao wasn't bad either. Good looks are important, but what really matters is having the skills to back it up. Don't most girls tend to admire strength and be drawn to outstanding, capable guys? And then, something even more bewildering happened. The bald guy noticed another classmate wasn't Xingman and was clearly struggling. He actually waved Zhang Yi over directly. Take this head and survival points. It was actually the same person putting on a dual performance. Jiang Yi wasn't a professional actor, nor did he know how convincing his performance was. Pretending to be slightly confused, he glanced at the bald man before cautiously stepping forward. Without daring to say another word, he eliminated that unfamiliar classmate. Only then did the bald man withdraw the frost domain. Then, with one hand holding the diamond-shaped crystal shard and the other grabbing the test tube containing Yang Wenchao's black water snake. At the same time, his eyes flickered as he snatched the spatial ring from Jiang Yi's hand. After placing several attribute fruits purchased from the premium mall into the spatial ring, he returned it to Jiang Yi. Yang Wenchao stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Damn, this can't just be called lovesick, it's terminal lovesickness, right? Meanwhile, when Jiang Yi took back the spatial ring, he continued putting on an act of being fearful and confused. The bald man then spoke to Yang Wenchao with grave solemnity. Jiang Yi is my sworn brother. He saved my life once. If I return to the apartment in 3 days and don't see him, then I'm afraid our cooperation won't be able to continue. Yang Wenchao listened, feeling increasingly speechless. Damn it, just to cooperate with you, I have to protect your little lover? But anyway, he never intended to collaborate. In 3 days, who's stronger or weaker, that's still up in the air. Yang Wenchao thought to himself at this moment. If 3 days from now, his strength completely overwhelms the bald guy, then wouldn't it be extremely satisfying to torture and kill Jiang Yi right in front of the bald guy? Lost in this fantasy, he suddenly felt another chilling wave of coldness. But this chill was different from the icy domain of the bald man. This coldness wasn't the frigid touch of ice-based powers. Rather, it was the sinister cold of darkness abilities. The bone-chilling, ghostly wind kind of sinister. Yang Wenchao's face changed abruptly. The next second, sure enough, the originally sunny sky above the rooftop was now shrouded in shadows. What's more, a chilling wind indeed began swirling up in an instant. The bald man reacted swiftly, darting toward the control panel in the inner circle of the rooftop. As he got closer, he noticed a diamond-shaped indentation on the control panel. He inserted the diamond crystal chip directly, and sure enough, the control panel successfully booted up. Its screen displayed numerous functions, but Jiang Yi didn't have time to study it further, heading straight for the most eye-catching cross-apartment feature. Among these, apartment 0000 to 9999 could be reached by paying just 1 survival point. By this calculation, their apartments 1008 and 1010 had relatively early numbers. Not wanting to encounter any familiar faces, Jiang Yi directly chose the farthest possible option, apartment 9999. And nearly at the very instant his figure flashed away from the console, a black water serpent lashed viciously toward the spot where his figure had vanished. Yet unfortunately, that thicker and longer black water serpent ultimately struck only the control panel. It was unclear what material that control panel was made of, yet it showed no signs of damage despite such forceful strikes. Jiang Yi, who remained in the current apartment, instantly tensed up at the sight. The enraged woman in white stood barefoot on the outermost railing of the rooftop's edge. She had changed into a white bathrobe again, its fabric fluttering unnaturally without any wind. Overhead, the black water snakes writhed menacingly in the gusts of eerie wind, their menacing appearance strikingly bizarre enough to send chills down one's spine. With a whoosh, the black water snake that had missed striking the bald man now recoiled sharply. Soon, the black water snakes atop the woman in white transformed back into strands of black hair. Yet her furious state remained unchanged. She shot Jiang Yi and Yang Wenchao a venomous glare. Then came an icy, threatening voice. You two, just wait. As she spoke, a glowing screen materialized before her, looking strikingly similar to her home television display. The woman in white pressed her bare hand against the light screen and swiftly vanished from sight. Jiang Yi was stunned by what he saw and immediately turned to Yang Wenchao to ask, "What the? Can this woman in white also move between apartments?" Yang Wenchao shot him a disdainful glance. Look at this rooftop. With such great sunlight, how many apartment residents have actually come up here? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and soon realized. That woman in white who could reach the top floor was no ordinary resident, even among all the tenants in this apartment complex. Damn it! So, does this mean she's going to chase that bald guy across apartments? So, Jiang Yi suddenly turned to Yang Wenchao again. You deliberately screwed over that bald guy. Yang Wenchao remained calm. That's not true at all, don't go spreading rumors. After all, I had no idea that woman in white could move between apartments. Besides, the NPC residents in the apartment rarely attack players. At most, she'd just track down that bald guy and take her hair back. By the way, might as well cause some trouble for Baldy while we're at it. I had no idea about any of this, so don't pin it on me. The words rang with absolute sincerity. Yet Jiang Yi couldn't help cursing inwardly. You goddamn bastard. You really don't know or just pretending not to? You're clearly doing this on purpose. At this very moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Why not directly fuse Clone 3 and the mirror clone into Clone 1, and then properly teach Yang Wenchao a lesson? However, Jiang Yi quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Yang Wenchao seemed to possess resurrection abilities. Moreover, it was unclear whether he still had other hidden cards up his sleeve. If he were to take action under the identity of Zhang Yi, failing to eliminate his target in a single strike would expose his own secrets. Thinking to himself, Yang Wenchao took the initiative to say to him, "Speaking of which, kid, I didn't realize you're quite popular. I already let you off once before, and that bald guy is dead set on protecting you. Life-saving grace? Are you some kind of saint, going around looking for good deeds to do?" Zhang Yi thought to herself, wasn't I just making it sound more convincing? Otherwise, why would such a formidable bald guy show me special favor? Yang Wenchao simply sighed casually before following up with another question. Since you owe him your life, you should be able to guess the bald man's true identity, right? As he spoke, Yang Wenchao also checked the apartment's chat group. He wanted to see whose name had turned gray during this period. After all, the effect of crossing apartments is similar to death. It also shows as offline in the member list. But, in such a short time, quite a few people have already died. And in the chat group, those guys from Class 9 are shouting provocatively again. To be precise though, this time it was their Class 1 and Class 2 members who started the fight first. Right after Tang Xin posted his plea for help to Xingman, Wang Chang suddenly posted in the group chat. No surprise. Judging by how things went, Tang Xian and Yanzhuo from Class 9 were instantly taken out by Brother Chao. I've been meaning to say Brother Chao can even one-shot bosses who span multiple apartments. Though Xingman has a higher level, he might not stand a chance against Brother Chao. Now it's proven I was right all along. With Wang Chang taking the lead, students from Class 1 and Class 2 seemed to instantly regain their confidence. One by one, people finally started speaking up, countering the Class 9 students who had mocked them earlier. After all, though they feared death, they were still hot-blooded young people at heart. No one wants to be mocked by a student they once looked down upon, yet lacks the courage to retort. Thus, soon more classmates voiced support for Wang Chang's viewpoint. They believed that although Yang Wenchao's level wasn't as high as Xingman's, his actual strength surpassed him. And it was from these classmates' comments that students from Class 1 and Class 2 started dying one after another. Several names on the member list went dark within a short period. This made it difficult for Yang Wenchao to distinguish which student's name had gone dark during the time the bald guy crossed apartments. So he could only continue looking at Zhang Yi, waiting for his response. Chapter 52, Is your own apartment safe? Zhang Yi's expression looked as if he was lost in thought. Yang Wenchao couldn't help but repeat, "Are you seriously some kind of saint, done so many good deeds you can't even remember them?" Zhang Yi immediately shook his head. "Of course not. Actually, I rarely meddle in others' affairs, and I haven't really done any good deeds either." As he spoke, he looked completely unable to recall who this bald-headed person might be. As Yang Wenchao listened to his description, his eyes grew inexplicably dazed. He thought to himself, this kid's luck is truly peculiar. Rarely meddles in others' affairs, yet just happened to intervene in his business. Hasn't done many good deeds, yet just happened to save Baldy's life. The world really is such a peculiar place. Some people do good deeds their entire lives, yet suffer from severe illnesses and meet a bleak end. While others perform just one good deed in their lifetime, yet are rewarded with good fortune and prosperity throughout their days. That saying, good people reap good rewards, it truly does pick and choose whom it favors. Even Yang Wenchao now suspects, do people who receive good fortune always deserve it? Doing good deeds is just a feeble excuse when fate favors someone. As these thoughts overwhelmed his heart, Zhang Yi suddenly looked as if he'd finally remembered something, exclaiming in delighted surprise, "I remember now. When I was very young, I once saved a little girl who was nearly kidnapped. Though that was so long ago, I can't even recall what that little girl looked like anymore. I just remember in the dead of winter, that girl was bundled up so much she looked like a chubby little penguin. So that little girl grew up to become my classmate?" But if that's the case, he clearly only remembered that he had saved someone. Yet still, they had no idea who it was. But honestly speaking, this kind of plot is so melodramatic, isn't it? Childhood connection leading to a reunion as adults? Yang Wenchao felt another wave of inexplicable emotion, casting a peculiar glance at Zhang Yi as he said, "Look through the group and check the female members who've gone offline recently, see if any could be that bald guy?" Zhang Yi instantly realized upon hearing these words. It seems players who cross apartment buildings log off in their original apartments as if they'd died. However, after the apartment merger, those arrogant classmates from Class 9 had activated kill mode. In such a short time, quite a few classmates had already been logged off. When they first merged, the member list still showed 108 people, but now, it's directly dropped to only 96, which means, within a short time, 12 people have already died. In the chat group, an atmosphere of panic began to spread once again. However, at this moment, members of the mutual aid group who had previously teamed up with Yang Wenchao to level up tried to calm their classmates' anxieties in the group chat. Wang Lingling, in particular, finally stepped forward to take charge of the situation. Given the current circumstances, mutual aid group members should refrain from gathering on the first floor for now. The safest place for players in the entire novice apartment complex is inside their own apartment rooms. If everyone is really scared, you should hurry back to your apartments first. As for these arrogant killers, our mutual aid group will find a way to deal with them. As soon as these words were spoken, a classmate soon exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Ling, are you confident you can take down Xingman?" If the members of the mutual aid group team up, along with Yang Wenchao and the mysterious bald man, united they might stand a chance against Xingman, right? Wang Chang, I still feel like Yang Wenchao could take down Xingman all by himself. After all, he's the guy who instantly obliterated even the big shots from other apartment buildings. Wang Chang had clearly become Yang Wenchao's devoted fanboy. In his mind, Yang Wenchao was practically omnipotent. At the same time, he actually openly provoked Xingman in the group chat. "Xingman, weren't you asking who killed Wang Rui?" At Xingman, "I can tell you right now, it was Yang Wenchao who killed Wang Rui. Earlier, 2 cross-building experts came to our apartment. Then Wang Rui said she wanted to cross buildings too, to reunite with her parents. Yang Wenchao said he could send her to reunite with her parents, and then Wang Rui died. If you really want to avenge Wang Rui, go after Yang Wenchao, but I bet you don't dare. Because my Chao Go is someone who can instantly kill bosses from other apartment complexes. His level might be lower than yours, but killing you across levels would be as easy as slicing melons for him. Now I ask you, Xingman, dare you still talk about killing my Chao Ji?" At Xingman, "Oh my god? This Wang Chang, isn't this just utterly arrogant? Is he trying to stir up hatred against Yang Wenchao? Aren't they afraid that Yang Wenchao and Xingman might team up to take him out first?" In reality, Wang Chang didn't feel like he was making Yang Wenchao take the heat at all. He genuinely believed Yang Wenchao could instantly kill Xingman. He was simply showing his loyalty. As for whether Xingman would eliminate him first, there's no need to worry about that either, because he'd already hidden away in his apartment room. That must be absolutely safe. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi appeared to be deducing the bald man's identity through the member list. In reality, he was just glancing through the group chat, and it was at that moment he suddenly noticed something peculiar. According to Yang Wenchao's account, that diamond-shaped ship-spanning apartments was given by the apartment manager, but the condition to gain the apartment manager's favor was to kill all the players in the apartment complex. Yet wouldn't players be completely safe as long as they stayed inside their own apartments? How should players hiding in the apartment be killed? But Huang Qi also said he killed all the players in one apartment, so Yang Wenchao probably wasn't lying. Which means, even the player's initial apartment isn't completely safe? Damn it! Zhang Yi instantly felt nervous. After all, he didn't fear how recklessly his clone acted outside. As long as his real body stayed safe inside the apartment, everything would be fine. But now they've learned the apartment isn't safe either. And his original body once heard knocking at room 2025. To this day, no one knows what exactly caused it back then. Zhang Yi instantly grew tense with worry for his original body left in the apartment. After all, his main body is currently in a paralyzed state. No matter how much the avatar merges or how powerful it becomes, if someone seizes the chance to eliminate his main body, he'd be instantly finished. In that moment, Zhang Yi's only thought was to rush back to apartment 2025, administer the attribute fruit to his main body and use the avatar to protect it. But before that, he nervously asked Yang Wenchao again, "As long as we hide in our own apartment rooms, are we really safe?" And almost at the exact moment he asked Yang Wenchao this question, coincidentally, a message popped up in the group chat. "Xingman, did you really think hiding in your own apartment would keep you safe?" These words made Zhang Yi's pupils constrict once again, because if Xingman meant what he said, he really could break into other people's apartments to kill? No, there's no could about it. Immediately after, Xingman arrogantly declared, "I've realized you honor students are so naive it borders on stupidity. Establishing some idiotic mutual aid group is one thing, but actually recording member information in a registry? And the worst part is, this registry doesn't just include your group members' initial talents, it even lists their room numbers. Ha ha ha, this is beyond stupid. At Zhou Qiong, Professor Zhou, come look at this. These are the class 1 students you're always praising in our class 9. Now, teacher, when you look at these top students again, don't you start suspecting that every single one of them has lost their minds?" At Zhou Qiong, Xingman's remarks remain as arrogant as ever. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi realizes in an instant, a player's room number might be even more crucial information than their initial talents. Yang Wenchao was clearly also keeping an eye on the group chat messages. He didn't wait for Zhang Yi's guesses about the bald man's identity, nor did he pay it much attention. Anyway, the bald man had already left. Whether he could come back alive was still uncertain. Compared to the bald guy, this overly arrogant Xingman is truly the one who's grating on my nerves. Yang Wenchao frowned, then seeing Zhang Yi's stiff expression, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Did you expose your room number too?" Zhang Yi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yang Wenchao disdainfully muttered, how stupid. Without answering Jiang Ye's earlier question, Yang Wenchao instead directly posted in the group chat. Sentence served? Shouldn't you be released by now? Weren't you just saying something about making Jiang Yi and me die together on the rooftop? Yet in the end, why were the two who died your lackeys? At Xingmen, 2 lackeys already dead, and I'm still here on the rooftop. How come you haven't stormed up to settle the score with me? At Xingmen, besides, what Wang Chang said was true, I also killed Wang Rui. If you want revenge, come now. Rooftop, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't show up in 3 minutes, I'll take it as you chickening out. From then on, whenever you see Brother Chow, walk the other way around, and stop yapping nonsense in the group chat annoying people at Xingmen. Such an arrogant tone, it's no less infuriating than Xingman's. Instantly, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 felt elated, as if they'd found their pillar of support. Especially Wang Chang, his name was actually mentioned by Yang Wenchao in his speech. This is incredible. Instantly, life feels like it's reached its peak. At this moment, Wang Chang began shouting wildly again. I told you so. Brother Chow isn't afraid of Xingman at all. On the contrary, it's Xingman who only dares send his lackeys upstairs to test the waters, even though he knows Brother Chow is on the top floor. What does this prove? It proves he's scared shitless. Haha, Brother Chow is the greatest. Xingman from Class 9 isn't worth shit. The other classmates were, of course, also energized. Especially those who had retreated to their apartments thinking they were safe. They all started provoking Xingman. Haha, Brother Chow is the fucking best. Go kill that fucking Xingman. Yeah, Xingman, didn't you say you'd kill Yang Wenchao and Jiang Yi? They're waiting for you on the top floor, go kill them. I bet you're just too scared. Still don't get it? This Xingman only dares to bully us 0-level nobodies who aren't even on the level rankings. He wouldn't dare mess with Yang Wenchao. A level 5 scared of a level 3 Yang Wenchao. Where does Xingman get the nerve to act so tough? The classmates were deliberately provoking him, secretly hoping Xingman would actually go to the rooftop to confront Yang Wenchao when provoked. Yang Wenchao's bold taunting suggested he was confident he could take down Xingman, although Yang Wenchao was also arrogant and capable of killing. But his murders didn't seem as brazen as Xingman's. As far as they were concerned, Yang Wenchao was their apartment mate. But this Xingman from the Fusion Apartments? He was nothing but an outsider. If he's not one of us, his heart must be treacherous. Getting Yang Wenchao to eliminate this invader was now the top priority. Better yet, how perfect if these two arrogant bastards wiped each other out on the rooftop. This way, Wang Lingling's mutual aid group could regain control of the apartment. Compared to others, how kind Wang Lingling is. At this moment, these classmates are even willing to fantasize. Yang Wenchao and Xingman suffer mutual destruction in their rooftop showdown, leaving Jiang Yi, also on the rooftop, to profit like a fisherman reaping the spoils, eliminating both of them in one fell swoop. This way might be letting Jiang Yi off too easy. But then again, Jiang Yi doesn't seem like someone who kills indiscriminately. Better Jiang Yi gets the advantage than having Xingman or Yang Wenchao survive. And just as their classmates, hiding in apartments while fantasizing about safety, steeled their nerves to provoke Xingman into confronting Yang Wenchao in a final showdown on the rooftop, Xingman suddenly sent another message in the group. Alright. Since that's the case, let this classmate Wang Chang tell everyone why I'm being so arrogant, smiley face. The statement was rather baffling. The group fell silent again for a moment. Xingman continued, speak up, Wang Chang. Weren't you quite eloquent earlier? At Wang Chang, a long while passed. Then, Wang Chang's fragmented message suddenly appeared in the group chat. I was wrong. Please spare me. Brother Xing, Lord Xing. I don't want to die. The news came out. Students from classes 1 and 2 erupted in uproar. What's going on? Wang Chang, who had been so arrogant earlier, is suddenly begging for mercy? And even though it's just text, but his fragmented tone was clearly off. And then, it became painfully obvious. Wang Chang, as if under some threat, started outright berating Yang Wenchao in the group chat. Yang Wenchao, you useless piece of trash. Yang Wenchao, you fucking idiot. Wah, please spare me. Wah, help me. Someone help me. Brother Chow, save me. Dash. After the final desperate cries for help, Wang Chang's name dimmed in the list. At the same time, his earlier remarks also vanished. How could the classmates not understand now? Just moments ago, Wang Chang had died, killed by Xingman. Even in his final moments, Xingman forced him to insult Yang Wenchao in the group chat. But Wang Chang, wasn't he supposed to be hiding in his own apartment? Why is this happening? They're still getting killed? In an instant, the students who thought they were safe after hiding in the apartments were once again consumed by maddening terror. Those lower floor apartments were far less luxurious than Jiang Ye's unit on the 20th floor. Some of the shabbier apartments had nothing more than a bed and a wardrobe. At this moment, the terrified classmates quickly hid in the cabinet, trembling in fear, desperately afraid that they might meet the same fate as Wang Chang. Yet despite this, Xingman continued to speak in the group chat. Come on, let me take another look at your mutual aid group's registration notes. Guzining, apartment 0602. Yangwei, apartment 0836. Iruoan, apartment 1208. Lucian, apartment 1444. Zhang apartment 2025. Each line of information listing the apartment numbers of various classmates felt like the announcement of a death roster. When the familiar name Jiang Yi was read aloud, Xingman couldn't help but sigh with additional emotion. Oh, so this Jiang Yi is actually a tenant on the 20th floor? But if everyone's on the rooftop, the apartment should be empty now? As for Yang Wenchao, if you tell me to go to the rooftop, I go to the rooftop. Wouldn't that make me look pathetic? Alright then, come to room 2025 in Jiang Yi's building. Let's see if you're just spouting nonsense or actually have some skills. At Yang Wenchao. Chapter 53 Your turn. What the? Seriously, dude? Yang Wenchao provoking you in the group chat. What does that have to do with me, Jiang Yi? Yang Wenchao killed your underling. Jiang Yi, am just an innocent bystander catching the show. When you big shots scheme against each other, why drag innocent bystanders into it? This is just too much. Do you think bystanders have no temper? Jiang Yi's main body here, along with several clones, erupted in anger all at once. Luckily, he still had clone number 3 retained in room 2025, including mirror clones that could be summoned at will whenever needed. But inside the room, there's still a paralyzed original body, this deadweight holding everyone back. Jiang Yi realized this situation involved the original body. This was an unprecedented crisis. No matter what happens, the original body must be protected at all costs without a single mishap. Clone number 3, quickly equip whatever props you've scavenged from Huang Qi, install everything you can carry. The brand new mirror clone was also standing guard vigilantly. Meanwhile, the number 1 clone on the top floor wore a panicked expression, beginning its performance like an actor taking the stage. Oh no, Brother Chao, what should we do? Are you really confident you can eliminate that Xingman? If not, how about you go wait by my door right now? The moment Xingman arrives, you take him out instantly? Jiang Yi said this, but in his heart he felt it wouldn't work. What if Yang Wenchao also lost his rationality, killing Xingman in seconds and then wanting to enter his room? So, otherwise, Yang Wenchao and Xingman might really end up in a fight to the death, taking each other down together? That's not right. Jiang Yi then realized the key issue at hand was figuring out what was wrong with this room. Like Xingman, like Huang Qi, like those murderers who wanted to slaughter all the players in apartment 1. How on earth did they break into someone else's room? And do the players in the rooms have any means to prevent this behavior? On one hand, his physical body must prevent and stop others from forcibly entering the room. On the other hand, if the number 2 clone from the adjacent apartment truly wanted to slaughter everyone in the building, it would be best for him to master this ability of breaking into others' apartments. His face feigned panic while his mind raced with calculations. Suddenly, he felt a forceful grip on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Yang Wenchao's composed face as the man calmly rested a hand on his shoulder. He said with an effortless tone, "Hey man, chill. Do you really think Xingman dares not come to the top floor just because of so-called face? It's just that he doesn't know my true strength. But correspondingly, I'm also unaware of his true capabilities. So when he asked me to come to your room to find him, I naturally rejected it out of face-saving concerns. Just as expected." While saying this, Yang Wenchao simultaneously replied to Xingman in the group chat. "Ha! If I just go over because you told me to, wouldn't that make me look pathetic too? Just that one sentence." Jiang Yi instantly saw through the situation. So that's how it is. These two guys, they're both talking trash in the group chat, each trying to outdo the other, as if they could wipe each other out in an instant without even trying. But in reality, they were merely probing their opponents while putting on a bluff all along. At the same time, they had no intention of fighting. They each used face as an excuse, demanding the other to come find them, while refusing to make the first move themselves. Wouldn't this situation logically result in neither party bothering the other? Thus, while it appeared in the group chat that these two were mortal enemies ready to duel any second, but in reality, they had no intention of confronting each other anytime soon. However, dragging things on like this couldn't be the solution either. Sooner or later, weren't they bound to clash anyway? Jiang Yi cast a puzzled glance at Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao narrowed his eyes and smiled again. "Against Xingman, I do have some confidence, though I wouldn't say it's 100% certain. For now, while we've got the time, it wouldn't hurt to improve our strength a little more. I suspect our adversaries are thinking the same thing. Then let's see who can improve their strength faster in the shortest time." As he spoke, Yang Wenchao waved his hand again and took out his poster. After pondering for a moment, he said very seriously, "Your room has already been exposed to Xingman, so it's very unsafe now. In reality, nowhere in the novice apartment is safe." After saying this, he paused in thought for a moment before continuing. "Right now, if you want to survive, you basically only have two options. The first is subletting. That is, giving up your room in 2025 and renting another one instead. From now on, don't reveal your new room number to anyone. If you're wealthy enough, you could even move to higher floors like the 30th, 40th, or 50th. At those heights, no player can currently reach you, and as long as your room number stays hidden, you'll be practically untouchable. But there's one harsh reality. You're broke, too poor, and the first-floor apartment manager's office is probably already under surveillance by Xing Man's lackeys. Going there to handle a sublease would be risky no matter what. So now, we're basically left with only the second option. Jiang Yi listened attentively, assuming Yang Wenchao's second option would be to team up with him. He had even started contemplating whether to join forces with Yang Wenchao. After all, judging by Yang Wenchao's tone, he seemed determined to enhance his abilities quickly. Teaming up might allow him to learn some methods for rapid improvement. Everything I've seen and heard counts as broadening my horizons. But staying by Yang Wenchao's side is bound to be dangerous, including the considerable risk of his doppelganger being exposed. He hasn't made up his mind yet. But, unexpectedly, Yang Wenchao's second option wasn't at all about teaming up with him. Instead, the current situation is quite special. The girl in white went after the bald guy. I might not be able to come back for a while. In other words, during this time, you could hide in the woman in white's room. You know where her room is, right? This suggestion startled Jiang Yi. Me? Go to the woman in white's room? Is that even possible? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't it work? Aren't you working there as a cleaner? Your work ID should still show the cleaning order as uncompleted, right? With this detail, plus the fact that the woman in white left in a hurry without giving clear instructions, her dim-witted home assistant robot usually wouldn't reject your service request. As for if the woman in white suddenly returns, you can explain that it's because the cleaning order wasn't completed, and you were waiting for her to confirm it. Although this kind of behavior, waiting in someone else's home to confirm an order, looks extremely foolish and highly suspicious. But since you naturally look like a complete idiot anyway, the woman in white definitely won't suspect you. The white-dressed woman's room is originally an NPC residence, so Xing Man and his underlings probably won't barge in. This way, you'll be safe until the white-dressed woman returns. Oh wow! That actually sounds quite reasonable? Yet Jiang Yi couldn't help but suspect. Was Yang Wenchao tricking him again? As he hesitated, Yang Wenchao cut straight to the chase. How you choose to use my analysis is your business. Whether you live or die is certainly none of my concern. If you don't want to enter the white-dressed woman's room, wandering aimlessly through the apartment is your choice to make. But dragging me down with you? That's not an option you should even consider. Absolutely no way. Bang! So cold and heartless, QAQ. When my bald guy comes home, I'm definitely going to bully others by flaunting his authority. Jiang Yi had a whole internal monologue drama. At the same time, he realized that while Yang Wenchao claimed to give him a choice, he actually had no intention of looking out for him. Whatever decision he made was his own business. Yang Wenchao had merely offered a suggestion. He didn't even wait for Jiang Yi to make a decision, but grabbed him directly and pressed his hand onto the poster. In the next moment, Jiang Yi felt as though he'd been thrown into the poster itself. With a sudden stagger, his entire surroundings transformed. He seemed to have arrived at the stairwell on the 20th floor. After leaving the words "whether you live or die depends on your luck," Yang Wenchao vanished once again in a flash. Jiang Yi's clone number 1 was truly pathetic in terms of strength. Immediately, he hurriedly left the stairwell and dashed toward his room, 2025. At this moment, Xing Man hadn't yet reached the 20th floor. Instead, after Yang Wenchao's retort of "wouldn't that be really embarrassing," the two sides exchanged several more rounds of arrogant trash talk. Xing Man then began taking action according to the death list he'd previously recited. Currently, Gu Zining from room 0602 and Yang Wei from room 0836 had already been taken offline. And before their deaths, both of them seemed to have been forced by Xing Man to post cries of agony and pleas for mercy in the group chat. From their messages, it was clear that the two suffered despair and torment before dying. As for Xing Man, he seemed to have developed an obsession with this method of live-text broadcasting. By the time Jiang Yi was about to return to 2025, he saw Xing Man's arrogant remarks in the group. Who's next? Oh, it's Little Bai Ruoan from apartment 1208. That name sounds like a girl, doesn't it? TSK, then I'll have to be more gentle with girls. Simple as those 4 lines were, they practically radiated the word pervert between every character. A terrifying atmosphere spread through the entire novice apartment via the chat group. By this point, most classmates were trembling with absolute despair. They didn't dare to speak in the group chat, yet hatred burned in their hearts. Why? Was Yang Wenchao's reputation really that important? Hadn't killing Xing Man and earning his classmates' gratitude given him more satisfaction than so-called reputation? Or was it that Yang Wenchao was just boasting and had no real way to deal with Xing Man, so he used pride as an excuse? But then, what about them? They would all die, wouldn't they? If only the heavens would suddenly send someone to kill Xing Man. What about that VIP player who arranged the apartment merger? Didn't she have special privileges? Could she use her privileges again to pull off some maneuver and save the players in their apartment? This feeling of being swallowed by the fear of death is truly unbearable. Many students felt utterly hopeless, with no idea where to place their faint hopes anymore. They had once complained about the high prices of meals in the low-end shopping mall, miserable when they had to go hungry. Only now did they realize deep in their bones something far more despairing than hunger. They used to believe nothing in the world was harder than their final year of high school. Now facing the threat of death, they fantasize about returning to their painful senior year of high school, even to the dreaded exam halls. Dong dong dong. Classmate by Rule 1, it's your turn to answer the door now. Xing Man's live text broadcast continues uninterrupted. Jiang Yi's duplicate number 1 successfully returned to room 2025. The first thing it did was feed the paralyzed original body with attribute fruits from the spatial ring, one by one. The first black iron grade stamina fruit increased 0.5 stamina points. However, when taking the second one, it only increased by 0.4. And when consuming the bronze level stamina fruit, Jiang Yi had thought it could increase stamina by 5 points in one go. After all, the price of a bronze level stamina fruit is 10 times that of the iron level. But in the end, the bronze level stamina fruit only increased his stamina by 1 point. In other words, after consuming 3 stamina fruits and spending 120,000 in-game coins, his stamina increased by a mere 1.9. The result was the same after eating 3 energy fruits. Increased stamina attribute by 1.9 in total. Jiang Yi speculated in his mind. These attribute fruits probably have a consumption limit. After all, with the 2 black iron tier 1s, the effects differed when he ate the first versus the second. Moreover, the effects and prices are not at all proportional. If every stone had the same effect, the black iron grade would increase it by 0.5, while the bronze grade would increase it by 1. Then their prices should only differ by 2-fold. The 10-fold difference is likely due to consumption restrictions. Perhaps by the 3rd iron grade pill, the attribute increase drops to just 0.3. The 6th black iron grade 1 might become completely ineffective. Given this, those silver grade attribute fruits priced at 5 million each probably don't have effects as powerful as he initially believed. Though when you think about it, it makes sense. If attribute fruits had no limitations, wouldn't people just kill indiscriminately everywhere, exchange survival points for money, and gorge on attribute fruits until they became invincible? Thinking this, Jiang Yi suddenly felt another wave of excitement, because it occurred to him. Ordinary players face certain limitations when relying on attribute fruits for enhancement, but he wouldn't, because he has unlimited clones. When one clone eats enough attribute fruits, he can switch to another clone to keep eating. Add to that the fusion of clones. Doesn't that mean there are practically no limits at all? Of course, such thoughts seem premature now. Right now, he's once again left with only 20,000 in his pocket. Yet even so, he still has no intention of exchanging survival points for money. Instead, he transferred the survival points obtained by clone number 1 from killing Tang Xin to the main body. After gaining about 2 attribute points, the main body generated a 4th clone. And these 4 clones are likely his limit for today. By midnight, he'll probably have to choose a clone to merge, boosting his main body's attributes significantly to ensure he can produce even more clones the next day. Thinking along these lines, he'd better maximize the attribute fruits for the clone destined for complete fusion before the merging process. And to max out attribute fruits from iron to silver tier would require astronomical spending, especially since silver tier attribute fruits cost a staggering 5 million apiece. Though, the second doppelganger spanning across apartments had already caused a sensation in apartment 9999. Just like how Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming had suddenly dropped into their apartment, Jiang Yi, who parachuted into apartment 9999, naturally attracted the attention of the players there. However, what caught their attention was, what the hell? How dare a mere level 1 player move between apartments? Chapter 54 Gathering of Experts, Apartment 9999. Just reading this single sentence, Jiang Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. When Huang Qigong descended upon their apartment 1008 just like that, the classmates' first reaction was bewilderment. Only after much discussion did they arrive at the cross-apartment hypothesis. But here in apartment 9999, the first statement directly mentioned the term cross-apartment. Moreover, the tone of this remark completely disregarded him as a cross-apartment player. Instead, it carried a hint of condescending surprise at his level 1 status. Jiang Yi's mind raced as he hurriedly checked the level rankings for apartment 9999. The moment he saw it, he was completely stunned. Rookie apartment number 9999 level rankings. First place, Lin Jing, level 10. Second place, Wang Changjin, level 10. 3rd place, Ku Peng, level 10. 4th place, Jiang Wenhan, level 10. 5th place, Li Junqi, level 10. 60th place, Shabo, level 10. 42nd place, Yuya, level 10. 43rd place, Chang Kun, level 9. No 118, 1xin, level 8. No 119, Zhang Yi, level 1. What the? Zhang Yi must be seeing ghosts or something? The number of people on the ranking list for apartment 9999 has actually exceeded 80. Could it have also undergone apartment fusion? Or are there simply too many players from other apartments? But whether it's apartment fusion or cross-apartment activities, this level ranking for apartment 9999 is just downright outrageous. Before Zhang Yi arrived, even the last ranked player on this apartment's leaderboard was at least level 8. And after Zhang Yi's arrival, this newcomer ranked 119th on the leaderboard is completely out of sync with the 118 players above him. They're not even in the same league. Everyone else is uniformly at level 10, 9, or 8. Yet here he is, barely at level 1. It completely feels like a newbie stumbling into a high-level match, as if he's wandered onto the wrong set. Besides that, the names in the top 6 of the apartment's ranking list seem somewhat familiar. If Zhang Yi remembers correctly, all 6 names appear to be the stubborn bronzes from the battle rooms, War God ranking. So, just what exactly is going on with this apartment 9999? Why is it filled with so many elite superpowers? And just as Zhang Yi was reeling from the shock, these high-level players were also astonished by his arrival, whispering amongst themselves in surprise. Not bad for a level 1 cross-apartment challenge, but they actually sent us to a 900 series building? This guy must be a complete rookie who stumbled into our apartment by accident? Otherwise, I can't believe any normal player would dare to cross apartments and come to our number 9999 apartment at level 1. Could they be hiding their true strength? Like having an SSS ranked talent, maxed out stats from attribute fruits, and a full set of survival gear? After all, normally speaking, even if you're a newbie, one look at our level rankings should be enough to scare you into running away instantly, right? This guy, after hearing us chat so much, still hasn't bailed. Could he actually be some top player pretending to be weak to ambush tigers? Or maybe the newbie's just too dumb. He crossed apartment complexes with only 1 survival point, so even after arriving in our 9999th, he doesn't have spare points left to turn tail and run? Zhang Yi, ah man, you got me straight face. He wants to run away now, but he doesn't have any extra survival points left. Damn it. If only he had let his clone number 2 deal with Xing Man's 2 lackeys earlier, he'd have enough survival points for the return trip now. He only had himself to blame for not thinking clearly at the time, greedy for that 4th doppelganger. He'd assumed crossing apartments would be as simple as Huang Qi made it look. Now he found himself in an unfamiliar apartment complex, facing players he'd never met. Compounded by his all-in gamble of spending his last survival points, no way back now. Then he should finally steal his heart and kill those strangers. Yet the result. He did manage to harden his resolve, but does he even have the ability to kill these so-called strangers? So this number 2 clone has no choice but to hide somewhere among these 9,999 bodies until midnight when it can merge back with the main body? Speaking of this cross-apartment situation, will they be able to merge directly when the time comes? Zhang Yi found it absolutely absurd. At the same time, they fantasized. The last place on the apartment ranking list belongs to the level 8 occupant, Wanxin. I wonder how much combat power he has. Is there any hope of killing the opponent when his clones merge? However, the chances should be extremely slim. He had a premonition. An 8th level player in this 9999 might not be on the same level as an 8th level player in an ordinary apartment. He probably couldn't kill an 8th level here starting from level 1, it would be extremely difficult. Lost in thought, Zhang Yi suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. Yet his searching gaze found no trace of human presence anywhere. His entire body tensed instinctively as he raised his hand to press against the rooftop control panel. Put on an indifferent front, biding my time, behaving as if I was ready to leave the apartment at any moment. Just then, a message suddenly popped up in the group chat of apartment 9999. Wan Xin, holy cow. Turns out this guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Guess who this level 1 daredevil crossing apartments is? Yuya, who is it? Some big spender from the leaderboards? Chang-kun, even former big spenders don't seem to get any special treatment when they enter the real apartment, do they? Wan Xin, no. You're all wrong. It's not someone from the game. It's that mysterious bald guy who caused a sensation in the battle room not long ago. Lee Junkie, holy shit? The mysterious bald guy who defeated Zhao Yudi, possibly pissed off the Dewey organization, and caught the attention of VIP players? Wang Chengjin, are you sure you're not mistaken? Some bald avatars created with disguise masks can look pretty similar. Wan Xin, absolutely sure I didn't see wrong. I personally witnessed Zhao Yudi get instantly KO'd in that match. No way I'm mistaken. Wang Chengjin, dude, come out and confirm it yourself. Are you the expert who one-shot Zhao Yudi? At Zhang Yi. Wan Xin, buddy, did you come to our apartment complex looking for deathmats? At Zhang Yi. Zhou Qi, wait, that can't be right. That bald guy indeed had sharp combat instincts, but matched against Zhao Yudi, that would mean his power level was in the 50s, which would align with his being level 1. But level 1, with combat power barely over 50, and he dares to come to our apartment? Isn't he afraid we could turn him into survival points with just a snap of our fingers? 1xin, this guy must have come prepared. Right now, he's got his hand on the control panel, ready to teleport away at any moment. Probably testing our reaction, negotiate if we seem friendly, flee if we don't. Wang Chengjin, flee? Is he really that confident he can escape? If our Lord Jing makes a move, even if he pressed his hand against the control panel and had the fastest reflexes, there's no way he could escape, right? In this sentence, Lord Jing likely refers to the top-ranked player on the level 9999 leaderboard, Lin Jing. And simultaneously, he's also the number 1 on the arena's God of War leaderboard. These thoughts were running through Jiang Yi's mind. The next message's prefix clearly displayed the nickname Lin Jing. Lin Jing, just say what you want to discuss with us, let's hear it at Jiang Yi. The moment this message appeared, the entire group chat of apartment 9999 instantly erupted with activity. Just a moment ago, there were only a few comments. Now, all kinds of comments instantly flooded Lin Jing's message out of sight. Holy shit, God Lin showed up. Big boss Lin Jing actually came out for this level 1 guy. How many more wins does God Lin need for his 100 win streak? Will he make it today? Imagine defeating the apartment manager on the very first day. Damn, just thinking about it gets me pumped. Various fan messages cheering like seeing idols flashed chaotically across the screen. Yet Jianya quickly gleaned some key details from the rapidly scrolling messages. This Lin Jing seems to be attempting a 100 win streak in the battle room? And, are the players in this apartment also preparing to overthrow the administrators? Not to mention that pay-to-win whale mentioned earlier. This suggests that the players here, like Yang Wenchao, are all game players? And even among game players, they must be the elite. They probably also plan to clear the apartment using the pay-to-win model that Yang Wenchao mentioned. Some even dared to try to take down the apartment administrator on the very first day. Analyzing and pondering in my mind, Jiang Yi was also considering how to respond to Lin Jing. Lin Jing, along with the other big shots in this apartment complex, seemed to think he had specifically come here to negotiate with them. But actually, Jiang Yi had simply chosen a random apartment far from home and stumbled into this place by pure coincidence. He had absolutely no negotiation intentions whatsoever and had no idea what was going on here. But if he told the truth directly, the consequences might be quite dire. After some thought, Jiang Yi steeled himself and blurted out, I want to fight a life or death battle at Lin Jing. To be honest, Jiang Yi had no idea what a life or death battle was. But when the big shots in the group were chatting earlier, someone speculated that he was here for a life or death battle. So he just went along with this conjecture. As for what a life or death battle is, it sounds like it might be a fight where lives are at stake. Let's find out more first. If we can fight, we fight. If not, we'll stall until midnight and see if we can escape using doppelganger fusion. While he was still thinking, Lin Jing from the group chat replied to him again. Lin Jing, report your stats at Jiang Yi. This is it. Jiang Yi felt his rookie identity was about to be exposed. What the heck does battle record mean here? Would asking directly make me look stupid? But if I answer randomly and get it wrong, wouldn't that be embarrassing? 100 win streak, life or death battle. Does this winning streak count as a record? Jiang Yi hesitated before tentatively answering. For consecutive wins in the battle room, does that count as a record? The moment these words were spoken, the entire group chat suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, a message finally popped up. Wang Chengjin, what the hell, dude? You haven't even gotten a 10 win streak. What makes you think you can take on a life or death match? 1xin, exactly. Buddy, are you here for comedy? You even got my man Lin all riled up, and turns out you've only got a pathetic 4-win streak. But ha 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 ha, I can't stop laughing. I really want to see the look on God Lin's face right now, ha ha ha. Chung-kun, just look at me directly. I feel my expression right now must be about the same as Lin God's straight face. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi. So his answer should count as a blind guess that happened to be right, but this performance record is too pathetic? What can you do? He just hit a 4-win streak. And how is a 4-win streak weak anyway? He only played 4 matches. Who knows, by the 100th battle, it might be a 100-win streak. There's a chance he might even reach a 100-win streak earlier than this Godlin? Don't you know the saying, never look down on the humble youth? Jiang Yi gazed silently at those ha's, thinking to myself, since it's just a clone, I might as well shamelessly go all out. So, he actually went ahead and said this in the group chat. If I can achieve 100 consecutive wins faster than your Godlin, what then? The moment these words were uttered, the group chat instantly fell into an eerie silence. It took a good long while before another message finally popped up. Man, that's not how you brag. Seriously, do you even know what a 100 win streak means? Do you know how many wins Lin God already has? Jiang Yi thought to himself, I don't know, and I don't want to know, stoic face, .jpg. I was just casually showing off, everyone should take it as a joke, definitely don't take it seriously, laughing face. Zhang Yi had no idea how to handle this situation. Suddenly, Lin Jing, the highly respected figure, finally replied to him again. To be precise, it wasn't exactly a reply to him. Rather, it assigned him directly. Lin Jing, you've got 10 minutes, win 10 in a row, and we'll let you play with us. Fail, and we'll send you on your way. The phrase send you on your way clearly carried the same ominous meaning as when Yang Wenchao sent Wang Rui to reunite with her parents. Wan Xin, hiding on the top floor to observe Zhang Yi, suddenly felt in his heart. This arrogant bald guy seems about to slink away from the control panel in disgrace. After all, achieving 10 consecutive wins in just 10 minutes is absolutely impossible. Even if this kid has already managed 4 wins in a row, he'd still need to complete 6 more matches. But among these 6 matches, the 5th and 10th were consecutive win opportunities exclusively for veteran players. For others, perhaps they could breeze through the 5th and 10th matches by purchasing consecutive win services. But this bald guy had already offended the Do organization, which handles consecutive wins. In other words, both his 5-win streak and 10-win streak could only be achieved through his own efforts. You might even be specifically targeted by the Salvation Sect then. And just because he provoked the Salvation Sect, they've connected 1 million veteran players' combat machines to their warzone. Though this doesn't mean 1 million veteran players would log in simultaneously. But the probability of encountering veteran players in ordinary battlefields has skyrocketed. In this situation, trying to achieve a 10-win streak in just 10 minutes is absolutely impossible. So, if this kid knows what's good for him, he should get the hell out of here right now. And yet, what these big shots didn't know was, Zhang Yi had long wanted to flee, but he simply lacked escape funds. He had no choice but to brazen it out with forced arrogance. Thus, the group chat soon witnessed his seemingly impressive boastful remark. Alright, no problem. But since everyone here is a big shot, I assume you won't go back on your word or talk nonsense like a dog's fart, right? Those words sounded downright arrogant. It was as if he was truly confident about securing 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes but worried that Lin Jing might not keep her promise. This immediately plunged the chat group into silence for quite a while before various snide remarks started popping up to counter him. You really think highly of yourself, don't you? Exactly. A single life is only worth 1 survival point. Someone of our Lin God's caliber wouldn't even bat an eye at that. If you could truly win 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, do you know what that would mean? It would mean your value equals infinite survival points. No idiot would go back on their word and kill you in that situation. Lin Jing, Wan Xin, take him to the 99th floor. 10 minutes. The countdown starts once you enter the battle simulator. Chapter 55, The Mutual Aid Group's Killing Plan. The 99th floor. Zhang Yi's real body is still lying unconscious on the 20th floor. Yet his doppelganger is already partying up on the 99th floor. This is just thrilling. He looked at these big shots, they truly didn't seem like they were bluffing him only to backtrack and kill him later. Plus, he genuinely had no escape funds, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and go for it. So, when the man lurking in the shadows on the top floor suddenly emerged and beckoned to him, saying, alright, whether you're just pretending or you're actually confident, come with me if you're aiming for 10 consecutive wins. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate much. With an utterly calm expression, he walked from the control panel to the outer circle. He even casually asked the person, are you Wan Xin? That name left a deep impression on him. The absolute bottom of the leaderboard, just above him. Also the first to expose in the group chat that he was the bald guy who defeated Zhao Yudi. Sure enough, his name was Wan Xin. The guy nodded in confirmation. He was also wearing a black windbreaker, very similar to Yang Wenchao's. With dark skin and sharp facial features, he looked quite young, like someone who'd just completed military service. Wan Xin also sized up Zhang Yi with a look of obvious surprise in his eyes. At first, Zhang Yi didn't understand what he was surprised about, but when he glanced at the group chat, he finally realized. The guy had straight up posted his stats panel to the group. What the hell? Is there even a shred of privacy left? Meanwhile, in the chat group, the top players were stunned by his stats panel. Holy crap, he's really level 1 with just over 50 combat power, and only an S-tier talent. These stats? They look utterly pathetic. And it seems he hasn't even maxed out his attribute fruits. With this, he claims to clear 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes? Forget 10 minutes, can he even reach 10 wins at all? No. Haven't you spotted the glaring inconsistency yet? This guy's battle against Zhao Yudi clearly involved ice-based abilities. It even looked like an ice-type domain skill. If he's already used an ice-type domain skill, why doesn't his stats panel show any ice-type aptitude or skills? I suspect this guy's hiding his true power. That heaven rewards the diligent aptitude is just what he wants us to see. He must have another ice-type aptitude hidden away. Double talents? Honestly, the hard work pays off. Talent paired with any other talent achieves a synergy where 1 plus 1 is far greater than 2. If it truly is hard work pays off combined with an ice element talent, then this guy is genuinely formidable. No wonder he's so arrogant. But that still doesn't add up. Even if he did hide a second talent, how do we explain his fighting power issue? When matched against Zhao Yuri, his combat power was only around 50. Remember, there's absolutely no method to conceal one's true strength that can fool the matching system of the combat room. Wait, so you're saying his stats are really as weak as they appear? Then could that ice domain skill of his be a one-time forbidden spell scroll? No way. How much could he possibly earn from beating Zhao Yuri? Even if Zhao's loaded and he made 5 million, the value of a one-time forbidden spell scroll, 5 million? He'd be losing 10 times that amount. Could someone have hired him specifically to break Zhao Yuri's 9-win streak? Maybe this isn't about money at all? Who hired them? Who the hell has this much wealth and hatred for Zhao Yuri? In summary, Zhang Ye's data panel clearly doesn't match his actual performance when fighting Zhao Yuri, and none of the explanations made any sense. Acting as if Zhang Yi didn't exist, these people openly discussed matters in the group chat. 1xin, while checking the group messages, simultaneously used a poster-like teleportation item to bring Zhang Yi to the 99th floor. The entire 99th floor looked nearly identical to the penthouse level, exceptionally spacious. Moreover, there were neither corridors nor individual apartment units here. Instead, it was just one vast space identical to the rooftop. However, this space had a ceiling. The area was also lined with rows upon rows of gaming machines. It looked like an ultra-luxury internet cafe. Or perhaps, an ultra-luxury professional esports room? The rows of gaming consoles appeared even more extravagant than the 20 units on the first floor of the apartment building. They looked taller and had a more premium exterior finish. Apart from that, about 7 or 8 people were gathered around battle machine number 1, watching intently. By the other battle machines, scattered spectators could also be seen lingering here and there. Strangely enough, all of them were wearing black windbreakers. Looking at them now, Zhang Yi suddenly felt the black windbreakers resembled some sort of unified esports uniform. And those strong players outside the combat pods turned to look as soon as 1xin returned with Zhang Yi. In that moment, Zhang Yi suspected he'd been hit with who knows how many detection spells. Then, outside combat pod number 1, a burly fellow walked straight up to him and said, "Mind telling us how a stats panel like yours managed to instantly kill Zhao Yudai?" Zhang Yi remained inwardly wary, but his outward demeanor was as aloof and composed as someone confident in their formidable strength. With a calm demeanor and an air of dignity, he spoke slowly. "I'm here to win 10 consecutive matches." Subtext, "Not here to answer your questions." The burly guy paused, then chuckled, "Heh, alright, then you go get a 10-win streak first. In 10 minutes, let's see if your little strength can keep up that tough talk." Zhang Yi appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was freaking out. He was confident about achieving 10 consecutive victories. But within 10 minutes, he really wasn't too confident. This meant he'd have to defeat every opponent instantly. And each time he creates a new mirror clone, it takes 30 seconds. Moreover, in matches with spectator audiences, the preparation time before the battle begins extends from 3 seconds to 2 minutes, allowing more spectators to join and observe. If he's unlucky and all 6 matches have spectator audiences, the waiting time alone could reach a staggering 12 minutes. But that's not right either. Battles against experienced players on winning streaks seem to default to having no spectators. Therefore, the two types of 5-win streak and 10-win streak allow you to start directly with a 100% guarantee, no luck required, and no bystanders watching. But he had already offended veteran players from the survival chain before. Can these next 5 consecutive victories still effortlessly crush the opponents? To be honest, Zhang Yi wasn't all that confident in his heart. It was also at this moment that his main body generated the 4th doppelganger. But still, this time, the luck effect was also active. However, the stats panel of the 4th clone was utterly mediocre. Zhang Yi, level, 0. Physical strength, 2.4. Energy, 8.8. Combat power, 18.2. Survival points, 0. Talent, vigor enhancement, B. Just a single attribute enhancing talent, with no initial skills to speak of. It's completely useless. By now, quite some time had passed since Xingman's last message in the group chat. Logically, he should have already broken into Bai Ruowan's apartment by this point. Yet there was no live text commentary of him tormenting and killing Bai Ruowan in the group. Including Bai Ruowan's name, it too had not disappeared. The desperate classmates couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in their hearts again. They suspected whether it was Yang Wenchao, unable to bear watching any longer, who had finally gone to save Bai Ruowan. However, Zhang Yi thought, Xingman had demonstrated his ability to forcibly break into other apartments throughout this killing spree. For those classmates who had exposed their room numbers on the registry, hiding elsewhere was a better option than waiting for death in their rooms. So he guessed Bai Ruowan must have left her apartment before Xingman arrived. Lucian should be the same, no longer in his own room by now. So, next, Xingman might be coming to Jiang Yi's place very soon. Jiang Yi needed to eliminate Xingman while ensuring the safety of his true body and keeping his clone's existence hidden. He would undoubtedly need to employ clone fusion. To be extra cautious, he might even fuse both clone number 4 and the mirror clone into clone number 3 simultaneously. This would guarantee absolute safety on his true body's side. In that case, there would be a period when the number 2 clone would have no clones available to merge. So, apartment 9999, 99th floor. Jiang Yi decided to slightly delay the timing of completing 10 consecutive wins, and as luck would have it, he happened to have something that could buy him time. So then, just as the burly youth and Wan Xin were about to take him to find a battle simulator, Jiang Yi deliberately pulled out that small test tube containing the white-clad woman's hair. I was just thinking about how to use this thing to fabricate a story. But unexpectedly, Wan Xin, who noticed his action, blurted out, "Damn, is this an NPC item? Have you even taken NPC missions before?" The burly young man, Wang Chengjin, also shot Jiang Yi a surprised look, but shortly after, he scoffed dismissively. "Surely you didn't think we'd think more highly of you just because you took an NPC quest? Fail to win 10 consecutive matches in 10 minutes, and even if you've been handed a mission to save the world by the gods themselves, you'll still die like the rest." Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before raising the small test tube to eye level. Staring at it intently, he murmured in puzzlement, "Why did all of you recognize at first glance that this was an NPC prop?" Meanwhile, trembling all over, Bai Ruoan kept her eyes glued to the group chat while walking meekly down the darkening hallway. The further she ventured down the corridor, the dimmer the light became, and at any moment, a monster could leap out. The darkness and the unknown filled her with dread, but Xingman's presence filled her with even greater terror and despair. Her face turned deathly pale, yet when she finally spotted that familiar figure at the end of the corridor, the tears she'd been holding back in her eyes suddenly cascaded down her cheeks. Like crystalline raindrops falling endlessly from ancient eaves during a downpour, they streamed in glistening, unbroken lines. Struggling to suppress the fear, my voice still trembled with unshed tears. "Sister Ling, Wanwan, and Gao Chang, Lucian." A sob escaped as a hiccup. You're really here, sob." Seeing the members of the mutual aid group, Bai Ruoan instantly felt like she had found family. There was no helping it, the oppressive aura Xingman exuded was absolutely terrifying. She lacked strength and was being targeted, so of course she was afraid. Wang Lingling and the others had gathered there, quietly discussing something among themselves. Suddenly spotting Bai Ruoan, Su Yuewan's eyes instantly lit up with delight. Wan, you actually didn't stay foolishly in your room. But how did you know we were here?" Bai Ruoan let out another sob, sniffled, and then struggled to compose herself as she said, "I don't dare go to the first floor, I feel like I'd definitely be discovered there. But I don't know where else to go either. Then I remembered how you and Yang Wenchao were fighting monsters together deep in the third floor hallway before. So this here is pretty much the only place, aside from the first floor, where our mutual aid group has ever operated together in a concerted action. I had nowhere else to go, so I came here on a whim, never expecting to actually find you guys QAQ. Yes, in the chat group, there's no way to transmit information anymore." But Bai Ruoan believed the mutual aid group wouldn't just stand by and watch Xingman act so arrogantly without doing anything. So she ended up here. As expected, indeed. "Are you guys discussing how to deal with Xingman?" Bai Ruoan spoke, then suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Yang Xiaoman is here too." Yang Xiaoman nodded slightly and murmured in agreement, lips pressed tight. "Xingman has truly grown too arrogant. If someone doesn't stop him soon, he'll probably slaughter every last one of us." Bai Ruoan shrank her neck again and quickly asked, "So, do you guys have it under control?" Yu Ziyu exhaled and said, "We're discussing it now." You suddenly showed up and gave me quite a scare. With that, they prepared to continue their discussion. Taking the opportunity, Lucian shot a meaningful glance at Wan Lingling. He took the initiative to say, "Given our current situation, even with multiple people cooperating, a surprise attack on Xingman would still have a low success rate. Unless, Sister Ling, you've been hiding your true strength." Speaking of which, all members of our mutual aid group have voluntarily displayed our data panels. Only your stats panel, Lung Jia, was displayed through text in the chat group. Actually, I had my suspicions back then, the stats panel you showed through the chat group might not have been real. Later you deliberately claimed you used shadow clone, yet there was no clone's perspective. Then when the clone died, you said you couldn't use it again for 24 hours. Honestly, I was already skeptical at the time. Shadow clone is an A-rank skill after all. No clone perspective? And even if it really died deep in the corridor, the cooldown shouldn't be as long as 24 hours. So Sister Ling, you must be hiding your true strength. Even when teaming up with Yang Wenchao later to level up, you must have had some confidence in your ability to protect yourself, otherwise you wouldn't have agreed to level up together, right? Lucian spoke these words with considerable confidence. It showed he had long suspected Wang Lingling was hiding her true strength. However, Wang Lingling merely glanced at him without responding. Then, the discussion about ambushing Xingman resumed. The location for our ambush on Xingman definitely shouldn't be set on the 20th floor, after all, we can't even get up there. Furthermore, other ideal killing locations should meet the criteria of being dimly lit for easy ambushes, and they must be floors that all members of our team assigned to eliminate Xingman can access. Yes, they had just been discussing potential ambush sites to kill Xingman, as well as how to lure him there. As for whether they could succeed, they had numbers on their side, including formidable fighters like Wang Lingling, Gao Chang, and Yang Xiaoman. With the added advantage of a surprise attack, there might be a slim chance of victory. Lucian was just about to take up the topic and continue with his analysis, but unexpectedly, before Wang Lingling could finish, she abruptly paused. Then he adjusted his glasses again, speaking gravely with utmost seriousness. But before that, there's one even more important matter. More important matter? What is it? The members of the mutual aid group here had doubtful looks in their eyes. Yet the next instant, a cold glint flashed from the shadows. A figure, wide-eyed, slowly toppled over. Chapter 56, Mutual Deception in the Aid Group. Thud. Click. Accompanying the collapsing body was the sound of heavy footsteps. In an instant, every member of the mutual aid group in the depths of the corridor stiffened with tension. Especially Bai Ruoan, who had just arrived, felt her legs go so weak in an instant that she could barely stand. She nearly let out a scream. Yet, sheer terror left her voiceless. Her eyes filled with terror as she stiffly turned her head. Then they saw. Lying on the ground, was Yu Ziyu, and what appeared behind him was actually a skeletal warrior with a body like steel. Wait, what? Skeleton, warrior? Bai Ruoan suddenly turned her head back to look at Wang Lingling. To be precise, the moment everyone clearly saw the skeletal warrior, all eyes in the room instantly turned to Wang Lingling. A glimmer of fear flashed in his eyes. After all, this skeleton warrior must have been summoned by Wang Lingling's dark element skill. But during their previous team leveling sessions, she had never revealed this ability. Back then, she was already one of the top powerhouses in the mutual aid group, solely relying on Black Whirlwind, paired with her high stats. And now, as Lucian had said, her revealed strength proved she'd been holding back before. But, why did she suddenly resort to killing? Just because Lucian exposed her hidden strengths? In an instant, many recoiled in terror, as if afraid Wang Lingling might strike again at any moment. However, though Lucian's entire body was rigid with tension, he still dared to ask Wang Lingling, "So this is what you meant by more important things?" Wang Lingling met his gaze calmly and nodded slowly. Lucian's eyes flickered with a shifting gaze as he suddenly adopted a deliberately casual tone towards the other members of the mutual aid group. "To be honest, I've also had suspicions about Yu Ziyu before, but I kept silent out of consideration for our schoolmate camaraderie. Don't you all find it strange? The registration ledger for our mutual aid group members is managed by Yu Ziyu. But now, the register ended up in Xingman's hands, yet Yu Ziyu remains unharmed. Didn't any of you suspect something was wrong?" As this explanation came out, the other students suddenly understood. That's right. How could the registry end up in Xingman's hands while Yu Ziyu remains completely unscathed? With his abilities, how could he possibly have escaped from Xingman's grasp? Moreover, how would Xingman even know they had the registry in their apartment? So, did Yu betray us? But maybe he didn't? Wang Lingling didn't even ask for an explanation before striking the killing blow. What if we mistakenly killed an innocent? And, Bai Ruoan, who had just joined, was instantly terrified. She was terrified that Wang Lingling might strike again and kill her too. After the fact, she might be suspected of becoming another traitor siding with Xingman. For a moment, Bai Ruoan retreated 2 steps backward. Just moments ago, she had seen Wang Lingling here and cried her heart out, as if she had found a long-lost family member. But looking at Wang Lingling now, she seemed so unfamiliar. It was as if this was no longer her former classmate, but rather, a formidable schemer? Yes, that was the word Bai Ruoan instantly thought of. It's not that Wang Lingling truly possessed some domineering aura of a ruthless warlord, but Bai Ruoan recalled a historical episode about why Cao Cao and Chen Gong turned against each other. Even later generations continued to debate this. Was Lu Bosch truly wrongfully killed by the suspicious Cao Cao? Or did he deserve his fate, only to be whitewashed by history? Even now, Wanderer Fish is already dead. She would also never know whether Yu Ziyu had truly betrayed them or had been wrongfully executed by Wang Lingling. Yet his death, along with Wang Lingling's concealed strength, seemed to reveal that Wang Lingling's formation of the mutual aid group was not born of saintly compassion to protect her classmates. Just as Duke Chao's love for talent was never truly about the talent itself, behind it all lay nothing but self-interest. Bai Ruoan retreated only 2 steps before fear rooted her to the spot. She swallowed hard, her gaze stiff. Lucian gave her a fleeting glance before turning his attention back to the mutual aid group, saying, "I don't see anything wrong with Sister Ling's actions. There's something fishy about how that registry ended up in Xingman's hands in the first place. Yu Ziyu was suspicious enough, he deserved what he got. Compared to them, think about Gu Zining and Yang Wei. Those classmates, they didn't do anything wrong, yet Xingman killed them all. If even a powerhouse like Sister Ling has her integrity questioned for eliminating a traitor, then do you wish for all the strong in this apocalypse to act like Xingman, reckless and unrestrained, killing without needing any justification? These words are actually just sophistry. But the mutual aid group members present understood. It was very simple logic. Xingman had no reason to kill. Wang Lingling had reason to kill. Then she's definitely better than Xingman. With her abilities, she could have slaughtered freely just like Xingman did. Yet she chose not to. That's already commendable enough. Applying past moral standards to this apocalyptic apartment, it can only restrain the weak but can no longer shackle the strong. Now, whether Yu Ziyu has betrayed them or not, he is a traitor. Because Wang Lingling believes he is. This might be considered the advanced version of calling a deer a horse. The only difference was, they too couldn't tell whether Yu Ziyu was truly a deer or a horse. Su Yuan glanced at pale-faced Bai Ruoan, then stole a look at Lu Xun, deliberately praising. God Lu truly lives up to his title. I actually hadn't suspected Yu Ziyu before. Gao Chang glanced at the steel-gray, stern-looking skeleton warrior, pursed his lips slightly, and nodded in agreement as well. At that moment, all my attention was drawn to the smug Xingman, and I completely overlooked Yu Ziyu's question. Other members of the mutual aid group chimed in as well. Yeah, we were all scared out of our wits by Xingman back then, who even had the time to notice Yu Ziyu. Now that I think about it, wouldn't it have been more reasonable if Yu Ziyu had died the moment the registry fell into Xingman's hands? If Yu Ziyu didn't die at that time, then something must be wrong. Bai Ruoan looked at this situation and strangely didn't feel surprised at all. Bracing her trembling legs, she mustered her courage and took 2 more steps forward, weakly chiming in with a timid voice. Right, God Lu's deductions are always accurate. It seems Yu Ziyu really is problematic. Yet after echoing this, she noticed Wang Lingling staring fixedly at her. Bai Ruoan's heart skipped a beat, and she almost couldn't hold back her tears again. After all, if just a hint of suspicion could justify killing someone, then, if they want to condemn you, they can always find a pretext. She should have been brutally tortured to death in that room. Yet here she appeared. Isn't that suspicious enough? Bai Ruoan, who had initially thought finding the organization meant finding hope, instantly fell into despair. She abruptly turned her gaze to Lu Xun. Hadn't she joined the mutual aid group together with Lu Xun? She hoped Lu Xun would speak up for her. However, to her surprise, Lu Xun was clearly acting under Wang Lingling's direction and had no intention of helping her. Instead, Wang Lingling suddenly averted her gaze from her and declared to the group in a grave tone. We fought monsters on the 3rd floor, and we posted about it in the group chat, so everyone in the apartment should know about it. I doubt our classmates are the kind of martyrs who can keep secrets under torture. Indeed, their classmates were probably the type who'd spill everything if you just held a knife to their face. If Bai Ruoan could find this place, Xingman should be able to as well. So we'd better relocate as soon as possible. Since even Wang Lingling suggested relocating, none of the others dared to object. However, Lu Xun was quick-witted, his eyes darted around before he lowered his voice and added, if only we could mislead Xingman while relocating. Lure him to the place where we'll ambush him. That's indeed a good idea. But how do we lure him? We can leave a message here, pretending it's for other mutual aid group classmates who might come searching. In reality, it was reserved for Xingman. When he gets here and finds the clue we left for our classmates, then follows it to find us? Lu Xun spoke smoothly and fluidly. The other students lacked confidence. Will this really work? They had only seen such treacherous plots in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. In reality, could one truly predict others' actions and lead enemies into traps? Su Yuan, also a top student, stepped forward to support Lu Xindao. From what I know, Xingman's IQ is actually quite average. In the 3 Kingdoms era, he'd be ranked below even Lu Bu. His current arrogance is merely thanks to luck. He happened to obtain formidable power. Just like some nouveau riche brat, when petty men gain success, they inflate fastest. The way he acts all high and mighty in the group chat as if he's going door to door to slaughter everyone one by one. But after failing repeatedly, they're bound to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He must be wondering where those classmates he missed are hiding. Later, just squeeze a classmate for information and we should be able to locate the 3rd floor. Then when he finds the 3rd floor empty too, he'll fly into a humiliated rage. By then, if he discovers the message we left for the mutual aid group members, his anger will surely turn to glee. He'll be itching to come kill us. With his inflated ego, he'd never imagine we'd dare to ambush him. So this plan is truly feasible. I just wonder if his intelligence level is enough to find hints we left for classmates. If only we could plant a traitor spy on their side too. Su Yuan kept analyzing while deep in thought. Her expression showed faint traces of excitement, clearly thrilled by this kind of scheming plot that would only appear in TV dramas. Wang Lingling was quite willing to give Lu Xin and Su Yuowan's suggestion a try. However, after pondering for a moment, she slowly added, "This method is indeed feasible, but the problem is, it's too passive. We have to wait for Xingman to make his move. Wait for him to interrogate classmates and find the third floor. Wait for him to discover the clues we deliberately left there. All we can do is wait passively, while the initiative rests entirely in Xingman's hands. There's no way for us to predict when he'll start torturing classmates to go to the third floor." Indeed. The other classmates fell silent again. Wang Lingling suddenly added another cold remark, "Actually, I intend to keep Jiang Yi alive." At these words, the other classmates froze, eyeing her with surprise. Wang Lingling offered no further explanation, instead turning her gaze back to Bai Ruowan. Bai Ruowan, already badly shaken, paled instantly under Wang Lingling's stare. She used to think Wang Lingling was just another classmate, but now, it seemed as though Wang Lingling was behaving like a superior. She could barely bring herself to call her sister Ling anymore. All she wanted to do was shout "Big Boss." Fortunately, the Big Boss showed no intention of killing her and instead asked, "I remember you like the Three Kingdoms, so you must have heard of the self-injury scheme, right?" Bai Ruowan immediately understood. I have to be Huang Gai?" However, Wang Lingling shook her head. "We don't have to suffer as much as Huang Gai did. Even better, you won't have to risk your life putting on a performance for Xingman. After all, your nerves aren't strong enough, and your acting skills aren't great either. You'd probably be seen through in an instant." Bye, QAQ. So, what can I do? Wang Lingling remained composed and calmly arranged the situation. Just now, Yu Ziyu died according to the group chat member list. The other students must have taken notice. Right now, it's just that the situation is unusual, so no one dares to speak in the group chat, and it hasn't sparked any discussion either. However, you can speak up in the group chat and accuse me. I suspected Yu Ziyu had betrayed us, so I killed Yu Ziyu. Now I suspect you've betrayed us too, and I'm preparing to kill you. You should act a bit more desperate, make your messages in the group chat disjointed. Then use those despair-fueled, incoherent messages to leak some information to Xingman. Oh dear. This is indeed much faster than waiting for Xingman to find them on his own. Moreover, if Xingman's attention is truly captured, he might temporarily abandon his plan to go to the 20th floor to find Jiang Yi. Perhaps we can really protect Jiang Yi. Moreover, according to the information Bai Ruowan revealed, it seems their mutual aid group has already begun suspecting each other, leading to internal discord. This will further lower Xingman's guard. Lu Xin and Su Yuowan exchanged glances, both agreeing this plan could work. However, they still needed to prepare a bit more. Preparation was necessary, but Bai Ruowan's betrayal had to be carried out immediately. Otherwise, if she only betrayed Wang Lingling after Yu Ziyu had been dead for hours, it would seem too fake. So, Wang Lingling and the others quickly began their preparations. Simultaneously, Bai Ruowan started performing in the group chat. Still resentful from Wang Lingling's criticism about her poor acting skills, she was determined to dazzle everyone with this performance. Jiang Yi knew nothing about the mutual aid group's actions. He remained in room 2025, quietly waiting for Xingman to arrive. He contemplated that eliminating Xingman this time would resolve the crisis. Of course, during this period, he also noticed Yu Ziyu's name fading away. But I didn't think much more of it. After all, in his view, from the moment the registry fell into Xingman's hands, Yu Ziyu had likely already met with misfortune. The reason it took this long for death to come was probably because Xingman's underlings had been torturing him for information during that time, wasn't it? To his surprise, while he was anxiously waiting, instead of being confronted by Xingman, he unexpectedly saw Bai Ruowan's sudden cry for help in the group chat. Bai Ruowan, help, someone please save me. Wah wah QAQ. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Bai Ruowan. Did he end up getting killed after all? Was it Xingman who found him? Does this mean Xingman didn't go to the 20th floor, but went after Bai Ruowan instead? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard knockings outside his apartment door. Chapter 57, Raiding the White-Clad Woman's Home. Here she comes. She's finally come knocking. Jiang Yi instantly shifted into combat readiness. First was the main body, swiftly hiding in the most secluded room of the apartment complex, wearing a heart-protecting jade pendant on his chest and a lucky bracelet on his wrist. At the same time, he clutched an entirely black syringe, an item obtained from Huang Qi's spatial wristwatch, capable of releasing 2 more poison needles. Aside from that, there was also a scroll allowing random teleportation. However, unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of using it. After all, the teleportation is random. There's no telling if you'll be sent to somewhere dangerous. This was probably the same reason Huang Qi didn't use it before he died. However, despite all the defensive preparations he'd made, Jiang Yi wasn't planning to personally join the battle. In his plan, no one should be allowed to enter the room where the core entity resides. But if Xingman mobilized all his followers, when there are too many people, and the momentum grows too great, but that probably isn't possible either. After all, even if Xingman's side is wealthy and powerful, not everyone would be living on the 20th floor. So, the number of intruders shouldn't be large. Within 3 minutes after merging with the doppelgangers, they should all be dealt with. With that, Jiang Yi focused all his attention on preparing his third doppelganger for battle. Even the number 2 doppelganger in apartment 9999 was somewhat distracted. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Yi's heartbeat pounded in unison. He had his mirrored doppelganger peer outside through the door's peephole. In the dim light, a blurry figure could be seen fiddling with the apartment door handle, seemingly holding something. The indistinct figure did indeed resemble Xingman. The tool he used to tamper with the door handle looked like a black card. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoan was still calling for help in the group chat. Jiang Yi was momentarily puzzled. Xingman was right outside his door, so why was Bai Ruoan screaming for help? Could she have been caught by Xingman's underlings? Yet what baffled everyone was the news Bai Ruoan revealed next. Help! Help! Wang Lingling is trying to kill me! Someone please save me, woo-woo! What? Wang Lingling? Why was the pursuer Wang Lingling instead of Xingman or his underlings? How could this be? The students from classes 1 and 2 in the group chat were utterly bewildered. Then Bai Ruoan continued to cry out for help. It's true. Yu Ziyu was also killed by Wang Lingling. She said that the registry fell from Yu Ziyu into Xingman's hands, but Yu Ziyu didn't die, which means he betrayed us and joined Xingman. Now she's saying that since I was found by Xingman but didn't die, she suspects I've also joined Xingman. What do I do? No matter how I explain, she won't believe me. She's dead set on killing me, whoa. Wang Lingling, she's just making excuses to kill. She wants survival points. She wants to become like Xingman and Yang Wenchao. But I don't want to die yet, woo. What should I do? Jiang Yi kept a close watch on the door that could be broken through at any moment. Reading through these group chat messages, I'm utterly shocked. Does Wang Lingling want to start killing indiscriminately like Xingman and Yang Wenchao? First murdering Yu Ziyu, and now attempting to kill Bai Ruoan? Jiang Yi stared in bewilderment. If Yu Ziyu had truly been killed by Wang Lingling, then there was a real possibility he had defected to Xingman. In that case, Bai Ruoan's claim would need to be carefully reconsidered. Perhaps it was just as she said, Wang Lingling could no longer hold back and finally wanted to taste the thrill of killing too. So he found an excuse, first killing Wandering Fish and now coming for her. But it's also possible that Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruoan have indeed sided with Xingman. Wang Lingling saw through the scheme, killed Yu Ziyu, and was about to kill Bai Ruoan when she escaped and turned the tables on her. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Lingling had indeed misjudged the situation, preferring to kill the wrong person rather than let them go. Anyway, whether out of suspicion or personal motives, she indeed had reason to kill Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruoan. Yet Jiang Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this. Earlier, it was Wang Lingling who first suggested that whenever someone got attacked, they should immediately expose the murderer in the group chat. But now, when she went to kill, she gave the other party a chance to expose her? Jiang Yi always felt that, if Wang Lingling truly wanted to kill Bai Ruoan probably wouldn't have had any chance to expose her. But if it wasn't a case of truly wanting to kill, Jiang Yi's mind quickly jumped to another possibility. Just thinking about it made them feel slightly puzzled. How capable were Wang Lingling and her group, really? Did they genuinely have what it took to turn the tables on Xingman? While the scheme of feigning injury was unfolding dramatically in the group chat, Jiang Yi heard it again. The knock on his door grew even more frantic. He'd been waiting forever, yet Xingman still hadn't broken down the door. Those sporadic, irritating thumps kept grating on his nerves. It made him hesitate. Might as well take the initiative and open the damn door himself? However, while still hesitating, the mirrored doppelganger looked through the peephole again to see. The indistinct figure now appeared extremely impatient. It repeatedly scraped the card-like prop against the door handle nearby. He seemed to be throwing a tantrum after failing to open the door. Can't open the door? Why wouldn't it open? Jiang Yi was perplexed. Outside, Xingman finally stopped forcing the door and took a few steps back. This way, his blurry figure appeared even more distinctly. It was indeed Xingman. However, Jiang Yi was puzzled. Then suddenly, in the group chat, Xingman had mentioned him, saying, 2025, you filled in a fake room number on the register, didn't you? At Jiang Yi. Seems like your mutual aid group isn't exactly united. First, a member fakes their room number, now the leader kills his own underling. TSK. What marvelous human nature. I know exactly what some of you are thinking. Do you still think that Wanderer Fish and Bai Ruoan truly defected to me, making Wang Lingling's killing of them justified? Don't you even use your brains? With my strength, would I need those worthless level 0 minions defecting to me? What's more, I can tell you people like Wang Chang, Gazining, Yang Wei, when they died, they were all willing to be my slaves, begging just to stay alive. But I don't need such worthless cattle and horses. So, have you figured it out now? Wang Lingling wasn't actually suspecting a traitor. She had finally seen through the true nature of the Doomsday Apartments and was beginning to awaken. She's learning from me. She wants to become strong like me. But sadly, it's ultimately a bit too late. At Wang Lingling, you've already missed your chance to grow into someone strong. Unexpectedly, Bai Ruoan's accusations against Wang Lingling directly triggered Xing Man's wave of self-aggrandizement. Suddenly, the entire chat group seemed to have become his personal monologue stage. Only his domineering and arrogant remarks kept popping up, one after another. Oh no. There were also Bai Ruoan's desperate pleas for help, popping up at inopportune moments. Xing Man seemed to grow impatient watching this and directly at her with a message. Where are you being chased by Wang Lingling? I'll come save you. At Bai Ruoan. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ruoan wouldn't have believed such words, but now she was clearly panicked and out of her mind. Chaotic screams for help flooded the group chat, and she even delayed replying to Xing Man. She clung to this lifeline without hesitation, seemingly not even noticing it was Xing Man offering to save her, hastily replying. It's the hallway on the 3rd floor, where we teamed up to level before. Hurry, come save me, quick. I only realized later that it was Xing Man, sending me into another panic. It's Xing Man? No, please no. Isn't there anyone else who can rescue me? Sob QAQ. Bai Ruoan seemed completely hysterical by this point. Xing Man didn't respond further, instead heading straight back toward the red-lit elevator. This left Jiang Yi in the apartment utterly bewildered. No way, bro. What happened to breaking down the door? Wait, you haven't even broken through yet? Hold on, this guy clearly showed up at our door, so why does the registry show a fake room number? Is it because he failed to break in successfully? But why? Could it be a trap? Or did they sense danger? Or perhaps there's some other condition for breaking down the door? Does Jiang Yi's apartment suddenly not meet the conditions for breaking in? Jiang Yi was fully prepared for battle, but then the opponents suddenly ran away, which left him feeling rather awkward. But should he rush out now to kill Xing Man? What if this was precisely the enemy's trap? Wouldn't charging out play right into their hands? Or perhaps Xing Man possessed some overpowered survival artifact or lethal trump card? Jiang Yi hesitated in his heart, ultimately choosing not to pursue. Instead, he switched to clone number 4, guarding the door while peering through the peephole. Meanwhile, in apartment 9999 where clone number 2 was located, when he asked how Wang Chengjin and Wan Xin had recognized the NPC props, those two jerks gave him that strange look again. This made Jiang Yi feel itchy all over, wondering if he'd once again revealed his noob status. Fortunately though, Wan Xin seemed to have conjured his own explanation without prompting. Obviously, with our detection skills, if we spot an item full of question marks in the beginner's apartment, it can only be an NPC prop. Jiang Yi thought about it, since he'd die anyway if he couldn't rack up 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes, he actually had nothing to lose by exposing his rookie credentials. So he asked again, even items exchanged with survival points wouldn't show all question marks? He was just casually asking to gather more information. But unexpectedly, these two people's expressions changed once more. The way they looked at him even carried hints of astonishment beneath their peculiar gaze. Wang Chengjin, who had just spoken to him with a tone full of disdain, suddenly had a complicated look in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, of course, there's a probability that items exchanged with survival points might exceed the scope of the beginner's apartment. But, he paused before uttering the second half of the sentence. You think you can produce an item worth over 10,000 survival points? The words sounded like a provocative challenge at first glance, yet beneath them lay a tone of grave seriousness. Clearly, Jiang Yi's two rookie questions had triggered some wild assumptions from these two veterans. They had no idea Jiang Yi was actually a newbie, so they subconsciously assumed that such a mysterious veteran wouldn't bother asking meaningless questions. Put together, the hidden meaning behind his two questions must be, this item of his might genuinely not be an NPC weapon, but for a non-NPC weapon to show nothing but question marks when probed. Just how insanely powerful must this survival point item be? 10,000 survival points? This is just an estimate. So, could it be that the prop in this test tube is the reason why this mysterious bald man alarmed the Dewey organization and instantly killed Zhao Huti? With such a prop, could he really achieve 10 consecutive victories in just 10 minutes? For a moment, Wang Chengjin and Wan Xin couldn't help but entertain some small schemes in their hearts. However, they couldn't be certain in their minds. After all, how could anyone possibly accumulate over 10,000 survival points in such a short amount of time? Jiang Yi, meanwhile, remained completely unaware of the two big shots' wild speculations. He was simply asking out of curiosity, to broaden his knowledge. Upon hearing Wang Chengjin's explanation, his first reaction was, items worth over 10,000 survival points all show question marks with your detection skills. And NPC items also display nothing but question marks. Does that mean the value of NPC items rivals 10,000 survival points? Yet as soon as these words were spoken, Wang Chengjin and Wan Xin were dumbfounded once more. Their expressions grew increasingly peculiar as they stared at him. How could this kid ask such an outrageous question? Is he truly unaware, or is he feigning ignorance to mislead them? Could it be that he noticed their covetous glances at the props in his hands just now, and deliberately made that remark to dispel their suspicions about those non-NPC items? But wasn't their suspicion precisely caused by this bald guy's own loose tongue asking those unnecessary questions in the first place? The two big shots grew increasingly baffled by this bald guy, especially Wang Changjin, who didn't answer directly but instead frowned and said, "Are you just being deliberately mysterious, or trying to stall for time?" Jiang Yi felt helpless and wanted to say, "Damn it, I really don't know. Is it too late to say I'm just a clueless newbie who wandered in by mistake?" Obviously, it's too late now. He had been shooting his mouth off in the group chat earlier, which really rubbed these two big shots the wrong way. It was clear they were dead set on making him pay if he couldn't pull off 10 consecutive wins within 10 minutes. At this point, they didn't even bother answering his questions anymore. Instead, they quickened their pace and led him straight to an idle battle console. Wan Xian pulled out a timer without hesitation. "Don't say we're bullying you. I'll start the countdown 30 seconds after you begin. Now, start your challenge." This timing method is indeed quite considerate. However, Jiang Yi caused trouble again and said to Wan Xian, "Hey, can I borrow some game currency from you? Or maybe take out a loan from the apartment manager? After all, I still want to make another profit through this 10-win streak." Wan Xian listened in speechless exasperation. Beside him, Wang Qingjin directly cursed, "Shut the hell up, you. Finish the fight and die already." His abusive tone carried such intensity it seemed he'd gladly kick Jiang Yi straight into the combat simulator. Left with no choice, Jiang Yi could only walk toward the simulator. At the same time, his number one doppelganger sprang into action once more, exiting the apartment not to chase down Xingman, but moving cautiously instead toward the white-clad woman's apartment 2064. That's right, he'd decided to adopt Yang Wenchao's suggestion. While the white-clothed woman is away hunting the bald guy, let's go clean up her place again. This would be when clone number 2 is about to enter the battle arena, and clone number 1 is about to enter room 2064. Wang Changjin, who had been urging Jiang Yi to enter the fighter jet, suddenly let out a terrified "Holy shit." Chapter 58 Multiple choice questions. So easy. Damn it. Shit. Holy shit? Similar voices rose and fell one after another, endlessly echoing. At the same time, a sinister, icy aura unique to the dark element instantly permeated the entire 99th floor. The strong players currently in high-end battle machines remain unaffected, but those not in battle machines are definitely feeling it. In an instant, the entire team was on high alert. However, they couldn't actually see any enemies. Only a select few with extraordinarily keen perception instantly discerned. This sinister wind was emanating from the ceiling of the 99th floor. Swiftly, they tilted their heads back, gazing toward the ceiling over 5 meters high. The ceiling was suddenly covered in densely packed black threads, resembling dark fissures splitting open from a distance. However, soon they realized, those weren't black fissures. After all, what kind of fissure could possibly move? Those black lines they saw were actually squirming across the ceiling. Even more alarming, there seemed to be faint hissing sounds emanating from it. So those weren't black lines at all, they were some kind of living creatures? While other elite players were still reeling from this sudden development and bracing themselves on guard, Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian abruptly whipped their heads around to stare at Jiang Yi. No, to be precise, it was looking at the test tube in his hand, at the hair inside the tube. Isn't this hair also those black threads? Could it be that this sudden disaster was caused by this bald guy? What's he trying to do? Taking on the entire 9999 apartment complex alone? Just as they thought Jiang Yi was the one stirring up trouble, a chilling woman's voice suddenly rang out from above them, dripping with condescension. "Before I truly lose my temper, give me back my hair, now." Those final 3 words were spat out with deliberate menace, each syllable dripping with barely contained fury. Only upon hearing this voice did Wang Changjin and Wan Xian suddenly realize, this unexpected turn of events wasn't the bald man's doing at all. But the truth seems to be, did this bald guy steal an NPC's prop and now they're coming after him? Feeling the chilly wind and oppressive presence above him, Wan Xian didn't dare speak out loud, opting instead to vent in the group chat. Seriously? This dude's got some crazy guts. Not only did he piss off the Salvation Organization, but he even messed with an NPC? Wang Qingjin was also speechless, so he came to our apartment 9999 not for the life or death battle, but just to take refuge? Other apartment members, still unaware of the situation, kept asking, is this ceiling level expert here specifically targeting Jiang Yi, the new guy? Wan Xian, that's right. Apparently, he stole some NPC equipment. What the hell? Stealing NPC items? That's insane. So he's really here to take refuge in our 9999, isn't he? He couldn't possibly think that the strong players in our 9999 would dare to directly confront these NPCs, could he? Even if we had the guts, we wouldn't go head-to-head with NPCs just for him. What's this guy thinking? The key point is, don't you guys think it's outrageous? He crossed apartments to get here, which means the NPCs he offended also crossed apartments. Cross-apartment NPCs. I don't need to explain how significant that is, right? Damn, in the novice apartment, that's probably second only to the apartment owner, isn't it? An existence like this might even be more powerful than the apartment administrators. We already considered ourselves badass for daring to fight the administrators, but this guy actually offended a boss-level NPC like that. 1xin, I suspect he might have mental problems. Seriously. Zhang Yi, who was suspected of being mentally unsound, could only calmly sigh with one thought in his heart. Damn Yang Wenchao. Just you wait till I get back, I'll kill you. At that very moment, Yang Wenchao in apartment 1008 sneezed. He was feeling somewhat conflicted at this moment. Should he take advantage of the white-clad woman chasing the bald man to loot her room 2064? On second thought, maybe not. After all, she's an NPC capable of crossing apartments. It's best not to offend such an existence lightly. To be honest, when he helped Baldy subdue the NPC prop, he really didn't mean to screw him over intentionally. After all, an NPC capable of crossing between apartments is genuinely quite rare. Generally speaking, according to his plan, the bald man ran across apartments with the NPC prop, meaning the NPC couldn't do anything to him until he voluntarily returned to the apartment. After all, ordinary NPCs genuinely can't move between apartments. Who could have guessed he'd run into an NPC actually capable of crossing apartments? This really couldn't be blamed on Yang Wenchao. If you must blame someone for being bald, blame Zhang Yi. That kid Zhang Yi had really terrible luck. Just taking a random cleaning job and running into an NPC big shot of that caliber. However, the line between extremely bad luck and extremely good luck is often razor thin. Let's see if that bald guy has the ability to turn the tide. But most likely, he doesn't. After all, he's not even a game player. Zhang Yi himself didn't hold much hope either. But what he was thinking was, according to Yang Wenchao's earlier explanation, the NPC residents of the apartment complex don't seem to actively kill players. So now, if he voluntarily returns the test tube to the woman in white, everything should be fine, right? The only loss would be the 300,000 spent on purchasing 2 props to steal the strands of hair. Though 300,000 is still a huge sum for him now, compared to the clone's life, it doesn't seem like much. However, just as Zhang Yi thought returning the hair would resolve everything, a sudden realization struck him. Both he and Yang Wenchao had been ambushed by that monster. Yang Wenchao was ambushed by a giant cockroach in the combat room. He was bitten by a venomous snake in the 20th floor corridor. According to Yang Wenchao, the reason they were ambushed was because they had stolen a parcel. However, the parcel they stole belonged to an NPC. When ambushed, what we faced were monsters. Looking at it from this perspective, perhaps it's true that NPCs cannot directly attack players themselves, but couldn't they use the monsters they've cultivated to ambush players instead? Would he get instantly killed by some powerful monster the moment after returning her hair? But then again, given how strong this woman in white is, couldn't he just forcibly take her hair? But she didn't snatch it, instead giving Zhang Yi the opportunity to hand it over voluntarily. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zhang Yi as he recalled his earlier cleaning work. At that time, the white-clad woman's personal assistant robot had said, each strand of hair was exceptionally precious. If any harm is done, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Those words surfaced once more in Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly realized, perhaps the woman in white refrained from forcibly snatching it outright because she feared damaging her hair? So, this thing in Zhang Yi's hands must be equivalent to taking hostages. Handing it over directly would truly ruin everything. Holding onto it is actually leverage. Thinking this way, Zhang Yi quickly tightened his grip on the test tube in his hand. The grip was so strong it seemed the test tube could shatter at any moment. At the same time, his expression regained composure as he looked up at the ceiling and said, Miss Bai, don't be angry. Of course I have zero interest in your hair, but if you're too terrifying and accidentally make me damage the single strand, wouldn't that be a loss for both of us? His tone sounded quite friendly, yet there was undeniably a hint of threat lurking underneath. In that instant, the entire 99th floor grew even more chillingly oppressive. Many players couldn't help shivering, as if venomous snakes were crawling up their spines, leaving trails of icy dread. At the same time, they witnessed something unbelievable. This audacious bald man, who dared provoke cross-apartment NPCs so brazenly, was calmly typing messages in the group chat. Zhang Yi, by the way, do you know what happens to these NPCs when the beginner apartments get destroyed? The group chat fell silent for a moment. Then 1xin was the first to reply. The NPCs in the game seem to be pure data. Since the beginner's apartment was destroyed, the NPC data should have been destroyed too. But what this real-life novice apartment actually entails, we're not entirely sure yet. Yoya, presumably it'll be eradicated along with the demolished novice apartment, just like the data? Zhang Yi asked another question, what about the apartment landlord then? This time Wanxin answered clearly. There's no problem with the apartment landlord, after all. Once we clear the beginner apartment and move on to the Doomsday Apartment City, we'll still have chances to deal with them. So, the apartment landlord should be considered an advanced NPC that transcends the limitations of the beginner apartment map. Wang Qingjin, that's right. To the apartment landlord, the newcomer apartments must be just an insignificant piece of property in his hands. Players like us could raise hell in the beginner's apartment complex, and the landlord usually wouldn't bat an eye. Everything was left entirely to the apartment manager to handle. Even during this period, the apartment owner must have been in the larger Doomsday Apartment City beyond the novice apartment. While everyone was casually discussing in the group chat, once again, the female voice echoed from the ceiling. This time, it was directed straight at Jiang Yi, icy to the bone. Are you threatening me? Judging by the tone, the woman in white seemed utterly enraged, poised to strike at any moment. Yet Jiang Yi maintained an air of unruffled composure, his voice as calm and steady as ever. Of course not. I just have something else I'd like to discuss with you, before returning the hair. The woman in white remained silent without answering, but she also did not strike directly. Jiang Yi didn't keep them in suspense either. Pinching the test tube again, he cut straight to the chase and asked, "Do you know the apartment will be destroyed in 10 days? Hearing this, all the top players in apartment 9999 were shocked and bewildered. What's this kid doing telling an NPC stuff like this? Has he lost his will to live? Generally speaking, when the novice apartment is about to be destroyed, usually around the 8th to 10th day, when veteran players arrive, all NPCs in the entire apartment complex will riot upon sensing the impending destruction. This includes during apartment fusions as well. NPCs will also riot then. Rioting NPCs are extremely dangerous. Under the threat of death, they will disregard rules and attack players." Jiang Yi's statement about the apartment's impending destruction, was this an attempt to incite an NPC riot? However, to the surprise of these top players, the cross-apartment NPC on the ceiling showed no emotional reaction to Jiang Yi's words. It was as if she already knew the apartment was doomed. Yet, she still didn't respond to Jiang Yi. On the contrary, Jiang Yi continued speaking with unshaken composure. "Whether it's the merging of apartments or their destruction, both would cause you some trouble, wouldn't they? What if I said, I'm willing to resolve your troubles?" This statement left the big shots of apartment 9999 stunned once again. Wait, does this guy even know what he's saying? Solving NPCs' problems? Is he trying to suggest he can prevent NPCs from being destroyed along with the apartment? Is he naive enough to think these NPCs can survive just by receiving survival stones? This kid is truly outrageous. He looks like he's actively seeking missions from NPCs, and demanding something that's utterly impossible to fulfill. Not to mention these players, even the woman in white herself was shocked beyond words at this moment. After a prolonged silence, her voice finally descended from the ceiling again, dripping with undisguised scorn. "Resolve my troubles? Ha! Do you know who needs to be dealt with to solve my problem? Ha!" Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with a sudden flash of delight. If the woman in white had directly asked, "Do you know how to solve my problem?" he might have genuinely been at a loss for answers. But what this woman in white was asking was, who to deal with. At that point, the question became targeted. The character, Shay, meaning who, generally refers to a person. So, it can be interpreted as the option A. Apartment player. B. Apartment manager. C. Hallway shadow. D. The landlord. E. Others. Multiple choice questions are easy. Even guessing would get them right. Moreover, according to discussions among the elite tenants of apartment 9999, combined with the white-clad woman's disdainful attitude toward his remarks, then the hardest option must have been chosen. Jiang Yi confidently blurted out his guest answer without hesitation. "Isn't it just taking out the apartment's boss?" As these words were spoken, Jiang Yi suddenly felt the air on the 99th floor turn eerily still. Not even the chilling draft descending from the ceiling could permeate through this frozen atmosphere. Thus what should have been a creepy and sinister ambience. Suddenly, there was only stiffness and awkwardness left. Gee, what's so awkward? Did he actually guess right or wrong? Or could it be? Is the apartment owner really that hard to deal with? Come to think of it, it must be quite troublesome, right? After all, based on the information he's already gathered, the apartment owner is way more badass than the apartment manager. Even these elite veteran players, attempting to clear the rookie apartment through pay-to-win tactics, would only dare to take down the apartment manager. They wouldn't even dream of messing with the apartment owner. Besides, Yang Wenchao had mentioned before that the apartment manager has the power to obliterate players. To counter this ability, players would need a special item. In other words, killing the apartment manager was already as difficult as climbing to heaven for players. As for dealing with the apartment owner, even top-tier gaming experts had never even considered such a scenario. So had he accidentally boasted way beyond his capabilities? Just as Jiang Yi was pondering in this awkward atmosphere whether to find some excuse to walk back his words, the no longer gloomy ceiling suddenly carried the woman in white's voice. which was also no longer chilling but rather oddly peculiar. Are you sure you really want to eliminate the apartment's landlord?